this will be your pleasant life. Blas shrugged and said, this is also the only choice left for you. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether my subordinates will harm the Long family. The Long family, one of the few superfamilies in the Southwest District. Due to Solomon's presence, the power of the Long family has grown, virtually affecting every aspect of the entire Southwest District, with deep-rooted connections. Especially some former disciples and officials of the Long family were countless. This made Solomon's position even more solid. But now, this has become a card Blas holds against Solomon. The Long family was too large. Solomon's fall within a short period allowed Blas to seize all of them, including Solomon's parents, wife, and children. Blas. Solomon's face turned cold, danger flickered in his eyes. If you dare to harm anyone in my Long family, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ruthless? Now you're just a bird in a cage, a beast in a corner, still threatening me? Blas sneered. The ancient contract was the only tool to restrain Ayush. No matter what, he had to get it into his hands. Even though using family members as leverage was somewhat despicable, Blas couldn't care less. Over so many years of military command, he had used even more vicious tactics. For something he must obtain, he would do whatever it takes. Inside the pavilion, a chilling tension hung in the air. It seemed as if the air itself had frozen, emitting bone-chilling coldness. The confrontation between the two made the entire courtyard silent. Even the Tibetan mastiffs at the gate cowered in fear. Blas, I never thought you would stoop to such bottomless behavior just to get the ancient contract. Don't you realize cooperating with Ayush is like plotting with a tiger? Aren't you afraid you'll end up in its jaws someday? Solomon glared at Blas coldly and said, as for this matter, I have my own plans, so you needn't worry. Blas's face remained expressionless, indifferent, and said, you should be concerned about your current situation instead. My current situation? Solomon lifted the teacup. The faint aroma of tea lingered in the air. Am I not doing fine now? Still stubborn at this point. Ahmed, think carefully about what I've said. Don't regret it later. Blas stood up, sharply flicked his sleeves, and stormed out. Bang! The door to the courtyard slammed shut, sealing it off again. Sitting in the pavilion, Solomon was speechless for a long time. Blas. His eyes flickered, lost in thought. Just then, Solomon's ears perked up, and he looked towards the entrance of the pavilion as Assad stepped inside. Mr. Luther? Solomon was startled, then overjoyed. You came out of the secret passage? Yes. Assad nodded, surveying Solomon's condition. But it seems Ahmed's situation is not so favorable. Solomon gave a bitter laugh. Forgive me, Mr. Luther. What are your plans next, Ahmed? Assad asked. Based on his understanding of Solomon, the latter would not permit himself to remain captive here, leading to losing control over power. There must be a plan in place. I originally had some deficiencies in my plan, but with Mr. Luther's return, I now have full confidence. However, it still requires 3 days. Solomon said seriously. 3 days? Yes. Solomon said resolutely. In 3 days, not one of them will escape. I will definitely set things right and regain control of the entire Southwest. Assad nodded, sensing Solomon's immense confidence in his words. By the way, I seem to have sensed the presence of Ayush. He is within the encampment. A cold gleam flashed in Solomon's eyes. If it weren't for him, how would Blas and others dare to act so brazenly? Back then, Blas was also one of his followers. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about the ancient contract. This time, Blas must have used some means to weaken the power of the ancient contract, allowing Ayush to leave the border city and roam freely in the Southwest. Otherwise, how could Ayush dare to take such actions? He would have been summoned by Solomon's contract long ago to guard the borders. I've heard of Ayush's name before, but never knew the roots of this Ayush. Can you enlighten me, Ahmed? Assad's cultivation had advanced, and he wanted to meet this Ayush. Earlier, when he fought with the York and the Atabeo, their strength was overwhelming, forcing him to rely on the power of the immortal sword. Thus, it was hard for him to fully demonstrate his abilities. This Ayush just became his target. Solomon saw Assad's intention and hurriedly advised, Mr. Luther, Ayush's strength is immeasurable, even capable of killing deities from other territories. You shouldn't be rash. Don't worry, Ahmed, I won't act recklessly without a plan. Assad shook his head. Reluctantly, Solomon revealed all the details about Ayush. Upon learning that Ayush was actually a dragon lineage spirit, Assad couldn't help but show shock. A true spirit born from the dragon lineage? The changes of heaven and earth are indeed inconceivable. Assad sighed. Yes, unfortunately, when its spirit was first born, it absorbed a thread of malevolent chi, causing it to become ferocious and cruel. It would easily overturn mountains, causing floods and resulting in widespread suffering among the people. One could say bones exposed in the fields, no cock crows for 1,000 miles. If it wasn't for my ancient contract, I wouldn't have been able to subdue it. Recalling past events, Solomon still felt fear. Giants and tree people merely rely on their formidable physical abilities. They're not worth mentioning. To true Divine Realm experts, they aren't much of a threat. The only ones to be wary of are those beings that can transform into human form and the god they mentioned. God. Jace was startled. Yes, God. When I left at the end, I sensed the aura of that deity which made the whole world tremble. It's far beyond what this era can withstand. Assad's tone became slightly heavy. At this point, Jace also felt somewhat nervous. For Assad to react like this, that unknown deity must indeed be incredibly terrifying. Should we really destroy this secret gate? Jace hesitated. Even with the ancient contract in place, as Ayush grew stronger, it was gradually breaking free from the constraints. Once the secret gate was destroyed, Ayush would be completely restored to freedom. That was certainly not the outcome Jace wanted to see. Therefore, his plans must be accelerated. The secret gate cannot be destroyed, said Assad, delivering an even worse message. Because he had tried to break the secret gate, yet found it indestructible. Even using the bone spirit sword with the killing technique failed. This made him realize that Aiden's earlier concern about damaging the secret gate was purely for show. making him refrain from attacking it with all his might. But now, trying to truly break the gate, he found that with the means at his disposal, it was simply impossible. Never thought this secret gate would eventually become a great threat. Jace's expression turned extremely serious. Ahmed, don't be too anxious. Based on my observations, that deity should not wake up in the short term, and besides, I have temporarily sealed the secret gate. We still have enough time to prepare, said Assad. A deity who slumbered for centuries would only awaken when the stars aligned in a certain pattern. Assad observed the star map in the Tree Sea world, which, although changing, still required some time to fully form. And this wouldn't happen in just a day or two, it might take a year or two. Assad believed that by then, he would definitely reach a new realm, the nascent soul stage. When the pill breaks, the infant forms. At that stage, certain spells could be utilized. Even if that deity awakened, with the spells and the killing techniques inherited from the Hayward Death Jade, he was prepared for a decisive battle. Alas, so many problems all at once. Jay sighed, suddenly recalling something and asked, "Wait, Mr. Luther, you temporarily sealed the secret gate?" "That's correct." "Oh no, quite a few domestic and foreign experts have already entered inside. Didn't you see them in that world?" asked Jace. Whether those foreign experts lived or died was irrelevant to him, but some domestic experts had gone in, including elite forces from various regions. While none were Divine Realm experts, there were no fewer than 20 or 30 Master Realm experts. If these experts were lost, it would be a huge loss for each region. This revelation surprised Assad. "I didn't see anyone else enter." Both looked at each other, realizing something. Assad explained, "It seems the rumors are true. The secret gate does not lead directly to one place but rather teleports randomly to different locations. Those who entered later were probably teleported to other worlds or other places within the Tree Sea world. If one world has such powerful individuals, other worlds might be just as dangerous. No wonder the people I sent in before returned empty-handed. Once these worlds have powerful entities coveting Blue Star, it would be an absolutely disastrous situation for Blue Star." Jace's expression turned grim. This gave him a greater sense of impending crisis. It seemed his plans must be accelerated. Within 3 days, he had to resolve everything. He needed to reorganize the entire southwestern region's forces to fully cope with the threat from the secret gate. Jace took a deep breath, as if making up his mind, and said resolutely, "Mr. Luther, I have a request." "Oh." Assad looked at him curiously. Jace said, "There was something I didn't tell Mr. Luther earlier. I can no longer hold back now. Do you remember the ancient contract I mentioned?" "I do. You and Ayush are linked by the ancients to thoroughly seize this power from Ayush. What do you need me to do?" Assad's expression became serious. After all, a devil's contract was far from simple. Jace's decision must come at a great cost. Chapter 316. Jace enters seclusion. At the critical moment, subdue my demonic nature. Jace looked at Assad with grave seriousness and said resolutely, "The devil's contract is no trifling matter. It carries the peril of catastrophic consequences. If I am struck back by the contract and fail to seize its power, it may lead to a significant rise in my own malevolent thoughts, eventually making me no longer myself. Please, Mr. Luther, you must help me." "All right." After a long silence, Assad finally agreed. He knew he could not stop Jace's actions, and according to Jace, everything had already begun. There was no turning back now. What Jace needed to do now was to go all out and take a huge risk. Seeing Assad's agreement, Jace breathed a sigh of relief. For such a long time, what he feared most was losing control at a critical moment. The malevolence brought by the devil's contract was too powerful. All kinds of negative emotions almost obscured the radiance of his heart like surging sea waves, while he was like a single boat in a vast ocean of suffering, always on the verge of capsizing. Assad's return gave him a glimmer of hope. Without further ado, Jace immediately decided to enter seclusion, returning to his room, and Assad saw that ancient contract, the devil's contract. It was an unknown piece of animal hide, inscribed with bizarre and unfathomable symbols that flashed occasional streaks of dark ink. It gave off an extremely ominous feeling. Indeed worthy of being called the devil's contract, just looking at it makes one feel uneasy. Assad squinted his eyes, his face full of solemnity. As his gaze swept over the symbols on the hide, he suddenly noticed some eye-like symbols among them. Those symbols resembled the eyes of outer gods, Soul King, Sessathorns. This astonishing speculation sent a shock through Assad's mind. Seize power. Replace. Isn't this the method of soul deprivation? Could this devil's contract have originated from one of those outer god powerhouses? "Mr. Luther, what's wrong?" Seeing Assad staring intently at the devil's contract, Jace showed a puzzled expression. "Is something amiss?" Assad shook his head and said, "I feel uneasy. Could Marshal Long tell me more about the origin of this contract in detail?" Jace nodded and said, "This contract I obtained from an ancient relic site, which was suspected to be a large tomb." While speaking, Jace still carried a sense of reverence. Back then, he was young, filled with strong curiosity, longing to explore all unknown existences, and that large tomb left an indelible memory for him. Was there any special mark inside the tomb? "Eyes," Jace blurted out. "Oh, eyes." Assad looked at Jace, who nodded and said, "Exactly, eyes." The construction style of that tomb was very ancient, almost taking me back to the ancient times when people had customs of organ worship, and the eyes were among them. In Jace's description, the entire large tomb was filled with eye symbols, like the eyes of a celestial deity watching over all living things. Even gods do not have such authority, Jace stated firmly. Before Jace revealed these details, Assad only had a 30% certainty that this contract was related to outer gods. Now, his certainty reached 100%. Assad became hesitant and finally admitted frankly, "Marshal Long, the origin of this contract is mysterious and probably related to outer gods." Outer gods? That's right. They are terrifying beings in the universe, born within it, traveling through space-time using ether particles. Assad explained with a cautious look on his face. Jace only had a superficial understanding of the outer gods Assad described and did not take it seriously for the moment, mainly because they were too distant. Therefore, he said, things have come to this point, we can't worry about that anymore. The threat from the outer gods can be dealt with later. Right now, the threat from Ayush is imminent. I must seize his power and make it mine. Otherwise, the southwestern region will lose the protection of a god, leaving the borders in constant turmoil. Marshal Long, I am also a divine realm cultivator. Can Mr. Luther guard the southwestern border forever? Jace rejected Assad's suggestion. After all, Assad was merely a nominal war general, and such high-level experts were not cultivated within the war zone. Expecting him to permanently guard the southwest was unrealistic. Assad opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Could he really guard the southwestern border forever? That was impossible. He was only in his early 20s, and letting him sit guarding a small town on the southwestern border for life would be no different from being imprisoned. This made Assad slightly dejected. It seemed he could only hope that Jace could completely strip away Ayush's power and successfully transform into a divine realm cultivator, ensuring the stability of the southwestern region. If any problems occur with the secret sect in the future, Jace can also forcefully integrate all forces to deal with potential crises. Then I'll start. I entrust everything to Mr. Luther. Jace held the ancient contract and sat cross-legged on the soft mat in the room. His gaze was profound, and the golden light in his eyes grew more intense. All right. Assad nodded solemnly. Jace smiled, slowly closed his eyes, and held the ancient contract. The countless mysterious symbols on it enveloped him completely. Rumble. A sound issued forth, faintly trembling deep within one's soul. Under Assad's watchful eye, a blazing pillar of golden light rose from Jace's body, while the surrounding symbols flickered. The transformation had begun. What's happening? At this moment, Ayush, who was inside the encampment, suddenly felt an unease. Sensing a premonition, he abruptly stood up. There's a problem. His vital energy fluctuated violently, and a sense of anxiety surged forth. As the spiritual essence of the dragon lineage, he possessed superhuman instincts and was a naturally gifted seedling. He almost had an innate sense of impending danger. Right now, he suddenly sensed a potentially fatal crisis deep within his soul. The ancient contract. Ayush suddenly realized something, his eyes flashing with two streaks of evil light as he looked toward where Jace was. Nothing could obstruct his line of sight. However, just as his gaze was about to see Jace, an incomparably vast beam of immortal light appeared before him. Rumble. A figure stood in Jace's courtyard. With just a flick of his sleeve, he completely shattered Ayush's piercing gaze. Assad? Ayush's expression darkened. He indeed came here. He paced back and forth in the room. The instinctive sense of impending danger made him somewhat restless. Perhaps he shouldn't continue waiting anymore. Humph. Bloss is still unwilling to make a move. It seems I have to put some pressure on them. Given that the ancient contract was still in Jace's hands, Ayush did not want to push too far. He could only rely on Bloss to accomplish this. Chapter 317. Head-on collision. Before long, Bloss sat on the sofa in his office, with a brazen-faced warrior standing before him, recounting matters. I beg Commander Wu to take action quickly. Ayush said this? Yes. The brazen-faced warrior looked at Bloss and spoke in a cold, stern voice. Commander Wu, Ayush is growing impatient. I advise you to make your plans early. Any further delay will not be met kindly by Ayush. Bloss cast an expressionless glance at him and said, I know what needs to be done. It doesn't require your concern. Get out of here. You. The brazen-faced warrior was a trusted general under Ayush in the border city, having already attained the peak Isabellister realm, wielding incomparable martial power. He had always been brazen and never imagined he would be rebuked by Bloss like this, his face instantly turning unbearable. Wu. Don't forget how you got your position, the brazen-faced warrior said ominously. I've heard that the border generals are notoriously brazen. Now I see it firsthand, even daring to act so presumptuously before me. Bloss replied coldly. It seems I need to give you a lesson and remind you who truly commands this southwestern region. With that, he stood up and walked toward the brazen-faced warrior. Just you? The brazen-faced warrior's eyes glinted fiercely. Seeing Bloss approach, instead of retreating, he flexed his fists, ready to show Bloss the severity of his strength. Very well, let me teach you on behalf of Ayush. What regional commander are you? Without Ayush's support, you're nothing. The brazen-faced warrior clearly didn't take Bloss seriously. Bang! As he spoke, he attacked first. Powerful Isabellister level force erupted from him, his energy roaring like a mighty river, nearly causing an earth-shattering impact. This punch, if landed on an ordinary person, would crush them into pieces. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. This powerful punch struck Bloss, yet there wasn't the slightest reaction. Instead, it felt like hitting a ball of cotton, completely unyielding, an extremely uncomfortable sensation. How could this be? A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he aimed another punch at Bloss, this one accompanied by thunderous wind. Bang! Yet, just as he launched this punch, Bloss caught his fist. With a flick of his wrist, bones cracked audibly in the brazen-faced warrior's arm, and then he was thrown back, spitting blood as he hit the ground. This can't be. Looking at his broken wrist and battered chest, the brazen-faced warrior's face turned pale. Although Bloss was a 5-star general in the southwest region, he was not known for his martial prowess. The brazen-faced warrior couldn't fathom how Bloss could subdue him so easily. This was unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The brazen-faced warrior's eyes narrowed warily. He felt something was amiss. Could this man not be Bloss but someone else? I am naturally Bloss. Bloss replied coldly. Tell Ayush that I don't need his instructions. Fine, I will relay your message to Ayush. Having suffered a loss, the brazen-faced warrior dared not be impudent in front of Bloss, who seemed to have hidden depths. He harbored resentment in his heart. He must properly explain this matter to Ayush when he returns. Watching the brazen-faced warrior leave, Bloss's usually stern face showed a hint of a smile. So eager, can't hold back any longer? This Ayush must also be getting anxious. Someone. Returning to his seat, Blas called out softly. An aide immediately entered from outside, bowing humbly and asked, reporting to Commander, you are asking for death. This warrior was full of anger and about to make a move, but was stopped by Blas's hand on his shoulder. Blas smiled and said, as a Divine Realm powerhouse, one naturally can call me by my name. Divine Realm powerhouse. Everyone present was stunned by this statement, especially the warrior who had scolded Assad moments ago. His expression changed dramatically. He is a Divine Realm powerhouse? He swallowed hard, feeling his scalp tingling. He had just reprimanded a Divine Realm powerhouse? That's a Divine Realm powerhouse. One word could change fate. One person can command an army. Scolding such a figure made him regret it deeply. At this moment, Blas continued, however, even a Divine Realm should know their place. Minerva is now a prisoner. I advise you not to get involved in this matter, or else, be careful not to burn yourself. Are you threatening me? Assad put down his teacup and looked at Blas with a blank expression. The air around them seemed to freeze instantly as a powerful, domineering aura enveloped the courtyard. Assad's presence like a surging river, cascading down from the sky. Crack, crack, crack. The ground trembled, and the tiles kept cracking. The people around felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, almost without resistance, kneeling to the ground completely. This is divine might. Once a Divine Realm powerhouse appears, it's almost like a deity has descended. However, while everyone kneeled, Blas remained standing steadily, a golden light emanating from him. Not a threat, but a reminder to Mr. Luther. In the region, even as a Divine Realm, you cannot interfere with internal affairs of our southwest region, Blas said calmly. Chapter 318. The Divine Realm of the East. In the small courtyard, Assad stood face to face with Blas. Despite being confronted by Assad, who exuded divine power, Blas did not retreat a single step. His presence was as solid and immovable as a tall pine tree. Fascinating. In Assad's eyes, Blas was shrouded in an aura that was elusive, yet within it lay the faint breath of a Divine Realm powerhouse. No wonder he could cooperate with Ayush to imprison Jace and seize control of the entire southwestern region. Indeed, he was no ordinary man. Unfortunately, Assad did not consider him worthy of attention. For one simple reason, his strength was too weak. Before a Divine Realm expert, everything is swept away effortlessly. You are not qualified to speak to me like this, Assad said indifferently. Is that so? Blas laughed and clapped his hands loudly. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a group of people walked into the courtyard. They were all dressed in military attire, standard issue for battle generals, exuding a unified and formidable aura, each one emitting the air of a high-ranking master. Their mere presence commanded respect, like towering mountains, filled with a spirit that could swallow heaven and earth. Greetings, Commander Wu, they shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. And now? Blas looked at Assad, his eyes holding a hint of a smile. These battle generals were all his confidants, cultivated over many years, especially effective in formation battles. They even had records of slaying Divine Realm experts on the border, one of Blas's main supports. Assad shook his head, disappointment flickering across his face. So this is your reliance? Just a bunch of clay chickens and straw dogs. Clay chickens and straw dogs. These 4 words struck the generals like a heavy slap. Arrogant. How dare you humiliate us? Even if you are a Divine Realm expert, you have no right to insult us. That's right. When we were slaughtering Divine Realm experts on the border, you weren't even born yet. Soon, we will cut off your head and claim it as our trophy. Instantly, everyone was roused to anger, their murderous intent soaring into the clouds, filling the courtyard with a piercing coldness. Even though Assad was a Divine Realm expert, it did nothing to quell their fearlessness. Clay chickens and straw dogs? Truly a madman. I hope your strength matches your arrogance. Blas looked at Assad coldly, then waved his hand, pointing at Assad. Enough talk, kill him. Yes. The generals immediately lunged at Assad, their formations activating, transforming them into a highly coordinated war machine. And then, Assad moved. As a golden core true man, how could his strength be compared to a group of masters? Even with their formations, in Assad's eyes, what seemed like an impregnable formation was full of flaws, barely able to withstand a blow. Hayward, a sharp sword slicing through. Before the generals could reach Assad, they were sent flying into their formation. A flash of sword light, and 3 generals screamed and were thrown backward. This is impossible. The generals were stunned and shouted anxiously, reform the formation, don't give him a chance. But it was too late. A complete formation couldn't even hold Assad's attention. How much less this broken one? Bang, bang, bang. Assad dispatched them effortlessly, generals clutching their chests, screaming in agony, blood spurting from their mouths. So strong. Blas's pupils constricted sharply. Assad's displayed strength was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly exceeding Blas's expectations. Last time he saw Assad, he wasn't nearly this strong. Could something extraordinary have happened in between? Wait, Assad just came out of that secret portal. Fortune. Could Assad have gained some legendary fortune? Step, step, step. Assad strode towards Blas, each step closing the distance, radiating an unstoppable pressure. The surrounding generals watched, their faces pale. Commander Wu. Fear filled their hearts, fearing Blas would fall victim to Assad. After all, even their formations couldn't stand against Assad. Blas certainly couldn't resist either. Alas. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from Blas's shadow, covered in a dark robe, face obscured. Ultimately, I must trouble you to act. Blas glanced at the cloaked figure and sighed. The cloaked figure's voice was raspy. It should have been done earlier. Delay invites changes. It's best to secure the southwestern region quickly. The cloaked figure looked at Assad. Will you kneel and surrender now, or shall I personally deal with you? If I do, your life will be in danger. Hayward in danger? Assad couldn't help but laugh. I really want to see this. Whoosh. The black-robed figure moved like lightning, his dark robe flapping in the wind. With a sweeping motion of his sleeves, he suddenly rose. Eastern Dunsu, evasion technique? This caused his eyes to flash with ferocity. The ability to disappear without a trace certainly did not come from Long Country. If he wasn't mistaken, this was absolutely from the evasion techniques of Eastern Rensu, ninja art. So Blas was collaborating with the Japanese. How treacherous. If he truly gained control over the entire southwestern region, it would be incredibly dangerous. For Long Country, it would be a crisis akin to a sky falling apart. Whoosh. Just as Assad was seething with anger, a figure gradually materialized from the void. It was clearly the black-robed figure who had just disappeared. He silently appeared behind Assad, thrusting a black dagger fiercely into Assad's back. Chapter 319. Slay another deity. Chi. Assad abruptly turned around, throwing a punch backward, but it hit nothing. The black-robed figure reappeared beside Blas. Still concealed by his dark robe, the black-robed figure emitted a hoarse voice. Stop struggling. You've been poisoned by my annihilation toxin. The more you struggle, the quicker you'll die. Surrender and kneel before me like a dog, and I might consider sparing your life. The black-robed figure spoke with unmatched malice. Is that so? Too bad your dagger is of poor quality. Assad suddenly sped up, charging towards the black-robed figure. How could this be? He seemed entirely unharmed. Didn't he get stabbed? Seeing the situation, the black-robed figure couldn't help but be shocked. Yet, upon looking down at his dagger, he realized it had broken into 2 pieces. Clearly, that stab hadn't injured Assad at all, but instead shattered the dagger. Assad rapidly closed the distance. With his right hand raised, he moved as swiftly as thunder and lightning, striking the black-robed figure forcefully. The latter was sent flying, smashing a large hole into the courtyard wall. However, in the next moment, that section of the 10-meter-long wall trembled violently and then flew toward Assad. Boy, I was careless earlier. This time, I won't underestimate you. Prepare to die. The black-robed figure's voice came from behind the wall, elusive and hard to pinpoint. Playing tricks. Assad sneered. A streak of sword light flashed in his hand, instantly turning the wall into powder. At that moment, the black-robed figure made his move. The two clashed intensely mid-air, wrecking the entire courtyard in an instant. If their powers weren't focused solely on their moves, the entire camp would likely be destroyed. After all, they were deities. With every gesture, they could shake the heavens and the earth. A real battle between them would create a scene as if the sky itself were collapsing. Thankfully, neither wanted that. One must understand, there are rules within this universe. The black-robed figure's entire body. This sword. Realizing the extraordinary nature of the immortal sword, the black-robed figure couldn't help but yell out in frustration. You're merely relying on your weapon's power. Without this sword, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. So what? Assad didn't care about his words. The immortal sword flickered, ready to shatter the black-robed figure's head. No. The black-robed figure screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood and narrowly avoiding the sword at the last second. However, the sword's light still struck and obliterated half of his head. He landed at Blas's feet. Damn trash. Seeing this, Blas's expression soured. Bang. Without hesitation, he stomped down heavily on the black-robed figure's head. With a loud crunch, the remaining part of his brain was crushed. The black-robed figure never expected this fatal blow to come from Blas. Blas. His voice filled with shock, anger, and venomous hate. Don't forget how you got where you are today. How dare you lay a hand on me? A golden, glowing divine soul sprang from the black-robed corpse, transforming into a ray of light and speeding away. Remember this. I will have my revenge. Faster than lightning, it almost instantly fled the courtyard. The divine soul of the black-robed figure vanished in a flash. Whoosh. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not exceed the speed of the immortal sword. It was seen that the white-bone immortal sword flashed and caught up with his divine soul. The sword light swirled, and the divine soul of the black-robed figure turned into powder. You still have to die first. Assad coldly retrieved the immortal sword. Then, the sword pointed straight at Blas as he said, now it's your turn. Carrying the momentum from slaying the black-robed figure, Assad's aura became even more ferocious. This made everyone around Blas change their expressions. This savage man was really too strong. The black-robed figure was indeed a true deity realm powerhouse, yet Assad managed to kill him in such a short time, which was astonishing. After all, battles between deities were sometimes hard to end in death. They might fight for days or months. However, both Assad and the black-robed figure used killing moves, compressing a long battle into just a few moves, showing the intensity of the fight. And the consequence was the death of the black-robed figure. Blas suddenly burst out laughing, shaking his head and saying, I will not die. Jesus, are you still watching from the sidelines? This opponent has surpassed my expectations. If you don't move now, don't blame me for breaking the agreement. He directly looked at a position on the courtyard wall. Assad also looked over. Jesus. He was standing there. It was unknown how long he had been standing there. Blas, do you have the right to break the agreement now? Jesus glanced at the corpse beneath Blas's feet, his face filled with mockery. Originally, he wanted to test Blas's bottom card, but did not expect it to be merely a formation of master powerhouses and a Japanese deity. They were truly nothing special. Especially that Japanese deity, though incredibly fast with ghost-like movements, his true strength was far weaker than those deity realm beings Jesus had once suppressed. And Assad, who killed such a deity, naturally did not catch Jesus's eye. Jesus glanced at Assad, then his gaze shifted past him to look at the closed door behind. Inside was Solomon. Ahmed, it's now or never. Are you still unwilling to come out? Jesus said indifferently. Chapter 320. Battle against Ayush. Jace, still unwilling to come out and face me? Hiding inside won't do you any good. If you think a mere child can stop me, then you're just dreaming. Ayush's figure flashed as he landed in the courtyard, positioning himself beside Blas. He said, "You go in. Bring Jace out." Though it was phrased as an invitation, it essentially meant having Blas capture Jace. In another sense, it was a probing move. Because Jace had that ancient contract, he shouldn't be avoiding him like this. But now, hidden away, there was a peculiar feeling of something amiss. Could there be some kind of trap inside? But Assad. Blas didn't budge. Assad stood right there. Given his earlier display of power by slaying a divine realm being, what Ayush asked of him was akin to sending him to his death. He's my problem. With me here, no one can interfere with you. Ayush said this with full confidence. All right. Hearing these words, Blas finally nodded, stepped forward, deliberately bypassing where Assad stood, and walked towards the tightly closed door. Humph. Assad coldly blocked the door and said, "Wanna pass? Did you ask for my permission?" "Your opponent is me." Ayush stepped out, looking down on Assad with disdainful eyes. "You?" Assad laughed, drawing his white bone immortal sword to leave a deep mark before him. "Whoever it is, anyone who crosses this line dies." Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ayush did not get angry but laughed instead. After his laughter ceased, his face turned extremely grim. "You are the first to speak to me this way, so today I'll grant your wish. I'll beat you to death first." Bang. With these words, Ayush took a step forward, throwing a wildly powerful punch at Assad's head. The surrounding air exploded from the impact. It was as if heaven and earth shook. "Come on then." Assad waved his hand, thrusting the white bone immortal sword into the doorway of Jace's room. Abandoning the sword, he approached Ayush, delivering a similar punch. Boom. Their fists collided with immense force, a visible shockwave radiating outward, obliterating anything in its path. "Not good, run. Help. Take me away." Ah. Cries and screams merged into a cacophony as those unable to dodge were instantly obliterated into blood mists, vanishing from the world, while those lucky enough to escape wore expressions of profound fear. Too terrifying. Before them lay a scene of destruction and rubble. The surroundings nearly turned into ruins. This was the result of their controlled combat. Otherwise, unimaginable consequences might have ensued, possibly sinking this entire city. Bang bang bang. After a brief moment of silence, they clashed again. In midair, two figures collided violently. To avoid destroying the ground, they could only fight in the air, occasionally producing thunderous sounds. From afar, one could even see flashes of lightning. This Assad can actually engage Ayush to this extent. Unbelievable. That's Ayush, the guardian god of our southwest. So frightening, we almost went against Assad. They trembled all over, deeply fearful. If Assad had truly intended to kill them, their bodies would probably be cooling by now. "What are you standing around for? Go inside and bring out Ahmed." Blas looked up at the two figures in the sky, and said in a lowered voice. "What?" All the warriors were stunned. Just now, Assad had clearly said, "Anyone who dared cross this line, dies." Although Assad wasn't here now, his sword still remained embedded before the door. Combined with the strength Assad had displayed earlier, they were already intimidated, fearing Assad would crush them at any moment. How could they dare to capture Jace? So what if Assad is strong? Ayush is here. He will fall eventually. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize Jace. Move quickly. Do you want me to repeat myself? Blas's expression was displeased, his tone turning threatening. These warriors exchanged glances, their hearts filled with intense struggle. Assad's threat still echoed in their ears, but Blas stood right before them. Incurring Blas's displeasure would mean a difficult life ahead. "I'll go." A short, stocky warrior stepped forward. He looked to be in his 30s, with dark skin and a scarred face, exuding formidable toughness. Brave indeed. "Capture Jace, and you shall receive the highest credit." Blas, seeing someone step forward, showed a satisfied smile and promised generous rewards. "Many thanks, General Wu." The short one to be the first. However, the next second, the white bone immortal sword stuck in front of the door suddenly moved. Flash. The sword light flashed. The short, stocky warrior felt as if everything blurred before his eyes. When he refocused, the white bone immortal sword was still planted in front of the door. This startled him. Was it an illusion? Ah. But at this moment, someone behind him suddenly cried out in shock. The short, stocky warrior was about to speak when he found his whole body unresponsive. The next second, his body disintegrated into pieces, and his head fell to the ground. Only then did he realize what had happened. That single slash from just now had already killed him. Boom. Darkness swallowed him completely. Blood flowed all over the ground. All the warriors around were stunned. What a terrifying sword. A high-ranking Isabellister was dead just like that. They all believed that if they had gone, they would have met the same fate. Chill ran through their bones. Fear spread. Even Blas fell silent. Chapter 321. Despicable Means. The once thriving courtyard had long turned into ruins, now nothing but a cold and desolate place. Looking at the dismembered body of the stocky warrior general, everyone felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over their heads, chilling them from head to toe. None of them had anticipated that even in Assad's absence, merely leaving behind a sword, he could effortlessly slay a high master. Even if all of them an 18-year-old daughter, her face etched with worry. They were clearly Coil's wife and daughter. Such a pitiful sight indeed. "Sister-in-law, these past few days must have been hard on you." Seeing this noble woman, a flicker of peculiar emotion flashed in Blas's eyes as he reached out as if to support her, but the woman quickly avoided him. "Blas, you ungrateful beast. My husband trusted you so much over the years, and yet you dare to conspire with foreign invaders and instigate a rebellion." The dignified woman rebuked angrily. "Instigate a rebellion?" Blas sneered. While Coil was in power, he acted tyrannically, wrongfully executing senior generals. Such behavior is reviled by both gods and people. All I am doing is adhering to the will of heaven and the people, rectifying the chaos and restoring peace to our southwestern land. Bastard. Hearing Blas's distorted logic, the noblewoman was so enraged that her whole body shook. Blas, my husband truly misjudged you when he promoted you. If only he knew what kind of heartless wolf you are, he never would have saved you from the border battlefields. Slap. Blas slapped her across the face, then grabbed her neck, leaving several purple-red marks on her fair skin. Let me die. He deserves it. Seeming angered, Blas tightened his grip on the woman's throat. The noblewoman felt a strong sense of suffocation freeze over, spreading outward. What's happening? The warriors standing in the courtyard felt an astonishing chill, making their hearts tremble. Behind the closed door seemed to hide a massive ancient beast, eyeing them all with ominous intent. Seeing this, a gleam appeared in Blas's eyes. Something is off with Coil's aura. Blas's heart stirred, and his thoughts raced. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to disrupt Coil's plan. In his view, Coil was definitely doing something significant. Coil, I give you one chance. As long as you come out, I will immediately release your wife and daughter, and we can fight a fair battle. What do you say? Blas shouted loudly. Upon hearing these words, the elegant woman and the young girl in her arms suddenly showed signs of excitement. They would be saved. As long as Coil came out, he could certainly deal with Blas. However, they soon became disheartened. The door remained tightly shut, and there was no sound from Coil inside, as if the voice heard earlier was just an illusion. This made their hearts tremble uncontrollably. A flash of anger passed through Blas's eyes. What a Coil, even at this moment, he still refused to come out. Was he truly going to abandon his wife and daughter? Fine, let's see how long you can endure. Someone. Blas cast a cold glance at the elegant woman and the young girl, waved his hand, and immediately someone moved forward. Chapter 322, Divided Attention. Are you going to stop me? Assad's gaze turned cold, revealing two beams of cold light as if they were peerless swords that emitted a chilling aura. Ayush remained unmoved. So what if I stop you? The previous confrontation had already instilled confidence in Ayush, and he believed Assad would eventually be defeated by him. Good. Assad said 3 goods in succession, completely unleashing the killing intent within his heart. Regardless of Ayush or the people on the ground like Blas, his sole thought was to annihilate them all. The reason he didn't kill Ayush earlier wasn't because he couldn't. It was because Alejandro needed to seize his power. If he killed Ayush, Alejandro's plan would be ruined. If you won't let me pass, then I will crush you. A cold and fierce expression flashed across Assad's eyes. For some reason, Ayush felt a chill in his heart. Crush me? Ridiculous. With just this much strength, you're making a fool of yourself. Ayush laughed loudly, but secretly heightened his vigilance. One must never underestimate a divine realm expert. Whoosh. Assad finally revealed his sword yell cultivation. With a wave of his hand, sharp sword lights appeared around him instantly. The sword lights were like a vast expanse of water, suddenly surging with endless waves rushing towards Ayush. Rumbled, suppressing Alejandro's demonic thoughts. Although Alejandro, who was radiating dark light, had blood and fire reflected in his eyes, his mental strength was far inferior to Assad, so his demonic thoughts were easily suppressed. I'll handle everything outside. Commander Long, focus on your cultivation. Assad's voice resonated in Alejandro's heart like a tolling bell, calming his previously restless mind. My wife and daughter. Rest assured, no one can harm them while I'm here. Assad's voice remained calm. I trust you. After a long silence, Alejandro nodded and immersed himself in refining the contract again, intending to completely usurp Ayush's power. Outside the courtyard, Blas's men tied up Alejandro's wife and daughter on 2 wooden racks with thick ropes, showing no mercy. Alejandro, it seems you are set on resisting. So be it. Bring our Chantel and Meadow to remove their clothes. Blas waved his hand. After exchanging glances, 2 thin warriors stepped forward. They had long been interested in Chantel and Meadow, as they were the family of the highest authority in the region. Their hearts were filled with intense excitement, while other warriors hesitated, allowing them to take the lead. Who knew Chantel maintained herself so well, looking like a 20-year-old girl, truly touching the heartstrings. One of them stood in front of Chantel, smacking his lips while examining her and commenting aloud. His gaze made shots. The group of warriors below forcibly suppressed their fear and began forming a battle formation, emitting a formidable aura comparable to that of ordinary divine realm experts. Kill. They turned their fear into killing intent and launched a coordinated attack towards the white bone immortal sword. You despicable scum aiding the tyrant will all die. Assad harbored murderous intent. Half his mind powered the white bone immortal sword, which instantly revealed a massive sword wheel in place. Whistling sounds followed as it surged like a sword chi storm, sweeping through the area and enveloping the group of warriors. In an instant, the warriors stiffened on the spot. Boom boom boom. The domineering sword light mercilessly claimed their lives. This immortal sword forged from the fangs of a 1,000-meter-long python beast was not something they could withstand. Corpses littered the ground. Each one was torn apart beyond recognition. All the rebels were thoroughly wiped out. In the end, only Blas remained before him. Then the white bone immortal sword pointed directly at Blas, a divine soul voice emanating from it. Blas, are you ready to die? Chapter 323. Ayush retreats in defeat. Blas's gaze swept over the bodies on the ground. All of his elite warriors were killed, leaving him standing alone. Ready to die? But then he burst into laughter, still as arrogant as ever. Assad, you don't have the qualifications to kill me. Buzz. At this moment, he suddenly pulled out an object from his pocket. It was a decree. It simply read one short sentence. Blas temporarily oversees Southwest. These 9 simple words emitted immeasurable brightness at this time, and a beam of light rose from Blas's body, reaching through heaven and earth. At this moment, his aura continuously climbed, instantly ascending to the divine realm in a flash. Golden light encircled his body. He looked like a divine being. Moreover, it seemed that at this moment he had formed some mysterious connection with the entire southwestern region, which was extremely close and indivisible, as if he himself were the land of Southwest. Assad revealed a look of surprise and suspicion. At this time, Jace inside the room spoke up as a reminder. This is the secret art of regional controllers, which can tap into the power of a region and use it for oneself. Assad had seen Chance using this kind of power before and naturally knew about this secret technique. He just didn't expect that what Bloss displayed now seemed even deeper than Chance, almost forming one entity with the entire southwest region. If Assad rashly kills Bloss, it might very well affect the entire southwest region, resulting in massive disasters such as earthquakes and mountain collapses. You actually dare to be distracted while engaging me? At this moment, Ayush noticed Assad's state, and his face turned green with anger. After all, he was the venerable Ayush, the guardian god of the southwest region and the invincible king of the border city. He had slain several deities outside the borders and was absolutely one of the strongest among the divine realm beings. But now Assad's actions clearly belittled him. Die for me. Ayush exploded with rage. His entire body emitted golden light, transforming into an unstoppable energy that charged toward Assad, shattering the sword light blocking him. An overwhelming momentum seemed to put Assad instantly in danger. Seeing this, Bloss felt great joy in his heart and also advanced towards Assad, intending to cooperate with Ayush's attack to completely eliminate Assad. Buzz. However, Assad remained unperturbed, emitting a faint green light in midair. Without hesitation, he dispelled his sword energy and struck directly towards Ayush. You weren't my match during our first encounter. How dare you come again? Ayush sneered coldly, but in the next second, his expression changed. Crack. His fist collided with Assad, expecting to send Assad flying back with a single punch, but instead, he heard a strange sound coming from his hand bones. How is this possible? Ayush looked at his fist in shock and anger. 3 of his fingers realized why Jace was so confident in closing himself off for cultivation, leaving Assad alone outside. This wasn't arrogance but confidence. And at this moment, Assad indeed showed this level of power and presence. Realizing this, Ayush immediately decided to retreat. With Assad as such a variable, their plan would likely fail entirely. Retreat. With this thought, Ayush flashed away. Bang. A hint of disdain flickered across Assad's face. Attempting to stop him just now, and now thinking to leave? Ayush must be dreaming. He flashed forward, directly blocking Ayush's path. Wanna leave? Have you asked me? These words were given back in the same manner. Ayush's face turned unbearably ugly. You? What do you mean by you? Wanting to leave? Is it that easy? Assad sneered coldly and acted decisively. Ayush had no choice but to respond with a stiff upper lip, but Assad's green emperor longevity body was too strong. In Ayush's eyes, it almost exceeded the physical prowess that an ordinary divine realm being should have. Damn it, this bastard. Ayush cursed endlessly in his heart, while at the same time, his hatred for Jace deepened. If he had been set free, and if he truly merged with the dragon veins, how could the power he could harness be limited to this? To actually be beaten up like this by this young brat, Assad. Boom. Assad fiercely smashed down with a punch, sending Ayush crashing from midair to the ground, falling onto the earth with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ayush. Bloss, who was on the ground and restraining half of Assad's attention, couldn't help but be startled when he saw this scene. Ayush's face was ashen. In the next second, he suddenly vanished from where he stood. Assad descended from the sky and was also shocked to see Ayush's sudden disappearance. How could a perfectly alive person vanish so thoroughly? His divine sense immediately enveloped all around him, but he found that Ayush had completely disappeared or had exceeded the range covered by his divine sense. How is this possible? There wasn't enough time. How could the other party escape so far? He is the incarnation of the dragon vein and can borrow the power of the earth. As long as he touches the ground, in a certain sense, his power is infinite. At this moment, Jace spoke again to explain. I see. This time he managed to run fast. I'll let him keep his dog's life for now. Assad said coldly, then shifted his gaze to Bloss. Feeling Assad's murderous intent, Bloss staggered back 2 steps. You, what are you going to do? Bloss swallowed hard. I warn you, if you dare to harm me, the entire Southwest will perish along with me. Ridiculous. It's just connecting with heaven and earth. Watch me break your decree today. Assad's face was icy cold. He abruptly raised his hand and grabbed toward Bloss. Chapter 324, Capturing the Culprit. Bloss's face changed slightly as he hastily retreated several steps, trying to evade Assad's attack. However, was it that easy for anyone to dodge this move of Assad's? This palm seemed to encompass the 6 directions and the 8 extremities, obscuring the sky like a dome. Bloss felt he couldn't escape no matter what, and could only helplessly be seized by Assad by the neck. Bang! Bloss was lifted right in front of Assad. Let me go. He struggled and shouted. His eyes were red, glaring at Assad with a look of utter disbelief and unwillingness. He had thought that with this imperial edict on him, his power nearly equaled that of a deity, making him capable of doing many things. But now, he was captured by Assad so easily. He could hardly believe it. This dealt a devastating blow to him. After all these efforts, was it really just a joke? Assad couldn't help but laugh, saying coolly, dissatisfied? Still wanting to resist? Truly have no self-awareness. Do you really think the power gained from the edict truly belongs to you? With this edict, I indeed cannot kill you, but it doesn't mean I can't subdue you. Once I take away your edict, you'll be nothing more than fish and meat on a chopping board. Just you? Impossible. No one has ever succeeded in taking away an edict. Bloss howled. Raven and Meadow, who lay on the ground nearby, also showed looks of surprise. After all, this was an imperial edict. It represented the supreme authority of the Dragon Nation. As rulers of major districts, their safety wasn't just about them. It symbolized the safety and stability of the entire major district. Therefore, ancient experts of the Dragon Nation specially collaborated to create a national artifact to carry the edict of major district rulers. This tradition had continued since ancient times. Once edict, names of major district rulers would be inscribed on the central district's national artifact. They would then form the edict and, post-edict, they could fully exert godlike combat power within their district. If public sentiment and collective determination aligned, their potential power could be even greater. During Coil's house arrest, Blas temporarily took over, and was even recognized by some people from the central major district. Hence, he received a temporary edict. However, he hadn't heard of anyone managing to take away an edict before. They couldn't do it, doesn't mean I can't. Assad's expression remained calm. You? Even under Assad's control? After my husband's house arrest, the Long family has suffered, being imprisoned and risking our lives at any moment. Was this also your good work? Assad stared coldly at Blas. Blas sneered at Raven and Meadow and said, winners and losers are decided. Since Coil lost, the Long family naturally can't escape. They wanted to oppress but refused to accept karma. How could that be? You are clearly ungrateful and rebellious. Raven glared angrily at him. Blas snorted. So what? If bestowed by heaven and rejected, disaster will come. Coil behaves immorally. I am righting wrongs. You're talking bullshit. Meadow was enraged. You vile man, don't slander my father. Filthy woman. When had Blas ever been insulted like this? His face turned grim as Assad's hand suddenly gripped his neck tightly, warning him coldly, shut your mouth. If you dare to speak again, I can't kill you now, but making you suffer a bit isn't difficult. Blas shut his mouth with hatred, resentment seething in his eyes. He had already begun plotting how to take revenge on Assad in the future. I will deal with this guy first, then naturally help you solve the Long family's predicament. Assad reassured the mother and daughter of the Long family, then walked into the pavilion. He casually threw Blas on the ground and began inscribing various symbols all over the pavilion. Each symbol would flicker once before disappearing. Assad was extremely focused on inscribing, which made Blas couldn't help feeling somewhat guilty. Could he really break the imperial edict on himself? No, it was impossible. The other party must be bluffing. There were precedents of major district rulers being killed, but breaking an imperial edict, no one had ever succeeded in doing so from ancient times until now. Not far away, Meadow's pretty face gazed at Assad with flashing eyes. Her lovely gaze followed him as he inscribed, momentarily captivated by his focused appearance. Cough, cough. Raven softly coughed, awakening Meadow. She saw her mother watching her and couldn't help blushing, a few red clouds appearing on her cheeks. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Meadow turned away coyly, not daring to meet her mother's gaze. Raven sighed, stroking her daughter's hair, and softly said, foolish girl, he is merely a passerby in your life. Mom, I don't understand what you're saying. Meadow's expression changed slightly. Raven shook her head, sighing inwardly. Assad had appeared like a divine being, saving them from danger. Logically, she shouldn't hinder her daughter's favorable feelings toward the opposite sex, but Assad wasn't right for her. He was a divine realm expert, with a 1,000-year lifespan, witnessing the rise and fall of Eris, and her daughter, even though she was the precious gem of Coil, was destined to be just an ordinary person. The gap between the two was insurmountable. Chapter 325, Reversing Hayworth and Death. Inside the pavilion, Assad was still intently engraving the array. This array, obtained from the inheritance of the Hayworth and Death Jade, was named the Julie Hun Tion Array, reputed to be able to distort and confuse time and space, deceiving the perception of heaven and earth. It was used by cultivators during the ancient era for crossing calamities or facing heavenly tribulations, capable of shielding or weakening the perception of heaven and earth, thereby reducing the power of lightning tribulations and making it easier for cultivators to break through to more profound realms. Now, using this array to counteract the so-called imperial seal was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After all, if this array could deceive even the will of heaven and earth, how much more easily could it fool a mere national artifact? To Assad, the national artifact was essentially an artificially created will of heaven and earth, covering the entire territory of Long Nation. But compared to the vast will of heaven and earth, the national artifact's imperial seal was equivalent to merely opening up a local network. Crack, crack. Subtle sounds continuously emanated from Assad's hands as those shimmering symbols gradually spread across the entire pavilion. Blas, inside the pavilion, became increasingly alarmed at this scene. His scalp began to tingle. Assad, honestly speaking, you and I don't have any significant conflicts of interest. If you let me go, I can petition the Central District to make your nominal rank official, turning you into a genuine 5-star battle general, the position I once held. What do you think? He actually tried to buy off Assad. A real 5-star battle general. What a generous offer. This made Assad can't help but marvel at Blas's generosity. You agree? Blas grew excited. He knew that no man could resist the allure of power and beauty. After all, in this world, men without power are nothing. A district's real 5-star battle general could independently command an army, with status and authority second only to the supreme ruler within the entire district. Tisi. However, Assad sneered disdainfully. You, with just a temporary military post, are trying to bribe me with empty promises? How laughable. Blas hurriedly explained, Mr. Luther, this is no empty promise. Since I dare to say it, I can definitely achieve it. With your strength, I'm sure the higher-ups would also be willing to cultivate good relations with you. The higher-ups? Who are these higher-ups? Assad paused his engraving, looking at Blas with a hint of curiosity. Actually, he was also curious about who was behind the upheaval in the Southwest District. To follow. However, when he reached the edge of the pavilion, countless golden symbols suddenly flashed before him. Ah! He screamed as if burned by fire, retreating back inside the pavilion. Damn it! Blas glared viciously at Assad, barely suppressing his rising anxiety, yelling, Assad, are you really going to become our enemy? Think carefully. No matter how strong you are, opposing us means you won't have an easy time. Not only will you die, but your family won't escape either. Hearing this, Assad's face turned even colder. He hated being threatened, especially when it came to his family. As the saying goes, a dragon's reverse scale leads to certain death. Do you realize that these words have already sealed your fate? If Assad had initially only been curious about who was backing Blas, now, for the safety of his family, he must find the true culprit. Bang! Assad pressed a palm forcefully onto the Julie Huntion array within the pavilion, unleashing immense mana from his golden core, flowing like mighty rivers into the array. The array suddenly emitted a bright light, and a sense of displacement, desolation, and confusion of time and space immediately arose. It seemed as if the surrounding space-time had become somewhat blurred. Assad could sense that everything inside the pavilion seemed to be decoupling from the entire world. It worked. A sharp glint flashed in Assad's eyes. Conversely, Blas's experience was far from pleasant. He felt as if he were infinitely distancing himself from the southwestern land, with his connection growing weaker and weaker. No, it can't be. This filled his heart with terror. Especially, the enfeefment power on his body was drastically weakening, and by the end, there seemed to be only a faint, almost imperceptible connection left. Damn it, how did Assad do it? Let me out. Blas began to struggle desperately, hitting the outside of the array with all his might. However, from the moment the array was completed, he had become fish on Assad's cutting board, destined to be at Assad's mercy. Now you start struggling? Isn't it too late? Assad sneered. More mana was channeled into the array, leaving Blas powerless to struggle. The divine realm power he attained through enfeefment was also forcibly weakened. Whoosh! Just then, an unusual change occurred in Blas's body. The slip of paper he took out earlier suddenly started glowing brightly, with 9 characters leaping up and striking towards the array. Each character weighed heavily like Mount Tai, shaking the array upon impact. You underestimated me, but relying solely on a piece of paper to turn the tide is not so easy. Assad's mana continued to flow into the array like a tile. The mastermind behind him. Good. But do you think you can keep me from finding out just because you don't talk? Enraged, Assad lifted Blas up. What Blas didn't know was that dying before Assad wasn't going to be that easy. Hayward and Death Jade, turn for me. Assad fiercely activated the Hayward and Death Jade within him. Reverse life and death. Chapter 326, Searching the Soul Again. The Hayward Jade, an unparalleled treasure inherited from ancient times. Although Assad's control over it was still insufficient, once he unleashed its power, it displayed an astonishing effect. Almost instantly, it began to continuously dissipate the death aura within Blas's body. However, no one knew what kind of poison the other party had ingested. The toxicity was unimaginably fierce. Even a drop might have been enough to kill tens of thousands of people. Despite Assad continuously stimulating the Hayward Fandeath domain, the death aura within Blas's body kept generating ceaselessly. Gurgling, the death aura surged and was constantly being converted into vitality. Assad, I advise you not to waste your efforts. I took heart poison, the ultimate poison. Once taken, no medicine can cure it. Even if a true god came, it wouldn't work. Blas, realizing he was at death's door, lay on the ground looking at Assad with a mocking expression. Assad glanced at him with a calm gaze. Others might not be able to, but that doesn't mean I can't. If I don't let you die, then you won't. Blas thought Assad was incredibly arrogant, but who would want to die if they didn't have to? Once he revealed that name, more than just himself would die. His 9 clans could all be exterminated, suffering collectively. Whatever. As if thinking of something, Blas's face darkened, changing continuously before he finally closed his eyes and allowed Assad to proceed. Whoosh. After a while, Blas felt a mouthful of blood surge upward. He spat out a glob of black blood and then felt rejuvenated. Am I actually fine? His face showed undeniable shock as he looked at Assad, still disbelieving. Now should you give me the answer I want? I can save you, and I can kill you. Don't force me to use other means. When that happens, I will naturally get everything I want to know. Assad looked at him coldly. Blas sighed, silent for a long time, seemingly having made a decision. Since you insist, I'll oblige you. You wanted to know who that person is? That person is one of the 9 chiefs. Suddenly, his voice stopped. No. Blas screamed in agony as a burst of explosive energy erupted from his heart, instantly shattering it. Thud. His corpse fell heavily to the ground. This sudden change made Assad's face change drastically. He grabbed Blas's body, and the power of the Hayward Fandeath Jade surged out again, but it was too late. The rate at which Blas's vitality was fading was too fast. Even the Hayward Fandeath Jade struggled to make a difference. Damn, this power was hidden too deeply. Even Assad had been deceived. Who exactly is this person? Assad shouted. Yi. Blas mumbled twice, his head heavily tilting down, devoid of any remaining breath. Assad let go, and he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Yi? Assad frowned. Raven and Meadow felt chills run down their spines, like falling into an ice cellar. Do you know this person? Assad asked, surprised. Raven replied hoarsely, among the 9 chiefs in the central district, there is only one surnamed Yi, Butler, who is known as a single leaf shielding the sky. Butler? Assad frowned. Reminded by Raven, Assad recalled this Butler. This person wasn't very prominent among the 9 chiefs of the Dragon Country and rarely appeared in news reports. Even a few years ago, rumors circulated that he was about to step down. Could these all have been deliberate distractions? It's impossible. How could it be Lord Yi? Meadow couldn't believe it. After all, Butler had sacrificed so much for the country. Not only did he contribute significantly during the World War period, sustaining multiple critical injuries, even now, despite his severe illness, he remained steadfast in his position. Additionally, he had 7 sons, 4 of whom died defending the borders, sacrificing their lives for the Dragon Country. White-haired parents sending off their black-haired children was indeed a great sorrow. How could such a person possibly orchestrate Blas's rebellion in the southwestern region? It was absolutely impossible. There does seem to be some discrepancy. Raven also nodded. Could Blas's dying words have been another ploy? Assad pondered for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. A sharp look flashed across his eyes as he made a decision. Given the circumstances, we might have to use the soul-searching technique again. Even if it might attract the attention of outer gods once more, there was no choice now. He had to find out the truth. Soul search. Assad uttered these two words lightly. A black vortex, egg-sized, suddenly appeared in his palm, spinning rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. He pressed his hand on Blas's head, and a black soul was sharply yanked out, falling into the vortex in Assad's palm. Assad quickly read through Blas's life experiences, as if an epic movie unfolded before his eyes, recording every peak. He immediately rushed over and stood protectively in front of them. Father. Yueying. At this moment, the three reunited, giving Raven and Meadow a sense of reassurance. Don't talk. We'll back off a bit more. Luciana gestured for them to remain silent, carefully retreating. Only when they were about to exit the courtyard did they stop, watching Assad from a distance. Yueying, what exactly is happening? Raven asked nervously. The courtyard was rapidly decaying, turning gray and desolate. However, the living plants sprouted claws and eyes, and giant worms could be seen wriggling inside their bodies. What a terrifying scene of degradation. Why is this happening here? Luciana's heart sank deeper, looking at Assad's figure with extreme worry. He fervently hoped that nothing terrible would happen. Chapter 327. The Tyrannical Outer God. In the courtyard, Assad also sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, countless eyes appeared around him, those eyes staring at him with an eerie intensity, seemingly emitting creaking sounds. Where am I? Everywhere was filthy and decaying. The range of Assad's vision was shrouded in gray mist, as if the entire world had fallen into a strange realm. No, this is an illusion. Seemingly intent on surrounding this place. Moreover, they started corroding the surrounding space, sky, and earth alike. They intended to transform this place into his kingdom. Damn, this monster. Assad's face changed. He gripped Blas's soul tightly, anxiously rifling through his memories. That bastard. Where did he hide that secret? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, countless eyes converged from all directions, encircling Assad and shooting beams of pale purple light. Huge worms also surged like a tide. Assad felt his spirit suffering intense corrosion. If this continued, these eyes would likely cause irreversible damage to his soul. He found it. Assad suddenly showed a delighted expression. For at this critical juncture, Assad finally discovered crucial information deep within Blas's memories. Butler. It really was Butler's figure. Seeing this, Assad decisively exited Blas's memory domain. With no external support, Blas's soul turned to dust. He's out. Assad let out a sigh of relief, but he anticipated a grueling battle ahead. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Assad closed his eyes, not looking at Sethalon's manifestation, then abruptly raised his hand. The Geo Hayward Huntion array he had set up in the pavilion suddenly expanded to cover the entire courtyard. Array activate. A bewitching, enigmatic aura suddenly emerged, all immediately corroding the ground into pits. What a terrifying corrosive force. Assad quickly retreated, but there were too many worms and eyes, densely packed and almost blocking his view, inevitably causing blood to splash onto him. Sizzle. His outer garment was burnt through. The blood landed on his skin. Swish. He slightly shuddered as the Qingdi eternal body emitted a gentle breeze, instantly wiping away the corrupt power. I didn't expect the Qingdi eternal body to have such a restraining effect on this kind of corrupt power. Assad showed a look of pleasant surprise. Kill. Free from concerns, Assad advanced with his sword, slashing wildly, reducing those worms and eyes to pieces. In a short while, the ground was covered in shocking pools of blood and pus. Standing amidst the bloody mess, he remained pristine, like a sword immortal fallen from heaven. Now, it's your turn. Assad pointed his sword at Sethalon's. Ha ha ha. Sethalon's laughed, his laughter shaking the entire array. What an interesting human. But do you really think this can stop me? Those things you just killed were merely aberrations tainted by my presence. What? The whole blue star that would turn into wasteland. What could he do? Assad's mind raced frantically and suddenly thought of a solution. Got it. Secret gateway. If he couldn't destroy it, he would send it through the secret gateway to an unknown world. Chapter 328. Desperate Combat. Swish swish. Darien flapped his massive flesh wings, and a formidable force suddenly surged forth like an extremely violent annihilation hurricane. Assad's expression changed. Even the slightest distraction of this outer god must not be underestimated. Kill. At this moment, Assad finally erupted. The Evergreen Emperor immortal body emitted a purple-green radiance that enveloped him entirely. He was like a tightly drawn longbow suddenly released. Boom. Hayward an arrow loosed from a bow. He instantly reached Darien. At this moment, Assad's strength was perfectly integrated, his chi and blood boiling like in a furnace. The aura that exploded out in an instant reached an unprecedented peak, pushing his power to the limits attainable by a divine realm expert. And even higher. Tear. Boiling energy stirred up towering waves. This punch produced a piercing tearing sound through space, colliding with the annihilation hurricane stirred up by Darien. Everything seemed to freeze. Silent annihilation. What formidable power. Assad appeared slightly impressed. I didn't expect such a puny ant to actually withstand more than half. Damn it. Assad's face grew even darker. Clap. Darien stretched out his hand and grabbed down at Assad fiercely. No need to struggle. He shook his head in sigh. Bang. Assad stepped on the ground, twisting his body like a dragon's tail, swiftly moving from in front of Darien to behind him, grabbing onto his wing. Decisively, he extended both hands, trying to tear it in half. Heavenly demon self-destruct technique. Open up for me. Assad's eyes turned bloodshot red. Tear. Ferocious power filled his body, transforming him into a 5-meter-tall giant. By using this desperate technique, he managed to tear off one of Darien's flesh wings. Ah! Darien let out a cry of shock. He hadn't expected this insignificant bug to harm him. This was unimaginable. So, it's a desperate secret art. I underestimated you. But even so, can you really withstand me? Darien could see Assad's state clearly. At this moment, Assad's body was swollen, the blood vessels twisted, surrounded by faint bloody aura. Clearly, the heavenly demon self-destruct technique he had just triggered was a truly desperate means. It cannot last long. Assad ignored Darien's words and continued his frenzied attack. Divine. As an outer god, even just a fraction of his presence was not something ordinary people could behold. Just by seeing his figure, they instantly began to mutate and fall into corruption. Ah! Pained cries echoed from different places. At this moment, Assad had no time to care about them, continuously launching powerful attacks, leading Caesarelans toward the direction of the secret door. Meanwhile, Alejandro and others at the base were naturally the first to witness this scene. So terrifying. Meadow muttered softly. Indeed. Raven stared blankly at the sky and said, What? Alejandro withdrew his gaze and looked at his wife and daughter. Suddenly, he noticed twisted green blood marks on their faces and a faint eye imprint on their foreheads, causing his face to pale. Mutation. Just by looking at it, it caused human mutation? Damn it. He struck both of their necks, knocking them unconscious. A faint golden light enveloped them, temporarily halting the ongoing mutations in their bodies. But Alejandro knew that although it seemed to have stopped, the mutation was still ongoing, just at a slower pace. How hateful. Why did we attract such a monster? Alejandro was filled with regret, because he sensed the aura of the devil's contract from the creature, immediately realizing that the original devil's contract likely came from this very monster. Caesarelans, landslide, rumble. Alien Axton sharply looked up at the sky, flashed over, and jumped onto the roof, gazing into the distance toward the source of the thunder. It turned out that someone was fighting. Such overwhelming power. Even from a distance, he could still feel the pressure descending from midair, making his hairs stand on end. Could it be that Lord Long and Assad are fighting? His heart trembled. However, the next moment his expression changed drastically because a dark shadow plummeted down from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. Who is it? Alien Axton demanded in a low voice. No one answered from within the dust cloud. He cautiously approached, unable to resist his curiosity, and was startled to see an enormous monster. Its body was covered with countless eyes, sporting a giant octopus head and tentacles, along with a single bloody fleshy wing remaining on its back. None other than Jaren. Damn. Alien Axton's face paled significantly. Just looking at it made his heart tremble. The aura of destruction emanating from it was too strong. He retreated without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jaren lifted a hand, and Alien Axton involuntarily flew backward, landing in his palm. Crack. He bit off half of Alien Axton's body, then threw him aside. Despite being a high-level grandmaster, Alien Axton couldn't even muster the strength to resist and met his demise. Bastard. Seeing Jaren devouring people, the hostility in Assad's eyes intensified as he fiercely charged down from the sky, delivering a powerful kick. Bang. Jaren blocked with his hand, but was forced to retreat several dozen meters, crashing into the previously constructed fortifications. He stood up, undamaged. Sacrificing your life for power. Let's see how long you can hold out. His gaze was indifferent, devoid of anger. Instead, his expression was mocking. Assad said nothing. He was utterly exhausted. Using the Heaven Demon Dissolution technique, the more power he exerted now, the greater the backlash would be afterward. Especially to counter Jaren's formidable strength, he had to enlarge his form, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant. The surging energy and boiling power almost drained his golden core entirely. The once luminous core began to wither. But Assad couldn't stop. Any relaxation meant certain doom. Kill. He rallied his murderous intent and charged at Jaren again, unleashing devastating force like rivers converging, raising the temperature around him by thousands of meters due to the intense energy. Boom, boom, boom. Under Assad's relentless assault, Jaren was finally driven into a huge mine pit. Rumble. He collided with the ground beneath. Though concealed by Assad's array, the massive secret entrance immediately caught Jaren's attention. This is... Jaren's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of surprise. Activate the formation. Assad forcibly boosted his power to bring Jaren here, precisely for this moment. He swiftly activated the formation's power. Boom. Instantly, the formation linked with the Earth's veins. The explosive power was almost capable of annihilating everything. So strong. Even Jaren's expression changed. Using the last flesh wing, he was enveloped in ether particles to withstand the bombardment. A deafening roar echoed as if heaven split and the earth shattered. Jaren's entire body looked as though it had been ravaged by a Category 12 windstorm, battered and bleeding from every eye. The single fleshy wing on his back was also cut in half. Despite all this, he did not die. The thick green fluid oozing from his wounds kept repairing the damage. Boy, you think a little power like this can kill me? Far from enough. Jaren coldly remarked. Assad leaned weakly against a huge rock at the edge of the mine pit and said, Yes, I underestimated your power, outer god. Indeed, even just a fraction of your attention is more than I can handle now. Knowing this, why do you still fight? Jaren remarked indifferently, If you submit to me now, I will still honor my previous promise, letting you become my messenger. Ha! Assad's disdainful cold laugh interrupted him. Just because I can't handle you doesn't mean I should bow to you. With that monstrous appearance, do you really think you're worthy of making me your messenger? Himph. Jaren, expression darkened. Truly ungrateful. Then die. The murderous intent finally showed in Jaren's eyes. His body was gradually recovering. Even the severed fleshy wing had regrown a small part, with visible signs of healing spreading across his injuries. One by one, his countless eyes opened. On his arm, the devil contract that once belonged to Jace had returned to its true form. It was a piece of Jaren's own skin. No wonder they came so quickly this time. Indeed, I was too careless. Assad immediately understood the cause. He had been wondering why the enemy found him right after he used the soul-searching technique. He never expected the true trigger was that devil contract. Jaren might have long prepared something on Blue Star, harboring covetous intentions towards this place, hoping to occupy it. Perhaps, his main body was already on its way. Enveloped everywhere, giving off an incredibly mysterious aura. Interesting. This seems to be. A strange expression appeared in Alan's eyes. As he moved, everything around him rapidly decayed and corrupted. Eyes detached from his body, falling one by one. Crunch, crunch. Each eye seemed like a living entity, spreading in all directions. As they moved, they left behind trails of dark green, viscous fluid. Everything around began visibly darkening, decaying, and deteriorating. The earth grew darker. The air became foul. Damn, he cannot stay here any longer. Aiden's expression turned grimmer. He felt the secret door trembling, even sensing an instinctive fear, as though Alan's presence gravely threatened its existence. He suddenly stood up, and the entire inner world of the secret door lit up. Alan swiftly turned his head, two divine lights appearing in his eyes, piercing through all obstacles and directly locking onto Aiden. There's actually another half-human, half-monster thing hidden here. Alan, eyes lit up. You monster, you're the one who isn't human or ghost. To say that to someone who looks like me is simply absurd. Aiden retorted without hesitation. Alan looked at him. A mere creature skilled only in verbal tricks. I'm quite interested in your origins. Where does this gate lead to? Want to know? Then let's see where it sends you. Aiden suddenly activated the secret door, causing a mysterious passage to abruptly appear in the inner world, instantly engulfing Alan. Huge tearing forces emanated from the passage, creating a disorienting sensation. Underestimated you, did I? Alan fiercely vibrated his large fleshy wings, steadying himself. He almost fell into the passage due to a momentary lapse. Fortunately, remembering the lesson from Assad, he promptly unfurled his wings and stirred the ether particles, maintaining balance. However, Aiden sneered, it's your own stupidity. In an instant, the passage in the inner world expanded tenfold, destabilizing Alan once again. Zoom. The tearing forces of space-time surged, pulling him in all at once. Boom. The space-time passage vanished. Fearing Alan might return via the same path, Aiden closed the passage midway, exiling Alan a fragment of consciousness into unknown space-time. An outer god. Never thought I'd encounter such a creature in this era. Truly unbelievable. These are the very monsters recorded in ancient texts that devastated the world multiple times. Aiden gave Assad a long, deep look before retreating deep into the secret door, falling back into a deep slumber. At this moment, outside the secret door. Phew. Seeing Alan fall into the secret door, Assad finally breathed a sigh of relief. The teleportation location of the secret door is random. Throwing Alan into an unknown world, it wouldn't be easy for him to return. For all he knew, Alan might be stuck there forever. Thinking this, Assad looked at a contract in his hand that he had just torn off from Alan's arm when he was forced into the secret door. Although it still carried hidden dangers, in order for Alejandro to completely absorb Ayush's power and suppress the entire southwestern region with divine realm strength, he couldn't afford to worry about it anymore. Worst case scenario, he could throw this piece of skin back into the secret door. If Aiden were awake now, he might be furious enough to have his nose twisted out of shape, as if this place was becoming Assad's junk disposal site. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out. Ha ha ha, truly spectacular. A voice suddenly sounded. HM? Who's there? Assad's face turned cold as he sharply looked towards the source of the sound, but there was no one there. A chilling aura of killing intent spread from Assad's body. The bone immortal sword floated above his head, circling around, its light-forming wheels. Now that things have reached this point, you're still putting up a fight? How much strength do you have left after dealing with that monster? A figure stepped forward into Assad's sight. Ayush. It was him. He actually dared to return after leaving. Chapter 331. The Hidden Hawk. How dare you still show your face to me? Assad's eyes turned cold, showing no sign of weakness. It seems that today is your day to die. However, in Ayush's eyes, Assad's apparent dominance was merely a show of strength masking his frailty. Tisi. Ayush sneered disdainfully. Day of death? I think it's more like your day of death. With your current state, you wouldn't stand a chance against even a master, let alone killing me. Ayush laughed coldly. Is that so? Assad raised his hand, and the white bone immortal sword shot toward Ayush abruptly, its fierce and overbearing sword energy making the entire mind pit turn chilly. Killing intent poured out like winter had arrived. Boom. Ayush's expression changed slightly as he took half a step back. The hard stone walls around him formed protective barriers. Snap. The sword light flashed, leaving cracks on the stone walls, nearly shattering them completely. How is this possible? Ayush's face revealed a trace of shock, with tumultuous waves surging in his heart. Assad actually still possessed such formidable, sensing imminent danger. He screamed, forcefully spitting out a mouthful of blood and activating the Earth Pulse power, disappearing from the spot. Though he escaped, a pool of blood was left on the ground. Clearly, he paid a considerable price to flee. Humph. Seeing this, a cold expression flashed across Assad's face. If not for his later plan, that single slash might not have killed Ayush, but would have inflicted significant damage. Cough, cough. Upon seeing Ayush finally depart, Assad suddenly started coughing, covering his mouth with his hand, blood seeping through his fingers. He staggered a few steps and collapsed onto the ground, leaning against a giant rock behind him. First, repelling Jaren, then defeating Ayush, it was clearly not an easy feat for Assad. Especially after using the demonic heaven-soul separation technique, Assad was indeed feeling exhausted. If Ayush hadn't been frightened off by that sword strike, who knows whose fate would have been sealed. In the empty mine pit, the light from the secret gate had completely faded. Leaning against the boulder, Assad looked weary, closing his eyes to examine his internal condition. His once brilliant golden core now appeared extremely dim, its power almost depleted. At least I haven't fallen in rank, but restoring it will require some effort. Assad sighed. Being able to repel resonated. Blood flowed. At this moment, thunderous sounds erupted within Assad's body. It was like the cry of a dragon, or the roar of a tiger. However, just at this moment, a poisonous wind suddenly swept from behind Assad. A sharp blade stabbed towards his back heart. Whoosh! The blade pierced through Assad's garment. But in the next second, Assad vanished. A face appeared on the boulder, revealing shock as it cautiously looked around. The boulder spun and transformed back into human form. Frederick. It was him. During the critical moment when Assad was healing, he suddenly unleashed a deadly attack, intending to kill Assad outright. But the unexpected changes left him flustered. Assad had disappeared. This was too unbelievable. Frederick's face turned uneasy as his eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for Assad's whereabouts. Looking for me? At this moment, Assad reappeared not far away. His exhausted look vanished completely, standing there like a mountain with serene dignity. An imposing aura surrounded him, making him seem like a divine being among humans. You've recovered? No, that's impossible. Frederick's face showed shock. No, it's impossible. He had clearly seen Assad's state just now. His bones were nearly shattered, and his aura was at its lowest point, barely stronger than an ordinary person. How much time has passed? Less than a few minutes. How could the other recover so quickly? Frederick suddenly sensed something amiss. The figure of Assad before him seemed elusive, not quite real. Right. It was that array. Frederick suddenly remembered. During the battle between Assad and the monster, he noticed that a different space was formed by an array around them. This was similar to Assad's power displayed earlier in the treaty. So you're using external force. Frederick let out a sigh of relief, looking at Assad confidently. Now, I'll give you two choices. 1. Submit to me, and once I become the Emperor of Blue Star, you will be my general. 2. Death. Chapter 332, Eternal Night of Starlight. Emperor of Blue Star? Assad barely contained his laughter as he sized up Frederick. You? Having served as the Titan priest for so long, it was true that Frederick had developed an air of supreme authority and inscrutability. However, the underlying wildness in him could never be erased. He didn't look like an emperor but more like a bandit. Why can't I be an emperor? Frederick's expression was cold. With his power, why couldn't he be an emperor? A millennium ago, he was nothing more than a blade of grass on the ground. Now with strength, why shouldn't he be an emperor? He wanted to flaunt his power. How laughable. Assad, smashing down with his staff aimed at Assad's head. Die. Frederick seemed to foresee Assad's demise, smirking. Bang. In the next moment, his face changed dramatically, his smile frozen. Assad lifted his hand, grabbing Frederick's descending staff. Impossible. Frederick felt his heart skip a beat. You were obviously severely wounded, right? Yes. Frederick stared at Assad in astonishment. Assad stood steadily, as if rooted in place, radiating a sense of calm composure. This wasn't an act, especially how he had effortlessly caught the staff, displaying peak strength. In such a short time, he had recovered? Frederick found it utterly absurd. Why don't you go ask Herman Underground about this? Assad's sword flashed, unleashing his domineering sword technique without hesitation. Sword light spread like a wheel, cutting towards Frederick. Audacious. Regardless of how you recovered, you aren't qualified to kill me. Frederick retaliated, swinging his staff and engaging Assad in combat. Bang bang bang. Clashes echoed, sword light splintering. Surprisingly, Assad dominated the fight. In mere moments, dozens of deep slashes, reaching bone deep, marred Frederick's body. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Blood spurted out. Frederick's face turned black. Having lost his formidable physical form in the battle against Aiden, his current body was only a tenth as strong and couldn't even withstand Assad's sword strikes. What a pointless fight. He decided to retreat. Each strike he made was powerful, shaking the mountains. Yet Assad didn't step back, weaving sword light into a dense, layer upon layer, nearly turning it into an unbreakable prison. Clearly intending to trap Frederick here. Assad, are you really going to leave me no choice but mutual destruction? Frederick grew desperate. As the sword light formed a terrifying net, restricting his movement more and more, he realized that continuing this way would lead to his downfall. The fish may die, but the net won't break. Facing the frantic Frederick, Assad remained unusually calm. Perhaps from the moment Frederick revealed himself, his fate was sealed. Since you're forcing me, let's die together then. A look of madness flashed across Frederick's face. He had struggled to return to Blue Star after all this time. He hadn't even set foot on his homeland yet, and the resentment in his heart had turned into boundless hatred for Assad. Why did you obstruct me? Why wouldn't you submit to me? Starlight Eternal Night. Frederick roared like a tiger. The gemstones on his staff exploded, releasing an incompetent back, actually retreating outside the mine pit. Facing the massive pit, he stomped his foot, unleashing his full strength, causing hundreds of meters of soil to collapse. Chapter 333, Mutation Crisis. Boom. The ground trembled violently. This mine was extremely deep, a mix of soil and stone. It had been well fortified with multiple reinforcements. However, after several consecutive battles, it was already under immense strain, and Assad's kick was clearly the final straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, millions of tons of boulders came crashing down. Not even a godlike expert, let alone someone stronger, could stand against this overwhelming force without appearing insignificant. Damn you, Assad, how cruel you are. Frederick was livid. He never expected Assad to collapse the area, intending to bury him alive. Even his eternal Starlight Knight, which cost him greatly to cast for capturing and killing, could not withstand such a cataclysmic blow. At that moment, endless earth and stones surged into the darkness, subsequently shattering it. Pooh! Frederick appeared, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In front of the relentless torrent of earth and rocks, he couldn't hold on for a few seconds before being completely buried. The rumbling of falling rocks continued for a full 10 minutes until the area was entirely filled in, leaving no trace of what had once been there. Whether it was Frederick or the secret gate, they were all buried beneath, hundreds of meters deep underground, with layers of rocks. Even demons from hell would struggle to dig their way out, let alone living people. Assad probed with the Hayward death jade within him, but detected no signs of life. Only then did he reveal a faint smile. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Assad watched as the dust settled. After some thought, he grabbed a massive boulder, carved it a few times with sword light, and fashioned it into a tombstone. Tomb of Emperor Frederick of Blue Star. Using his sword as a pin, he inscribed the bold, powerful characters on the tombstone, then flung it to stand at the entrance of the former mine. Having completed this task, he left gracefully. He rode his sword away, swiftly departing. Hayward, an exiled immortal. From the distant camp, a group of soldiers heard the commotion and witnessed Assad's departure, all expressing awe. An immortal. Look at his feet. There seems to be a sword. Wow, so cool. They stared wide-eyed, wishing they could be in his place. Upon returning to the district headquarters, Assad immediately noticed something different. A bloody smell emanated from inside, though cleaned up, and explaining to Assad. Inside are incredibly fierce mutated creatures. Mutated creatures? Yes. Spike nodded. It turned out that although Muhammad was taken away by Assad, the place was left with traces of pollution, filled with corrupting and mutating auras. Calvin, preoccupied with saving his wife and daughter, overlooked this issue. Thus, after he left, the aura spread rapidly, infecting hundreds of soldiers in a short time. They were forcefully mutated into monsters, losing their rationality, becoming brutal and bloody, nearly overturning the entire base. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Calvin demonstrated astonishing strength, leading many strong warriors to beat back these mutated monsters into this small courtyard. Immediately after, emergency engineering teams were mobilized to fortify this place, turning it completely into an impregnable steel cage. Where is Ahmed now? Assad asked. He's just in the nearby command post. I'll take you there. Spike led Assad to the command post. At that moment, a solemn and heavy atmosphere filled the command post, making the air unusually oppressive. Calvin sat at the head of the table, his face grim, while the rows of warriors below him all wore extremely serious expressions. That's how it is. Although the outer god was taken away by Mr. Luther, the mutation still lingered. Calvin felt relieved, as if he suddenly had a backbone again. He immediately stood up and went out to welcome him. Chapter 334, The Poison of Alienation. Outside the command center, Assad stood tall, his demeanor calm and collected. His entire aura was as still as water, making him appear like an ordinary young man who didn't reveal any sharpness. Yet, everyone present did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. After all, rumors about Assad had long spread within the southwest military zone. They knew that Assad's strength was extraordinary, even managing to suppress the previous chaos with one hand. He was a great master at the divine realm. Facing such a powerful person, they could only have genuine awe from within. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps sounded. Led by Jace, a group of battle generals emerged from the command center in single file. Upon seeing Assad, Jace immediately quickened his pace and approached him. Mr. Luther, you're finally back. Jace's expression was somewhat excited. Assad nodded, noticing the red bloodshot eyes in Jace's gaze. He knew that the other party must have been under immense pressure and hadn't rested for a moment. How is that monster? Jace asked somewhat anxiously. He has already been thrown into the secret door by me. He won't be coming out anytime soon, said Assad. Upon hearing this, Jace heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to the mutation crisis they faced, Jaren, precise summary of the events at the base. Then he said worriedly, at present, all these creatures are trapped within the steel cages, but I'm concerned they can't be contained for too long. We need to find a way to control the alienation poison. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, Assad interrupted him confidently. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. In their eyes, those creatures were incredibly strong, regenerating rapidly, and carrying the poison of alienation. Even grandmasters would find it hard to survive if infected. Though Assad was at the divine realm, he was too young, which instinctively made them distrust him. Augustine bluntly stated, Mr. Luther, the alienation poison is unpredictable. We have already sent it to the top laboratory in the southwest zone, and even the best scientists there are helpless. His words carried lingering disbelief. After all, it was poison, and it was the aftermath of a deity-level powerhouse. Who could take it lightly? However, Jace had inexplicable confidence in Assad. He raised a hand to stop Augustine and said, Mr. Luther, then I'll entrust this matter to you. Pausing for a moment, he continued, also, please help treat those infected with the alienation poison first. Sure, no problem. Assad agreed straight away. Jace was delighted and promptly arranged for the battle generals to prepare for the assault on the steel cages. He personally led Assad to the base hospital. At the base hospital, currently, it was filled with a somber and cold atmosphere, occasionally punctuated by screams and growls. Each ward had been temporarily reinforced. Patients were shackled in iron chains, their eyes green with savagery, slowly undergoing alienation, giving off a ferocious vibe. Most terrifyingly, some had partially completed their alienation process, growing scales and additional eyes, or even developing thick tails. Jace and Assad passed through the corridor where the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. "Greetings, Commander Long." The hospital director, along with several doctors and nurses, rushed over, greeting Jace with respect, but he waved them off, telling them there was no need for formalities. "How's the situation?" Jace asked. The dean sighed and said, "The situation has become even more serious. If it continues like this, I'm afraid all these people will turn into monsters that kill on sight." A trace of grief flashed in his eyes. These were the fine young men of their southwest region. Who would have thought they would end up like this? Boom. As he was speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from one of the wards. First, there was the sound of iron chains snapping, followed by an angry roar, and then a hole appeared in the ward's wall. A creature. Chapter 335. Method of treatment. The black water was highly toxic. Steam rising from it formed black mist. The toxicity was so intense that even just a whiff of it induced dizziness and nearly caused one to vomit. However, Assad merely exhaled lightly, and a streak of white flashed by. The glob of black water froze mid-air, shattering into countless pieces upon hitting the ground. A horrifying phenomenon occurred. These shards instantly reverted into black water upon landing, causing the ground to hiss loudly, almost as if boiling hot oil. What a vicious poison. A flash of sternness crossed Assad's eyes. He raised his hand, ready to strike this monster dead with a single palm. But right then, Jace pulled back his hand and urgently said, "Mr. Luther, calm your anger. These are the combat soldiers from the district." "Combat soldiers?" Assad paused. "Yes, they all turned into these appearances due to being poisoned by the mutation toxin. Mr. Luther, you must save them." Jace pleaded. This great district ward general actually revealed a trace of pleading on his face at this moment. "I'll check its condition first." Assad lowered his hand, a hint of golden light flashing across his eyes. The monster suddenly felt a chilling aura emanate from the man before it, making it feel as though it had encountered its natural enemy. Oops. Hiss. As the monster moved, these golden ropes tightened immediately. Bang. It was bundled up tightly and fell heavily to the ground. The more it struggled, the tighter the golden ropes bound it until it dare not move again. Witnessing this, doctors and nurses all breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling Assad's figure earlier, they finally understood. It was definitely his doing. Inside the ward, on a specially designed bed lay a person, bound by iron chains. Even so, this person still occasionally struggled. Moving closer, Assad finally saw the person's appearance clearly. He looked to be in his 30s, square-faced with big eyes, dark-skinned, bearing an expression unique to people from southwestern China. But now, his neck was covered with densely packed scales. Scales as large as fingernails gleamed with a metallic luster. When they clashed against the iron chains, one could hear metallic clanging sounds. Clank. Roar. Seeing someone approach, the person struggled harder, emitting low roars almost akin to a wild animal despite having its mouth restrained. Just like the complete mutation seen earlier, his eyes also had... He suddenly realized the Qingdi eternal body, known as a Yale body, was close to the origin of the universe, almost purely Norma in nature, representing the most robust and Norma force in the world. The essence of this mutation poison was decay and degeneration, naturally being restrained by the Qingdi eternal body. Crack, crack, crack. As he poured in his magical power, the eternal true Qi gradually covered the entire body of the person, who continuously wailed. But the signs of mutation decreased more and more until they were completely restored. Thud. Exhausted, the person fell into a deep unconsciousness. "Is he cured?" Jace hurriedly approached, uncertainly asking. Assad nodded. "Indeed, he has recovered. His level of mutation wasn't deep, so he could still be saved. As for the one in the hallway, I fear there is no hope." Upon hearing these words, Jace's face slightly changed, a hint of sorrow passing through his eyes. "I expected as much." He nodded. To the next ward. Assad stood up and walked toward the side. In this manner, he successively emptied dozens of wards. The more people he treated, the faster his treatment speed became. However, Jace noticed that Assad's aura was growing weaker and weaker. By the end, he hardly had any aura of a divine realm expert left. "Mr. Luther, should you take a rest?" Jace hastily said. Assad shook his head, looking at the remaining wards and said, "There's no time. If we delay any further, it may truly be too late to save them." Lips trembled. He was filled with gratitude towards Assad, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know how to continue. "Take me to see Chantel and Meadow." Assad read his thoughts at a glance and gestured for him to lead the way. Alejandro's heart quaked with complex emotions as he said, "Thank you, Mr. Luther." Even Assad couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Alejandro, his wife and daughter were infected with the mutation poison, yet he delayed seeking Assad's treatment until now, waiting until the last moment. Soon, under Alejandro's lead, Assad saw Chantel and Meadow. The originally dignified and elegant Chantel now had dense black scales growing on her face, and her icy vertical pupils carried a cruelty like a snake's. She looked at Assad, and numerous eyes appeared on her face. The terrifying scene was chilling. Clearly, she had mutated to a very deep extent. If it had been any later, she might have fully completed her mutation. Similarly, Meadow's condition wasn't light either. It made sense. Both had directly witnessed Cecilong's partial divine form, so severe mutation was not surprising. If it weren't for Alejandro using district fortune to suppress them, Assad reacted instantly, rushing forward. Bang. Despite his weakened state, Assad easily suppressed Chantel in that brief moment of confrontation. "What are you still standing there for? Do you want your wife to die?" Seeing Alejandro still standing, Assad couldn't help but scold him. "What? She hasn't fully mutated yet. If you want her to die, then keep standing there." Assad's words struck Alejandro like thunder, finally snapping him back to reality. He quickly stepped forward to help Assad subdue Chantel. With Alejandro's assistance, Assad successfully infused Vitality True Chi into Chantel's body, purifying her mutation poison entirely. Seeing his wife return to normal and fall into unconsciousness, Alejandro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Assad treated Meadow. With that, the entire treatment finally concluded, and Assad, utterly exhausted, fell onto a hospital bed, losing consciousness. Mr. Luther. Seeing Assad collapse, Alejandro was startled and hurried to his side. Relief washed over him when he discovered that Assad was merely exhausted. Immediately, he called the doctors and nurses to arrange for Assad to be placed in the hospital's top-tier care ward. Inside the ward, Assad remained unconscious, but his body was undergoing a tremendous transformation internally. Continuous battles and treating so many combat soldiers had severely weakened his essence, causing significant losses. However, the Green Emperor longevity body, known for its supreme rigidity and eternal yang energy, began to operate on its own while Assad slept. Buzzing softly, the longevity True Chi formed a perfect grand circulation within his body, gradually restoring the essence he had lost. The previously unstable essence became even more solid after this expenditure. The dim golden core started spinning, absorbing the longevity True Chi. Stripes of brilliant colors appeared, dazzling like clouds in the sky. By the time Assad awoke, it was already dusk of the next day. News of his awakening almost set the entire base hospital ablaze. Alejandro arrived first, followed by 2 ordinary combat soldiers. These 2 combat soldiers were the patients Assad had treated earlier. As soon as they entered, they fell to their knees beside Assad's bed, banging their heads repeatedly. Then they spoke, "Thank you, Mr. Luther, for saving our lives." They had seen those who had turned into monsters. If they had died like that, they truly would have died with unresolved grievances. Thankfully, Assad saved them. "Get up. There's no need for such formalities." Assad waved his hand, and an invisible force gently lifted the 2 men to their feet, which they couldn't resist. This made them realize that even after being cleansed of mutation, the gap between their strength and Assad's was still immeasurable. "I have something else to discuss with Mr. Luther. You may go now." Hearing Alejandro's words, the 2 men rose and left, leaving only Assad and Alejandro in the ward. Alejandro looked at Assad, bowed deeply, and said, "Mr. Luther, I will never forget your immense kindness. From now on, if you give me an order, even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, I will not hesitate. If I do, may heaven and earth forsake me." Such a heavy oath from a battle general sent a shockwave through Assad. Chapter 337 Return of Possessions. Ahmed, there's no need for such formality. As the honorary combat general of the Southwest region, it was merely my duty to help in this disaster. Assad quickly supported Calvin and led him to a seat. Calvin looked at Assad with endless emotion. Back then, it was an unintentional act just to keep Assad in the Southwest region, granting him the honorary title of 5-star general. Who would have thought that what Assad did for the Southwest region far exceeded the honor bestowed on him that day? This made Calvin's determination grow even stronger. Assad had done so much for the Southwest region. He would treat him with the highest respect befitting a national hero. By the way, how are Raven and Meadow? Assad changed the subject, asking. Mentioning his wife and daughter, Calvin smiled. They have awakened, but they are still somewhat weak and resting in bed. Able to be saved and gain strength is already a stroke of luck. The loss of lifespan is inevitable. Calvin understood Assad's explanation quite openly. Haywarding on the frontier, they often engage in battles, especially with the neighboring countries frequently causing bloody conflicts. There were even precedents of divine realm experts invading. To exchange mere lifespan for overwhelming strength was seen as worthwhile by Calvin and the Southwest region's combat soldiers. Even as a regional combat general, Calvin himself had used the devil contract to try and absorb the uncontrollable Ayush's power. Their desire for strength was ingrained in their bones. Assad also saw this and didn't say more, but reminded Calvin, saying, "There is no power obtained without paying a price. If there really were, it would be a force harboring evil intentions, which would eventually lead to retaliation." Calvin felt a chill and replied, "Mr. Luther speaks wisely." In fact, as soon as these combat soldiers who survived the crisis woke up, some noticed the abnormalities and recognized their enhanced strength. Some even proposed a plan. That was to retain the toxic mutation and continuously manufacture super soldiers artificially. Even though the mortality rate was extremely high, once successful, these would be Isabellister-level forces, capable of becoming the most robust defense for a region or country. Try it out, see if it still has its former power. All right. Calvin hurriedly channeled his strength. Buzz. The devil contract vibrated slightly, still responding to Calvin. He could even sense the original true spirit aura of Ayush deep within the contract. It still works. Calvin was somewhat excited, his face showing the joy of reclaiming what was lost. With this item, he could continue planning how to harness Ayush's power and incorporate it as his own, thereby freeing himself from Ayush's control. Moreover, once he mastered Ayush's power, he would then truly be the master of the Southwest region. At critical moments, he could even call upon the power of the earth veins to overturn mountains and rivers, exhibiting destructive power with a mere gesture. Then, the entire Southwest region would be impregnable. Even if they faced chaos at the border or another invasion by foreign divine realm experts, the Southwest region could handle it calmly. Thank you very much, Mr. Luther. Calvin was so moved that he didn't know what else to say. It was just a small effort. But Assad wasn't one to take credit. Waving his hand and standing up, "We should thoroughly eliminate the hidden dangers in the region. Although I used millions of tons of soil and rocks to press the secret gate underground, I worry it won't be so easily suppressed." Calvin nodded. Indeed, high. Those who survived have strength comparable to ordinary grandmasters. A battle general looked at a nearby team with envy and complicated feelings. Those are grandmaster level fighters. Even he, being a non-combatant battle general, only possessed the strength of hidden force level, Yet these combatants had become grandmasters one by one. Where could one find reason in this? What's there to envy? It's just an increase in power. They'd still be no match against true grandmaster-level experts. Someone pointed out the truth. While they indeed enhanced their strength, it did not mean they truly became grandmasters. After all, achieving 200-year lifespans as a grandmaster was exceedingly difficult. These were individuals capable of witnessing the rise and fall of families, suppressing family luck, and creating a family's brilliance for 200 years. Among the billions in the Southwest Zone, only dozens had reached this level, and even among them, there were some pseudo-grandmasters. Those who ascended to the grandmaster realm through special methods. They were more like smugglers, seeming identical to true grandmasters on the surface, but vastly different internally. Their power gap was significant, and their lifespans much shorter. Among the combatants who survived under Assad's treatment after being exposed to the mutation poison, many reached this pseudo-grandmaster level. Of course, most were still below, and the mutation poison is highly contaminating. One failure means turning into a monster entirely. Do you think you're anyone special that Mr. Luther would always be ready to rescue you? A battle general unhesitantly doused cold water on his fellow generals. Indeed, the key here couldn't be avoided, Mr. Luther. Without him, they had no right to trouble Mr. Luther to take action, leaving many disappointed and without hope. Yet some eyes remained glinting with thoughts. After all, the benefits were immense. The person mentioned that there were many ways to reach the pseudo-grandmaster stage, which was true. However, these methods were usually controlled by major forces. And indeed, the Southwest Zone did possess such methods. However, the cost of achieving grandmaster-level strength via these methods was far greater than through mutation poison. Even the mortality rate might not be much lower than the mutation poison. Otherwise, why would the number of pseudo-grandmasters remain so small? The battle general squad slowly fell silent. Suddenly, there was commotion among the combat soldiers. Soon, everyone knew why. Mr. Luther is here. Sure enough, accompanied by Jace, Assad appeared. This time he was dressed in a standard Southwest Zone battle general uniform, walking with a majestic gait, exuding an imposing demeanor, especially the 5 hollow stars on his shoulder, which were dazzling. Even if they were just honorary titles, they still made all the present battle generals feel pressured. After all, this was a God realm powerhouse. Let alone wearing honorary battle general's attire, even in plain clothes, he could command respect from all. They hurried forward to pay their respects to Marshal Jace and Assad in turn. Greetings, Marshal Long. Greetings, Mr. Luther. Please rise. Jace waved his hand. They quickly moved aside, maintaining a respectful attitude, hands hanging, listening attentively as Jace spoke. Mr. Luther, I must rely on you this time. I have prepared a victory banquet for you outside. Jace said seriously. Marshal Long, rest assured. Wait for my good news. Assad was straightforward, walking gracefully toward the iron wall. Single-handedly, sword alone, marching forward fearlessly. Hayward, the mightiest army. Even if it was only one person, it was the world's strongest force. After all, grandmaster-level experts were often referred to as armies of one. What more for a true God realm expert? Under the watchful eyes of many, the gate of the iron wall was slowly opened. As soon as a crack appeared, dozens of monsters with various shapes pounced up like ravenous wolves, fiercely colliding against the iron wall with their gaping mouths. Blood, fangs, fierce eyes. Their savage appearance was suffocating to behold. At least these mutated monsters can only spread the mutation poison through blood and wounds, otherwise, manship. At this moment, as he stepped into the iron wall, countless sword beams instantly surged around him, and a massive sword lotus hundreds of meters wide bloomed beside him. Splash! Countless monsters lunged at him, only to be instantly shredded by the sword beams. Blood rained down from the sky. Standing amidst it, not a single drop of blood landed on Assad. Instead, these droplets were further shattered into ashes by the sword beams. This scene was awe-inspiring. Those who had just been discussing whether Assad or dragon veneration was stronger now fell silent. No matter who was stronger, it wasn't their place to judge. Rumble. The iron gate slowly closed behind Assad. Respect Mr. Luther. Respect Mr. Luther. Jay spoke, and the warriors behind him stepped forward in unison, shouting in loud voices. Soon after, the soldiers behind them echoed with passionate cries. After the iron gate closed, it turned into a sealed fortress, and darkness descended. Assad didn't mind. He could see in the dark long ago. At this moment, the entire situation within the fortress was clear to him. What were once buildings had now become colossal flesh nests. Hayward, the protruding abdomen of a queen bee, they stood there, occasionally trembling. The pulsating muscle tissue, thick veins as large as arms, and layered pneumons or something else. But now they had completely mutated, driven solely by the instincts of slaughter and savagery. Assad naturally wouldn't show mercy. A bone fairy sword instantly appeared behind him. With a flash of white light, the pterodactyl-like creature was instantly cut into countless pieces. Slash. Soon, the remaining pterodactyl-like creatures also fell under Assad's sword. Blood splattered, and limbs lay scattered. The moment the corpses and blood hit the ground, blinding flashes appeared, as if tearing apart the heavens. It was Assad's sword energy. These flashes of sword energy vanished in an instant, along with the blood and bodies. What terrifying sword energy! Just this one strike was enough to make anyone shudder. Even the varied monsters were frightened, retreating repeatedly with fear in their eyes. However, the flesh nest suddenly trembled. Boom! It was as if the earth dragon had turned over, reversing the universe. A huge eyeball emerged on the flesh nest, with a white scara surrounding a vertical, soil yellow pupil, filled with cruelty and indifference. Its appearance left the surrounding monsters frozen in place. Thud. Continuous sounds of collapse, as the monsters knelt on the ground, trembling, while the eyeball looked straight at the towering Assad. Assad was startled. Cecilons? Locusts, completely obscuring Assad. Triple killing blade. Assad roared. An overwhelmingly majestic sword light lit up, radiating from him in all directions. Wherever the sword energy reached, life was obliterated. As this sword energy storm approached, the huge eyeball on the flesh nest suddenly shot out a deep green magic light. This magic light ignored Assad's sword energy, directly traversing time and space to shoot towards Assad. Not good. Assad's face changed. What kind of thing is this? In fact, he didn't know. It was an alien entity from beyond the sky, an evil eye. As the Soul King, Cecilons had many subordinate races as believers, and the evil eyes had always served as his nest guardians. After all, Cecilon's symbol itself was an eye. Therefore, the status of the evil eyes was evident. They were almost considered Cecilon's messengers to some extent. Their innate power was the gaze of death. Its power was so great that it was top tier, even among the myriad races beyond the sky. Chapter 340, Mysterious Prince. Buzz. The space trembled violently. Just as Mao Guang approached Assad, his mind was struck by an overwhelming sense of death. Even before his consciousness reacted, his body involuntarily retreated. Boom. Mao Guang exploded at the spot where Assad had been standing moments ago. Initially, there was no visible change, but in the next second, that area abruptly collapsed and slowly vanished. The evil eye screamed in alarm, initiating the gaze of death once more. Mao Guang shot towards Assad. This time, Assad anticipated its trajectory. Flashing aside, he avoided it, his sword pointing forward, continuing his attack on the evil eye. Swish. The sword light extended hundreds of feet. Holding the bone immortal sword, Assad slashed down upon the massive evil eye. A dazzling white light illuminated all directions. The entire steel fortress was completely lit up. The white light landing on the flesh nest produced a massive mushroom cloud, almost lifting the entire fortress. Clang. Loud noises continued. Outside, Jace and others' expressions changed. Such intense movement had even shaken this massive steel fortress. It was truly unbelievable. After all, this fortress was a heavy weapon of the district, cast from millions of tons of specially made steel, capable of suppressing or sealing even a God Realm powerhouse. Once sealed, even a God Realm expert couldn't escape. Initially meant for border wars, it had unexpectedly been put to use this time. While those outside were reacting this way, one could imagine how fierce the battle inside must have been. I hope nothing bad happens. Even Jace was getting nervous, clenching her hands together. Meanwhile, as everyone was focused on the battle inside the steel fortress, new visitors arrived in the city of Sun and Moon, heading towards the war zone quarters. It was a luxurious carriage, decorated with gold and silver ornaments, adorned with many mysterious symbols. On either side of the carriage were 4 knights in silver armor, wearing silver helmets, looking arrogant. They were all Westerners. They had piercing blue eyes, pale skin, hooked noses, deep-set eyes, and carried an air of wolf-like nature and wildness for conquest. They stood guard on both sides of the carriage, alert. And pulling the carriage wasn't a horse, but a white unicorn, with strange blue electric currents surrounding its horn. Where are we now? A clear and melodious woman's voice came from inside the carriage. We have reached the city of Sun and Moon, my prince, and are about to arrive at the Southwest District base, one knight respectfully reported. The woman's voice faded, leaving silence in the carriage. Shortly, they arrived at the entrance of the district base. Who are you? Their arrival immediately caught the attention of the guards. Whether it was the carriage or the Western Knights, the guards felt something unusual. Gun barrels instantly aimed at them, daring to point guns at our prince. Humph, what insolence. This country is indeed barbaric. One knight snorted coldly. Lower your weapons, or else don't blame us for being unfriendly. Another knight said sternly. At this moment, the team leader on the ground, unknown whether alive or dead. What fragile lives. The knight curled his lip in disdain. Continue forward. Don't waste time. The woman in the carriage spoke again. Yes, Flora. The 4 knights' faces slightly changed, realizing that the Flora had become impatient, and immediately became respectful as they moved forward. The gates of the war zone were blasted open. They brazenly intruded into the Southwest District's base. Ring ring ring. Instantly, alarms echoed across the district. Something happened. Everyone realized this. Those near the steel fortress also heard the commotion, and Jace's face turned cold. What's going on? A war soldier rushed over and loudly reported. Marshal Long. Several Westerners blasted open the gate and stormed in. What? Upon hearing this, the entire army changed color. What audacity! Daring to forcibly intrude into a military stronghold. Such actions were nearly tantamount to a declaration of war. How arrogant these Westerners are. I want to see who has the nerve to run wild in our Southwest District. Jace thundered in rage. Chapter 341 Tyrannical and Unreasonable. At this moment, the 4 knights continued to escort the luxurious carriage forward. Each of these 4 knights possessed unfathomable strength. Even under heavy gunfire and layered ambush, lashed out in anger, striking toward the knight. His punch carried the power of thunder, as destructive as a collapsing mountain-crushing punch. This was his ace move. Humph. Unexpectedly, the knight remained seated on his horse, unmoved. As the 4-star battle general approached, the knight slowly extended one hand to meet him. Bang. A loud noise sounded. The knight remained motionless, while the 4-star battle general stumbled back several steps, his face turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Defeated in one blow. The stark contrast made all the soldiers fall silent instantly, their expressions filled with disbelief. This can't be. Surely this bastard used some trick to sneak attack. That's right, it must be like that. Suddenly, the soldiers started shouting. Foolish people of Long, you lost, yet you can't even admit defeat? The knight sneered disdainfully. Minerva glanced at the armor the knight wore and said calmly, wearing the godly armor of the Crusaders, even a dog could wield great power. Is that what makes you so proud? Do you dare call me a dog? The knight froze for a moment before fury spread across his face. Damn, He was a heaven enlightenment knight responsible for protecting the royal highness, enjoying the highest status in the pantheon except for the gods themselves. Now, someone dared to call him a dog? This was outrageous. The other 3 knights also revealed looks of anger. Foolish people of Long, you dare insult the servants of the gods. You will be punished by the gods. God. Minerva smiled coldly. We people of Long do not believe in gods. Upon hearing this, the 4 knights were taken aback. At this moment, the woman inside the carriage finally spoke up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the vehicle to rest on Minerva's face. Are you Minerva? Minerva's heart tightened. Who are you? The woman in the carriage didn't speak, but a knight stepped forward and proudly announced, This is Princess Eileen, the divine maiden of our pantheon. Princess. Upon hearing this title, Minerva's expression changed slightly, and the battle generals behind him showed signs of tension. Because in the West, this title represented the realm of divinity. Moreover, the name pantheon signified immense power, as it stood for the supreme divine force in Europa, boasting a heritage inherited from the mythological era, its headquarters situated atop the mountain of gods. There were 3 divine realm experts openly known. To put it in perspective, the entire Long country only had this many openly recognized divine realm experts. One could imagine how formidable the pantheon truly was. Who would have thought that a princess would personally visit the southwestern region of Long country and even forcibly enter their regional base? Eileen? Minerva's heart sank within the night. Coil felt a force of equal strength reverberating back upon impact, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. Following that, the holy light detached from the night, smashing heavily into Coil's chest like a cannonball. Coil felt an unreasonable force, and he was blasted flying backward, ending up just like the previous 4-star battle general, flying back and spitting blood, looking utterly disheveled. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This is impossible. Marshal Long also lost? How can this be? The war soldiers were in uproar. Even Marshal Long couldn't handle the knight in front of them. Keep in mind, there were 4 such knights, and they were merely servants to the royal highness inside the carriage. How powerful must the person inside be? By comparison, everyone lost confidence, feeling as if the sky was collapsing. However, Coil and some veteran battle generals saw clearly. The sudden surge of power from the knight originated from the royal highness inside the carriage. In other words, the other side used the knight to humiliate Coil, and even took the opportunity to severely injure Coil. Their malicious intent was obvious. Indeed, the pantheon. Indeed, Eileen. Coil laughed bitterly, angered to the extreme. As the war marshal of the region, he truly experienced humiliation in public for the first time. Even when Ayush and Blas usurped power before, they used open strategies. But now, Eileen's despicable tactics truly enraged Coil. However, Eileen's next words caused even greater outrage. Her voice echoed from inside the carriage. Coil, I come by divine decree. Hand over the secret gate, and find my god Harris of the Sea within 3 days or die. Her tone showed utter disregard for Coil and the entire southwestern region. Her domineering arrogance was evident. Coil, filled with rage, spat out another mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to speak, a distant voice came. What nonsense of a divine decree. I give you 3 seconds, get off your carriage and kneel to die, or I'll skin you alive. How dare you bark wildly in my southwestern territory? Tired of living, are you? It was Assad's voice. He arrived at the critical moment. Chapter 342 Old Acquaintances. Despicable Donghua people, you dare to speak insolently? You're looking for death. The 4 knights were filled with rage. They glared at Assad who was walking over. With a clanging sound, they instantly drew their long swords from their waists, releasing murderous intent. It's you 4 who are courting death. Assad had just cleared out the monsters inside the steel fortress when he came out and discovered that something had happened. Several Westerners had actually broken into the southwestern district's base. Not only that, but they even killed or injured many of the combat soldiers. Even more infuriatingly, they had injured Sadie. This was practically an act of war. Attack together and kill him. The 4 knights exchanged a glance and were about to act simultaneously, but suddenly, Princess Eileen's voice came from inside the carriage. Who would have thought that apart from the so-called Dragon Venerable, Donghua actually has another divine realm powerhouse hidden here in the southwest region. No wonder Harris went missing here. This small southwestern area actually has more than one divine realm powerhouse. It seems likely that Harris is trapped here. A deep trace of murderous intent flashed across Eileen's eyes inside the carriage. May I ask what your name is, sir? Divine realm? Upon hearing this, the 4 knights froze in their tracks. They didn't expect Assad to be so powerful. Even though they were clad in the holy crusader armor of the church, their peak strength was merely that of a peak Isabellister. If truly opposing a divine realm expert, they would be taught a painful lesson very quickly. However, they weren't overly afraid. As Heaven's Dawn Knights of the Pantheon, they had seen quite a few divine realm powerhouses before. Yet every single one of those powerhouses submitted humbly before their princess. Assad coldly glanced at the carriage, not bothering to answer. Instead, he turned back to look at Sadie, placing a palm on his shoulder and infusing vitality. Commander Long, how are you? Much better. Sadie by a stroke of luck. In that case, the Dark Shrine could indeed be considered old acquaintances. He hadn't anticipated that they could still maintain such formidable power under a different guise, essentially having influence in both light and dark realms. Damn it, how dare you disrespect the princess? Didn't you hear her asking you a question? Seeing that Assad ignored their princess's question, the 4 knights couldn't help but erupt in anger again. Finally turning around, Assad looked at the 4 armored knights and coldly said, "For clowns, acting so insolently before me, do you really think your so-called princess can protect you?" Murderous intent flared up. With a wave of his hand, the white bone immortal sword instantly emerged from his body, like a streak of white silk, arriving in front of the 4 knights in an instant. The sword light split into 4 streams, each locking onto a knight. Not good. The white bone immortal sword was too fast. Before they could react, the sword light was upon them, making them freeze with the bone-chilling aura. You scoundrel! Eileen inside the carriage was also furious. She hadn't expected Assad to attack her guards without warning. This was sheer audacity. Boom! Holy white light surged instantly, with 4 beams of white light shooting out from the carriage and landing on the 4 knights. In that moment, their power surged. From the peak Isabellister realm, they leaped directly into the divine realm. Holy Hayward's prayer! Without hesitation, Eileen cast her divine art, instantly boosting the combat power of the 4 knights to the divine realm. Even if the effect lasted only half an hour, in her eyes, for divine realm powerhouses working together could suppress any force daring to stand in their way. God, be with me! The 4 knights bellowed, and 4 beams of white light shot up to the sky. Just a moment ago, they were locked by Assad's killing intent, but now, they instantly regained their freedom. Using the divine power bestowed by Princess Eileen, they immediately retaliated. The aura of the divine realm was unhesitatingly unleashed. This can't be. This scene thoroughly stunned Sadie and the others. No wonder the Pantheon was seldom provoked internationally. It turned out they had such powerful divine arts that could transform Isabellister-level fighters into divine realm warriors. This was formidable indeed. After all, one divine realm powerhouse was enough to suppress an entire region. With 4 divine realm powerhouses acting together, who could withstand their might? At this moment, they couldn't help but worry about Assad. Swish, swish, swish. They swung their long swords in unison. Crack. The next moment, something shocking happened. Not only did they fail to shatter Assad's sword light, but their own swords were cut into pieces by the sword light. The 4 beams continued relentlessly towards them, tearing through everything like straw. Not good. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Eileen was also startled. What strong swordsmanship. However, she would not let Assad kill her guard so easily. Another cluster of holy light appeared in her hand, forming a shield shape. God decrees that no external force shall harm his servant. Whoosh. Upon these words, a layer of white golden shields appeared around the 4 knights, made of immensely dense holy light, looking as solid as mountains. Divine Hayward's protection. The 4 knights, holding their broken swords, stood resolute, enveloped in boundless holy light. Such an appearance was dazzling. I said you will die, and even your God won't save you. Assad coldly raised his hand. The white bone immortal sword flew back into his grasp. In an instant, he was before one of the knights. The sword sliced lightly. The holy light shield, solid as a mountain, tore apart like paper, with a huge crack appearing with a ripping sound. Chapter 343, Slaying the 4 Knights. Pooh. The knight suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the holy light surrounding him instantly dissipated. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Swish. His head landed on the ground, and his body fell off the horse. Oh no. This scene struck fear into the hearts of the 3 remaining knights. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. The prince's holy light protection was useless against this attack. Domenico. The 3 knights cried out in despair. Yet, in the next moment, their heads also fell to the ground one after another. This scene was so shocking that the entire crowd fell silent. Too unexpected. These were 4 divine realm powerhouses. Although they had only achieved divine level combat strength through Lucia's divine empowerment, they were still considered divine realm level fighters, yet they were dead now. Alejandro's face showed a look of surprise. The warriors behind him secretly swallowed their saliva. This was too powerful. Those who harbored ulterior motives immediately reined in their thoughts. With such a big boss supporting Alejandro, his position would be as solid as a rock. Even if Baldur were to return with vengeance, it wouldn't matter. Of course, these people's thoughts meant nothing to Assad. Even if he knew about them, he wouldn't care. As for the 4 knights he had killed, he didn't even give them a second thought. False is false. Though their aura seemed to reach the divine realm level, the fundamental difference was clear and wasn't easy to bridge. Now it's your turn. Assad's sword pointed at a reborn classical goddess statue. Unlike Assad, whose power was inwardly restrained, Lucia, upon appearing, became the focus of all attention. Not because of anything else, just because her body constantly emitted an overwhelming aura. Hayward, a deity descending. No wonder she had been hiding in the carriage before. It seemed that the carriage had some mystery allowing it to seal her vast aura. Now, she looked coldly at Assad, her killing intent plain on her face. She raised her scepter and pointed it at Assad, declaring, I pronounce you a heretic, worthy of death. Rumble. In an instant, the whole world seemed to become dark. Dark clouds covered the sky, with flashes of purple lightning dancing above. At this moment, Assad seemed out of place in this world, truly treated as some sort of outsider. Following Lucia's gesture, a thunder spear hundreds of meters long suddenly floated in the sky, like a huge mountain. Ah, what is this thing? Is this lightning? Has the heavens grown angry? The massive thunder spear hovering over the base almost blocked out the sunlight, instantly catching many people's attention. When they realized it was a bolt of lightning, their faces changed drastically. And at this moment, like the heaven's wrath, the thunder spear suddenly moved, plunging violently from the sky toward Assad. Is this the will of heaven? Assad raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect Lucia's divine magic to invoke the will of heaven to attack. This heretic trial was indeed intriguing. Seeing the thunder spear heading towards him, Assad was not afraid at all. Swallow. Just as the lightning surrounded him, the leaping purple lightning snakes almost completely obscured his figure, but he remained calm, spitting out a single word. In an instant, like a dragon drawing water, the almost boiling thunderlight was completely swallowed into his body without any trace remaining. It's been a long time since I've absorbed such pure divine thunder power. Assad smiled. His green emperor longevity body essentially belonged to wood. During his advancement to the golden core realm, he had already undergone purification with divine thunder once and had long adapted to the power of thunder. Therefore, for him, Eileen's lightning spear was simply sending prey into the mouth of a tiger. How can this be? Eileen was also taken aback. Her power of heretic trial could summon the will of heaven to eliminate enemies, yet it was blocked so easily? No, not blocked. It seemed the thunder was swallowed. This raised her vigilance against Assad to the peak immediately, making her realize that this enemy before her eyes wasn't as simple as she thought. Looks like I underestimated you. Eileen took a deep breath and revealed a serious expression. You disappoint me, Assad said indifferently. A flicker of anger flashed in Eileen's eyes, and she coldly said, Next, I will give my all. I hope you can still be so arrogant later. Arrogant? Assad laughed as if he had heard something incredibly amusing, saying, What a ridiculous woman. Since that's the case, take my sword first. Swish. With one step, he appeared in front of Eileen, seemingly slow but actually fast, as if there were invisible steps beneath his feet. Chop. Assad exhaled forcefully, swinging his sword down at Eileen. This sword strike seemed ordinary, just a simple downward slash. However, Eileen's face changed immediately because in her eyes, this sword stroke occupied her entire mind. The condensed sword intent was unstoppable. Her mind trembled. This made her understand that if she couldn't receive this sword strike, she would certainly die. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Eileen clenched her teeth, holding her scepter high. At this moment, she seemed to truly turn into a beam of light, instantly illuminating everything around her. Doomsday Judgment. Chapter 344. A continuous pursuit. Attack with an attack. At this moment, Eileen was instead roused into a fierce fighting spirit. Bathed in the radiance of the Last Judgment, she appeared like a female war goddess. The scepter in her hand transformed into a long spear blade, striking at Assad through the air. Accompanied by thunderstorms, the aura of the apocalypse enveloped all around. At this moment, the entire district headquarters trembled violently. Cracks split the earth, buildings collapsed in rapid succession, as if there was an invisible force pressing down from the sky, aiming to erase everything. Himph! A cold glint flashed in Assad's eyes. How vicious this Eileen is. As a deity realm powerhouse, restraining one's full strength is a fundamental skill. After all, once a deity realm powerhouse unleashes their full power, they can cause a world-destroying scene. Yet now, the opponent was disregarding these concerns and began recklessly releasing her power. Swish. The sword light in Assad's hand finally descended. Bang. The sword light clashed heavily with Eileen's spear blade. Eileen screamed as she was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The disparity in strength was too great. At this moment, Assad displayed an overwhelming combat power. Excellent. Seeing this scene, Jace and others were greatly encouraged. Watching Eileen being flung away, satisfaction spread across their faces. Compared to their joy, Eileen's mood was far worse. How could it be like this? Eileen couldn't believe it. They were both deity realm powerhouses. There shouldn't have been such a gap in strength. But the reality before her made her shudder. Too powerful. Assad's swordsmanship skills, even among the halls of deities, were at the pinnacle. Perhaps only the great Father God could suppress him. Swish. In the instant she lost focus, Assad's figure flashed and he rushed back to her side, swinging his sword down again. Bang. Eileen barely managed to raise her spear in front of her, but an immense, surging force erupted, slamming her forcefully into the ground. The tremendous force transferred into the ground, creating a deep pit at the spot. Eileen lay in the center, looking disheveled, her clothes torn. Damn it. Eileen felt intense hatred in her heart. This was the first time she had ever looked so wretched. Her clothes were almost entirely torn apart, and she could only channel divine power to cover her disarray with a brilliant divine light. However, she also realized that she was no match for Assad. This thought sparked her intent to retreat. Swish. She took a deep look at Assad, her figure transforming into a streak of golden light, disappearing from the spot without hesitation, escaping. Coming soldiers meant little to her. Their deaths mattered little. But these were her personal guards, elite knights of the Crusader army clad in holy armor, each a carefully selected grandmaster. With her divine spells enhancing them, they could temporarily unleash deity realm level power. Now, 4 of them died all at once. Even for Eileen, it was a heart-wrenching loss. These were her loyalists who would even die for her in critical moments, yet none expected to die in this wilderness. Not nearly enough. Assad raised his hand, fingers together like a sword, sending a beam of sword light slashing forward. Bang! A golden shield materialized behind Eileen, blocking the sword light, causing her to stagger. She furrowed her brows, a trace of worry appearing on her fair face. This was turning into a troublesome situation. Assad was doggedly pursuing her. Even with the aid of divine light to boost her speed, she couldn't completely shake off Assad. Instead, he kept closing the distance between them. She had to change this situation. Otherwise, if he caught up, Eileen didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. A flash of golden light streaked across the sky. Eileen suddenly changed direction and resolutely headed toward the border city. Before coming, she had gathered some intelligence on the Long Kingdom. She knew that the border region was highly tense, and once she crossed the border, even Assad wouldn't dare. Chapter 345. Border Donghua. Border City. Currently, the highest-ranking officer here is named Raylan, a 4-star war general who has reached the pinnacle of Isabellister level, and he originated as a professional combat soldier. When Ayush was stationed here, it was also his responsibility to manage all affairs. He was appointed as the deputy commander of the border region. Now that Ayush is not around, he is extremely nervous, fearing any problems might arise. Suddenly, he noticed significant changes in the sky, indicating the presence of a divine realm powerhouse, which instantly put him on high alert. What's happening? He immediately rushed out of his office and looked afar. He saw 2 figures fighting mid-air, with chaotic energy waves stirring up the clouds and obscuring their figures. They are coming from the inland direction. Could something be wrong? An aide nearby whispered. With these words, everyone around them felt a shiver run down their spines. It was no longer a secret that Ayush, together with Blas, had placed War Marshal Coyle under house arrest, especially since even Central District acknowledged Blas's identity. Who would dare say otherwise? Raylan, who had been with Ayush for decades, knew very well Ayush's character, and this was definitely not just to help Blas. He must have a deeper plan. Could one of the people in the air be Ayush? The golden glow did indeed resemble how Ayush usually fights, but Raylan felt something was off. Perhaps it's not Ayush. Inquire from headquarters what exactly is going on. Yes. Upon hearing Raylan's order, the aide quickly retreated and contacted Knight. The aide nodded, but couldn't hide his worry. Without Ayush in the border region, they lacked confidence. If the enemy's Divine Realm powerhouses attacked, their situation would be dire. Even if they managed to hold using formations or other methods, it would come at a heavy cost to their combat soldiers, a last resort. I hope this Assad can resolve the fight quickly. Otherwise, chaos in the border will be disastrous. Raylan squinted, looking up into the sky, his face grave. On the other side of the border city, inside one of the war fortresses, a dark-skinned Maxwell dressed in loose robes observed the aerial battle. He had a black beard and his eyes seemed distant. Greetings, High Priest Charles. At that moment, a man in military uniform walked in. He was Demos, the temporary border commander of India country. Upon entering, he knelt down and bowed deeply. Rise. High Priest Charles waved his hand. Demos rose and respectfully asked, High Priest, it seems there's trouble in Dragon Country. Should we intervene this time? There was anticipation in his tone. As the strongest country in this subcontinent, they always competed with Dragon Country in the eastern continent, whether economically or militarily. Especially regarding the border territories, they had long coveted this land and tried several times but failed each time. Decades ago, they nearly lost their homeland, scaring them away from taking such risks again. This time, rumors spread that Ayush, who guarded the southwestern border of Dragon Country, had gone missing and was possibly dead. Additionally, it was said there were internal conflicts. This immediately let Demos see an opportunity. High Priest Charles glanced at him, reading his mind, and said, We don't need to rush for now. Wait for the battle above to finish first. In his eyes, he could easily identify the combatants, one with a Western face and the other with a Dragon Country face. He also saw the opportunity. However, as a Divine Realm powerhouse, High Priest Charles was exceedingly cunning and deceitful. He wouldn't commit until the last moment. He never forgot how the previous High Priest died before his eyes. Dragon Country wasn't so easy to deal with. The previous High Priest transferred all his power to him on his deathbed, granting him a 1,000-year lifespan and supreme authority. He didn't want to pass on this power too soon to the next successor. What about the Ute countryside? Demos struggled in his heart. If two countries' Divine Realm powers combined, this would be the best chance. 3 Divine Realms attacking together might even defeat the Dragon Country powerhouse in the sky. Then, they could take this opportunity to destroy the border directly and charge into the heart of Dragon Country. Such temptation was hard for Demos to resist. If they want to attack, let them come talk to me themselves. They think they can use us as pawns? That group of monkeys from Ute Country doesn't have the qualification. High Priest Charles sneered disdainfully. Honestly, he didn't look up to those from Ute Country at all. As 2 of the few countries that had been severely punished by Dragon Country, though they appeared to be brothers in arms, they could stab each other in the back for interests at any moment. Therefore, despite their seeming alliance on the border, they were constantly engaged in underhanded struggles. Haywardving in the same region, Ute Country had always been arrogant, defying even Dragon Country, not to mention yielding to India Country. They frequently competed with India Country for resources and opportunities. What was even worse, this damn country even tried to snatch aid from the Haywardthouse country intended for India Country. How ridiculous. High Priest Charles really talks big. Does my Ute Country lack people? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from outside, instantly lowering the temperature by several degrees, causing ice to form on the ground. Chapter 346, A Tripartite Alliance. Jason, a thin and short Maxwell with dark skin, abruptly appeared outside the door, his triangular eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. He was unmistakably a Divine Realm powerhouse stationed at the border by the Night Ute Kingdom. Though he looked like a black-skinned monkey, nobody dared to underestimate him. A Divine Realm expert's strength was no laughing matter. General Rwan. When Brent saw him, he first froze in surprise, then swiftly stood up, revealing a look of vigilance and panic. High Priest Charles was unperturbed. He patted Brent on the shoulder as if to reassure him, then spoke up. General Rwan, what brings you here? The High Priest asked with a jovial smile. Jason coldly stared at this smiling face, yearning to punch it into ruins, but he held back the impulse from within and said, What do you think about us working together to detain that donghua individual up there? Over the years, the Night Ute Kingdom had never ceased its encroachments on neighboring countries, reaping enormous benefits from these actions. Within a few decades, despite once suffering a significant loss at the hands of the donghua people, they achieved an unblemished record against other neighbors. Their territory expanded by no less than tenfold, transforming from a narrow coastal country to a vast nation stretching from the eastern sea all the way to the borders of Inren Kingdom. Such rapid growth instilled an unprecedented ambition within them, making them even more eager to gain a say than the Inren Kingdom. The hawkish factions within their country consistently held power, and Jason was one of its leading figures. TC. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Jason's words, Charles laughed outright, replying bluntly, General Rwan. He is a Divine Realm expert. Do you really have the capability to detain such a person at will? No Divine Realm expert could be underestimated. Even a 3-on-1 battle might lead to unexpected turns. High Priest Charles didn't wish to risk such chances or take unnecessary risks. Naturally, if the donghua individual were truly at a disadvantage, taking advantage of the situation would be a different story. Forcing him to act now was out of the question. After all, Assad's strength shown mid-air was incredibly formidable, nearly overwhelming Lynette, making him suspect she might face imminent disaster at any moment. Showing such prowess in a Divine Realm battle filled High Priest Charles with utmost wariness towards Assad. At least he couldn't suppress Lynette to such an extent. Jason remarked nonchalantly, "That woman is Lynette from the Pantheon. What do you think the Briar will think if we let her get killed right before our eyes?" "Lynette? The Briar's daughter?" High Priest Charles's face immediately darkened. "Yes," Jason replied smugly, "that's right. High Priest Charles, do you still wish to stay out of this? Just watch Assad kill Lynette. Afterward, beware of the Briar's retaliation." Charles's expression turned as unpleasant as having Currently, Assad and Lynette continued their clash mid-air. Swords shimmered like the sea, golden light blinding the day. The two of them seemed like gods and demons descending into the world, displaying overwhelming power. Every collision made the mountains below tremble. Some mountains even experienced landslides, with entire stone walls crashing into the valleys below, creating thunderous roars. "Assad, are you really going to go to such lengths just for a few mere mortals? We are both Divine Realm experts. If you kill me, don't think you will fare any better." Lynette coughed up blood, clearly suffering severe injuries. "Mortals? In my eyes, they defend their homeland and protect our territory. They are heroes of Donghua. What are you but a mere creature?" Assad wielded the white-bone immortal sword, with murderous sword chi crisscrossing the void, almost turning the entire sky into an ocean of sword chi. Lynette was already exhausted, and at this sight, her beautiful face paled. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. General Juan, High Priest Charles, if you don't act now, when will you?" Her expression suddenly calmed, then she lightly called out, and two figures abruptly shot up from below into the air. Two powerful black light pillars stood in the sky, revealing their identities. Two Divine Realm experts. They flanked Lynette, surrounding Assad, forming a siege. "You actually found reinforcements? But with your heavily injured body, even with their help, do you really think you can keep me here? It's ridiculous." Assad had naturally, unexpectedly, he remained calm and composed. This was really beyond her expectations, making her narrow her eyes even more, and her expression turned increasingly cold. The embarrassing scene in front of Assad earlier hurt her deeply. She was determined that this time, even if it meant paying a high price, she would bury Assad here. Assad keenly sensed Eileen's killing intent, laughed sarcastically, yet became wary. "Your floor, Eileen, please calm down. Let me assess his abilities." Yuan, standing nearby, felt the surging power within him. His eyes flickered with shocking killing intent, and he shouted loudly, "Boy, take my attack." He roared madly, walking through the air like a giant elephant charging forward, lunging towards Assad. This scene also caught the attention of everyone below. Not good. Fernando saw that the three Divine Realm powerhouses were surrounding Assad, and his complexion changed abruptly. After all, Assad was one of their Donghua people, and he was truly a Divine Realm powerhouse who could stabilize the national fortune. If he were to get hurt, it would be a crippling blow to Donghua. For a moment, Fernando and the aides all showed worried looks, but in contrast, Assad maintained a calm expression, standing still and motionless, pretending to be powerful. Yuan sneered, his body transforming into lightning. The thunderous sound accompanied his pounce, and the sky seemed to explode with thunder. The path he flew along appeared to have developed a crack in the void. Swish. Reacting quickly, Assad made his bone immortal sword rise up. He gripped the sword tightly, turning and twisting, and a beam of sword light slashed fiercely towards Yuan. However, Yuan did not have any intention to retreat. A layer of black light enveloped his fist, and with a single punch, he shattered the sword light. The fragments of the sword light exploded outward in all directions, creating a dazzling spectacle in the sky like fireworks, leaving everyone astonished. What a powerful punch. Is this what the strength of a peak Divine Realm is? If such an attack were to land on an ordinary Divine Realm powerhouse, it might cause serious injuries in one blow. Assad's figure flickered. Instead of retreating, he advanced swiftly. With the enhancement of the immortal sword, his speed had long surpassed that of ordinary Divine Realm powerhouses. In everyone's eyes, he was like a bolt of black lightning streaking across the sky, instantly appearing beside Yuan, slicing diagonally with his bone immortal sword. Boom. Hayward, tumultuous waves crashing against rocks. The sword light erupted forcefully, bursting out like a flash flood. Bang. It sounded like thunder. Divine Realm level. He dared not underestimate Assad. After all, the burst of sword prowess from Assad was too formidable. But what about Yuan? How could he dare to look down on Assad? There must be something wrong. Chief Priest Charles couldn't help but mutter to himself. Fight. This time, Yuan continued his attack on Assad, immediately unleashing lethal moves. The fist covered by the black meteorite iron glove unleashed layers of fierce gen light. Assad focused his mind to counter, their figures colliding fiercely in mid-air. Thunderous sounds reverberated through the sky as boundless dark clouds enveloped them. At the Divine Realm level, they were no longer mere mortals. Every movement carried extraordinary power. In this moment, amidst these mountains, they finally revealed their true might above the ground. Wheel of Swords. After several probes, Assad finally launched his lethal move. His body transformed into a wheel of swords, charging towards Yuan, with sword light instantly blocking half the sky. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Why haven't you attacked yet? Yuan abruptly retreated sharply. At the same time, Eileen and Chief Priest Charles behind Assad suddenly struck, two astonishing attacks aiming at Assad's back. In that instant, Assad found himself under the combined assault of the three. So this is what you call your full strength? I really overestimated you. Assad laughed instead. He had thought Yuan still had some hidden cards up his sleeve, but it turned out he was merely stalling to let the other two attack from behind. This was an underestimation of him indeed. In that case, I'll take you down first. A cold gleam flashed across Assad's eyes. Without stopping, he continued to charge at Yuan, the sword light like a wheel, much like an unstoppable chariot crashing towards Yuan. Not good. Seeing this scene, Yuan's face changed. Assad disregarded the attacks from behind and kept charging at him, completely beyond his expectations. Wasn't he afraid of being killed? Did he plan to drag Yuan down even at the cost of serious injury? Yuan's expression kept changing. Stop him. Don't let him break through. At this moment, Chief Priest Charles suddenly realized something, his face showing anxiety as he shouted loudly. Hold him back. Eileen also yelled. So that's it, he wants to escape. Yuan immediately understood, stopping abruptly. The black light on his hand became even more intense, and he showed a grim smile as he watched Assad charging towards him. As long as Assad was held off for an instant, Eileen and Chief Priest Charles could catch up. When the three of them surrounded him, Assad would surely die. Chapter 348. Result of the Divine Battle. The people on the border city, upon seeing this scene, felt a sudden stirring in their hearts. Oh no, Mr. Luther is in trouble. Raylan's face changed color. Once the three completed their encirclement, it seemed that Assad would really be doomed. He must break through. They silently prayed in their hearts. However, at this moment, they were completely unable to interfere with the confrontation between Divine Realm experts and could only stand below, anxiously waiting. In contrast to the overwhelming sadness here, loud cheers erupted from the war fortresses of India and Nightyu, their spirits soaring. Godslayer! 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 Their shouts echoed far and wide. Damn it, these beasts! Upon hearing these words, Raylan and the others' eyes reddened. But at this moment, Assad in midair paid no attention to them. Instead, his entire focus was on Jason. After all, he was not trying to break through but to kill. Since this person had helped Eileen and already attacked him, it gave him the perfect opportunity to establish his dominance. Killing a Divine Realm expert here could ensure peace on the border for some time. Boom. Assad's aura suddenly surged, and a ferocious killing intent skyrocketed as he instantly pounced on Jason, launching a savage attack that forced Jason to stagger backward. Damn it. How could he be so strong? Under Assad's onslaught, Jason was enveloped in sword light. His sturdy divine body quickly became riddled with wounds, his clothes torn, blood spurting. In an instant, he suffered serious injuries, even feeling a burning pain in his flesh. Impossible. This was while he was in his peak Divine Realm state. If he were still in his previous state, he would probably have been killed instantly. Jason's heart turned icy. He seriously doubted that if Assad continued attacking like this, he might shatter his divine body into pieces. No, I can't hold back anymore. The thought of retreating crept into his mind. People are like this. Once the thought of retreating takes root in their hearts, it naturally reflects in their actions. At this very moment, Assad saw an opportunity. Mountain Breaker. He unleashed the killing blow he had been preparing for a long time. In close combat, it was far more powerful than the sword wheel. Instantly, it severed one of Jason's hands. No. Jason did not expect this. Screaming as golden blood spurted from his wrist. Clutching the wound, he retreated madly. Don't run. Seeing Jason retreating, the great shaman Benicio's face turned pale. This foolish fool. With three people encircling, he and Eileen could still provide support. But Jason retreating like this was courting death. Indeed, I don't think so. Assad said coldly. He scrutinized the great shaman Benicio before him. That unmistakably Indian appearance, dark skin, black hair, and deceitful eyes, made Assad feel an intense loathing instinctively. The great shaman Benicio cautiously gauged Assad's expression, flattering him. This noble, it was that damned woman who forced us to act. Absolutely not my intention. How dare I offend such a great nation? Is that so? Then why did you build a war fortress here? Did you come for a picnic at the border? Assad raised an eyebrow. Great shaman Benicio choked, quickly saying, I found this war fortress displeasing, so I came personally to dismantle it. Oh. Assad's gaze revealed a hint of mockery as he said, so that's how it is. Well then, go ahead. I've also found this fortress quite unpleasant. Great shaman Benicio felt like he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own feet. But the words were already out. Under Assad's stare, he could only nod stiffly. Yes, sir. When under someone else's roof, one has no choice but to bow. Facing a God Realm expert who had just killed Jason in front of him, Benicio had no choice but to submit. He glanced at the war fortress on the ground and steeled his resolve. Your deaths are better than mine. Rest assured, I will live on for you. Thinking this, great shaman Benicio raised his staff and swung it vigorously, releasing an overwhelming Chapter 349, Divine Bull Form. Damnable Donghua people. High Priest Bear was now filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have preferred to pay the price and run back into the war fortress, relying on it for protection. Even Assad wouldn't be able to kill him then. Pitifully, in his own cleverness, he had cut off his own retreat. No, he still had a chance. A peculiar expression flashed across High Priest Bear's eyes. Yuera country and Yeyue country had a border alliance agreement. He could take advantage of this opportunity to steal Yeyue country's war fortress. At that point, he could forcibly make the people of Yeyue country fight. Even if they all died, it wouldn't matter to him. After all, except for the warriors patrolling outside, almost everyone in their fortresses had been killed. The people of Yeyue country no longer had any reason to stay either. Having realized this, High Priest Bear felt somewhat more confident, despite appearing uneasy and fearful on the surface. However, he also knew that running into the war fortress wouldn't be an easy task. Based on High Priest Bear's speed, it would take at least 10 seconds. But thinking about how DeAndre merely spent 10 seconds from fleeing until being killed, High Priest Bear began to panic. Finally, he decided to go all in. He couldn't just wait for death. It is you who forces me. High Priest Bear glared at Assad as his staff trembled. With a loud shout, Flesh Yale Power, Divine Bull Transformation. In an instant, he actually transformed into a divine bull standing nearly 4 or 5 meters tall. Real flesh. Real bull. Assad instinctively froze. Everyone said that the Ainran people had a certain obsession with bulls. He didn't expect that at the divine realm level, one could truly transform into a bull. That's impressive. Boom. The divine bull form of High Priest Bear moved its forelegs, stamping through the air with hooves, white smoke bursting from its nostrils. Extraordinarily fierce. The bull's eyes were filled with the intent to gamble everything on one throw of the dice. Assad's expression changed. This power of the Inran was indeed interesting. Charge. High Priest Bear rapidly dashed toward the territory of Inran country. Assad naturally wouldn't let him have this opportunity. A sword light flashed, intercepting him. To his surprise, the other party's target wasn't returning to Inran country but heading towards Yeyue country. Bang! High Priest Bear abruptly turned and charged straight for Yeyue country's war fortress. The speed was incredibly fast, like a dark shadow streaking across the sky. Assad's reaction time wasn't slow either. After a brief moment of surprise, he immediately chased after High Priest Bear. Too late. Regardless of what happened, the other party refused to fight back, only focused on escaping. What could he do? Especially since this divine bull form was so sturdy that even his sword aura left only superficial wounds when slashing over it. To defeat him in one blow seemed impossible. So stubborn. But Assad was furious that he had been outmaneuvered by a bull. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame himself for not holding back. Wheel of Swords. Assad fiercely activated the Wheel of Swords. Sword energy spun like wheels, slicing through with a storm-like intensity, crushing over High Priest Bear's body. Whoosh! He went all out, slashing between High Priest Bear's legs and the sword wheel, and a large piece of bull meat fell off. Roar! Amidst a loud scream, the divine bull that High Priest Bear had transformed into rushed into Yeyue country's war fortress, while Assad turned and left. He could already feel the intense malice from the land here. This meant he had left donghua and entered their territory, where their national fortune was now trying to expel him. It felt like an extremely malicious gaze, making even Assad uncomfortable. Even as a divine realm practitioner, it was impossible for him to withstand the might of a nation's fortune. Especially after decades of growth, Yeyue country had almost become as powerful as Inran country. Its national fortune was so intense that even Assad did not dare to underestimate it. Humph, consider this as a lesson for you. Don't let me see you again, or I will cut off your head. Assad looked coldly at High Priest Bear and, with a flash of his sword, returned directly to donghua's border city. Facing 3 enemies, he emerged unscathed, killing one and severely injuring another. At this moment, Assad's achievements surpassed those of Dragon Respecter. The entire border city erupted into cheers when they saw Assad entering the city. 10,000 victories! 10,000 victories! The shouting echoed. Raylan, the adjutant, and over 10 war generals hurried to greet Assad. Pay respects to Mr. Luther. At this point, Raylan and the others were sure about Assad's identity. Even if they suspected Assad had something to do with Dragon Respecter's disappearance, they didn't dare say anything. Assad nodded, looking at the cheering soldiers. Seeing their faces flushed by the cold wind, he said pensively, everyone has worked hard. Today, I bring you some ingredients. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a flash of sword light revealed the ingredients before them. Huge pieces of beef, still oozing golden blood. The rich aroma hit everyone, stirring their appetite intensely. Especially amidst the chunks of beef, a large piece of bull meat stood prominently, its shape and size indicating it was highly nourishing. Wait, this? Raylan suddenly remembered something and stared in disbelief. Assad knew what he was thinking and reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, this is indeed real beef. Inran country's divine powers are truly unbelievable, allowing people to transform into real bulls. It's quite interesting. Isn't it too cold for a hot pot? Assad shrugged. Chapter 350 Chain Reaction. Hot pot with beef? Upon hearing this, Raylan couldn't help but choke. This was the meat cut from a divine realm powerhouse. Even if it were genuine beef, who would dare to eat it? Mr. Luther's happiness is what matters. Raylan chuckled awkwardly, at a loss for words, and shook his head helplessly before still instructing people to carry the beef inside. Facing Assad, who had slain a divine realm expert from the Night Yu Kingdom and sliced meat off High Priest Charles, he truly didn't dare to say no. In contrast, the other soldiers were somewhat agitated. Their eyes frequently glanced at the beef. It was freezing cold. A hot pot with beef was quite tempting. Especially the delicious aroma emanating from the beef made them salivate continuously. A bunch of shameless fellows. Raylan cursed in his heart, waved his hand, and dismissed them all. Afterward, he led the deputy officer to welcome Assad into the command room. The 3 walked and talked, giving Assad a general understanding of the situation in the border region. Though the terrain was treacherous and the living conditions harsh, both the India Kingdom and the Night Yu Kingdom still harbored ambitions toward Long Kingdom's territory. The 2 consecutive battles in the past did not completely subdue them. On the contrary, they continued to prepare for an assault on the border. The southwest border is the nation's shield and isn't easy to defend. However, it can be considered relatively stable with Dragon Venerable guarding, making any divine realm opponent hesitant to invade rashly. But other territories are dire, only defended by the blood of warriors. Raylan sighed, a heavy expression on his face. Undeniably, Dragon Venerable indeed made indelible contributions to the stability of the border. Although he acted out of compulsion, it did not diminish his merit. Assad felt the same way, curiously asking, is it true that our mighty Long Kingdom has only 2 divine realms? Given the immense size of their country, it should have more than just 2 divine realms. Raylan looked at Assad, hesitated slightly, and finally spoke the truth. Of course, there are more than 2 divine realms. As far as I know, there are at least 5. Oh. Assad's eyes lit up. Their tasks are even heavier. They either garrison in the western borders, or the eastern and southern seas. The struggles there are much fiercer. Without divine realms to guard, the situation might have collapsed long ago. Upon hearing these matters, Raylan's expression became even graver. Assad fell silent as well. He ascended through inheritance, achieving golden core true person status far surpassing average divine realms. However, he had limited knowledge of domestic and international affairs. After all, in his previous view, the country flourished and thrived. But he overlooked the fact that without formidable power safeguarding all fronts, defending home and protecting territories, how could the country enjoy peace and prosperity? May I ask where Dragon Venerable is located? Raylan finally asked the question he most wanted answered. The southwestern border required Dragon Venerable's presence. Even if Assad had killed one divine realm and critically injured another, temporarily stabilizing the border, could he always stay here? If not, how long could the peace last? I also don't know where Dragon Venerable is. Assad shook his head. What shall we do? Raylan's expression changed. Assad looked at him, suddenly speaking very seriously. Different races have different hearts. Although Dragon Venerable has contributed to the stability of the southwestern land, his purpose is not for the southwestern people but for himself. Vice Lawson, you must understand this. Dragon Venerable's goal was freedom. He was ultimately the dragon lineage spirit, devoid of morality or stance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused disasters in the southwest back then. If not for Jace's timely response, the death toll might have been higher. Raylan laughed bitterly. How could I not know this? But the southwestern border cannot wait for a new divine realm expert. No, it will happen soon. Assad smiled mysteriously. Raylan was shocked. Looking up, he saw Assad's resolute expression and couldn't help asking, really? Vice Lawson, please take it easy. The southwestern land will always be Long Kingdom's. Any invader will be met by my sword. Assad said sternly. With Assad's assurance, Raylan's expression eased a bit. Meanwhile, in the war fortress on the opposite side of the Night U Kingdom, High Priest Charles was nearly driven mad with fury. His 3 pieces had been sliced off. Now back in human form, he felt empty while walking, wishing he could rush out of the fortress to fight Assad to the death. Although being a divine realm with extremely strong vitality, the lost parts would eventually recover. But such humiliation he couldn't endure. This absolutely can't end like this. High Priest Charles was secretly seething with anger. At this moment, a Maxwell wearing a dark green short-sleeved shirt burst in from outside, shouting as he walked, High Priest Charles, what exactly is going on here? He had an accusatory look on his face, eyes blazing with fury. High Priest Charles looked at him and recognized his identity. This person was named Zane, the youngest son of Jason. He was only 40 years old this year, but his strength had already reached that of a high-level Isabellister. Humph! The expression on High Priest Charles's face turned grim, shouting at me like this. Zane felt a weight like a mountain pressing down on his shoulders, his whole body sinking as both knees hit the ground heavily. Even if your father were still alive, you have no right to shout at me. Not to mention that he is already dead. Do you believe that if I slap you to death, no one in Night U Kingdom would stand up for you? High Priest Charles said coldly. Zane's face changed, turning unpleasant. High Priest, I was impulsive just now. Please forgive me. He gritted his teeth, almost grinding his mouthful of steel teeth into pieces, but circumstances forced him to lower his head. After all, his divine general father was dead. Where should the Rwan family go from here? With his strength as a high-level Isabellister, there was no way he could control the entire Rwan family, let alone maintain its former glory. Just dealing with his older brothers was something he couldn't handle. Lord Divine General cannot die. At first, some people refused to believe it. However, shortly after, the High Priest of the Indrani Empire announced the confirmation of Jason's death. Not only that, but also Macy from the Pantheon spoke up. The murderer is Long Kingdom's Assad. Upon hearing this news, the citizens of Yi were immediately enraged. Impulsive individuals rushed onto the streets, demanding revenge and invasion of Long Kingdom. Revenge. For our Divine General. Punish the culprit, and they must cede territory and pay reparations. Our Divine General's death must have been due to the despicable ambush by Long Kingdom. Rumors flew wildly, spreading all kinds of information. Assad's name echoed throughout this subcontinent. Various materials about Assad finally caught the attention of the Divine Realm experts. After all, any Divine Realm expert could not be underestimated, especially one like Assad who managed to kill Jason while facing 3 opponents at once, arousing fear and respect. Long Kingdom. They did not want this country to rise again. As for the Indrani Empire, as one of the instigators, they openly occupied Yi's war fortress, even driving out the original inhabitants of Yi Kingdom, the Rwan family estate. At this moment, in the vast estate, lights were brightly lit. The conference room was filled with solemn faces. Heavy-hearted silence dominated the air, making it hard to breathe. These despicable scoundrels. Father's death is definitely related to them. Finally, Zane angrily slammed his fist on the table. I found out that 3 people surrounded that Long Kingdom national at the time. Why did only father die? Enough. At that moment, an elder in a long robe glared at Zane, saying, What's the point of saying this now? Are you going to offend High Priest Bear completely? This man was Jason's eldest son. He was over 130 years old, barely reaching the Isabellister realm, holding significant power within the family. With Jason gone, he was now the largest beneficiary. Indeed, now we must leverage the anger and sorrow of our citizens to secure the greatest benefits for us. After all, the patriarch is dead, but we still need to continue living. These words plunged the meeting room into silence once more. Yes, with the fall of a divine realm pillar, could they still maintain their interests? They struggled to sustain the glory of a divine realm family and needed to contract, seizing this moment of national unity to protect themselves. At such times, they couldn't afford to clash with High Priest Bear. Do we just let this go? Zane clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping through. He hated High Priest Bear's cunning and the current indifference of the family. The elder glanced at him, saying, Kangyan, when your father was alive, he always held you in high regard. You've reached senior Isabellister. Whether our family can remain prosperous depends on you in the future. Chris, I understand. I will achieve the divine realm. After a long silence, Zane finally nodded and stood up to leave. Seeing Zane depart, the elder said nothing. He turned to the others. Now, we need to properly discuss how to use this event to gain the greatest advantage. Haywardsoning to these words outside, Zane's eyes burned with uncontrollable fury. This was their Wan family. Father, do you see this? This is the Wan family you painstakingly maintained, and upon your death, they can't wait to divide the family's power. They talk about maintaining the family, but they merely want to split it up. Zane entered the family's ancestral temple, staring at the plaque bearing the name Jason, sobbing bitterly. Unnoticed by him, the plaque emitted a faint, ethereal light, silently infiltrating his body. Meanwhile, at the border region, Yi Yu's battalions had already arrived below the war fortress. Seeing the Indrani soldiers defending it, their faces were grim. However, they didn't say anything, instead setting up new camps in the ruins nearby. The new camp was certainly not as good as the previous war fortress, but they had no choice. Their fortress had been shamelessly occupied by the Indrani Empire, and they could only start from scratch. High Priest Bear looked over through the window, with not a trace of embarrassment on his face. Instead, he smiled and said to the Tucker in the meeting room, "We are only borrowing it for a while. Once the situation stabilizes, we will definitely return it to your Yiyu kingdom." The Tucker said expressionlessly, "Borrowing? Is it really just borrowing?" "Of course. As the chief high priest of the Indrani Empire, my word is unswerving. Are you questioning the integrity of a divine realm powerhouse?" The Tucker cursed inwardly. Your Indrani Empire has no sense of integrity, but on the surface, he could only suppress his anger and say, "Since it's just borrowing, please hand over the central hub of the fortress." The central hub, the main control mechanism of the war fortress. Once it was in their hands, the sovereignty of the war fortress would be completely locked in. At critical moments, it could even mobilize the national chief for combat. AI. Unexpectedly, High Priest Bear sighed deeply and said, "I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency arrived a step too late. The central hub was taken by Assad at the time, and I barely managed to retrieve it. To maintain our presence in this disputed region, I had no choice but to refine it." Refining the central hub meant complete control over the place. To ask him to give it back was akin to ascending to heaven. The Tucker did not expect High Priest Bear to say such things. His face turned pale with rage instantly, pointing at the other side, trembling all over. How could he not realize that the other party was deliberately doing this? What about retrieving the central hub? It was probably High Priest Bear taking advantage of Jason's death to seize it. However, given the situation, he couldn't say so and could only vent his anger on Assad, saying, "This Assad, my Yiyu kingdom will never let this go. Yes, neither will my Indrani Empire." High Priest Bear immediately expressed his stance. After reaching a Manchang consensus, the Tucker took his leave. As High Priest Bear watched the Tucker leave, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "A bunch of black-skinned monkeys, it's time for you to bleed properly this time." Chapter 352, Leaving the Border. The border city. People from the Night Yu Kingdom were building a fortress, while Assad and Raylan sat on the city wall enjoying the view. There was a chessboard between them, and there were attendants serving tea and snacks nearby. As for what they were watching, it was naturally those black-skinned people of Night Yu working on the walls. Are we just going to watch them fortify themselves? Assad looked at Raylan, feeling somewhat restless. Since they were enemies, causing some trouble for the other side at this time would be more normal in his eyes. Raylan sighed and said, "This place is considered a disputed area. The borderline is right under our feet. That side does not fall under our jurisdiction. As long as they don't interfere with us, we generally leave them alone. Of course, if they dared to cross the line, the border battalions wouldn't hold back one bit. Even if they didn't take their lives, they'd make sure they left behind 2 legs. That's indeed rather boring." Assad had been here for 5 or 6 days, thinking that with such a big incident, there would be divine realm experts coming to seek revenge. But he saw not a single figure. High Priest Charles had 缩着头躲进了堡垒里，根本不出来. Even when Assad had people cook beef hot pot right in front of them, the other side showed no response at all, clearly thoroughly backing down. As for the Night Yu Kingdom, which had its war fortress occupied, after a few days of clamor, it finally began constructing new camps, seemingly reaching an understanding with the Indian Kingdom. They didn't even seem to want to seek revenge from Assad. It seemed like Jason's death had just passed by like that. For a moment, the border area actually began to strangely calm down. However, Assad vaguely sensed that the underlying currents hidden within had not truly stopped. Perhaps the next outbreak would be like a tidal wave. Hayward from the border region is indeed dull, but this is still our country. No matter how harsh the environment, we are willing to guard it indefinitely. Raylan's expression turned unusually solemn. Assad nodded in agreement. He had thought about staying longer, but news from the Southwest District headquarters made him have to prepare to leave. Alejandro had invited him to provide protection during a ritual. It seemed that Alejandro had once again resolved to take away the power belonging to Dragon Venerable, and Assad was happy to see this happen. Having Dragon Venerable lurking as an enemy wasn't a good thing for him. He might as well strip away that power entirely. The safety of the border will be entrusted to Vice Lawson. Rest assured, before I fall, the enemy will never enter the border. Raylan laughed heartily. After years of guarding the frontier, he had long cultivated a decisive and tenacious character. Even if only one person remained, he would continue to defend here. "I leave it in your hands." Assad's face was solemn as he summoned the white bone immortal sword and handed it over to Raylan, who looked puzzled. "Hang it on the city wall. In critical moments, it can unleash my ultimate strike," Assad explained. To unleash this ultimate strike, he had paid a significant price. Even if a peak divine realm expert came, they would be killed by this one sword. Life was still staying at the border, making him live in constant fear. Who knew what the opponent might do? After all, Jason died by the hands of this person. If the other party insisted on killing him, even this war fortress probably couldn't save his life. At this moment, High Priest Charles heard a report from outside. "High Priest, the envoy from Night Yu Kingdom has arrived. Let him in," High Priest Charles said casually. However, instead of one person, 2 walked in from outside. One was the envoy from Night Yu Kingdom, whom Charles had met before and naturally recognized. But the other person made High Priest Charles's expression turn solemn. "Divine Realm, Another Divine Realm expert appeared. The man was short but had very muscular limbs wrapped in cloth strips, dark skin, and eyes filled with strong aggression. His walk was rhythmic, as if he might pounce at any moment. He was clearly a Thai warrior. Originally, Thailand was also a country, but unfortunately, it was eventually pulled into the alliance with Night Yu due to its rising power, becoming a member of the current allied states. High Priest Charles nodded slightly. What should I call you, sir? Call me Palmer. Palmer flashed a smile, revealing a set of white teeth. High Priest Charles smiled. So it's Palmer, General. It's admirable that you would step up to take on the border duty at such a time. Haha, of course. They fear the people of Long Kingdom, but I do not. With these iron fists of mine, I'll crush anyone from Long Kingdom who dares to come. Palmer's face was full of pride, and he even made motions of continuous strikes with both fists. Muay Thai. High Priest Charles raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Palmer nodded. He had practiced Muay Thai for decades and finally reached the Divine Realm. He was currently the leading figure in Muay Thai. If not for this, he wouldn't have dared to come to the border. Of course, his purpose wasn't to guard the territory, but to fight, to hone himself. He believed that after being baptized by war, his Muay Thai would advance further. Chapter 353. A New Divine General. So I wish you good luck. High Priest Bear shrugged, not giving Darnell a shred of optimism. In his view, the other party was just a reckless fool. Hadn't he seen that Jason had been slaughtered? To step up at this moment indicated his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Haha, my fist will naturally bring me good luck. But there is one thing. I want to ask High Priest Bear for help. Help. Bear, seated in his position, raised an eyebrow. Yes, this fortress belongs to our Night Yu Kingdom. Please hand it over immediately. Darnell looked seriously at High Priest Bear. Pfft. Bear couldn't hold back a laugh. Calling the other side foolish was indeed accurate. Once something was already in his pocket, they still wanted him to hand it back personally? It was like dreaming. Darnell, our two countries are allies. This is only a temporary borrowing. We will return it when the time comes. When will that be? Darnell stepped forward and asked directly. High Priest Bear's expression turned cold. How ungrateful. This is my concern. Bear said sternly. Humph, you're clearly unwilling to return it. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Darnell stepped fiercely forward, his body tensing like a bow, instantly shooting towards Bear, his heavy iron fist smashing straight at Bear's head. With a thunderous bang, Bear was caught off guard, staggered backward, his nose bleeding profusely. A very pitiful sight. High Priest Bear's face changed, looking angrily at Darnell as he swung his staff towards him. As the chief high priest, he had never been insulted like this before. He would definitely show this man some consequences today. You've come just right. Darnell showed intense fighting spirit, with ferocious eyes. He alternated punches, his thick leg lashing out like a steel whip towards Bear. His attack speed was extremely fast, his punches and kicks carrying forceful shadows and overwhelming power. Bang bang bang. Poor High Priest Bear hadn't even reacted when he was stunned by Darnell's attack, the staff flying out of his hands as he retreated, coughing blood. Seeing this, the envoy from the Night Yu Kingdom smirked. Indeed, scoundrels needed scoundrels to deal with them. Bastard, how dare you humiliate me? High Priest Bear was almost bursting with rage. If he hadn't been injured by Assad earlier, how could he be beaten so easily by a black-skinned monkey? Crack. Darnell stomped heavily on Bear's chest, the sound of breaking bones ringing out, almost crushing through his chest. Aya! Bear screamed in pain, feeling that if this continued, he would surely be killed by Darnell. Hand over the fortress control center. Darnell's eyes gleamed with a menacing light, making a move as if to stomp down on Bear's head. I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Bear, always bullying the weak and fearing the strong, gave in at the first sign of Darnell's brutality, swiftly taking out the control center from his pocket and tossing it over. That's better. Get lost. Darnell grabbed the control center and kicked Bear out. Bear glared hatefully at Darnell, stumbling away in humiliation. Without looking back, he left the border region. Being defeated successively by Assad and Darnell wiped all his pride clean away. Though Darnell took advantage of his injuries, outsiders wouldn't care much about that detail. Once you were defeated, your glory was gone regardless. I hate this. Bear glanced back at the borderline, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. A look of deep resentment emerged from his eyes. Instead of returning to the Ingyi nation, he headed straight for the direction of Europe. At that moment, the war fortress had changed hands. This news spread rapidly throughout the entire border region. The story of High Priest Bear being brutally beaten by General Darnell also spread. Not only did it tarnish the reputation of the Ingyi nation, but it also made General Darnell famous as a rising star along the borders. The envoy from the Night Yu Kingdom stood respectfully before Darnell, his heart surging with emotion. Recapturing the war fortress from the humiliating Ingyi nation was already a great achievement. If they could also avenge Divine General Jason, what a monumental feat it would be. Their names would likely appear in the history books of the Night Yu Kingdom. Prepare yourself. I am going to challenge that Donghua person at their border city, Darnell declared confidently. General Darnell, shouldn't you think about it more? The envoy of the Night Yu Kingdom couldn't help but ask. Given that Assad had killed Divine General Jason while fighting 3 opponents, his strength must be incredibly formidable. If Divine General Darnell challenged him rashly, there would inevitably be unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured. High Priest Bear crumbled with just one strike from me, so you can imagine that the Donghua person is nothing much. Today, I will personally kill Assad and prove to the entire Long country that our Night Yu Kingdom is the true ruler of this continent. Darnell looked proud. Of course, he had another goal, to flaunt his might, to prove that his Muay Thai was the strongest. Let's go. To Donghua City. Today, I will also make a pact beneath their city walls. Darnell stood tall, waving his hand, and a fully armed squad followed him towards the border city of Donghua, all agitated. They were going to witness history today. Vice Marshal, things are not looking good on the Night Yu side. Raylan was handling matters when he heard the deputy's report, immediately changing expression. He hurried up to the city tower and saw Divine General Darnell leading his troops approaching. Several war generals stood guard on either side of Raylan, looking grim. The cold wind was biting, and Divine General Darnell stood proudly outside the city. Upon seeing Raylan and the others appear, he slowly ascended until he was level with the city wall. Hand over the murderer Assad to atone for the death of our knight. Use Divine General Juan. Darnell's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire border city. If we don't hand him over? Raylan watched Darnell solemnly. According to reports, Darnell had defeated High Priest Bear, making him a formidable opponent. It seemed the situation along the border was going to get worse. Then destroy the city. Darnell's face turned savage. Destroying the border city, even without killing Assad, would be enough to demonstrate his power. By then, his name would spread across the whole blue star. Destroy the city? Raylan's expression hardened, saying, if so, then let's fight. I hope you won't regret it. Regret? Darnell grinned and laughed out loud. There are no such words in my dictionary. Since you refuse, then let's fight. By the time it's over, I'll have planted the knight you flag atop this city wall. Boom. Those words were like the last straw on the camel's back. The city inside and out instantly boiled with excitement. Chapter 354, Partial War. Charge. Push forward. Seize their fortress. The warriors of Night You launched a rapid assault. Each one was agile and fully armed, their faces wearing a fanatical expression. These dark-skinned individuals had long coveted the prosperous land of Long Country. Although the battle from years ago had eliminated many of them, their ambitions were never quelled. Open fire. A fierce look flashed in Raylan's eyes as he issued the order without hesitation. The border region had never relied on appeasement for peace. It was secured through repeated bloodshed and confrontations. Their warriors feared no challenge. Bang, bang, bang. Gun orders. Is it right to trouble him again so soon? Indeed, with Vice General Raylan stationed there and the coordinated efforts of our combat teams, can a mere knight you divine general break through? Some supported the idea, while others opposed it. After all, the conflict had just begun, and no one dared send Assad immediately. If he went only to find the enemy already retreated, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Ultimately, Assad was merely an honorary general in their southwest district, not under their direct command. Since that's the case, let's leave this decision to General Jace. In the end, everyone decided to pass the responsibility to Jace, hoping he would take charge of the situation, saying, we'll prepare supplies for support. That's sensible. Quickly, various task deployments were made. The meeting's decision also quickly reached Jace, who was discussing matters regarding Ayush in his courtyard with Assad. I'm somewhat uneasy about Ayush's disappearance. Logically, with the pact in place, he shouldn't leave Southwest without my permission. Could something unforeseen have happened? Said Jace, sounding slightly anxious. Assad smiled and replied, Ahmed, rest assured, give me 2 days, and I will locate him. There's nothing else we can do. Jace nodded. By the way, what does Mr. Luther think about the border situation? Jace handed the intelligence report to Assad, who casually took it and raised an eyebrow after reading about the recent developments at the border. These black-skinned individuals from Night U. One of their divine generals is dead, and another has emerged? This truly surprises me. Back when he was in the southern district, only Aaron was close to reaching the god realm. Clearly, such experts were exceedingly rare. Who would have thought that a minor country like Night you could have at least 2 god realms? This one is from Taiji, practices Muay Thai, and has a violent temperament. He severely injured the great priest bear upon arriving at the border. He seems to be no simple figure, said Jace, sounding genuinely concerned. Mr. Luther, we may need you to make a trip. But Assad shook his head. I don't need to go myself. I left my sword at the border. As long as he remains a god realm, he won't cross the line. What if he does? Then he dies. Assad wore a calm, composed smile. Jace sensed immense confidence from that smile and felt reassured. After all, in his view, Assad never lied. At the border, the battle continued. Amid swirling snow and howling winds, shouts of battle echoed across the sky. This was the second day of Night U's attack on Long Country. Fighting in such harsh conditions greatly drained both sides' warriors. Palmer still hovered midair, watching the war unfold. Truly impressive, Long Country. Such elite warriors are truly astonishing. It seems that the title of number 1 on Blue Star is well deserved. Palmer sighed. Pity. No matter how strong the warriors are, they are just bigger ants in front of me. Since Assad won't come, I will use the blood of all your city's people to mourn the divine general of our Night U. Palmer's voice rolled like thunder. Retreat all troops. With these words, all Night U's warriors began to retreat in an orderly manner. In a blink, a large open space was cleared. Palmer stared straight at Raylan on the city tower and said indifferently, I give you one chance. Surrender now, and perhaps death can be avoided. Humph. Dream on. Raylan remained calm-faced, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. After all, he faced a god realm entity. The invasion would inevitably cast a bloody shadow over the entire border city. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Surveying the battle generals and warriors behind him, Raylan turned back to face Palmer and shouted loudly, prepare for battle. Yes. Destroy the enemy. Defend the land. Suddenly, the whole border city began to boil with fervor. Foolish resistance. Deep down, Palmer despised this scene. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. His fist glowed with a layer of black light, imbued with a deadening force. Bang! He charged forward abruptly, smashing his fist toward the city tower. The black fist imprint expanded hundreds of times, like a small mountain crashing down. If it hit, the entire tower would turn into ruins. Engage the enemy! Raylan shouted as he prepared to lead his generals into action. But the next second, the white-bone immortal sword hanging above the city tower suddenly lit up, emitting a beam of light piercing through heaven and earth, striking towards Palmer. Chapter 355 The Death of Ayush. The sword light had not yet arrived, but it already chilled Palmer to the bone. How could this be? His gaze fixed on the sword beam that pierced from heaven to earth before him. Just what kind of formidable expert could leave such a blow? Assad. This name instantly surfaced in his mind. Unprecedented fear made his whole body tremble, and he wished he could flee for his life. But it was too late. In an instant, the sword light reached above his head and struck down with one chop. No! Palmer screamed as all his strength erupted, barely managing to twist his body at the last moment, shoving his right arm in front, protectively. Whoosh! The sword light sliced through like cutting tofu. Palmer's right arm, along with his shoulder, was completely severed, splitting into two halves. Ah! Palmer let out a miserable cry as his entire body was thrown dozens of meters away, smashing onto the ground. Blood flowed incessantly, pooling around his limp body sprawled on the ice-covered rock, whether dead or alive, unknown. Save General Palmer. Hurry! The Night U Kingdom warriors seeing this hurriedly came forward, dragging Palmer's godlike body back while retreating in utter disarray. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A divine realm powerhouse thus incapacitated. Truly worthy of Mr. Luther. Looks like he anticipated everything long ago. Raylan, looking at this scene, sighed sincerely. Yes, Mr. Luther is incredibly strong. Even Ayush might be slightly inferior. For a moment, the generals and soldiers below also began chattering amongst themselves. And the white bone immortal sword which had cut General Palmer did not leave. Instead, it circled once and returned to the top of the city tower. One strike, dominating the border. At this moment, it seemed to have become a monument of the frontier. Within the southwestern region, when the white bone immortal sword launched its attack, Assad distinctly felt something. He gazed far into the border area, squinting his eyes. There was a sliver of his divine will within the immortal sword. This was a vast mountain chain where countless ranges converge here, only to break abruptly midway, forming a precipitous cliff surrounded by mountains. Hence its name, Broken Dragon Mountain. As he approached, Assad immediately saw a large waterfall, water splashing as though the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. Rolling rivers flowed between the cracks of the mountains. Yet, amidst the river waters, a huge dragon lay coiled, golden scales shimmering under the relentless rush of the river, remaining motionless. Really, Ayush? Assad was startled, not because he found Ayush's true form was shocking, but because Ayush was actually dead. Flickering in an instant, his figure landed on the giant dragon. It was an eastern dragon, snake-like body over 100 meters long, golden scales glittering on its surface. Although dead, it looked incredibly lifelike. Most bizarrely, a thin layer of pale blue ice had formed on the corpse. Even now, it exuded boundless coldness. Moreover, when the river flowed past, it would even form ice chunks. How could it be dead? Assad frowned. Back then, although he severely injured Ayush, Ayush utilized the earth's veins to escape, recovering swiftly on the ground to some extent. How could it die so suddenly here? Additionally, no severe injury marks were seen inside the current dragon corpse, suggesting he could feel the cold. One could imagine that if a grandmaster came here, they might be frozen to death on the spot. Realizing this, Assad immediately guessed that perhaps Ayush's death was due to accidentally touching one of these hanging coffins and being instantly frozen. He quickly scanned the surrounding hanging coffins and soon locked onto the highest one. That coffin was the highest, and the wood had suffered the most severe erosion. There was also an obvious recent impact mark on one corner of the coffin. An image instantly formed in Assad's mind. Ayush, after recovering from his injuries, accidentally touched this hanging coffin, suffering a misfortune by being attacked by some extremely cold force, leading to his sudden death. His body then fell into the river below. Ancient books recorded thousands of hanging coffins on half a cliff of immortal dwellings. Could there really be ancient immortals here? Assad's expression became solemn. Chapter 356, Picked Up a Dragon. On the steep mountain wall, Assad's face was solemn. The power that could snatch away Ayush's life in an instant must be far beyond his imagination. Even if it wasn't so-called earth immortal, it wouldn't be much weaker either. The hanging coffin was about 4 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, made of unknown wood. Its exterior looked somewhat dilapidated, but gave off an extremely heavy feeling. Around it, blurry carvings like, looking middle-aged. Assad's eyes narrowed sharply. Too unbelievable. Was it a practitioner? Or an ancient cultivator? Whichever it was, just judging by its transcendent, detached demeanor, it was absolutely not ordinary. At least stronger than Assad now. Moreover, this face as if alive was extremely shocking, like sleeping in the coffin and could wake up any time. Assad stared at the other's eyes, as if those tightly closed eyes would open in the next second. Crack. However, in the next moment, those eyes didn't open. Instead, the body collapsed with a loud noise, turning into myriad dust, erased by the world's power, completely dispersing. The coffin instantly became empty, leaving only a handful of ashes. This scene made Assad fall silent. Although he didn't know how long the other had practiced, after so many years, the corpse hadn't decayed and still maintained vitality. His cultivation was horrifyingly powerful. However, such a terrifying powerhouse was so fragile in the face of time. Finally, even the corpse turned into ashes. How sorrowful. He looked up at the higher hanging coffins. Perhaps there were still living powerhouses inside? However, thinking of the dead Ayush, Assad decisively abandoned this idea. If a powerhouse of that level was truly still alive, they would certainly hide great terror. He didn't want to provoke such an existence. In the end, all is vanity. Assad couldn't help sighing. His gaze swept over this hanging coffin. Looking further up, so many dreams of immortality were buried in this dense cluster of hanging coffins. Just as he scrutinized these hanging coffins, clear copper bell sounds entered his ears. He suddenly turned around. In the ravine between the mountains, a black shadow rapidly approached from afar. Its speed was fast, but the movement was strange, hopping like a zombie. Assad reacted quickly. Without knowing the identity of the other, he didn't want to reveal himself. He flickered his figure and actually squeezed into the hanging coffin he just opened. The next moment, the coffin lid closed again. Through the gaps in the hanging coffin, Assad watched outside. The figure landed on the riverbank, finally showing its true form. It turned out to be a Maxwell with wrinkles across his face, dressed in coarse hemp clothes, wearing straw shoes, carrying a tobacco pipe in his hand, and a straw hat on his head. At this moment, the Maxwell stared intently at the dragon corpse in the river, barely able to contain his excitement. Great luck, great luck. This place actually let me pick up a dragon for free. It seems the fortune teller was right indeed. When I reach 537 years old, I will have an astounding stroke of luck. Isn't this it? The Maxwell walked back and forth over the dragon's corpse, touching it carefully with his hands, almost drooling. He circled the dragon's corpse several times, growing more and more satisfied, nearly pressing his face against it. What a stroke of luck, truly heaven's blessing. If I can refine it into my dermic body, wouldn't my combat strength increase by a fold? Hee, I'm rich. He muttered to himself, incomprehensible words falling from his lips. After a moment, he took out a piece of talisman paper from his robe, on which were inscribed strange symbols. Muttering incantations, he slapped it onto the forehead of the dragon's corpse. Six Jia, guardian deities, heed my command, as the order is swift as law. Following his command, the enormous dragon corpse suddenly trembled, then slowly stood up. The ice that once encased its body instantly turned to dust. Follow me for now. With these words, the Maxwell vigorously shook the brass bell in his hand, and the dragon corpse leaped out of the river with a sudden lunge. All this was observed by Assad from within the hanging coffin. Quite a powerful necromantic technique. Could this be what they call a corpse guide? A flash of insight flickered in Assad's eyes. So-called corpse guides were an ancient profession from Western Hunan who wielded mysterious witchcraft to control corpses. Of course, Assad also noticed the Maxwell's words, 537 years old. By that calculation, the man must be at least a divine realm cultivator. Otherwise, he could never have lived to such an age. Assad also sensed something of the deep, dark power fluctuating from within him, vast like an ocean abyss. However, Assad could not agree to let him take away Ayush's corpse. Though Ayush was dead, his strength still lingered within his body. If taken back, it could allow Jace to inherit this power. Then, the Southwest District would truly possess its own divine realm powerhouse. Cough, cough. Thinking this, Assad suddenly had an idea and softly coughed twice. In the rugged peaks of the Broken Dragon Range, the river roared. Just as the Maxwell was about to leave with the driven dragon corpse, a sudden cough came from a hanging coffin on the steep cliff face. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet. Not good. Chapter 357. Inevitable Battle. The Maxwell abruptly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and saw hundreds of hanging coffins densely arranged on the cliff face. My God! He was startled, retreating 2 steps backward. The dragon corpse he controlled using necromancy fell back into the river. Where did all these hanging coffins come from? The Maxwell's real name is Artie. He was a corpse driver in his early years. Later, by sheer luck, he obtained an inheritance from an anonymous body. This inheritance was known as the Nine Heavens Divine Evil Corpse Yale. This lineage specialized in refining various corpses and could control the power that the original corpse owners once possessed, making it incredibly formidable. From then on, Artie transformed into a master tomb raider, specifically searching for the remains of powerful beings across the world. However, this method was against natural law, leading to him having extremely poor luck over several centuries. Even at the divine realm stage, he was constantly plagued by bad fortune, which only worsened whenever he gained any benefit. Acquiring this dragon corpse this time, he thought it was a grand opportunity, but unexpectedly saw those hanging coffins immediately after. Thinking about the coughing sound earlier made his heart tremble. How could this misfortune come so quickly? Artie felt a deep sense of unease in his heart. Senior above, I am merely passing by. If I disturbed your rest, I will leave immediately. Artie spoke while slowly retreating. At the same time, he cautiously jiggled a bronze bell to prevent making too much noise, determined to take the dragon corpse with him. Offering, leave behind. An elderly voice came from inside the hanging coffins. Artie's heart trembled. That voice was ancient yet distant, seeming to come from the horizon or right beside him. Regardless, the power fluctuation it displayed was not to be underestimated. That word, offering, made him understand why there was a dragon corpse here. This dragon corpse was likely brought here by someone as an offering to the hanging coffins. Damn unlucky. Artie cursed silently, but upon further reflection, he felt something wasn't right. If the other party truly had formidable strength, why didn't they stop him earlier? Why wait until he tried to take the dragon corpse away before speaking up? Could someone be bluffing? This thought made Artie immediately calm down. His eyes scanned the surroundings quickly and soon noticed some traces, including a crack on the cliff wall. That was where Assad had just broken off a rock. Humph. Artie's small eyes revealed a hint of coldness when he realized this. Daring to play tricks on him and try to seize his windfall. What audacity! However, Artie didn't confront them immediately. Instead, he pretended to be fearful and said, So, this dragon corpse is actually Senior's offering. I didn't notice this. I deserve punishment. Please forgive me. I will leave immediately. After saying that, he ignored the dragon corpse in the river and left Dragon Break Mountain in a flash. Assad frowned. Did he really leave just like that? It was quite unexpected, but it was better this way, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Given that the other party was also a divine realm expert and unknown, starting a fight recklessly was unwise. Even if Assad believed he could subdue the other party, what then? Surely, killing someone over this wouldn't be wise. Moreover, the hanging coffins on the cliff were too bizarre. If their conflict caused something unforeseen, it would be disastrous. It was good that the other party chose to retreat. Assad used his divine sense to confirm that the other person had indeed left, then nodded, lifting the coffin lid. The situation is urgent. I must bring the dragon corpse back to headquarters and hand it over to Ahmed. Assad leaped out of the coffin, landing on the river surface. However, as he landed next to the dragon corpse, it suddenly moved. Its enormous tail whipped through the air, leaving a streak of residual image. The massive long tail, like a steel whip, rushed towards Assad. Bang! The air seemed to tear with a sharp blast, approaching Assad rapidly. Assad's expression darkened. The dragon corpse moved with incredible speed and perfect timing, attacking just as he landed, exhausted from his previous exertion. The powerful tail attack forced even Assad to take caution, confront him directly, thus resorting to trickery to scare him away. But who would have thought that the other party was so powerful, still emerging unscathed after facing the dragon corpse's ambush? Lu Bo's expression kept changing. However, eyeing that formidable dragon corpse, he ultimately didn't want to let go. With a hardened look on his face, he said, "Boy, not killed by one strike. Yet you dare to show up again. Don't blame me for being rude." Assad gave him a cold glance. "I'm quite curious about how you plan to be rude." "Kill." Lu Bo urged the dragon corpse into action. The dragon corpse suddenly moved as if it had come back to life, leaping dozens of meters, leaving behind a streak of residual image. Then its giant claws reached out toward Assad. Amidst a sound like thunder, Assad actually extended a hand, grabbing hold of one of the dragon corpse's claws. "Come down now." Assad roared, his entire body glowing as the mighty green emperor longevity body exerted its power. He threw the entire dragon corpse aside, smashing it into the river. Seeing this scene, Lu Bo's pupils contracted sharply, and all his body hair stood on end. Such strength. Was this even human? It must be a monster. Undecayed for 1,000 years. In life, he was undoubtedly a deity realm level powerhouse. Kill him. Ushvin pointed at Assad. Boom boom boom. The war general zombie's neck twisted, its pitch black eyes locking onto Assad. Then it spurred its warhorse forward, charging at Assad with astonishing speed, swift as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Assad. Whoosh. The war general zombie swiftly drew its 2-meter-long decapitating saber, which rang with a clang as it left the sheath. Bang! The decapitating saber slashed down at Assad. Trifling skills. Assad's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand, fingers together like a sword, emitting a blade of chi from his fingertips, colliding heavily with the war general zombie's long sword. Crack. The long sword developed cracks from the impact. The war general zombie was thrown back several dozen meters, its skeletal warhorse nearly disintegrating. Good. Ushvin's eyes narrowed sharply, becoming increasingly wary. However, the dragon corpse was something he must obtain. He would never give up. Thus, he gestured toward the river, causing the dragon corpse that had fallen into the river to fly out again. At the same time, the war general zombie charged forward once more, joining the dragon corpse on either side, surrounding and attacking Assad. Assad stood his ground, radiating light, swinging his fist. "Me anymore. I admit you're strong, but if you push me too far, I'm not easy to deal with either." Ushvin's words trailed off. That particular suspended coffin had already been damaged by Ayush, and now, a murky black mist emanated from it, forming a hand that grabbed Ushvin's ankle. Chilly and bone-chilling. Ushvin felt his entire body turn cold. What's happening? Only then did he realize he had entered the midst of the suspended coffins. Damn it. He immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. He had disturbed some mysterious entity within the suspended coffins. His face turned deathly pale. As a spirit driver, Ushvin knew a little about the mysterious existence within the suspended coffins, knowing they were absolutely not to be provoked. And now he had actually stepped on it with his feet. He regretted it deeply. He wished he could cut off his own feet. Seeing the black mist forming a hand that gripped his ankle, Ushvin made an immediate decision and broke off that leg, leaping away in an attempt to escape. However, the black mist would not let go of Ushvin so easily. Crack. The black mist swirled, turning Ushvin's severed leg into powder. Then it transformed into a whirlwind, engulfing his entire body from bottom to top, gradually spreading from his feet up to his neck. No. Ushvin struggled desperately but found the black mist around his body and something and quickly silenced himself. He cast a glance filled with hatred and unwillingness at the suspended coffin before rapidly departing. "And you? I'll get revenge on you sooner or later." He was indeed the deceased Ushvin. At this moment, he had resurrected using the war general zombie's body. Thinking about the loss of his true divine body pained him immensely, and the thought of Assad who caused such heavy losses filled him with overwhelming hatred. Chapter 359. The messenger arrives. Headquarters of the Southwest region. "I wonder how Mr. Luther is doing." Jace stood in his small courtyard, a worried look on his face. Although Assad had defeated Ayush before, Ayush was still a powerful divine realm cultivator with remarkable military achievements over the years. There was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Currently, the Southwest region had just stabilized, all thanks to Assad. If anything happened to Assad at this moment, the favorable situation might be ruined immediately. Not only that, but the messenger from the central region was almost here. Previously, Blas received a temporary decree from the central region, which was like a thorn deeply embedded in Jace's heart. Now, the messenger from the central region has arrived here, and it seemed they were not coming with good intentions. Jace sighed. If he had already usurped Ayush's power and truly become a divine realm cultivator, everything would be different. But now, there was just that little bit missing. Hopefully, things will be in time within a few days. But I believe we can handle whatever comes our way. I don't think they will dare defy the world's expectations and remove my position as war marshal again. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jace's eyes. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, rapid footsteps came from outside. Spike appeared, rushing in quickly. "Marshal Long, it's not good. The messenger from the central region has arrived." "So soon?" Jace frowned. According to his estimate, it should take them at least 3 to 4 more days to get here. Unexpectedly, the notification just came down, and the person was already here. This couldn't help but make people speculate. Where are they now? Jace asked while walking. They have already arrived at the main hall. Spike hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and said, Marshal Long. It seems they are not here with good intentions. Please be extra cautious. Not here with good intentions? In my southwest region, dragons coil and tigers lie down. If they want to act unfavorably, let them remember that I am not someone to be trifled with either. A fierce expression flashed in Jace's eyes. He had been through storms for decades and would never accept threats. Better to shatter like jade than remain whole like tile. To usurp the authority of the Southwest would not be an easy feat. There was the case of Bloss previously. If it happened again, Jace would definitely rally the entire army and demand an explanation from the central region. Butler, I won't let you succeed. Thinking of the message Assad had told him, Jace made up his mind. He would not lose control over the Southwest unless he was dead. In the main hall of the headquarters, a young man sat in the main seat, handsome and radiant, exuding a friendly aura like a neighborhood big brother, yet the air of nobility in his movements made people not dare to ignore him. Behind him stood an elderly man, who looked like a humble old servant but emitted a profound aura like the sea, standing immovably firm, occasionally revealing a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Just these two people sat there, while before them stood several anxious-looking war generals from the Southwest region. Has Marshal Long not arrived yet? The young man appeared calm, but there was a trace of impatience in his eyes. Princey, please calm down. General Chu has gone to invite Marshal Long, who will arrive shortly. A war general quickly stepped forward and bowed in reply. Such arrogance indeed. Todd shook his head, clicking his tongue and said, I've heard that the Southwest region, being at the border, is far from the Emperor's reach, not respecting the orders of the central region. I could see that beneath that bright smile was a chilling coldness. You dare not speak? Then let me say it. A regional war marshal, even if just interim, yet he died so easily. What great deeds have you done here in the Southwest region? As Todd's words grew more intense, a war general suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, Hold your tongue. Bloss was a traitor who committed treason, attempting to harm Marshal Long. He deserved death. He had barely said this when the old man behind Todd frowned, raised a hand, and flicked his sleeve. Presumptuous. Who gave you the right to speak here? Before the old man's words were finished, the war general felt as if struck by lightning in his chest, instantly flying out and crashing into the wall. His chest caved in, and he spat blood from his mouth. Head lolling to one side, he fell on the ground, unconscious or possibly dead. Old Luther. What happened to old Luther? Several war generals who were close to him immediately rushed over, checking his body. The moment they saw, their faces changed dramatically, eyes flaring with anger. Old Luther was crippled. Not only his ribcage, but most of the bones inside his body were shattered. Only a thread of life remained, and he could die at any moment. Old scoundrel, you dare to harm a person. The war generals glared angrily at the old man, but the old man showed no concern, saying coldly, a mere war general dares to be insolent. Not killing him is already lenient enough. Leniency? Then I'll show you some leniency. Boom. At that moment, a cold shout came from outside, followed by the main door being blasted open. Jace strode in, face full of rage. Marshal Long. Marshal Long, you're finally here. Old Luther, what about old Luther? The war generals, seeing Jace arrive, finally felt they had support, quickly coming forward to explain the events that had just transpired. Jace nodded, pausing his gaze on old Luther for a moment before turning to look at Todd and the old man. Killer intent flashed in his eyes. Defaming our region's reputation? Harming our war general? Are you two looking for death? Jace's voice thundered, filled with murderous intent. Boom. The war generals behind him stepped forward in unison, an overwhelming wave of killer intent rushing toward the two men. Chapter 360, Elder Floyd. Todd's expression changed as he saw the situation unfold. Why you want to rebel? He shouted with a sharp tone. However, his voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Please rest assured, young master. With this old servant here, no one can harm you. At this moment, the elder behind Todd stepped forward, blocking in front of him. The overwhelming killing intent before him seemed like a gentle breeze that caused not even a ripple. Minerva's gaze focused. An expert. No wonder he has been so audacious since coming to the Southwest District. The elder swept a cold glance over Minerva and the others, saying, the Southwest District is truly unruly, even shouting to fight against envoys from the Central District. Stand down. The last sentence sounded like thunder striking, shaking all around. The several warriors behind Minerva felt buzzing in their ears, and their minds turned blank for a moment, subconsciously stepping back. As soon as they took this step, they immediately came to their senses, and when they looked at the elder again, their eyes were filled with wariness. There's something off about this old man. Though it seemed both sides were Isabellisters, his strength might already be at the pinnacle, just half a step away from the divine realm. Minerva's face was cold. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in our Southwest District, having some skills indeed. But do you think you can wreak havoc here with just this? It's not enough. His gaze shifted from Todd to the elder, and his voice grew colder. Since you injured my warriors, you will have to pay the price. With that, 4 warriors emerged from behind him. They were all at the Isabellister level. Together, they formed an attack formation and charged at the elder. Swish, swish, swish. These 4 people coordinated, attacking from all 4 directions, left, right, front, and back, quickly encircling the elder and hitting different points simultaneously. In an instant, they unleashed their maximum strength. If struck, even a peak Isabellister would instantly meet his doom. However, the disdain in the elder's eyes never wavered. He stood tall in the center, remaining motionless despite the 4 attacking him. You think you can make me pay the price? You're unworthy. Boom. At that moment, the 4 warriors felt an overwhelming force erupt from the elder. They let out Tanjal cries of agony as they were directly thrown away. Blood spewed from their mouths, splattering heavily onto the surrounding ground and walls. The battle formation formed by the 4 surrounding warriors was dissolved in an instant, each sustaining serious injuries, while the elder remained unharmed. How is this possible? This scene left everyone present visibly shaken. Even Minerva couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. A battle formation created by 4 Isabellisters. Even a peak Isabellister wouldn't dare face it head-on, yet this elder did so calmly. Could this elder have surpassed the Isabellister level? Divine realm. These 2 words instantly flashed through everyone's minds, leaving them both disbelieving and forced to believe. This is the depth of strength of the Central District? Even an envoy has a divine realm protector? Their hearts trembled, primarily due to the vast difference in strength. But Minerva thought differently. In his mind, he thought of the Yi family, Butler. As the war marshal of the Southwest District, the highest authority in the region, Minerva had some understanding of the depths of Long Kingdom's power. Indeed, there were many divine realms, but there was no way they could spare one to serve a mere young man. So, this elder must likely be sent by Butler to protect Todd. No wonder the Yi family is so renowned. The depth of their strength is astonishing. After all, the entire Southwest District only had Ayush as its sole divine realm, and Ayush was a spirit of the earth veins. Thus, the entire Southwest District had no divine realms. After all, too much strength was lost during the Second World War. Even after the war ended, peace was still hard to come by. Too many people died, including many divine realms. The Southwest District, being one of the main battlefields and adjacent to the border, undoubtedly faced more intense fighting and more deaths of powerful individuals. Otherwise, Minerva wouldn't have risen to power so quickly. Now, the reason why there are only 2 or 3 openly known divine realms left in Long Kingdom is also related to the war back then. Some surviving divine realms were seriously ranked 9th. There must be at least 8 others before him. Minerva's wariness intensified. Ahmed, they have been incapacitated as well. At this moment, a warrior who had checked the 4 injured reported with a sorrowful cry. Including the heavily injured old Luther, Floyd had disabled 5 masters within a short time. So ruthless. Minerva glared at Floyd, the killing intent in his eyes barely controlled. Even if you're a divine realm, you won't walk out of the Southwest today. Just a few warriors. Floyd showed disdain. They are our brothers. You hurt them. You will pay the price. Minerva interrupted him abruptly. Then, a golden pillar of light rose from his body, shooting up into the sky. His aura escalated to the divine realm. Fight. Today, I will kill you. Minerva condensed a ghost head saber in his hand, pointing directly at Floyd. Kill me? Floyd couldn't help but laugh, pride showing on his aged face as his gaze swept over Minerva's golden pillar of light. Just a mere pseudo-divine realm. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. Attack. Minerva ignored him and swung the ghost head saber, charging straight at Floyd. Even alone, he seemed like an army charging forward. Irresistible. In this moment, his momentum completely overshadowed Floyd, forming a dominant aura. Floyd's expression changed, slinging its tail. It aimed straight for Jace's chest. If this punch landed, it would absolutely pierce through Jace's body. After all, he wasn't a true God realm practitioner, and his body had yet to undergo complete transformation. In a direct confrontation, he could easily be disabled by a genuine God realm expert. Whoosh. At the critical moment, Jace twisted his body to avoid the punch. Subsequently, stepping in the Bagwazang style, he suddenly moved behind Floyd, twisting his waist like a tightly drawn bow being released, launching a punch with accumulated force, akin to a deadly assassin's final strike. Danger. Floyd's face immediately changed. He never expected Jace to possess such combat power, converting the strength derived from earth energy into formidable fighting power with a stunning impact upon striking. Damn! Feeling the approaching wind from behind, Floyd tried to block, but it was too late. He could only barely turn around. Bang! Floyd was sent flying backward. Spit. While in midair, he spat out blood, crashing heavily through the wall. Uncle Joe. Todd was terrified and rushed over to Floyd. Floyd got up slowly, but his aura grew colder and heavier. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Jace with emotionless eyes. How dare you hurt me? Not only will I hurt you, but today I will also kill you. Jace gripped a new ghost-headed blade and strode toward Floyd, exuding overwhelming momentum with each step. Kill me? Floyd showed disdain, saying coldly, just now, this old man was careless. With just your pseudo-god realm status, you're unworthy. Is that so? Jace said no more and rushed towards Floyd swiftly. With a grim face, Floyd charged forward as well, emitting a surge of fierce aura before both clashed fiercely. Rumble. Centered around them, the grand hall instantly turned to rubble. Everyone quickly fled outside. Finding a safe spot, they all looked upward to see a golden light and a black light intensely colliding in the sky. Boom boom boom. Thunderous sounds echoed continuously. Watching the intense battle between the two, Todd's expression flickered. Suddenly, he pulled out an imperial decree from his chest, which was naturally from the Central District. It gave him temporary authority to act on behalf of the Emperor. Humph. A ruthless look flashed across Todd's eyes. Jace, this is your own doing. As he finished speaking, he abruptly unfurled the imperial decree, pressing his hand on it. The decree transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly enveloping the entire headquarters of the Southwest District. Imperial decree, temporarily depriving Jace of his position as Battle General of the Southwest District. Further decisions will be made after investigating Bloss's case. Upon these words, the golden pillar surrounding Jace burst, causing the fluctuations of divine power to plummet instantly. Oh no. Jace hadn't anticipated this development, and his face changed drastically. Swish. Floyd naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that forced Jace into the ground, almost shattering his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Ahmed. Quickly, protect Ahmed. Several generals rushed over, forming a protective circle around Jace, glaring furiously at Floyd and Todd. If looks could kill, the two would already be riddled with holes. I'm fine. Jace stood up. Although he had received a punch from Floyd, that punch struck right on the contract patch, which was made of an outer god's skin, extremely resilient. Therefore, Jace wasn't severely injured. What a messenger from the Central District. Jace looked at the Imperial Decree in Todd's hand, his expression darkening. The other war generals, seeing Jace rise, breathed a sigh of relief but still glared angrily at Todd and Floyd, their eyes flashing with cold light. Are you really going to rebel? I came here under the command of the Central District. Are you all going to disobey orders? Seeing Jace wounded and stripped of his power, Todd felt no restraint anymore. He took a step forward, casting a fierce glance over the faces of the war generals, his gaze as sharp as a knife. The war generals dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak out. With the Imperial Decree present, they did not dare to make a move. Jace was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Todd and Floyd exchanged glances and smiled. By defeating Jace and temporarily taking over the authority of the Southwest District, they would gradually take control of the Southwest District through investigating Bloss's case. When the time comes, they could accomplish their grand plans. Bring Ahmed down for rest, Todd ordered. The war generals remained expressionless, unmoving. Saying for rest was merely a pretense. In reality, it was to place Jace under house arrest. Tap tap tap. Just as the war generals were silent, someone stepped forward. Herb. He was a 4-star war general dispatched by the Central District. What do you want to do? Someone blocked his path. Herb spread his hands and said calmly, of course, I will follow the Imperial Decree. Aren't you really going to rebel? Besides, it's just bringing Ahmed down for rest. Given that Ahmed is now injured, he needs more rest. Nonsense. They are clearly imprisoning Ahmed. Are you aiding them too? Aiding the wicked? A dangerous glint flashed in Herb's eyes as he said coldly, they are messengers from the Central District. Who are you calling the wicked? That's exactly what I'm talking about. A voice drifted down from the sky. Todd and Floyd's expressions turned grim as they looked into the sky, only to see a massive black shadow plummeting down, causing the ground to sink several meters. It was clearly a dragon. On the dragon's back stood a young man, looking at them indifferently. Assad. At this critical moment, he finally returned. Chapter 362. Destroying the Imperial Edict again. Assad's gaze swept over Minerva, noticing his clearly injured appearance. With a wave of his hand, a stream of green longevity true chi enveloped him. Buzz. As the true chi entered Minerva's body, his originally withered aura rapidly recovered. In a blink, his injuries visibly healed at an astounding rate. This scene was truly shocking. Thank you, Mr. Luther. Minerva clasped his fists in gratitude. His eyes involuntarily glanced at the colossal dragon corpse beneath Assad's feet. Such a massive sight could not help but draw attention. However, Assad did not reveal the true identity of this dragon but asked instead, I wonder why Ahmed was injured and what happened here. This matter. It's hard to explain. Minerva sighed heavily. He felt quite hesitant to speak about it. After all, he hadn't expected that the Central District would revoke his status again. Even if it was officially for an investigation only, this made him feel both angry and aggrieved. Over the years, he had sacrificed countless efforts and hardships for the stability of the Southwest District, yet now, it seemed as if no one cared. After the incident with Bloss, he was being stripped of his authority for a second time. For him, this was no less than a severe blow. A psychological blow. Seeing this, several generals behind him couldn't help but step forward, babbling to explain the entire situation. With Assad present, their courage grew, and they completely ignored the cold gazes of Todd and Floyd. At this moment, Herb sensed something was amiss, especially when he noticed Assad seemingly glance at him. He hurriedly hid behind Todd and another person. After hearing the whole story, Assad's expression turned increasingly cold and severe. He hadn't forgotten some critical information obtained through soul-searching Bloss, especially regarding Butler's plot to seize control of the Southwest District. It seemed these two envoys from the Central District were likely involved with Butler. They still wouldn't give up even now. This time, Assad was determined to make them realize his power and sever their claws, so they would never dare reach out to the Southwest to decide the removal or retention of a war general. Ridiculous. Without discerning right from wrong, I have no need for such an imperial edict. Assad looked at the edict coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Give it back to me. Todd took a step forward and shouted loudly. Even a divine realm powerhouse, so what? This land belongs to Dragon Country, and even a divine realm must follow its will. Giving it back to you? Humph. Assad clenched his fist, and immense strength surged between his fingers, while purple-green light ground against the edict like a millstone. The edict emitted golden light, but this light retreated step by step before the purple-green brilliance. Snap. A crisp sound echoed, followed by a series of similar sounds. Instantly, Assad crushed the edict into pieces. Paper scraps fell from Assad's fingers, scattering everywhere. Just that. Assad said indifferently. No matter how mysterious and potent its connection might be, able to determine one's power and authority, it was still nothing before Assad. At the moment he clenched his fist, his fingers connected with the heavens and earth, completely sealing it. Without the connection to heaven and earth, this is nothing more than a scrap of paper. Damn it. Todd's face turned ashen. Assad had actually destroyed his imperial edict. This was an ordinary opponent. Despite early rumors about Assad, he never believed that a new divine realm powerhouse would really appear in the Southwest District. A mere 20-something-year-old youth being in the divine realm. It had to be a joke. How could that be possible? But reality stood before him. He had no choice but to believe it. Floyd sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he came this time. Otherwise, relying only on Todd would hardly accomplish anything. Still, he held some confidence in himself. After all, just a newly ascended divine realm powerhouse. How strong could he be? If so, let's treat you as you treated others. As Assad spoke, his figure vanished, reappearing in front of Floyd, finger like a sword, slashing down fiercely. He was as swift as a meteor piercing the moon. In an instant, the sword light struck Floyd's chest. Not good. Floyd felt a shiver run through him, trembling all over, a chill rising from his feet to his head. Suppressed by Assad's overpowering aura, he could only stand still, unable to dodge. Bang! With all his might, Floyd unleashed golden light around his chest. However, the sword light shattered his shield effortlessly, striking his chest directly, sending him flying. Ribs broken, blood splattered everywhere. Had Assad not deliberately restrained his power, this strike could have killed Floyd. Boom. Instantly, Todd and Floyd a cold look, retracting the sword light from his hand. Chapter 363, Heaven and Earth Catastrophe. Dog Lives. As soon as these words were spoken, Todd and Floyd's faces turned extremely ugly. When had they ever been humiliated like this? It was like stomping on their faces with shoe soles. But, under the roof, one has to bow their head. Facing such a terrifying powerhouse like Assad, they did not dare to say no in the slightest. Daring to be angry but not daring to speak it out, this was exactly their current situation. Let them leave here. Coyle waved his hand, and immediately warriors came forward, making a please gesture towards the two of them, mockery flashing across their eyes. Please. Humph, you will regret this. Todd gave them a cold glance and walked away with Floyd. Herb and others were about to follow when they were stopped. Where do you think you're going? Just now, Herb and the others openly followed Todd's orders, intending to take Coyle down for confinement. How could they possibly let them leave? Seize them and interrogate thoroughly. Coyle glanced at Herb, showing no mercy. Yes. Warriors acted immediately. Herb and others didn't dare to resist and were apprehended obediently. Mr. Luther, please save them. At this moment, someone brought over those severely injured by Floyd, pleading. Just a trifling matter. Assad didn't refuse, and directly healed them. Raised an eyebrow. Coyle smiled bitterly. Of course I know. Although the terrain there is treacherous, the environment complex, and few people go there, the ancient site I discovered back then was precisely there. So that's how it is. Assad understood clearly. No wonder the dragon respected one appeared there. Perhaps because it knew it couldn't rob, it wanted to strike at the root, but alas, before it found the ancient site, it was killed by the hanging coffins. How pitiful, how sad. A mighty god realm expert, died just like that. Does Ahmed know anything about those hanging coffins? After thinking for a while, Assad asked further. He still hadn't given up on the hanging coffins. Although he had opened one of the coffins, it did not lessen his curiosity but rather increased it. He could sense that the person inside might have cultivated immortal Yale, or was a cultivator of Qi. Whichever it was, both represented the glorious past of ancient times. Unlike the present world where only martial arts thrived, while both immortal Yale and cultivators declined. This puzzled Assad about what had happened during that period. Initially, Assad thought Coyle wouldn't know much, but unexpectedly, Coyle provided answers. It houses the ancient Earth Immortal and his followers. A real immortal tomb? Assad barely suppressed his excitement. Although he had inherited the legacy of an ancient immortal and had cultivated to the change. What do you mean? Assad was startled. Coyle's voice was heavy. The cosmos go through cataclysms and continuous rebirths. Every destroyed civilization cannot reappear because the laws of the cosmos do not permit their return. Yet now, Mr. Luther keeps breaking through, reaching the deity realm at such a young age. What does this imply? It means the cosmic calamity is coming again. Coyle couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The impending cosmic calamity would only occur when the cosmos relaxed its restrictions, giving everyone a chance to fight for survival. Success means life. Failure means annihilation in the calamity. Each disappearance of civilization originated from this. Coyle never imagined encountering such an event within his lifetime. No wonder there have been more and more Isabellisters in recent years. I should have noticed this earlier. Coyle felt some regret at that moment. Ahmed, calm down. Assad's voice carried a reassuring power. Coyle, who had become agitated and uneasy, slowly calmed down upon hearing his words. Assad continued, the cosmic calamity is imminent, a crisis, but also an opportunity. As long as we can continue to grow stronger, there will be a glimmer of hope, right? No one knows when the calamity will arrive. It might not come even when we are old. Maybe I am being overly anxious. Coyle, Chapter 364, Immortal Martial Concept. Southwest Region, Sun and Moon City. Clear skies stretched endlessly overhead. Inside an opulent villa, Todd and Floyd had just returned here, and currently both wore troubled expressions. The failure of this mission would have a significant impact on their future plans. Uncle Joe, are we just going to let this slide? Todd's face was filled with reluctance. He had fought hard to secure this mission, and if it succeeded, his standing within the Yi family would be greatly enhanced. However, he never anticipated that such complications would arise. Floyd coughed twice, his voice weak as he said, of course not. We must seize another opportunity to bring the Southwest region under our control. Do you have any plan, Uncle Joe? Todd abruptly lifted his head, looking eagerly at Floyd. Floyd nodded. Our best move now is to eliminate Assad. I thought he had already left, but unexpectedly, he returned. Eliminate Assad? Todd hesitated, showing signs of difficulty. Assad was a divine realm powerhouse. Who could claim they could easily take him down? It seemed like a joke. Floyd, seeming to read Todd's thoughts, remarked casually, who says you have to attack someone directly? Doesn't he have friends and family? Relatives? As long as he's human, there's always a weakness. Besides, viewing the immortal path offer me a chance? Assad gazed at the sky, contemplating this question. The way of immortals involves absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth, transcending the mundane world, and refining one's heart amidst its turmoil, achieving immortality outside the confines of existence. It seeks harmony with nature. It seeks non-action. Is such a path truly suitable for surviving the cosmic calamity? Assad had already reached the middle stage of the golden core realm, allowing him to live for 1,000 years, observing the changing tides of the world. But before the cosmic calamity, his cultivation was woefully inadequate. Once, I heard the theory of main characters in civilizations. In every civilization, there must be central figures. With the end of the immortal path, the rise of martial arts and technology in this civilization means I must also practice martial arts if I want a chance in the calamity. Squinting his eyes, Assad quickly grasped the key principle. That is to practice martial arts. To master both immortal and martial paths. This might increase his chances of survival. He did have some knowledge of martial arts, having killed countless masters. But cultivating martial arts was another story. Just because you've tasted pork and seen pigs run doesn't mean you can become a pig. So, he needed to find some cultivation techniques, preferably many. With this thought, Assad went directly to Spike. Leaving the meditation room, passing the training ground, he soon arrived at the residential area for war generals, each living in their own small courtyard, allowing them to settle their families here. This was for safety reasons. After all, being in the Southwest, espionage activities occasionally occurred, making the security of war generals' families crucial. Of course, this applied to those who hadn't yet reached the Master Realm. Some Isabellister realm war generals basically lived outside the base, only returning to headquarters during missions. As the mainstays of their respective families, with a lifespan of 200 years, they ensured their families rapidly expanded over short periods, often forming large systems dependent on the war zones. Once mobilized, they would possess immense war potential. This was what Minerva had been doing for many years. It was also because of this that his reputation in the entire Southwest region was so high, not just due to his contributions but also because of his methods. Entering the residential area, Assad inquired about Spike's residence and went straight there. Mr. Luther, why have you come? Spike was practicing at the training ground when he saw Assad enter. He quickly threw the barbell aside, wiped the sweat from his brow, and hurriedly came forward. He had a collection of martial cultivation classics, including those gathered in the past and some created by experts within the zone. Given Assad's status, he could view them freely. Great. Assad smiled. Chapter 365. The beginning of martial arts. Soon, Spike brought some classics from the combat zone and handed them over to Assad. Assad roughly scanned through them. There were no fewer than 200 types of martial arts classics here, basically covering fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, body movement, saber techniques, sword techniques, staff techniques, and more. Of course, there were also some donghua, piling techniques, sight training, and body strengthening methods. The quantity was astonishing. Is this all? Assad looked at Spike and asked. There are some more, but most of them are incomplete and rarely practiced. Spike hesitated for a moment before saying. Assad did not care about this detail and directly instructed, bring them all. Yes. Spike nodded and turned around to go out again. Assad, on the other hand, started flipping through one of the piling technique classics. It recorded a piling technique called the Three Saints pile, specifically designed for power training. According to legend, when practiced to an advanced level, one could split stones with a single hand, with strength surpassing those of the same rank. There were also crocodile dragon pile to the next level. While others might only be able to cultivate one piling technique, he was different. With his foundation, the speed at which he cultivated any piling technique was naturally much faster. The Great Sage pile, for power training. The Shingi pile, for shape training. The Imperial pile, for spirit training. The crocodile dragon pile, for momentum training. In just 3 short days, Assad consecutively cultivated no fewer than 20 piling techniques. He found that every change brought by each piling technique would faithfully reflect on his physique. Although it wasn't obvious now, as he deepened his practice, transformation would inevitably occur. I never thought that just the most basic piling techniques of martial arts could actually cause my Green Emperor longevity body to change. It's truly incredible. It seems my choice was right. Combining immortal martial arts will certainly pave a new path. Become an immortal through martial arts, create martial arts through immortality. 2 blazing fires flashed in Assad's eyes, carrying the light of ambition. In the era when Immortal Yale flourished, no one would have such thoughts because the power of Immortal Yale was sufficient to suppress all other ways. But now things were different. Assad had long realized that although he was a Golden Core true man, the power he could unleash was far inferior to the ancient Golden Core true men, because the world had changed. It was no longer the world of Immortal Yale, initially as fine as a thread, gradually thickening to the size of a small snake, weaving through Assad's body. Assad channeled the energy to his fingertips, and with a whoosh, the air burst as the energy shot out. Bang! The energy struck the wall, leaving a hole about 10 centimeters wide. One must know that this cultivation room was specially built by professionals in the combat zone, with walls made of special alloys, yet they were almost breached by this burst of energy. It was truly unbelievable. This is the internalized energy? Assad's eyes widened. He knew that for that strike, he hadn't used any Immortal Yale true chi. It was purely based on the energy he had just cultivated. To achieve such an effect exceeded his expectations. He immediately realized that he had underestimated the power of martial arts. Indeed, martial arts were the main character of this era. The power of martial arts was far from simple, and there was definitely something profound hidden within. Practice martial arts. One must practice martial arts. At this moment, Assad's enthusiasm for practicing martial arts surged. He flipped through the martial arts classics while cultivating, occasionally stopping to summarize the oversights and inadequacies in the process. In this way, in just one day, he managed to cultivate external energy to its perfect realm. Phew, just as I thought. A gleam flashed in his eyes. This so-called external energy was actually aimed at strengthening and refining the body. Once reaching internal energy, it involved tempering the blood and organs. Upon reaching transformational energy, it became a unity of internal and external forces. At this stage, the human body becomes integrated as a whole, with energy controlled effortlessly, bringing the physical foundation close to perfection. Completing this step of cultivation and stepping into the Isabellister realm might elevate the entire body, akin to a human form of dragons and elephants. Just like in Immortal Yale's method of cultivating chi and laying the foundation, it creates a celestial base. However, Assad glanced over the classics brought by Spike. These classics were too few, and the highest level recorded was only the Isabellister realm. Descriptions of the divine presence realm in martial arts often ended with, as if a god were present. Beyond this realm, there wasn't even a mention. Compared to the complete Immortal Yale advancement system, the martial arts realm seemed incompletely organized, which was indeed a huge drawback. Perhaps I can refer to the Immortal Yale system to fully supplement this? An idea sprouted in Assad's mind. Chapter 366, A Perfect Success. To perfect the martial path system, this thought ignited a blazing passion in Assad's heart. Though his martial cultivation wasn't profound, he was well versed in the way of cultivation. He broken through? Whoosh. In a flash, he disappeared from the cultivation room. Inside another cultivation room. This place was clearly spacious, large enough for a basketball court. Dexter sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, surrounded by the corpse of Ayush. At that moment, clusters of golden light floated off the dragon corpse like fireflies in the summer night, steadily merging into Dexter's body. The mysterious golden glow made him appear entirely golden, akin to being forged from gold, exuding a sacred aura. Although no external change was perceptible, the energy within his body was boiling like a volcano about to erupt, ready to leap into a new realm at any moment. In the next second, Assad silently appeared in the cultivation room. He kept his eyes fixed on Dexter, gradually concealing himself. At this critical juncture, he must not disturb him. If it failed now, all previous efforts would be wasted. With Ayush dead, there wouldn't be a second chance. Bang! Suddenly, the seated Dexter trembled violently, his aura fluctuating drastically. Snap, snap, snap. The cracking sounds resounded, and the dragon corpses surrounding him shattered out a soft shout. Hayward, the resonant sound of a great bell. The echo reverberated deep within Dexter's mind, causing a fleeting flash of clarity in his eyes, regaining some consciousness. Calm your mind and exert full control over the power inside you. Assad shouted loudly. Yes. Dexter knew he was losing control, risking total possession by the unleashed force. How can I, Dexter, become a puppet of power? Power, submit to me. A hint of sternness flashed across Dexter's eyes. Rumble, rumble. His will instantly permeated his entire body, suppressing the internal power. Yet, the power of the godly realm was too immense, especially when it came from Ayush. Even with Dexter's formidable will, it took time to gain full control. At this moment, Assad also noticed Dexter's predicament. After a brief hesitation, a powerful surge of longevity true chi was infused into his body. Take the lead and control this force. Use it to regulate the rampant divine power within you. Assad's voice echoed in Dexter's mind. Dexter immediately sensed that surge of longevity true chi and gained control over it. He then promptly directed this true chi into action. The previously uncontrollable force became docile when faced with this surge of longevity true chi, allowing Dexter to easily grasp it. This discovery filled Dexter with joy. Seizing the momentum, he swiftly began to assimilate the power from and such consequences, and he would have been torn apart instantly, left without a trace. How could he have achieved the divine realm and eternal life like now? Therefore, his gratitude towards Assad could hardly be expressed in words. Chapter 367, Diverting the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Seeing this, Assad quickly raised his hand to support Jace and said, Commander Long, there's no need for such formality. Mr. Luther, without you, I would never have been able to break through this barrier. In the future, should you ever need assistance, I will absolutely not hesitate. However, Jace insisted, bowing deeply. I merely did what little I could. Assad shook his head, allowing him to perform the gesture. Although he provided some help, the true breakthrough was something an outsider couldn't achieve. He could ensure Jace's safety but couldn't guarantee his advancement. So, the real breakthrough was ultimately accomplished by Jace himself. Jace didn't say anything more, yet gratitude welled up inside him, contemplating how to repay Assad's kindness. Wait, Mr. Luther is just over 20 and unmarried. Perhaps, thinking of his daughter, a thought occurred to Jace. If they could unite through marriage, wouldn't that be a great thing? Mr. Luther, since my daughter was rescued last time, she has always wanted to meet you. Since I've now ascended to the divine realm, let's celebrate properly. What do you think? Jace laughed, extending the invitation. Huh. Assad was taken aback. Celebrate by all means, but why bring up your daughter? After a moment, he instantly understood Jace's intention, recalling the pretty face of Alanis. She's certainly beautiful, but we've always treated each other as equals. Just now, I helped you break through. Now, are you thinking of becoming my father-in-law? Before Assad could respond, his phone rang. Assad, come back quickly. Mom's in trouble. It was Mackenzie's call. As soon as he answered, her anxious voice, tinged with tears, came through. Boom. Assad's expression changed drastically. A powerful aura surged, shaking the surroundings. Jace felt an overwhelming force press down, his shoulders sinking as if crushed by a boulder, almost unable to breathe. Too strong. He had thought that breaking into the divine realm would make him comparable to Assad, but it seemed their gap was unfathomable. What happened? Assad suppressed his anxiety and asked. Mom has disappeared, and the surveillance footage shows her being kidnapped. The rest of her words were drowned out by a wave of intense coldness emanating from within Assad, mingling with explosive anger. Hayward can arrow. He shot toward the door, swiftly taking to the air, heading towards Hayward High City. Mr. Luther, how about using a military fighter jet? It's faster. Surely know my strength. How dare they kidnap my mother? They must have meticulously planned this, targeting me. Then aren't you in danger? Jean subconsciously grabbed Assad's hand, watching him anxiously as if afraid something terrible might happen to him. Worry indeed makes one lose focus, just as the saying goes. But she soon realized that her worry was unfounded. Assad was a divine realm powerhouse who could possibly pose a threat to him. Assad's gaze turned profound as he said, regardless of who did this, I will tear their skin off and dismember them into pieces. A chilling murderous intent flashed in his eyes, making Jean shudder involuntarily. This side of Assad was truly terrifying. It made her whole body tremble. Of course, Assad left unsaid the intention behind the kidnapper's actions. Abducting Mackenzie must have been to lure him back to Hayward High City. So their goal was simple, either to take action against him or to draw him away from the Southwest District. Assad quickly concluded that their intention was to lure him away from the Southwest District, diverting the tiger away from the mountain. These 4 words immediately surfaced in his mind. He recalled Jace's analysis when he left and felt a smirk. If these people thought he could be lured away so easily, leaving the Southwest District vulnerable, they were gravely mistaken. Jace, now broken into the divine realm, would be their nightmare, even among excitement and urgency. Chapter 368, Floyd's Plan. In the villa's living room, the atmosphere was so quiet that it felt terrifying. Todd stared at Floyd, feeling that what the latter was doing was beyond his control. He couldn't help but ask, Uncle Joe, what is really going on here? Being doubted by a divine realm powerhouse could be lethal. He hadn't heard anything about this from Floyd before. If Assad really suspected something, things would turn out badly. One mustn't underestimate the destructive power of a divine realm powerhouse. Even if they successfully controlled the Southwest region, they might still be ambushed by Assad at any moment. Compared to Todd's panic, Floyd remained calm as he said, You don't think he wouldn't notice even the slightest abnormality, do you? After all, in such a critical time, the sudden kidnapping of family members clearly looks like someone's deliberate action. Todd felt uneasy. The uneasiness came not only from Assad who had left but also from the Floyd in front of him, a man who had willingly served as a slave within the family despite achieving the divine realm. He couldn't help roaring frantically, Then why are you mentioning this only now? Floyd sat solemnly on his chair, his long gray robe covering his figure, making him appear profound. He raised his head and glanced at Todd with an indifferent look, slightly scrutinizing him. That glance made Todd instinctively take a step back, sensing a hint of coldness flash across Floyd's eyes. When he looked again closely, the coldness had vanished, replaced by indifference. At this moment, Floyd's voice reached his ears. Master Yi, don't forget your mission this time. If you're willing to return as a failure, then we can stop now. If you want to succeed, then this is a price that has to be paid. Moreover, it's merely suspicion. I've already found a scapegoat. He won't truly suspect you. Floyd stood up, patted Todd on the shoulder, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Uncle Joe, where are you going? Todd couldn't help shouting. Floyd stopped without turning back, just tilting his head slightly, saying, to clear up the loose ends Bloss left behind. After finishing his words, he disappeared from Todd's sight. Watching his departure, Todd felt an unfamiliar sensation arise. Yet, thinking about the mission, he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. After all, Floyd was personally assigned by the patriarch and would never betray the Yi family. However, there was one thing he overlooked. While Floyd indeed wouldn't betray the Yi family, Todd couldn't represent the entire Yi family. Headquarters of the Southwest region. After the recent bloody battles, from internal chaos, followed by external divine interference, and finally the incident involving the Temple of Gods, the warriors inside were on edge. The air was almost frozen, a heavy sense of suppression hanging over the entire region. Anyone stepping into this place couldn't help but feel tense. Tap, tap, tap. Patrol guards passed by, fully armed, their eyes alert, scrutinizing anyone with unusual behavior. Obviously, the alert level was still high, impossible to ignore. In the newly arranged prison cells, Bloss's subordinates were all confined here. Each person in a single cell, the prison built with the highest grade steel alloy, making it unbreakable even for a master-level expert. Besides, they had been injected with special drugs and couldn't muster any strength at all. Salute to the battle general. The guard at the door snapped to attention, blocking the visitor, saying expressionlessly, Special prison, please show your pass. Spike showed a token, which after inspection by the guard, opened the passage. Clank. The iron gate opened, and Spike stepped inside. A loud noise echoed as the massive gate closed behind him. Ahead lay a long white corridor, with doors at regular intervals on both sides, each representing a cell. What a hellish place. Spike muttered under his breath. This time, he came to interrogate Bloss's confidant, Braden. This man was Bloss's secretary and knew a lot about his secret activities. Spike wanted to confirm a piece of information from him. Back when Bloss seized supreme control of the region and placed Jace under house arrest, a Japanese divine realm expert had appeared by his side. Although this expert was killed by Assad, the matter didn't end there. Surprise on his wrists and ankles. Detected abnormal behavior from prisoner. Please stop immediately, or self-destruction will be initiated in 3 seconds. Countdown starts now. 3, 2. This voice scared Braden into stopping dead in his tracks, his face turning pale. If the self-destruction were to occur, his limbs would be severed by explosives built into the electronic locks. Without his limbs, even if he were released, he would only be a cripple. Self-destruction stopped. Please remain calm and peaceful. The electronic lock quickly disabled the danger warning, but Braden's desire to leave this place grew even stronger. After all, this environment could really drive someone crazy. However, Spike would not pity him. His current situation was entirely due to his own actions. So he stood aside and, once he confirmed the electronic lock wasn't going to detonate, asked coolly, the address you gave us is long abandoned. I advise you to think carefully about whether the Dongying God Realm expert left anything else that could prove his identity. He has always acted mysteriously and was a frequent guest of Bloss. I didn't even know he was from Dongying. The address I gave you was something I accidentally found out. Braden showed a bitter smile. Wait, he suddenly remembered something and his eyes brightened. Perhaps there is one thing you might be interested in. Once, I drove Bloss and him to a Japanese restaurant in Rizuyu City. It seems the restaurant has shares owned by Dongying people. If you had said that earlier, we'd be done already. Spike, having obtained the information he needed, left without hesitation. Braden, however, had to remain imprisoned here, hoping Spike would investigate quickly as he no longer wanted to stay here any longer. Chapter 369, Tracing the Trail. The Japanese restaurant was consumed by fire, leaving only ruins. When Spike arrived with his men, this was the scene that greeted him. Firefighters had already rushed to extinguish the blaze, but unfortunately, the fire was too intense, turning the place into ashes within a short time. Not less than 100 people were burned to death, including some customers who were dining there. And among the dead were his target individuals. Damn it! Spike's expression darkened. He had rushed here as soon as he received the news, but who would have thought that a fire would break out here, killing so many people? It was as if this was arranged in advance. There was a traitor. There absolutely was a traitor. Someone was cleaning up the loose ends left by Bloss. Otherwise, things could not have coincided to this extent. General Chu, we found some issues. Please come with us. It crushed them without hesitation. Such was the privilege of a divine realm powerhouse. At this level, they were bound only by their own principles, not by law. Mr. Luther. Farron hurried forward, his face uneasy. Big brother. Mackenzie also arrived. Upon seeing Assad, tears immediately streamed down her face as she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Big brother, you're finally back. I'm so worried. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to Mom. Assad patted her back, trying to soothe her emotions. At the same time, he glanced at Farron and the others. They instinctively straightened up under his cold gaze. Have you found any leads on my mother's kidnapping? Assad asked coldly. During the journey, he had calmed down. Moreover, the jade pendant he gave to Daisy was still intact, indicating she was safe. But Assad didn't want to wait. He wanted to tear apart whoever dared to kidnap his mother. There are leads. We locked onto the kidnapper's vehicle and confirmed through surveillance that they are hiding somewhere in the outskirts. I've arranged for the area to be sealed off, and we'll locate them as soon as possible. Farron hastened to explain. Tell me where. The west part of the city. Untrusting of their efficiency, Assad quickly asked for the location, then with a flash, he vanished from the spot with Mackenzie in tow. Mr. Luther. Farron realized that Assad had already vanished. Jean, who was standing behind Assad, turned around and left with a team of people in tow. Alas. Farron sighed with a bitter smile. This time, he had probably offended Assad deeply. Even if Assad did not voice his grievances, Farron knew there must be resentment. And the dissatisfaction of a divine realm powerhouse meant that his good days were coming to an end. In the western suburbs, above, Assad carried Mackenzie, walking in midair as if the sky had become solid ground beneath their feet. Mackenzie, seeing this power of Assad for the first time, gazed at him with a mix of admiration and complexity. So this is what they call the divine realm? To walk in the air and traverse it effortlessly. This seemed like something only gods could do in her view. With Big Brother here, Moira will definitely be fine. Mackenzie clenched her small fists silently. Meanwhile, Assad's divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire western suburbs. Countless images flashed through his mind, scanning and skipping over. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. In just a moment, he had finished scanning the entire area but found no protective aura to protect Mackenzie beside him. Otherwise, she might have frozen to death. Brother, did you find Mom? Mackenzie clutched Assad's collar, asking nervously. Don't worry, we'll see Moira soon. Assad said softly. Soon, he arrived at the north side of the city. The black sedan was speeding towards the north at this moment. Assad descended from the sky and blocked the car right in front. Screech. A sharp sound of emergency brakes echoed as the black car screeched to a halt a few meters away from Assad and Mackenzie. Deep black tire marks were left on the ground. An enraged driver stuck his head out of the window and roared, Brat, suddenly darting out like that, don't you want your life? The ones not caring about their lives are you all. Assad released Mackenzie and walked towards the black sedan. The driver was a rough-looking man in his 40s. Seeing Assad approaching, he seemed to realize something, his face darkening. The other party didn't come with good intentions. Realizing this, he quickly pressed a button under the steering wheel. As soon as the button was pressed, several vehicles rapidly approached. Bang bang bang. More than 10 burly men jumped out of the cars. They strode over swiftly, hostility written all over their faces, and launched an attack on Assad without hesitation. They wielded clubs and machetes, swinging wildly at Assad with menacing glints flashing in the sunlight, the air whistling as they swung. Whoosh! The machete fell, but before it reached Assad, the man holding it felt as if he had struck a steel wall. Crack! The machete was forcefully deflected, flying out of his hand. Ouch! The Hoyt screamed in pain. His palms split open, bleeding profusely. This target is tough. Let's get him together. Kill him. The group lunged at Assad simultaneously. Mackenzie's heart tightened, instinctively clasping her hands tightly, afraid Assad would be injured by them. Brother, be careful. Mackenzie couldn't help shouting. Don't worry, they're just a mob. They don't stand a chance against me. Assad gave Mackenzie a reassuring smile, then turned his gaze coldly to the crowd. He took a step forward, charging out like a tiger descending a mountain. The foremost attackers hadn't even brought their machetes down when they felt a powerful gust strike their chests, spitting blood as they flew backward and crashed onto the ground. Bang bang bang. These people were just ordinary civilians. How could they stop Assad? In moments, they were scattered, each one clutching their injuries and groaning on the ground. Seeing the situation turn bad, the driver sharply turned the steering wheel to make a U-turn, but as soon as he hit the gas, the car wouldn't respond. The engine revved to its limit, yet the car remained stationary. What's happening? The driver was startled. It was only then that he noticed Assad standing on top of the car, arms crossed, looking down at him. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? The driver was terrified. Even with the pedal to the floor, he couldn't move the car. Was this person even human? Could he be a monster in human skin? Thinking this, sweat poured down his forehead. He hastily opened the door and leaped out, fleeing without looking back. But after running only a short distance, he was struck by a pebble on the back of his head and fell down. Humph. Assad jumped off the car, opened the rear door, and saw a middle-aged woman unconscious in the backseat. This person wasn't Daisy, but her attire resembled Daisy's somewhat, and Assad could detect traces of Daisy's scent on her. Damn it, fooled. Assad realized this immediately. Someone intentionally used Daisy's scent to mislead him. However, this middle-aged woman couldn't escape involvement either. If she hadn't been in contact with Daisy, she wouldn't carry Daisy's scent. Bang. Assad grabbed the woman's neck, dragging her out of the car. Mackenzie ran over, startled at the sight. Brother, who is she? She was taken aback too. Initially, they thought it was Daisy inside, but upon closer inspection, they found the woman's face was unfamiliar, definitely not her mother. Assad's mind flashed, and a bolt of lightning struck the middle-aged woman. Zzz. A flash of lightning, and the middle-aged woman suddenly jerked awake from her unconscious state. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Assad right in front of her. Let me go, what are you going to do? She felt Assad gripping her neck, and her face instantly changed, clearly mistaking Assad for a villain. Let go of madam. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Scoundrel, release her now. Seeing this scene, the group of people who had been knocked down by Assad earlier got back up one by one, shouting at him angrily. What do you want to do? Young man, I advise you to let go, or you won't leave here easily today. After the initial panic, the middle-aged woman quickly regained her composure, looking at Assad calmly. Her calmness made Assad frown slightly. Brother, I think I recognize her. Beside him, Mackenzie suddenly lowered her voice and spoke to Assad. Huh. Assad looked at Mackenzie with confusion. Mackenzie explained, the new city of Haywardenhai has recently welcomed a multinational corporation, the Aura Group. This woman seems to be the executive president of the Donghua division in Asia. Kathy was trying hard to suppress her growing unease. She had felt exhausted after social engagements today and fell into a deep sleep halfway through her journey. She never expected to wake up to encounter this intimidating person. Looking at her subordinate, really don't. Kathy's words were cut off as she met Assad's cold, deep gaze that seemed to possess the power to see through any lie. Her heart leaped, as if the secrets she was hiding had been immediately exposed by Assad. I have no patience. If someone deceives me, then don't blame me for being merciless. Assad gently raised his hand and waved it to the side, causing a boulder nearby, thick enough for two people to barely encircle, to explode into countless fragments. Stones flew everywhere, splattering fragments around. This scene made Kathy scream, and her subordinates also paled. It was truly shocking. Such a massive rock had been shattered into myriad pieces by Assad's casual wave. Imagine what would happen if this force struck a person. Wouldn't they be reduced to pieces? At the thought of this, everyone present instinctively swallowed, fear nearly spilling out of their eyes. I didn't hear what you just said. Continue. Assad looked at Kathy with an indifferent demeanor, his condescending attitude making her tremble. She considered herself to have encountered many formidable figures, but this was her first time meeting someone like Assad, especially someone wielding such tyrannical power. I know her. We had some interactions many years ago, but that was long ago. I haven't seen her these past few years, Kathy confessed with a seemingly honest expression. Yet, her words severed any ties between her and Daisy. Really? You've never seen her? Impatience flashed across Assad's eyes. The bone-chilling killing intent made Kathy shudder violently. She swore that this man before her had no patience left. Ding ding ding. At this moment, her mobile phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Instinctively, she wanted to answer it, but froze upon seeing Assad. Answer it. Assad watched her coldly. Kathy let out a bitter laugh and answered the call, only to hear a gentle voice from the other end. Moxie, why haven't you come home yet? I've been waiting for you for quite a while. I've made your favorite yam and lotus seed porridge. For some reason, Assad felt strangely familiar with the voice over the phone. Who is this? It sounded as though he had heard it somewhere before. Achie, I still have some things to handle here and might get home a bit late. Let me hang up now. Kathy was about to end the call. Wait, Moxie, I actually wanted to discuss something with you. It's been a long time since we've returned to Haywardenhai. This time, I want to visit Shishia and her son. Boom. Those words from the phone sent a bolt of lightning through Assad's mind. He remembered. The voice on the phone belonged unmistakably to Davis. The very Davis who, years ago, heartlessly abandoned his wife and child for another woman. Assad hadn't expected him to appear at this moment, and thinking about the tender tone Davis used when speaking to Kathy, it dawned on him immediately. Back then, Davis had left Daisy and him because of this woman before him. A trace of killing intent flashed, finally gave in. Where? At the Hancock Cafe. I just met her for a brief chat, then she left quickly. I don't know where she is now. Kathy admitted frankly. She had already deduced that Daisy must be related to the man and woman before her. Could these be Daisy's children? This guess made Kathy feel a tight grip on her heart, making it hard to breathe. Upon hearing this, Assad immediately sensed that the other party wasn't lying. Could the aura on her be what remained from that time? What time was it? Last night. Since Kathy opened up, she straightforwardly recounted the events. Assad and Mackenzie exchanged glances, their faces grim. That would have been the day before Daisy was kidnapped? Thus, the lead was cut off again. Bang. At that moment, Assad suddenly turned back, looking toward the east side of the city, which was near the sea, where a wisp of his own aura had just flashed by. It was the protective jade pendant he had given to Daisy. It had been activated. Not good. Assad realized something was wrong. The activation of the jade pendant meant Daisy's life was in danger. He grabbed Mackenzie, and the two rushed straight toward the sea, disappearing instantly from everyone's sight. Are they human or ghosts? This scene shocked everyone present once more. If not for their injuries, they might have thought it was just a nightmare. You bastard, no matter who you are, offending me. One of his hand, Assad shot out 2 streams of green chi, knocking both men unconscious instantly. This is the right place. On the deck, crates were packed tightly together. As Assad looked at these containers, his expression grew increasingly grim. because according to his sensing, Bryn was inside one of them. Elder brother? Mackenzie looked at Assad with confusion. Weren't they supposed to find Bryn? Why come here? Moira is here. Assad barely held back his inner rage. With a gesture, thunderous sounds rose as huge containers were flung away, smashing onto the deck and into the sea. The commotion alerted the crew, and a group of armed security guards rushed out. They immediately noticed their two colleagues lying on the ground. Damn it, what are you doing? Just as they were about to fire, a sight made them freeze in shock. Dozens of crates abruptly flew up as if gripped by an invisible hand. Assad strode toward the container at the bottom. Tear. With a reach, he punctured a hole in the metal, then with a slight effort, tore the entire sheet open, revealing the interior. The cargo had vanished, replaced by Bryn, encased in a shimmering barrier. Mom. Seeing this, Mackenzie rushed in immediately. Assad also quickly reached Bryn's side, lifting her up. She was unconscious, clearly due to suffocation from being trapped in the airtight container. Had it not been for Assad activating, unfortunately, they were in the middle of the sea with nowhere to run. Now, I ask the questions and you answer. Whoever lies, I'll throw into the sea, understood? Assad's cold, stern voice rang in their ears. Yes. They answered involuntarily. What's going on with the woman in the crate? Assad's gaze pierced through them like knives, stabbing deep into their hearts. We really don't know. The security captain wore a bitter smile, feeling more wrong than doughy. These crates were clearly supposed to be loaded with cargo. How could a woman suddenly appear out of nowhere? After all, to empty a container and place a woman inside would require considerable effort, certainly not something one or two people could accomplish easily. The others also couldn't explain the situation clearly. However, one Maxwell's reaction aroused Assad's suspicion. Everyone else was clearly puzzled. But this man showed a flicker of panic in his eyes, indicating he knew something. Perhaps noticing Assad's gaze, the Maxwell became even more flustered, and those around him naturally noticed his unusual behavior. Fergus, do you know something? The security captain was startled and hurriedly demanded an answer. Assad was clearly an extraordinary powerful figure. If they angered him, this entire group might suffer. And at such a critical moment, Fergus was trying to conceal information. This one big man caught Assad's attention. This man appeared to be around 40 years old. His face was slightly blurred in the photo, but his robust and formidable physique, broad back, and bear-like waist were evident. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he was clearly a martial arts expert. After confirming the suspicious individual, Assad let Fergus and others go. He took Mackenzie and Daisy and left directly. Once their figures disappeared, those shipping containers returned to their original positions as if they had never been moved. This bizarre scene made the security personnel fall silent again. Fergus, what can I say about you? In the future, don't follow us anymore. When we reach our destination, get off the ship on your own. The security captain glared hatefully at Fergus, then walked away with his hands behind his back. The others did the same. These seafaring people valued integrity and righteousness greatly. Someone like Fergus, who betrayed them for money and almost brought disaster to everyone, was immediately isolated. Sigh. Fergus sighed, full of regret, and plopped onto the ground. When Assad brought Daisy and Mackenzie home, his anxious grandmother rushed forward. Seeing Daisy still unconscious, her expression changed. Isabella, Mom is fine. She's just in a deep sleep. Once she wakes up, she'll be better. Mackenzie quickly explained. Isabella heaved a sigh of relief and asked, what exactly happened? Mackenzie immediately began describing how Assad found Daisy, almost portraying him as a god in her account. Isabella obviously didn't take it seriously and stood up to go into the kitchen. Shortly after, Jean, having been informed by Assad, arrived promptly. Seeing that Daisy had been found, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Big sister Jean. Seeing Jean, Mackenzie immediately grabbed her hand with a smile. The sound caught Isabella's attention from the kitchen. She glanced at Assad and then at Jean, showing signs of contentment and satisfaction. She hadn't seen Jean for some time and thought these young people had broken up. Now, seeing Jean here, the elderly woman felt relieved. Jean, already accustomed to the Luther family, chatted with Mackenzie about private matters, occasionally looking at Assad, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Before long, Daisy also woke up. Seeing Jean, she was very excited. Comforted by everyone, she finally managed to push aside thoughts of her kidnapping and started urging for marriage, even discussing auspicious dates for the next couple of years. This panicked both Assad and Jean, nearly driving them to the brink of anxiety. Phew. Assad wiped imaginary cold sweat from his forehead. To think that he, a respected golden core cultivator, would one day face the ordeal of being urged. Expression appeared on Assad's face for the first time. Jean had never seen such an expression before, which told her that Assad might be conflicted. These two people. Assad sent the names to Jean. Jean glanced at them, her eyebrows raising. Kathy? Davis? She had some impression of Kathy, especially after Assad added a note that she was the executive president of Aoya Group in Long Country, which was no small position. As for Davis, there was only a name provided. But with the surname Luther, Jean couldn't help but look at Assad, guessing if this person had any connection with Assad. Compared to the kidnappers of Daisy, investigating Kathy and Davis was evidently much easier. Soon, Jean received detailed profiles of these two individuals. She hesitated for a moment, then forwarded the information to Assad. By now, it was nearly midnight. Assad hadn't gone to sleep. On his first day back home, he sat in his room, feeling a sense of surrealism. Though he had only been away for a short time, it felt as if years had passed, considering all the events he experienced recently. This led to a strange illusion. Ding. His phone beeped, and 2 files were sent to his phone. Opening them, he found the profiles of Kathy and Davis. According to the records, the two had already married and had a son, who was just over 20 years old this year. Clearly, shortly after Davis left Daisy, he and Kathy had a child. A trace of ridicule flashed in Assad's eyes, because the child did not take Davis's surname but bore the surname Han. So, you became a Joyshi. Is this what you are? Assad harbored no feelings for Davis. From the moment he was called bastard and fatherless child in childhood, he swore to himself that he would eventually find Davis and give him a lesson he'd never forget. Perhaps the time has come. In the past, I didn't seek you out, but now that you've shown up, don't blame me for being impolite. Not just you, including Kathy, both of you will face consequences. Assad's heart turned cold. The suffering his mother and he endured over the past 20 years must be repaid by someone. Chapter 374. Change of Mind. The night grew deeper and darker. Assad pushed open the window, his figure flashing as he merged into the darkness, like a drop of water effortlessly blending into the ocean. His speed was incredibly fast, moving with the wind. Before long, he arrived at the Villa district in the northern suburbs. This area was also considered an affluent neighborhood where many of the city's wealthy residents lived, making it the second wealthiest residential area outside of the eastern part of Hayward High City. Following the information passed on by Jean, Assad easily found the residence of Davis and Kathy. It was a luxurious large villa with a vast area comparable to a small manor. Inside, valuable trees and flowers were planted, along with an artificial lake. At this moment, the villa was brightly lit, clearly indicating that its owners had not yet retired for the night. Even around the villa, one could faintly see some patrolling personnel and several hidden guards. The security is rather tight, Assad scoffed. According to the data, Kathy was the eldest daughter of the Han family, which was one of the shareholders of Aura Group, holding immense wealth within the corporation. As for Davis, he relied on Kathy's status, accumulating considerable power and even acquiring some shares transferred from her. He seemed to have led a life far above others. In a certain sense, he had indeed gained what he wanted after distancing himself from Daisy and her son, living away from poverty. Assad bypassed the villa's guards and effortlessly entered the villa. As he landed on the balcony, he heard voices from inside. It was Davis's voice. The bathwater is ready, Moxie. You can go take a bath now. Oh, have something to drink first. This is your favorite silver ear lily soup. I've been simmering it for several hours. The slightly submissive tone allowed Assad to imagine Davis's fawning expression. A wave of disgust arose in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass came from inside, followed by Kathy's stern voice. What soup? I'm not in the mood. Davis, I warn you. We return to Hayward High for the company's development plan. If you dare to find that mother and child, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Moxie, so many years have passed. Why can't you let it go? Shauna has my son after all. I just want to see them. Before he finished speaking, the sound of a slap echoed. Smack. Davis fell silent abruptly. Assad immediately changed position, peeking through a gap in the window to see the scene inside. Davis's face bore a red handprint, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression remained submissive and pleading. I won't. Moxie, don't be angry. I was just saying, if you don't want me to go, then I won't. After all, they have no relation to me anymore. Much better. Kathy wore a silk pajama set, exuding elegance and dignity. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, looking down at Davis disdainfully. Then she kicked off her slippers, speaking in a commanding tone. Bring me some foot washing water. I'm a bit tired and want to soak my feet. Yes, I'll do it right away. Davis smiled flatteringly and walked into the bathroom. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Assad's expression remained cold, but a chill flickered in his eyes uncontrollably. As a man, not only did he become a son-in-law living in the woman's house, but he was also treated like a dog, enduring a slap without retaliation. How pathetic. What a coward. How did I ever fall for someone like you? Kathy continued to scold incessantly, seemingly venting the fear she felt when encountering Assad earlier. Whoever you are, once I find you, I'll make sure to give you a taste of your own medicine. Kathy was determined. She had already arranged for people to investigate Assad during her return journey. Though she guessed his identity, she couldn't confirm it. Moreover, the strength Assad displayed also made her uneasy. Snap. Just as Kathy was thinking, the window suddenly opened. She was about to turn her head when a sudden drowsiness overwhelmed her. Her head tilted to the side, leaning against the sofa as she drifted into unconsciousness. At this moment, Davis emerged from the bathroom with a basin of foot-washing water. Just as he reached the sofa, he saw Kathy sleeping. Huh? Moxie? Davis lowered his voice, softly calling out. After confirming that Kathy was indeed asleep, he placed the basin on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to sit down. But just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly saw a young man appear beside Kathy. You? Who are you? Davis sprang up like he was on a spring, looking at Assad with vigilance, about to shout out loud instinctively. I advise you to keep quiet, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Assad's expression was cold. Davis immediately realized that Assad was not joking. Over the years, he had seen all kinds of people and developed an adept skill for reading people's expressions. Confirming that Assad was not someone to be trifled with, Davis instantly became obedient and said, Sir, what brings you here so late at night? Assad's gaze swept across Davis's face, which gradually grew clearer from a vague memory, merging into one with the current face before him. After so many years, their meeting as father and son was rather ironic. The silence was terrifying. Davis stood there, not daring to move an inch. He thought that this young man could enter the villa without disturbing the patrol or guards outside. He was certainly not an ordinary person. Without knowing the other party's intentions, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, under such oppressive silence, he began to feel restless because in an instant, he sensed the killing intent from the other side. You'd better watch yourself. At one point, Assad did consider taking action, but thinking of what he had just witnessed, he felt Davis was pitiful and pathetic. For a moment, he even felt some pity for the other party. Enough. I'll let him go as long as he doesn't bother my mother. Assad gave Davis a deep look before disappearing from his spot in an instant. Davis only felt a blur before him, and Assad vanished without a trace, leaving only him and Kathy in the large bedroom. Was it just a dream? Davis shivered. Shaking his head, he got up to carry the foot-washing water back to the bathroom, but just as he was about to leave, Kathy woke up, What are you doing? Bring it over quickly, you good for nothing. In her mind, she had only dozed off for a moment, waking up instantly. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Davis, and she started giving orders as usual. But Davis felt a chill run up from his heels to his head. Everything that just happened was real. Scary. Was that young man human or a ghost? What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear me? Kathy couldn't hold back her anger seeing Davis dazed in place, and she slapped him across the face. Slap. A sharp sound echoed. A red handprint swelled on Davis's face. I heard. Davis humbly placed the basin of foot washing water by Kathy's feet and began washing her feet. Assad, who hadn't gone far, darkened his expression. The wall he leaned against exploded into powder, scattering in the breeze. He changed his mind. Chapter 375. Picking out a gift. In Assad's view, while Davis was despicable for her vanity and pursuit of wealth, Kathy undoubtedly aroused even more hatred and disgust. If it weren't for her, perhaps Davis wouldn't. For a moment, he felt somewhat ashamed. He had forgotten about it, only for someone else to remind him. This didn't sit well with him as a son. Jean saw through Assad right away and smiled, saying, all right, let's pick out gifts together. Longhan Supermall. Built by Longhan Group, this massive shopping center attracted countless merchants and international brands upon its completion. Real estate prices around the mall skyrocketed tenfold almost instantly, forming a bustling commercial district centered around it. A large number of people visited daily to shop and dine. Assad and Jean's destination was here too. As soon as they entered the mall, they caught the attention of many passers-by. Today, Jean wore a tight black uniform, accentuating her beautiful figure, making her appear even taller and slender. Her graceful curves, fair skin, exquisite features, and expressive eyes were mesmerizing. Most importantly, her poised and elegant demeanor exuded a mature charm. In short, she had a strong allure. Walking among the crowd, she immediately became the focus of attention. The gazes around them were filled with admiration, though Assad inevitably received envious looks. Let's go over there. However, Jean was used to such attention. She linked arms with Assad, her cheeks blushing charmingly. For a moment, Assad seemed to hear the hearts of several men breaking. What should we buy? Does Yvette like anything in particular? Jean asked with a smile, leaning close to Assad's ear. Gold? Assad blinked. Jean rolled her beautiful eyes. Who sends gold as a gift? You've never bought Yvette a present before, have you? Assad chuckled nervously. On reflection, he realized he hadn't bought much for Daisy. As they talked, they approached a jade store. Jean's eyes lit up. Let's go in and take a look. Sure. Assad nodded. He also had a preference for jade since it naturally contains spiritual energy, making it easier to craft protective items. Hayworked the jade pendants he previously gave to Mackenzie and Daisy, which were made from jade stones. As they entered, the salesperson noticed them. What a handsome pair. Naturally, her gaze swept across them, quickly assessing the situation. While everyone focused on Jean, she instinctively turned her attention to Assad. Although Jean was very beautiful, the salesperson had her own insight. It was about presence. She had a keen eye for details and clearly identified Assad as the dominant figure. Thus, during her explanations, she subconsciously placed more emphasis on appealing to Assad. This jade plaque is what we call a peaceful and safe token, made from Huttian jade, transparent on both sides. These are a pair of jade bracelets, all perfect as gifts. While browsing, Jean's eyes were drawn to a Huttian jade pendant, showing clear fondness. This young lady has such excellent taste. This is our store's crown jewel, the finest Huttian jade. The salesperson hurriedly said. Then let's buy it. Assad glanced at the price, over 1.7 million, but it wasn't outrageously expensive. The spiritual energy contained within far exceeded that of ordinary jade artifacts nearby, making it a good material for Assad to refine instruments. The salesperson's eyes were almost glowing. Just this one deal would earn her a considerable commission. How could she not be delighted? Just then, a couple walked in through the door. The man wore an Armani suit and had a top-notch Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, carrying an air of arrogance typical of a wealthy young master. And the woman in his arms had the face of an internet celebrity, with a fiery hot figure clad in a tight miniskirt that revealed long legs and high heels. She was nestled in the man's embrace, saying, Enrique, I've set my eyes on a pendant. You promised you'd buy it for me? Rest assured. You served me so diligently yesterday. Buying a pendant is nothing compared to that. Consider it your reward. The man smiled faintly and squeezed her waist with the hand wrapped around her. Tonight, you'll have to put in more effort too. Got it. You're the best, Enrique. Don't worry, I'll definitely satisfy you. The flirtatious woman laughed hostile expression. Enrique. The internet celebrity pouted and started acting coquettishly to regain his attention, underestimating how quickly Barack's interests changed. Hold on, I'll find you a sister. Fortunately, Barack had other plans. Instead of being outright cold toward the internet celebrity, he patted her back and let her go before striding towards Jean in what he considered a suave manner. Chapter 376. Teaching a lesson to the ruffian. Barack's approach immediately caught the attention of Assad and Jean. Beautiful lady, meeting you in this sea of people is truly a blessing from above. It's getting late. Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? He casually pulled up his sleeve, revealing an extremely valuable Patek Philippe watch. The classic masterpiece had long been off the market. It was likely worth no less than 10 million. However, Jean furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness as she said coolly, I don't know you. Please leave. Why be so distant? Let me introduce myself. I am Barack, currently serving as the general manager of marketing at a large multinational corporation. What you're called has nothing to do with me. Please leave. Jean interrupted him directly. After being rejected twice by Jean, Barack's face turned unpleasant. Considering his status as Lord Han, wherever he went, countless beauties would weep and beg to throw themselves at him. When had anyone ever rejected him like this? No need to get angry. No need to get angry. This woman probably hasn't seen much of the world. Barak took several deep breaths to calm himself down, finally shifting his gaze to Assad beside her. Since this woman was difficult to deal with, he'd first get rid of Assad. By then, this woman would surely see reality and recognize his power. After all, Assad didn't look like a rich person at all. Barak scrutinized Assad with a critical eye, easily identifying the ordinary clothes he wore, inwardly scoffing. Just a poor wretch, and he thinks he deserves such a beautiful woman. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. This time, he would show the other party just how cruel the real world could be, giving them a taste of society's harsh punishment. With this thought, Barak asked in a slightly mocking tone, "May I ask where this friend is employed? What does it have to do with you?" Assad looked at him indifferently, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Ever since word of his capabilities spread, few dared to act so brazenly in front of him. He hadn't expected to encounter someone so fearless after returning to Hayward High City. For some reason, he found it a bit exciting. Barak laughed, misinterpreting Assad's retort as a sign of weakness. He arrogant. Assad leaned down, gripping Barak by the collar, and asked coldly, "Apologize, apologize." Terrified from being slapped, Barak quickly turned to Jean. "I'm sorry, it was disrespectful of me." Humph. Jean glanced at the disheveled Barak, but said nothing. If not for Assad stopping her, she would have likely struck Barak long ago, breaking one of his legs. "Let's go." Having taught Barak a lesson, Assad took Jean's hand and left the store with the jade pendant they had bought. The moment they were out the door, Barak jumped up inside the store. This time he truly lost all dignity, getting beaten until his face resembled a pig's head, and even being forced to apologize. How could this be described as anything but tragic? Enrique, calm down a bit. The popular beauty immediately rushed to console him, thinking that if he hadn't brought this on himself, things wouldn't have ended like this. However, she wouldn't say that aloud. After all, she still hoped to gain more benefits from Barak. "Damn it, I won't let you off." Barak's face was pale with fury, rubbing the bruises on his face, grinding his teeth in hatred. At this moment, his few bodyguards ran into the store. "Eric, what happened?" Seeing Barak's pitiful state, their hearts skipped a beat. They had only been slightly far away, and now Eric looked like this after hearing the commotion and rushing back. For a moment, they felt terrified. If they returned home like this, the matriarch would certainly skin them alive. "Whoever hurt you, Eric, we will tear them limb from limb, ensuring you get revenge." "That's right, Eric, whatever you command, we guarantee it." To avoid being skinned alive, the bodyguards shouted enthusiastically, each trying not to lag behind. "You bastards, the person who attacked me just left. Don't you dare chase after him." Barak muttered angrily. "Yes, we'll chase right away." The head bodyguard instructed 2 people to stay with Barak, while the rest hurriedly chased after Assad and Jean. Assad and Jean were just a short distance away, strolling leisurely through the mall, looking every bit the perfect couple, making others envious. "Thank you." Thinking about Assad's actions, Jean smiled softly. "Haha, that guy really deserved it. You're so beautiful. He actually thought a mere million would make me leave. He was completely underestimating me." Assad joked. "So, how much should it be?" Jean raised an eyebrow. Assad knew women didn't like connecting their worth with money, so he immediately said, "Of course, no amount can replace you. Such a stunning beauty, I wouldn't trade even for a whole country." Smooth talker. Jean's face flushed, but her heart felt sweet. She already harbored affection for Assad, and now hearing these words from him, her heart seemed ready to leap out. The onlookers looked at Assad with sympathy. This young man is going to suffer. These were all former mercenaries, each very capable. Although one of their comrades was injured, they attributed it to carelessness. With so many attacking together now, no matter how strong Assad was, could he possibly resist? Bang, bang, bang. Fists and kicks brought wind and rained down together. There were even several martial artists skilled enough to use internal force. They would be considered elite in a war zone. AI. Assad sighed softly, helping evildoers to do evil deeds. "Then don't blame me for being rude." A series of screams arose. Some bystanders turned away instinctively, afraid to see Assad's terrible condition. In their eyes, Assad couldn't possibly stand against such formidable opponents. However, the next moment, someone exclaimed, "Damn! So amazing!" Everyone couldn't help but look at the scene. Those who surrounded Assad earlier were all lying on the ground, rolling in pain. How did this happen? The group that was just aggressive now lay incapacitated? What a powerful young man. Looking at Assad, they saw him still expressionless, coldly saying, "With just your level of strength, you want to take revenge for others?" Barak saw this from afar and was terrified. He knew the abilities of his bodyguards. How could they be beaten so easily in just one round? How powerful is Assad? Run. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Heroes do not choose to fight losing battles. Why not run now? Assad glanced coldly at Barak, who had run into the crowd, then lightly kicked the whip on the ground, sending it flying straight into Barak's back. Phut. Barak spat out a mouthful of blood and fell forward, sliding several meters. "This time, I'll give you a lesson. Next time, it will cost you your life." Assad's stern voice rang out. The 2 bodyguards beside Barak were too frightened to move, realizing they had met their match. Enrique. The internet celebrity girl's face turned pale in fear. She hurried over to Barak's side, gently placing her finger under his nose and feeling for breath, finally relieved when she felt it. Terrified, she thought Barak had died. Seeing Assad and Jean leave, the bodyguards on the ground dared to get up, taking Barak to the nearest hospital. The 2 uninjured bodyguards hesitated before calling the mistress. "Master, he got hurt." "What?" Hearing this, Kathy stood up instantly. Originally, there was a lively discussion in the meeting room. Seeing Kathy's terrible expression, everyone instinctively stopped talking, afraid of angering the boss. "The meeting is adjourned." Kathy left the meeting room after hearing the phone call. "Moxie, did you finish the meeting?" Davis, waiting outside, saw Kathy come out and quickly asked, with a warm smile on his face. Slap. Unexpectedly, Kathy slapped him hard. What kind of expert? Nonsense. Kathy did not believe the bodyguard team leader's words, especially when she heard it was only one person. She became even angrier. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. With so many of you, how could you lose? The bodyguard team leader was speechless. In his view, the person was likely a grandmaster level expert. Against such an expert, numbers mean nothing. No matter how many people there are, they couldn't harm a single hair on the other party. However, since he was being paid by Kathy, he dared not say much and could only nod obediently, letting Kathy vent her fury. Find out who he is. Even if it means digging up every inch of Hayward High City, I must find him. Daring to severely injure my son, he must die. Kathy's face darkened, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. People around them looked at her in shock and subconsciously moved away. After all, anyone spouting threats like that doesn't seem to be behaving decently. The bodyguard team leader's face changed. He definitely did not want to face Assad again. Though unsure if the opponent was truly a grandmaster, forward, Doctor, how is my son? There's no serious issue with his body. He'll be fine after resting for a while. The doctor glanced at Kathy, knowing that she was either rich or powerful, so he became more amiable. Thank you, doctor. Relieved by these words, Kathy reached into her bag and handed the doctor a red envelope, which he reluctantly accepted. After the doctor left, Kathy entered the ward, looking at the unconscious Barack. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. My poor son. Whoever hurt you, I will never let them off. Kathy grew increasingly angry, wishing she could catch the perpetrator immediately to vent her rage. Before long, Barack woke up. Ouch. Lying on the bed, he saw bandages all over his body, his eyes turning red from pain. This kind of suffering was something he, as the master's son, had never experienced before. Son, you're awake? Kathy hurried over, full of concern. Mom, you must get revenge for me. Seeing Kathy, Barack tried to sit up but accidentally pulled his wound, contorting his face in pain. Son, don't worry. I will make sure the culprit pays the price. Kathy hurriedly comforted Barack. With his injuries, Barack felt easily fatigued and soon fell back asleep. Kathy arranged for dedicated personnel to care for him before leaving with Davis. On the other side, Jean received news. There were leads on the brutal man who had kidnapped Daisy. Where is he? Assad's eyes betrayed his intent to kill. Just like dragons have their taboo scales, anyone who touches them will perish. His family members represented his last line of defense. If someone dared to attack Daisy, he would show no mercy and would uproot these people entirely, destroying them completely, exterminate them all. Jean said, his name is Chinyuelo. Officially, he is a dockworker at the port, but in reality, he is a spy for the Japanese. But when we identified his identity, he had already left his residence and vanished without a trace, possibly even fled the country. Jean sighed. He disappeared? Assad's expression turned sour. However, learning that he was a Japanese spy was crucial information. It looked like he might need to go to Japan again. Assad, rest assured, we will deploy more people to investigate this matter. Even if he returned to Japan, we will definitely find him. Jean was very confident. Previously, they didn't know his identity, but now that the target has been locked down, how far can he run? Sooner or later, he will be found. Assad nodded. After chatting for a bit longer, Jean left. Assad returned home and was immediately pulled aside by Mackenzie. What's wrong? Assad looked at Mackenzie, puzzled. Mackenzie wore a serious look and said, Mom seems a bit off. Assad was stunned, furrowing his brows. What happened? I saw Mom secretly looking at something this morning, and she was wiping tears. When she went to cook, I took a peek. It was one of her old wedding photos. Assad's heart sank. Since Daisy had met Kathy and knew Davis had returned, how could she not be sad? I'll take care of Kathy. I will drive her out of Hayward Chaching. A fierce look flashed in Assad's eyes. He originally didn't want to act so soon, but given the situation, it couldn't be avoided. Mackenzie trusted Assad's capabilities and breathed a sigh of relief. Assad glanced at Daisy cooking in the house, then entered the bedroom and called Farron. I need your help with something. In the Hayward Chaching military zone, Farron hung up the phone and took immediate action. Send someone to secretly investigate the Aoya Financial Group and drive them out of Hayward Chaching as soon as possible. What? The adjutant was taken aback, almost thinking his ears deceived him. That's the Aoya Financial Group, a world-renowned multinational financial conglomerate. It had taken much effort to negotiate the terms for Aoya Financial Group to invest in Hayward Chaching, but now Farron wanted to drive them out just when they arrived. I buried the secret sect underground. It won't be dug out anytime soon. As for the big events in Southwest, there were indeed many. It's hard to summarize in a few words. Blas rebelled, Gratian was under house arrest, Ayush was killed. A series of incidents left one breathless. Even as an eyewitness, Assad felt somewhat melancholic. We can talk about this when we meet. Oh right, I heard you're clashing with the Pantheon? As he mentioned this, Aaron's tone grew solemn. Though the Pantheon and Dark Pantheon were two sides of the same coin, the overt Pantheon was more intimidating than the covert Dark Pantheon. Yeah, that's true. Assad briefly recounted the situation, including Harris, Keynes, and Eileen. Ridiculous. How dare they act so recklessly within our borders? Assad, you did nothing wrong, and I would have done the same if I were there. Unsurprisingly, Aaron chose to support Assad wholeheartedly. Assad smiled. Oh right, Dominicami respected. How's your cultivation recently? Hearing this, Aaron laughed heartily. Thanks to you. My hidden injuries have healed, and I've stabilized in the God Realm recently. Just waiting for the day to announce it officially. When that time comes, there'll be a grand God Realm banquet. Assad, you must come and grace the occasion. For any openly recognized expert, reaching the God Realm required an official announcement through a banquet. In turn, looking like an evil spirit crawled out from hell. The body Damien hesitated and said, Madam, please don't be too impulsive. When we found Assad, we also received another piece of information. Don't dilly-dally. What is it? Kathy frowned when she saw how hesitant the body Damien was. Seeing her reaction, the body Damien gulped and quickly said, "It seems that this Assad might be a divine realm expert, according to some intelligence sources." Divine realm? Kathy was stunned for a moment before roaring with rage. Nonsense. Do you think I'm an ignorant commoner? A divine realm expert? He can't be over 20. Have you ever seen a divine realm expert that young? Ridiculous. The body Damien chuckled weakly, not daring to contradict her. Being an adept in concealed force, he naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate martial arts. He had reached this level only after decades of hard work. Concealed force is also known as internal force. Above that were manifest force and the Grandmaster realm. Beyond that lay the divine realm. How could a man in his early 20s possibly reach that level? Even he didn't believe it. However, judging from the earlier attack on her convoy, Assad was probably at least at the manifest force or Grandmaster realm. That was his guess. But such strength was still troublesome enough. He expressed his opinion and thoughtfully added, Booker patted Kathy's head. Despite appearing middle-aged, he was actually around 70. Because he was unmarried, he was particularly caring towards the younger generation in the family, especially towards the obedient and filial Kathy, whom he adored. They sat down again and resumed talking about Assad. As Booker had just returned to Long Nation, his impression of domestic affairs was still from over a decade ago, so naturally, a junior wouldn't frighten him. Thus, he said indifferently, anyone who harms our people must pay the price. Such a minor figure, I will teach him a lesson when the time comes. Although he had only broken through to the Isabellister realm a few years ago, Booker had not wasted any of these years, constantly fighting on overseas battlefields. He had witnessed countless Isabellister experts, and even engaged in combat with bioengineered warriors from Haywardthaus country. How could he possibly put Assad in his eyes? However, this name seems somewhat familiar. A thought flashed across Booker's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Outside the office, several bodyguards were guarding, smoking, and chatting about their findings. I never would have thought that there would be such a coincidence in the world. The person who hit someone turns out to be the bastard child your son-in-law left behind in Hayward High. Really? Is it true? Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you? The bodyguard exhaled a smoke ring and swore emphatically. Who did you say it is? Just then, Davis happened to walk by. Hearing this, his expression changed immediately. Who injured Ziming is Assad. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Bullshit. Han Huiching lost her temper instantly upon hearing Davis's words. She slapped him hard across the face, angrily shouting, "Your bastard son hurt my son. He even attacked my convoy. Everyone saw it. Where's the misunderstanding?" My. Davis covered his face, staggering back several steps, feeling bitter inside. "Don't you mind me. Get out of here. Useless trash. Don't stand in my way." Han Huiching looked at Davis coldly. Davis dared not speak further and retreated. Seeing him leave, Booker furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "Huiching, why is he still around you? Don't you fear nurturing a tiger to cause future harm? After all, it was we who wronged the Luther family back then." Han Huiching interrupted Booker and said indifferently, "Third uncle, just look at him. How can he be considered a tiger? Just a useless waste. You're overestimating him too much." "Ha, as long as you have it figured out." Booker smiled, thinking about Davis's appearance earlier, nodding and sighing, saying, "It looks like the Callan line has truly declined. Back then in Nanyang, they called him King Luther, and in just a few years, it has completely withered. Truly a lamentable sight." Booker shook his head as he spoke, full of good. Booker was also very concerned about Barack, rising and following Kathy to the hospital. The departure of the two did not go unnoticed by Davis. His expression fluctuated several times. He turned around and went downstairs as well. Just when he wanted to pull open the door of a car in the garage, a hand pressed down on the car door. "Son-in-law, where are you going?" A tall, heavily built, black-clad bodyguard looked askance at Davis, his face full of mockery and derision. "Madam ordered you to stay here and not leave." Davis frowned, saying, "I didn't know that." "You wouldn't know because Madam just issued this order. You'd better follow it, or else don't blame me if you get hurt." The bodyguard sneered, clenching his fists until they cracked loudly. He expected Davis to show fear like a rabbit, but unexpectedly, Davis remained calm and collected. That kind of expression made him feel somewhat uneasy. "Are you threatening me?" Davis raised an eyebrow, looking at the bodyguard. This attitude instantly infuriated the bodyguard, who angrily raised his fist. "You piece of trash, acting tough in front of me. Don't forget, you're just a son-in-law, having even lost your backbone, yet still putting on airs here. I need to teach you a lesson today." Saying this, he swung his fist towards Davis's head. Whoosh! With a powerful rush of wind, that large fist, if it struck, could cause a concussion, or worse, tended to be weak. He must have ulterior motives. Take him away, and teach him properly. However, Davis paid no mind to these thoughts, instead speaking calmly. "What? To whom was Davis speaking?" The bodyguard froze. As he was still dazed, two black-clad bodyguards walked over from not far away. They looked at Davis with respectful expressions. "Yes, Eric Luther. You, how could it be you too?" The bodyguard was utterly shocked. These two were actually part of the security team, and by all logic, they should be loyal to the Han family. Yet, the way they looked at Davis clearly indicated that they were his confidants. "Come with us, brother." Without further ado, the two men dragged the bodyguard away. Davis watched as the three left, then opened the car door, stepped on the gas, and drove out of there like a streak of black lightning. Shisha. In the car, a trace of memory crossed Davis's eyes, his weathered face filled with pain. Soon, he arrived at an apartment complex. And this was exactly where Assad lived. He took a deep breath, got out of the car, and walked up to the building. Standing in front of the iron gate, he felt somewhat anxious. After waiting for a while, just as he was about to knock, the iron gate opened. An elderly woman came out. "Hey, who are you?" Davis looked at the old lady before him. Even after so many years, he immediately recognized her as Daisy's mother. Mom, who are you talking to? At this moment, Daisy also came out from inside. She was holding a dish of food. When she reached the door and saw the person standing outside, the dish slipped from her hands and fell to the ground with a clang. The sudden sound made Daisy recognize Davis instantly. Her expression changed rapidly, showing shock, pain, and resentment. Mom, get inside quickly. Daisy pulled the elderly woman into the house and tried to close the door. But Davis, quick on his feet, placed his hand on the door to stop it. The door couldn't be closed. Shisha, I need to talk to you. Davis said hurriedly. Get lost. You bastard, you're not welcome here. Daisy shouted loudly, but her eyes turned red, the past grievances surfacing unexpectedly. At that moment, Assad returned. As soon as he entered the hallway, he heard Daisy's sobs, his expression changing. He immediately saw Davis blocking the door. Bang! In a flash, he rushed forward, grabbed Davis by the neck, and threw him forcefully to the ground. Did you forget what I warned you before? Assad looked coldly at Davis, his eyes icy. It's you. Davis now recognized Assad as the powerful intruder from that night at the villa who had told him to take care. Assad, ignore him. Let's go inside. Daisy didn't want any conflict between them, so she quickly pulled Assad back into the house. Assad? Luther? Is he my son? Davis, upon hearing Daisy's words, froze. Looking at Assad's face that resembled his own, his body trembled. This is my son. Wait. Davis became anxious and moved forward. But the next second, he felt an overwhelming killing intent lock onto him, like a tidal wave threatening to engulf him. This intense killing intent came from Assad himself. Powerful. Dominant. This force almost made Davis shudder inwardly. How could his son have such immense power? For a moment, he found it hard to believe. Assad gave him a cold look and spoke sternly, do not come and disturb my mother again, or else don't blame me for being unforgiving. Seeing that they were about to close the door, Davis suddenly remembered why he came and shouted desperately, wait, I really need help. You should hide with your mother quickly. The incident where you injured Barak has been exposed, and the Han family has sent experts to kill you. Let them come. Assad slammed the door heavily. Facing the closed iron door, Davis could only show a bitter smile. Chapter 381. The Han family's plans. Davis, who had been turned away, returned to his car and looked up at the building with a complicated expression on his face, deep in thought. Young master. At this moment, a man who looked like an Adele appeared beside him and whispered, in the current situation, we can only try to stop Ridge. Stop Ridge? Easier said than done. Davis showed a bitter smile. Actually, he had secretly investigated Ridge long ago. This man had achieved remarkable accomplishments on overseas battlefields and possessed formidable strength. If the Han family still existed back then, he wouldn't have taken this person seriously. But now that the Han family was in decline, leaving only a few scattered members, they were utterly incapable of assassinating Ridge secretly. A hint of ferocity flashed across the Adele's eyes as he said, perhaps I should take action. No, your injuries from years ago haven't fully healed. Even if you force yourself to fight, you won't be a match for Ridge. It would only result in your death needlessly. Davis decisively rejected the Adele's suggestion. As for young master, the Adele sighed deeply. If he were to act, even though he couldn't guarantee killing Ridge, he could severely wound him. But if he doesn't take action, should they really stand by and watch Ridge make his move? For all these years, I've wronged them. This time, I won't let them down again. After thinking for a moment, Davis made up his mind and said gravely, although Ridge is powerful, he is not invulnerable. This time, I plan to take action myself and aim for a one-hit kill. Master, your dragon-slaying technique isn't fully mastered yet. The Adele furrowed his brows deeply. The incomplete dragon-slaying technique can be forced to use, but once triggered, the backlash would be too much for Davis to handle. Davis responded earnestly, for so many years, I've always been stuck here. Now I realize it wasn't because my strength was insufficient, but rather I lacked an opportunity. I have a feeling that if I can defeat Ridge, my dragon-slaying technique will surely break through. The Adele felt a stir in his heart and suddenly remembered the former patriarch, who seemed to significantly improve after each strong enemy was killed. Perhaps Master has a point. If that's the case, then I'll assist by restraining Ridge and strive to provide an opportunity for you to strike, the Adele said. That's good. Davis pondered for a moment and nodded. With his strength not yet reaching the Grandmaster level, attempting to assassinate a Grandmaster was still far beyond his reach. With the Adele providing some restraint, the chances of success would naturally increase. After a brief discussion, the Adele left alone, while Davis drove back to Oya Corporation's coastal branch, residential area, upstairs. Seeing Davis leave, Assad glanced at Daisy who was silently crying and sighed in his heart. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Because he had overheard Davis and the Adele's conversation, he needed someone to pass the time. Feeling the changing shape in his hand, while watching the nurse meticulously peel the grapes, his heart grew hotter. Such a tormenting little devil. If it weren't for his injuries, he might just have taken her right there. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps approached outside the door. After 2 knocks, the door was pushed open. The nurse had long noticed the footsteps and quickly stood up, straightening her disheveled clothes and smoothing out the obvious creases before standing beside the bed. Erwin showed a trace of annoyance on his face. To be interrupted at such a critical moment would surely sour any man's mood. However, when he saw who was at the door, his expression immediately changed. Third grandfather, Mom, how did you two come here? Erwin was startled. You brat, of course, we came to see you. Your third grandfather is quite proficient in traditional medicine. Maybe he can help you recover sooner. Kathy glanced at the embarrassed woman beside the bed. How could she not know what her mischievous son had been doing in the ward? She couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Erwin gave a few awkward laughs, avoiding Kathy's gaze as he turned to Ridge. Third grandfather, please come over and check on me. I'm about to die from boredom lying here. Ridge smiled, walked to the bedside, and placed 2 fingers on Erwin's wrist, sending a thread of energy into his body. skills, capable of rapidly treating and recovering even severe injuries. After the acupuncture, a stream of warm and soothing qi flowed through Erwin's back, making him feel extremely comfortable as his injuries were finally cleared away. Apart from minor external injuries, his internal injuries were completely healed. Of course, this also had to do with Assad not striking ruthlessly at the time. Otherwise, Erwin would have been reduced to ashes even if he were made of stone. Erwin jumped off the bed, overjoyed. Third grandfather, I'm really fine. Mom, look, I'm better. His face was full of excitement. Kathy held his hand, equally moved. Third grandfather, you must help me get revenge. That bastard almost killed me. Now that Erwin was feeling better, thoughts of vengeance immediately surfaced. He harbored intense hatred toward Assad, who had nearly crippled him. Of course, he won't have a good end. When the time comes, I'll cripple him and let you deal with him as you see fit. Ridge said this calmly. Thank you, third grandfather. Hearing this, Erwin's eyes lit up, and a cruel smile spread across his lips. At that time, he would make sure Assad experienced all 10 tortures. Chapter 382, Planning to Initiate. Barak was discharged from the hospital after recovering from his injuries. At night, in order to celebrate Booker's arrival and Barak's recovery, Kathy specially booked a 5-star hotel to welcome them. Barak showed no kindness toward Davis, rudely shouldering him aside before running upstairs. Kathy ignored this. After all, although Davis was nominally her husband in the Han family, his status was akin to a servant. In her eyes, Davis wasn't even comparable to one small finger of her son. Hemph. Marrying me and raising my child is an honor that you have gained in 8 lifetimes. Kathy thought inwardly, casting a glance at Davis. If not for plotting to seize control of the Luther family, Kathy would never have chosen Davis as her husband. Even so, every time she thought about how she once fawned over Davis and even humiliated herself to please him, a sense of revulsion filled her heart. Thus, over these years, she seldom showed Davis any kindness, treating him like a vent for her frustrations, beating him and scolding him whenever she pleased, using him however she wanted. I'm tired. Prepare hot water for me. I want to take a shower. Kathy twisted her willow-like waist and headed upstairs. Davis glanced at her back, a look of indifference flashing in his eyes. After the hot water was ready, Davis was chased out of the room and told to sleep on the floor in the living room. That's how Davis had lived for all these years. However, tonight he was very obedient. As midnight approached and the lights in the villa were extinguished, Davis suddenly opened his assassination needs further consideration. Davis felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Time flew by. Another night passed. What? That bastard is actually the illegitimate child that the old man left in Hayward High City? Originally, Barak didn't know this news, but his security guards didn't hide it from him. So, upon waking up, he received this infuriating information. Bang! He threw the vase beside him to the ground and stormed towards Kathy's room, fuming with anger. At this moment, Kathy had just woken up. She was sitting at her dressing table in her pajamas, with Davis beside her, full of flattery as he waited on her. The door was abruptly slammed open. Barak stormed in with a stick in hand and started beating Davis. You old scoundrel, that Assad is actually your bastard. Are you planning a rebellion? He must have been acting under your orders. Trying to beat me to death, you were definitely aiming to seize the Han family's assets. He mercilessly struck Davis with the stick while berating him furiously. Zyming, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Nonsense. Today, I will beat you to death. Barak did not care about any explanations. If he couldn't defeat Assad, couldn't he still beat Davis? Seeing her bedroom being utterly disarrayed by the chase between Barak and Davis, Kathy also grew enraged. Enough, both illegally, evading taxes. This meant Assad's plan had been set in motion. Chapter 383. Occupying the moral high ground. What? Impossible, you're slandering us. We did nothing. The high-ranking executives of the Hayward High branch couldn't remain calm when they heard the adjutant announce the sealing of their office. The adjutant looked at them coldly and said unceremoniously, talking to me is useless. Take them all away for proper interrogation. Yes. Immediately, battle troops stepped forward, arresting everyone in the conference room and leading them out. No, we are being framed. These people were terrified. However, facing these elite battle troops, they had no room for resistance and were easily arrested. Hayward and eagle-catching chicks, they were effortlessly carried out. In the next building upstairs, Assad stood with his hands behind his back, watching this scene unfold. Farron stood respectfully behind him. Mr. Luther, as per your instructions, none of the Uya group's high-level personnel in Hayward High can escape. Assad nodded indifferently. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the parking lot, where 3 people got out of a luxury car, Kathy and the others. They have arrived. Assad's gaze swept past Kathy and Davis, settling directly on Ridge. A master? This is the expert Davis mentioned yesterday? Assad's eyes revealed a hint of oddity but then dismissed it. Just a mere insect that could be wiped out with a snap. It would be fitting to deal with him today. At the entrance of the branch, Kathy sensed something was wrong the moment she came out of the parking lot. Several military vehicles were blocking the gate, and people were being led out continuously. The surrounding streets were crowded with onlookers. Oh, I wonder what happened. They're actually being arrested by the battle troops. It must be a major incident, otherwise, the battle troops wouldn't be deployed. I've heard it's a multinational company. Perhaps they've done something harmful to national interests. Good catch. These big companies are not good at all. They chattered like crows, almost ready to sit on stools eating melons and sunflower seeds. Upon hearing this, Kathy's face turned pale with anger. Damn. She abruptly looked at the adjutant Farron who was in charge and, stepping forward in her high heels, asked fiercely, Stop right there. Who gave you the authority to arrest people? Do you know this is Uya Group's branch? She barked loudly, looking superior. However, the adjutant paid no heed. Glancing at the list in his hand, he said, Kathy, I wondered why I couldn't find you earlier. Arrest her and take her away. As he spoke, 2 battle troops moved into action. Who dares touch me? I know Ronnie from the Southern Zone. If you move against me, watch out for trouble later. Kathy brought up a big name from the Southern Zone, threateningly staring at the battle troops. Ronnie. Assad also breathed a sigh of relief, waving his hand for the two battle troops to proceed, intending to arrest Kathy. You dare. Kathy never thought that after mentioning Ronnie, these people would still dare arrest her. It was outrageous. Her face flushed purple with anger. And at this moment, Ridge, who had arrived late, sighed deeply. I have long heard that the battle troops act recklessly, and now I have witnessed it firsthand. To actually dare to lay hands on someone from my Han family, how outrageous. Bang bang. With one step forward, the two battle soldiers attempting to arrest Kathy felt an invisible force hit their chests as if struck by lightning, spitting blood and flying backward. They crashed heavily onto the ground, unconscious. Who are you? How dare you injure my battle soldiers? The adjutant's face changed abruptly, then he flew into a rage. They were from the battle corps. These people actually knew their identities but still dared to harm them. These so-called international conglomerates were truly lawless. No wonder General Dong wanted to clear them out. As for who I am, you are not yet qualified to know. Call your commander here, let him speak with me personally. I want to see who dares to touch my Han family. Ridge wore a proud expression. To think that a small city's battle district would dare to lay hands on his Han family. It was utterly outrageous and their expressions became even more tense. Compared to them, Kathy heaved a long sigh of relief. With her uncle present here, she didn't believe that anyone would dare to harm her in any way. Thinking about touching my Han family? Simply laughable. A look of disdain flashed across Kathy's face as she looked down at the adjutant and his group, saying, immediately release our people. Otherwise, you'll have time to regret it. Dream on. The adjutant's face turned deathly pale. He secretly signaled his subordinates with a glance. They immediately pulled out their guns. Even if they were facing a master, with over 100 of them here, could the opponent still do anything to them? Combat zone soldiers. Representing the highest authority of a region. If one dared to kill combat soldiers, it would be a crime grave enough to bring destruction upon an entire clan. However, the adjutant miscalculated. Ridge had not been in Long Country for years, and still harbored the mentality of survival of the fittest from overseas battlefields. Seeing the adjutant refuse him, a glint of killing intent instantly flashed through his eyes. After all, abroad, killing a few people was nothing much for a master-level powerhouse like him, let alone mere combat soldiers. Even some officials wouldn't escape death if they truly offended a master. Truly ignorant of death. Since you're seeking death, what would happen to his wife and daughter in the future? However, at this critical moment, the 5 black dragons suddenly stiffened, stopping mid-air as if frozen. Ridge's face changed. He tried to force his power, but found that he had completely lost control of the 5 black dragons. How could this be? These were made of his own life force. How could they be uncontrollable? What shadow hides behind, plotting against me from the shadows? Ridge immediately realized that there must be a powerhouse intervening, and judging by the strength shown, it was definitely no ordinary powerhouse. At least another master-level powerhouse. At this moment, Assad finally arrived accompanied by Farron. Sir. Seeing Farron, the adjutant and his group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Assad. Standing nearby, Davis saw Assad and his expression changed, internally cursing his bad luck. If Ridge found out Assad's identity, he would definitely attack. It would be disastrous then. Who are you? Ridge's gaze swept past Farron, landing on Assad. The combat generals followed a step behind this person, suggesting he wasn't just anyone. However, Ridge did not associate the person who intercepted his power with Assad. After all, Assad was too young. How could he possibly be a master-level powerhouse? He is the one who blocked my car and injured— Not good. Seeing this scene, Davis felt his heart sink. Too strong. He hadn't expected that after so many years, Ridge's cultivation had advanced even further. He was likely about to break through senior master and reach the pinnacle of the master realm. Why is this? The heavens are too kind to the Han family. They, clearly a group of rebels who seized the estates of our Luther family, have everything today. Davis clenched his fists, fingernails piercing into his flesh. He hated it, because everything the Han family enjoyed now originally belonged to their Luther family. Boom boom boom. Ridge moved with great strides like meteorites, each step seeming to resonate with everyone else's heartbeat around him, making them all clutch at their chests in pain. They suspected their hearts would leap out of their chests. The 5 black dragons restrained by Assad in midair started to squirm, struggling to escape Assad's restriction. Bang! Ridge launched a punch with wind and thunder accompanying it, directly aimed at Assad. He hadn't used his full strength just now. Did they really think he was a sick cat? This punch was meant to show Assad how formidable he was. Not everyone could provoke him. Assad, run. You're no match for him. Seeing this scene, Davis couldn't hold back any longer. With a bite on his lip, he finally jumped out. He swiftly made a slash on his hand, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Before the blood could fall, Assad had already moved behind him, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up to his face. Chapter 385, Deserves Death. What? Hussein was startled. When did Assad sneak up behind him? Before he could even struggle, Assad had already grabbed his neck. No matter how much he struggled, Assad's grip was like an iron clamp, immovable. You just called me a bastard? Assad's grip tightened gradually with unstoppable force, pressing down upon Hussein like the crushing weight of heaven and earth. It was the first time Hussein felt so insignificant. How could this be? How could someone possess such strength? This strength must far surpass his own. It didn't seem like what a master should have. A divine realm? These two words suddenly appeared in his mind. But Hussein couldn't believe it. Assad was only in his early 20s. Even if he started training while still in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to be this strong. You can't be Assad. Who are you really? Hussein's voice turned hoarse as he struggled desperately to pry off Assad's hand. his legs kicking spasmodically. Not far away, Davis was also stunned. His face mirrored Hussein's disbelief. He, too, did not think the person before them was Assad but someone in disguise. After all, having such power at the age of 20-something was simply beyond normal human comprehension. Me, Assad sneered coldly, saying, "You're killer." With these words, he increased his grip further. Hussein could hear cracks in his neck, death looming just a second away. Ugh, ugh. Hussein couldn't utter a word, his bloodshot eyes bulging out, his life hanging by a thread. Farron, standing nearby, took notice. "Mr. Luther, perhaps we should let him live and await trial," he hesitated. So many witnesses, killing a master in broad daylight wouldn't be a good influence. As the representative of the war zone, he felt obliged to uphold some semblance of fairness. "No need. Offending me is a capital offense," said Assad indifferently. Then he shook his hand, flinging Hussein's body to the ground, where he lay motionless and dead, killed cleanly and swiftly by Assad. The swiftness of the action made Farron swallow hard. Was this the power of a divine realm expert? Killing a master seemed as effortless as squashing an ant. Thankfully, he hadn't offended him. Uncle 3. Rhoda, witnessing her uncle fall, collapsed to the ground. She crawled to Hussein quickly, trembling hands reaching for his nose. Feeling no breath, she felt like the sky was falling. Dead. Hussein was actually dead. Her uncle, a master-level powerhouse, how could he die right in front of her? Mr. Luther is in the divine realm. Even if Aoya Corporation is powerful, would they dare retaliate against Mr. Luther? The aide responded doubtfully. They wouldn't dare to, but what about us? Farron massaged his temples vigorously, his eyes filled with worry. As a huge multinational corporation, the Aoya Financial Group had businesses all over the world, and its hidden influence was substantial. After all, doing business globally was no simple matter. To protect their interests, they would undoubtedly need numerous backers. Not to mention the Han family, a top-tier clan in Nanyang that monopolized several shipping routes, practically ruling as local emperors of Nanyang. With such a family, the death of a master couldn't just be brushed aside. They would definitely seek revenge. Even if they didn't dare to retaliate against Assad, they would eliminate anyone else involved. Otherwise, if they were perceived as weak, their global business might suffer. Although Farron, as a regional war zone representative, was not afraid. These conglomerates had no bottom line, which was his main concern. On the street, after the combat troops withdrew, only Davis and Assad remained, and the atmosphere became somewhat somber. Davis looked at Assad before him, uncertain and suspicious. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, You really are Assad?" "Of course it's me," Assad replied coolly. Shocking. More shockingly, this person wasn't someone else but Davis's abandoned child over 20 years ago. Yes, just one pinch. Davis's voice sounded dreamy. All those years of servitude for Rhoda, treating her like a dog just to win back the family property, suddenly seemed like a joke at this moment. If he had Assad's strength, not only could he easily crush Hussein, but he could uproot the entire Han family without much difficulty. The car fell into silence again. But the Adele couldn't help but say, "Master, Eric is your own flesh and blood. You should let him acknowledge his roots. With his strength, reclaiming the Han family's wealth will be incredibly easy. But he doesn't want to see me." Davis smiled bitterly. "If he doesn't want to see you, go find Daisy. If you make her accept you, he can't possibly drive you away," the Adele suggested. "You're right." Davis nodded. To regain the Luther family's wealth, he had no choice but to do so. Chapter 386, Dark Currents in the Southwest. The Ouya Financial Group's Hayward High branch collapsed. This news spread at an incredibly fast speed, quickly becoming a topic of heated discussion. After all, the Ouya Financial Group was not just any small company. As an international corporation, it possessed significant financial resources and influence. Of course, Hussein's death had been covered up by Farron either intentionally or unintentionally. Now, Farron felt restless. Although expelling the Ouya Financial Group from Hayward High was a request from Assad, Farron was ultimately part of the Southern District and couldn't ignore the voices from above. Farron sighed. He knew this wouldn't be easy to handle, and the troubles were just beginning. "Why don't we quietly leak Mr. Luther's matters?" The adjutant offered a suggestion. Farron shook his head, saying, "No, right now we can only tough it out. Even if we are forced down, with Mr. Luther around, there will be a time for revival, and we might even stand higher then. But if we defect now, we will likely lose Mr. Luther's support, and others probably won't let us off easily either." Farron had been in the Southern District for a long time, and understood the power struggles and interest games well. He wouldn't change sides so easily. He was betting on Assad's weight, and he was confident he wouldn't lose. After all, betting on a divine realm expert and losing would be as unlucky as choking to death while drinking water. Meanwhile, Assad returned home leisurely. With the Han family out of the way, he could finally focus on tracking down the kidnappers of his mother. Additionally, there was still Daisy's birthday to consider. Preparations for the gift, under Jean's help, were already underway. Maybe I should find a place to celebrate Moira's birthday. Assad pondered internally. All these years, Daisy had painstakingly cared for him and Mackenzie, enduring countless hardships. Now that their lives had improved, she deserved a proper celebration. I wonder how things are going in the Southwest District. Leaning against the balcony window, Assad gazed toward the southwest. In the Southwest District, Ryu City. These past few days, Todd had been basking in glory. Despite being somewhat rebuffed back at headquarters, he received much attention here in Ryu City. Being a messenger from the Central District, many were willing to give him face. Furthermore, since Dexter hadn't paid attention to them, Todd took the opportunity to visit several high-ranking officials in the Southwest District, especially those from the political and police departments. "Master Yi, it's quite late today. Let's gather tomorrow. Otherwise, the beauty will be waiting anxiously." "Yes, let's not disturb Master Ye's good time." "Ha ha, see you tomorrow." Todd couldn't help but laugh heartily. Feeling the beauty in his arms, he thought about heading home. So, with two beauties beside him, he got into the car and returned to his villa. Soon, he arrived back at the villa. As soon as he entered, he saw Floyd in the hall. Floyd was talking to a stranger, who, upon seeing Todd return, immediately stood up, nodded at Todd, and left. Eric is back. Floyd noticed the alcohol smell on Todd and frowned slightly. Who was that? Although Todd had drunk a bit, he could still tell at a glance that the person who had just left did not look like a Donghua citizen, but rather resembled someone from Dongying. A friend came by for a chat. Floyd said indifferently. Control of the Southwest District, Floyd would need to rally support from various factions currently in power. However, the setback Todd suffered last time might make others hesitant to bet on him again. To win over those people, Floyd needed to find an alternative approach. Perhaps, we can find an opportunity to capture Dexter's daughter. Floyd squinted his eyes. He suddenly recalled the intelligence about Dexter having a beautiful young daughter, reputed to be the first beauty of Ryu City. If Todd could succeed in seducing her, then after eliminating Dexter, controlling the Southwest District would be within reach. Chapter 387. Killing with a borrowed knife. Just as Todd was enjoying himself upstairs, the Maxwell who had just left returned. Mr. Yi, our people have already been secretly contacting some of the warlords in the Southwest region. They are all from neutral factions and might be able to give us a hand, the Maxwell said seriously. In that case, I will trouble you, Mr. Jingshang. Floyd smiled. Jamie shook his head and said, it is my honor to serve Mr. Yi, but I cannot stay in Donghua for too long. You must act quickly. Of course. With a plan forming in his mind, Floyd readily agreed. I shall take my leave then. Jamie glanced at the staircase entrance and left immediately. Floyd naturally noticed his final actions, and his expression turned sour. This Todd was truly unambitious, still only caring about his own pleasure at this time. He didn't look like someone capable of doing great things at all. The night passed and it removed, and then went to the study. Uncle Joe. Todd controlled his emotions before asking, what's so important so early in the morning? Recalling the intelligence received in the morning, Floyd said straight away, I heard Assad has rescued his mother and is currently investigating the culprits behind the scenes. What? Did he find a clue about us? Todd's heart skipped a beat. Ambushing the mother of a divine realm expert would result in brutal retribution if discovered. Especially after witnessing Assad's dominance in the Southwest regional headquarters, such a person's revenge could even endanger Butler's life. Relax, I've covered all the bases. He won't find any trace. Floyd was confident. In that case, that's good, that's good. Todd let out a long breath. It's not time to relax yet. He might return anytime soon, so we must act quickly. My plan is, Ernst's daughter? Todd perked up instantly. He hadn't wasted these past few days. His friends had often mentioned Meadow's unparalleled beauty, being in her prime, and how she would grow to be incredibly beautiful in the future. He never expected that Floyd's plan involved seizing the opportunity to obtain Meadow for himself. This suited his desires perfectly. Morning's incident of Floyd killing his two new loves was completely forgotten. Compared to Meadow, those ordinary women meant nothing. I'll make sure to capture her. Todd declared firmly. Floyd nodded and said, this matter is critical. We must succeed as soon as possible. Preferably, turn the deed into an irreversible fact. Then, when I deal with Ernst, control over the Southwest region will be within reach. Not only that, if you succeed, the entire Long family will become your ally, giving you a strong chance at becoming the patriarch of the Yi family. Floyd earnestly reminded him. Thank you, Uncle Joe, for your effort. Todd stood up, bowed deeply, and was helped up by Floyd, who replied, you're too kind, Eric. I'm also doing this for the Yi family. As Floyd watched Todd leave with excitement, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a waste of flesh and blood. But, it's easier to control someone who is useless, isn't it? With that thought, he also left the villa, headquarters of the Southwest region. After several significant changes recently, the atmosphere in the headquarters became increasingly tense. Ernst was in his study listening to Spike's report. Mr. Luther's mother has been rescued? That's right. Spike nodded. That's great news. Ernst also let out a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Assad's mother, he would inevitably feel guilty, especially since there was evidence suggesting Daisy's kidnapping might be related to events in the Southwest region. What about Todd? Any movement from him? And this knife, of course, was none other than Assad. Chapter 388. The dispute between Sue and Han. Bang. Just as Spike finished speaking, Calvin slapped his hand on the table. The heavy thud left Spike's mind spinning. Fool. Do you know what you're saying? Spike, I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to use your intelligence for this kind of plot. You want to kill someone by proxy. If this leaks out, how many heads do you have for Mr. Luther to cut? Calvin said sternly. Spike finally came to his senses. His face turned deathly pale, and he hurriedly said, Commander Long, I misspoke just now. I have no intention of harming Mr. Luther. Calvin looked at him coldly, using an unprecedented severe tone. I hope not. Commander Long, Spike gave a dry laugh. Get out. Calvin waved his hand, cutting him off. Spike shut his mouth instantly, knowing that he had angered Calvin. He bowed and left the room. Once outside, Spike's expression darkened. I did it all for the Southwest region. If we let the Yi family keep doing this, sooner or later the Southwest region will be unstable, leading to various troubles. With Assad as the knife, cleanly eliminating the threat from the Yi family would benefit everyone, so why not? He grumbled inwardly. However, since Calvin disagreed, he could only hide his thoughts and shake his head as he walked back. Compared to the turbulent situation in the Southwest region, Hayward High City was peaceful, although few people could detect the hidden undercurrents beneath the tranquility. The news of Booker's murder eventually spread out. In Nanyang, at the headquarters of the Aura Financial Group, a huge conference room was filled with over a dozen top executives. Except for a few who were too far away to participate, they were all present. A tall, muscular Caucasian man with blonde hair surveyed the surroundings and said gravely, Yesterday, an extremely serious provocation occurred in Long Country. One of our senior executives was killed in broad daylight, and the branch staff were directly arrested. What? Who did this? How dare they? These words immediately set off a wave of anger in the room. Those who weren't aware quickly changed their expressions. They were all high-level executives of the Aura Financial Group, and the group's success was closely tied to their own interests. Any issues with the group would directly affect them. Mr. Han, would you please explain this incident? The blonde man turned to look at a man sitting to his left. This person, around 70 years old, looked somewhat frail, but his eyes shone with intimidating sharpness. He wore a traditional Chinese tunic suit and exuded an aura of deep calculation. This was the current patriarch of the Han family, Albin. Under his leadership, coughing suddenly erupted from Albin. Covering his mouth with a handkerchief, he coughed for a while before stopping. A few keen observers noticed blood on the handkerchief. These few exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up. Old Mr. Han is unwell. Why don't we handle this matter? We promised to make them pay blood for blood. This man was around 60, round-faced, with a slightly pale complexion and a friendly smile that gave an impression of being sly. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that while his face was smiling, his eyes gave off a snake-like vibe, sending chills down one's spine. Ernest, the patriarch of the Su family. The Su family was also a major clan in Nanyang. Back when the Luther family was in charge of Nanyang, the Su family already had immense power. They even took advantage of the Luther family's downfall and the Han family's absorption of the Luther family to seize some maritime routes. Currently, the Su family was also a shareholder in Aura Financial Group, holding a stake nearly equal to the Han family's, making them internal competitors. With Kathy obtaining the position of executive president in Long Country with Albin's support, this setback might have made the Su family the happiest. Old Su is right, Elder Han. You should go back and rest well. Leave this matter to us. For a moment, many people chimed in agreement. Albin coughed twice, glanced at everyone present, remained silent for a moment, then slowly rose and said, "Then I'll leave it to all of you. I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave first." After speaking, he was escorted out of the meeting room by his secretary. What is this guy thinking? Albin frowned, looking puzzled. The fact that he would personally visit Donghua must have some reason behind it, and something he wasn't aware of must have happened. This made Albin's expression turn unpleasant. He had intended to secretly hide Assad's identity and strength, taking the opportunity to undermine some opponents within the Aura Consortium, but apparently, there were some mistakes. If so, I cannot give up on Moxie's matters. Albin secretly made his decision. Although he wanted to cut his losses in time, Ernest's actions forced him to change his plans, casting a shadow over Albin's usually confident heart. Sir, might Ernest be planning to contact that Luther family Divine Realm expert to further expand their power in Nanyang? His secretary hesitantly spoke up. They must be on guard for that. But then again, that Divine Realm expert is surnamed Luther. Albin narrowed his eyes, coldness flashing in them as he said, that possibility can't be ruled out. It seems that after all these years, the Su family still harbors ulterior motives. But can they really control a Divine Realm expert? If they do that, they're likely inviting the wolf into their house. Should we also take some measures? The secretary asked. Albin pondered for a moment before replying, send a squad of undercover guards to Donghua, under Moxie's command. Give her temporary supreme authority. Yes, sir. The secretary retreated. Albin sat on the sofa, staring out the window, lost in thought. The Luther family. After a long pause, a faint sigh echoed. Indeed, their deaths were strange. No external or internal injuries, as if their souls had been sucked out by a ghost. Very strange. Assad fell into thought. Whoosh. With a swift motion, he lifted the burly man's corpse into his hands, scanning it inch by inch with his divine sense, observing meticulously. Despite having been immersed in seawater, the man retained a lifelike appearance due to his advanced martial arts cultivation. Too strange. It almost seemed like they had lost their souls. Assad truly suspected that if a wandering spirit were to inhabit one of them, they could revive instantly. Assad, did you find anything? Jean noticed Assad frowning and asked. Assad shook his head, saying, take the bodies back, dispose of the others, but keep this one for now. He naturally referred to the nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man's corpse. Understood. Jean waved her hand, and soldiers promptly took the corpses away. Assad's gaze fell on the small boat by the shore, asking, is this their boat? It's not certain yet, but I've already arranged for people to investigate the owner of this boat. Hopefully, we'll have some leads soon, Jean said. When the bodies were discovered, she quickly organized an investigation team. These were the most elite investigators in Hayward High City and would certainly get results quickly. This wisp of aura, frowning slightly, because this wisp of aura didn't seem to come from a living person. Instead, it was filled with extremely faint yet pure death energy, as if from a true deceased being. Wait, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Bang! He exerted force with his wrist, instantly crushing the wisp of aura. From within, a strong scent of incense emerged. Eastern Spirit Way. It was a ghost deity. Chapter 390, Mysterious Young Man. After confirming this, a murderous glint flashed in Assad's eyes. Ghosts and gods. It seemed that the lesson he had taught them back then was not enough. Otherwise, how could they dare to enter Long Country again and be involved in the kidnapping of his mother? Soon, Assad made the connection between the events. He had once killed an Eastern Spirit Realm person near Bloss in the Southwest District. At that time, he had vaguely suspected that Bloss might have been colluding with the Japanese. However, after later discovering through Bloss's soul search that the black hand behind him was Butler, he subconsciously ignored it. Thinking about it now, it was likely not only Bloss but also Butler who were in collusion with the Japanese. So the Yi family's true intention is probably to get me out of the Southwest. Assad narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, they overlooked one point. Gratian had already entered the dells in Hayward High City. Once investigations began, news would quickly be exposed. Then, the ghosts and gods would go into hiding immediately, and even Assad might not be confident in finding them. After all, ghosts and gods' ability to hide was extremely powerful. Some powerful ghosts and gods could hide within the minds of countless believers. Even if they walked past you, you wouldn't notice them. Jean took a deep breath. For her, this kind of news was entirely new. She hadn't expected the Japanese ghosts and gods to be so powerful and their abilities so unpredictable. Although ghosts and gods are powerful, they have many limitations. Even before martial artists, they are somewhat inferior. Martial artists' yang energy can burn ghosts and gods to death unless they have undergone lightning tribulation and acquired some yang energy. Only then do they stand a chance against powerful martial artists. Assad had already seen through the weaknesses of these ghosts and gods during his previous confrontation with them in Japan. Of course, the weaknesses of these ghosts and gods were not limited to just this. For instance, they struggled to exhibit their strength outside their divine domain, which was another limitation. Unless they could establish shrines everywhere they went, they could hardly unleash their full potential and were easily slain by same-tier martial artists. Of course, their unpredictable abilities should not be underestimated either. Ignoring them because they have weaknesses could lead to the death of martial artists. In short, martial artists were formidable warriors in direct combat, while ghosts and gods were like hidden curse casters. Both had their strengths. Certainly, in the current era where martial arts were flourishing and the way of the gods declining, the power of martial arts far surpassed that of the way of the gods. Otherwise, there wouldn't be tales of destroying mountains, raising temples, and expelling ghosts and gods. Compared to Long Country's strong martial arts seen in the decline of the way of the gods, Japan's martial arts were suppressed, while more people worship gods and spirits. Assad and Jean left the seashore, and Jean hurriedly returned to the southwest to report Assad's findings to Gratian in detail. Assad stayed in Hayward High and began searching for the ghosts and gods. Inside an upscale club, darkness and light intermingled, lively dancing and singing filled the spacious private room. No less than a dozen women sat inside, while in the center sat a young man. His expression remained calm, even in the company of surrounding women. In a corner of the room, Barak sat restlessly, looking at the young man several times, hesitating to speak. Everyone leave. The young man patted the women around him, and these women immediately stood up and left. The private room was now left with only him and Barak. Sir, Barak called out somewhat awkwardly. These past few days had been a roller coaster for Barak. From being the esteemed heir of the Han family, he almost ended up as a prison inmate, all because his mother had been captured. In a drunken rage, he had tried to forcefully enter the jail by car. He was arrested on the spot and spent 2 hellish days inside before this young man suddenly appeared in his cell. He remembered clearly that it seemed like the young man appeared out of thin air. He directly asked him, "Do you want to get out?" "Yes." Barak didn't hesitate. He had suffered a lot from other inmates' special care, leaving him bruised and battered. Even sitting felt painful. At that moment, he would have agreed to anything the young man asked. "Then come with me." The young man gave a mysterious smile, and just like that, they vanished from the jail cell and reappeared in this club. The young man told him to rest for a while, and then left. During this day of observation, Barak noticed something odd about everyone in the club, though everything appeared normal. There was an indescribable eerie feeling whenever he faced them. It was as if he were facing the young man himself, despite their different genders and appearances. An uneasiness enveloped Barak, but he knew he had no choice now and could only reluctantly accept whatever the young man arranged, until he was called to meet him again. "Did you rest well today?" The young man asked softly. His eyes fell on Barak, although his denied any disobedience. Though he hated Davis, he had no choice but to comply with the young man. "I will bring him here, but I might be wanted." "That's a good boy." The young man patted his head. "Go on. After all, he is still your father and won't betray you." Chapter 391. Branches sprout unruly. The bustling night draped the entire coastal city, lights twinkling and neon dazzling. On the streets, young couples laughed or hurried by, while street vendors and cleaners looked weary. On the street, a young man strolled unhurriedly through the crowd. He was tall with a slender build, dressed in casual wear and sneakers, resembling a next-door big brother. Though not handsome, his deep-set eyes seemed to see right through people's hearts. Assad. He blended into the crowd like any other person, occasionally drawing glances from young girls who would blush faintly. After returning from the seaside, he followed the trace of leftover demonic energy from Japan's divine beings to this busy street. Shops lined both sides of the street. Supermarkets selling various goods, eyewear stores, restaurants, and barbershops, all exuding an intense flavor of daily life. Using the rolling earthly atmosphere to mask the aura of Siento, Assad narrowed his eyes. Japanese Siento differs from ordinary Siento. Their practice is more akin to ghostly arts, especially the ghostly aura, which is always chilling and severe. The icy wind it carries can easily reduce human flesh to dust, being the most sinister and toxic. This kind of aura is very likely to be noticed by martial artists and even ordinary people with strong yang energy. Thus, to hide their aura, they must stay in crowded places. The best choice is naturally residential areas, where the vast human presence forms an earthly air that masks and blends with their own. Though Assad could cover this area with his vast spiritual sense, doing so would surely alert the enemy. If the opponent escaped, finding them again would be extremely difficult. Therefore, it would be best to directly locate the enemy's whereabouts. Otherwise, it would be like chasing after an unattainable dream. After searching for a while, Assad wanted to continue when Mackenzie suddenly called, "Brother, it's so late. Why aren't you back yet? I have some things to do outside. Come back quickly, there's something at home." Mackenzie lowered her voice, sounding urgent. "What happened?" Assad raised an eyebrow. "Did something happen again?" Mackenzie said. "I saw Mom secretly take a call and then leave. I heard a man's voice on the phone." "A man's voice?" Assad's eyes flashed. He instantly thought of one person, his expression darkening. Davis. It had to be him. Otherwise, Valentina wouldn't have left so readily, especially at such a late hour. She never went out this late. Call from a man. Isabella? Assad glanced towards the bedroom, where the light was off. "Isabella has already gone to sleep," said Mackenzie. "All right, you stay here. I'll go check on Mom." After giving Mackenzie a few instructions, Assad left home. To ensure his family's safety, Assad had long placed a thread of divine sense on them, allowing him to easily locate their positions. In critical moments, it could even unleash Assad's full power. Yuan Cafe. Valentina had changed into new clothes and looked gracefully aged. Despite being close to 50, due to Assad secretly purifying her body with the everlasting true qi over time, she appeared only in her early 40s. Running a clothing store again also added an aura of competence to her. The moment she entered, she saw Davis sitting inside. It was the first time in all these years that she closely observed him. He had aged too. Looking almost 50, his face bore the marks of hardship from these years, yet his eyes were still bright and gentle. Shisha. Davis's expression flickered with excitement upon seeing Valentina. Davis, it's been a long time. Valentina walked over, her face remaining calm. Over the years, her hatred and resentment had faded away with time. Now, she felt only indifference. She just hoped her son would marry a good wife and her daughter a good husband. As for Davis, he was not part of her plans anymore. Seeing Valentina's distant gaze, Davis felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew it was self-inflicted. Abandoning Valentina and their child back then, how could he expect forgiveness now? However, recalling the Adele's words, Davis's eyes showed a fleeting sadness. To revive the family, there were things he had to do. Shisha, many years have passed. We're both getting old. How have you been? Davis's face softened. Valentina's heart trembled, reminiscing about the days when Davis studied in Magudu and they met during his trip to Hayward High. They fell in love, and after a few years, Assad was born. No one knew what went wrong. Davis left a letter and resolutely returned to Nanyang, marrying Hamilton soon after. That moment broke Valentina's heart. I'm fine. After a long silence, Valentina finally spoke. But Davis didn't give up. He continued reminding her of the good times they shared. Just as he thought he was reaching her, Valentina asked, I heard you and Hamilton also have a child? Davis froze. No matter how much he reminisced, the fact that he abandoned Valentina and their child, married Hamilton, and had another child, remained the deepest rift between them. Dad, what are you doing here? At this moment, Barack appeared suddenly. His expression was cold as he glanced at Valentina before sitting next to Davis, crossing his arms and glaring at both of them. Hearing Dad, Valentina's heart clenched, but she kept her face calm and said to Davis, since you're busy, I'll go back. With that, she left. Shisha. Davis tried to chase after her, but was grabbed by the wrist by Barack, who growled, Shiloh, where do you think you're going? My mom is still in prison, and you're out playing around. How can you live with yourself? His loud voice shattered the cafe's peace. People turned to look, and Davis's face turned ghastly pale. Boom. Whispers erupted around them. Chapter 392. The Temple of the Foreign God. Oh my, look at this old man. How can he do such things? Truly unbelievable. It's clear that societal morals are declining, and people's hearts are not as they used to be. From his actions, I can tell he's no good, a real old scumbag. For a moment, the criticisms from the surrounding crowd almost overwhelmed Davis. His face turned pale with anger, and he quickly walked out of the cafe. Stop right there. Barack immediately chased after him. According to the mysterious person's instructions, he still had to bring Davis to that club. At this moment, Assad, who had arrived earlier, emerged from the shadows. Seeing Daisy had already left, he cast a cold, stern gaze upon Barack and Davis, exuding an ominous aura. He had heard every word that Barack had said to insult Daisy. As for Davis, daring to defy his words and secretly contacting Daisy despite the previous warning, filled Assad with dissatisfaction. If you leave, I will post everything about you online, letting everyone see what kind of person you are. Seeing that he couldn't stop Davis, Barack went all in, shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, Davis indeed stopped. Although he didn't care about his reputation, he didn't want these rumors to harm Daisy and her child. What exactly do you want? Davis fixed his gaze on Barack. If it weren't for Barack being his son, he would have slapped him to death long ago. Come with me to a place. I have something important to discuss with you. Barack blurted out the excuse he had prepared. All right. Davis agreed. Barack sighed in relief and hurriedly hailed a car. The two of them headed toward the club. Hidden in the shadows, Assad raised an eyebrow. Initially intending to reveal himself, he chose to remain hidden again and secretly followed their car, intending to see what they would say. Out of the corner of his eye, he also noticed a black sedan following Davis and Barack from the shadows. An elderly man was inside, but Assad didn't know his identity. Soon, Davis and Barack arrived at a bustling street. Assad narrowed his eyes. It was the same lively district he had visited before. It seems I might discover something interesting this time. Assad watched as their car stopped in front of a shop, and Davis and Barack got out and entered. Assad glanced up at the sign of the shop. For Country Club. Davis and Barack stepped inside, greeted by a young, pretty woman in a cheapao who led them further in. At this moment, Assad also noticed that the elderly man had stopped his car. He did not get out but remained outside the door, seemingly waiting for either Davis or Barack. Keeping his divine awareness locked on Davis and Barack, Assad waited a while before walking into the club disguised as a guest. However, just as he entered, he sensed something odd. Both the staff and guests inside carried a peculiar aura, sharing an eerie similarity. The moment he came in, everyone seemed to turn and stare at him. Dozens of pairs of eyes regarded him with nearly identical expressions, whispering and shouting in his ears, I found you. You're problematic. Assad felt a disturbance. But when he looked closely, the people turned their heads away as if nothing had happened. A female attendant approached with a warm smile. She appeared to be in her 20s, beautiful and charming, dressed in a red cheapao with high heels, giving off a welcoming impression. Welcome. Is this your first time here? Assad glanced at her briefly. Her expression remained unchanged, as if she was accustomed to such attention, yet he saw a hint of detachment deep within her eyes. An aloofness reminiscent of how Caesarians viewed the world. Is it a ghost god? Assad frowned. He hadn't expected to be detected so quickly upon entering, and the other party seemed unbothered, acting as if they were in control. However, this wasn't the ghost god's true form. It was dwelling within this woman, and possibly everyone else here. Assad's eyes flickered. A cross appeared in his pupils. He sharply focused on the attendant, noticing a shadowy figure seated within her consciousness, enveloped in dark mist, indiscernible. Around its body were numerous tentacles, emanating waves of evil and murky energy. Indeed, it was a ghost god from the east. Unfortunately, it was just a thread of intense will from the other side. Even if Assad were to eliminate this entity now, it wouldn't cause any harm to the main body. Please follow me, sir. The female attendant didn't wait for Assad's reply, and turned around to lead the way. Her graceful figure swayed, evoking poetic imagery as she walked in her heels, each step echoing with allure. Assad remained unperturbed and followed behind, eager to see what kind of tricks they were playing. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. From bright and inviting outside, it grew darker and deeper inside. The light dimmed as they moved further in, and the sounds of low male murmurs and women's laughter echoed from the rooms on either side of the corridor. This is it. The person you're looking for is inside. The female attendant stopped at a room door, gesturing for Assad to enter, indicating that he should go in. Standing at the door, Assad slowly raised an eyebrow. This room seemed isolated, like two separate worlds divided by the door. He couldn't sense anything inside. The marks he left on Davis and Barak had vanished. Please. The attendant smiled faintly. Interesting. Assad glanced at the attendant once more, then forcefully pushed open the door and strode inside. Behind him, the door slammed shut loudly. The attendant watched the closing door, her smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a cold indifference. An illusory face flashed over hers briefly. Why am I here? She muttered to herself, glancing around. She even opened the door she stood before, only to find it empty. Confused, she turned and left. Tap tap tap. Her footsteps faded away. Inside the room, Assad also felt something strange. Despite only one door separating him from the outside, it felt like an entirely different world. A primitive-style temple stood before Assad. It was ancient, solemn, and incredibly serious. Fiery and dense incense burned within, with a great flame rising from above, illuminating the sky. Assad stood before the grand entrance of the temple. On either side stood towering armored guards. Their life or death unknown, they wore silver-gray chainmail and held massive swords nearly as tall as a man. Stone pillars supported the temple, bearing marks of battles past, standing steadfast as witnesses to countless wars and rises and falls. Assad examined the temple, sensing faint lights within, where shadows seemed to conceal numerous eyes watching him. Creak. The heavy doors made a sound and abruptly swung open, the screech piercing the silence, revealing a blinding light. Indeed, it was light. A large sun hung within the temple, its blinding rays pulsating continuously, casting light over a sitting figure. He could not discern the features or attire, only seeing a silhouette. Kneel down and worship me, and I shall grant you eternal life. The figure raised its hands, a resounding voice shaking the entire temple. The light within flickered more violently. Kneel? Just because you say so? I fear you might not be worthy. Assad gazed coolly at the silhouette, unaffected by the blinding light, able to see clearly before him. The figure wore a green-faced, fang mask, adorned in a red robe trimmed with gold. A string of skull rosary beads hung around his neck. Beneath the rosary was a golden severed hand, dripping with golden blood. Chapter 393, Bloodline Essence. Ha ha ha. You are the first one to dare speak to me like this. Soon, I will twist your head off and make it into a rosary to hang around my neck. The masked man abruptly stood up, and the blazing sun suddenly rose, its brilliance shining for thousands of miles, making him look like a deity emerging from the sun. Are you done with your tricks? However, a voice calm as still water sounded abruptly. It was Assad. His gaze remained calm, not showing the slightest hint of fear despite the terrifying aura emanating from the other side. What did you say? The masked man froze for a moment. Assad spoke each word deliberately. I asked if you've had enough of your tricks. Audible gasps filled the air. Too audacious. The masked man did not expect Assad to be so impervious, utterly unaffected by the terrifying pressure he just exhibited. Indeed, a thorny problem. A hint of coldness flickered across his face as he said, You dare to be so insolent in this place. A practitioner from the Dragon Country's divine realm is indeed arrogant as always. Arrogance? It's confidence. Assad lifted his hand and reached out toward the masked man. Let's see what you really are, daring to play tricks in front of me. After speaking, Assad's hand suddenly enlarged, resembling a dragon's claw reaching out. It seemed far greater strength and potential than other deities. There's nothing impossible. A mere deity dares to act so outrageously before me. Who gave you the courage? Assad's eyes held no emotion. His hand effortlessly shattered the sharp light blades spewed out by the blazing sun wheel, grabbing onto the wheel itself and then tightening his grip. Crack. The blazing sun wheel made cracking sounds, seemingly about to be crushed. Graham could no longer sit still. He poured raging divine power into the blazing sun wheel, enhancing its strength, and then the severed palm hanging around his neck flew up, striking at Assad's hand. Tear. The severed palm moved swiftly, fingers like hooks, almost tearing 5 black cracks in space. Blue-purple energy. Emerge. Assad said indifferently. Instantly, a layer of blue-purple brilliance appeared on his palm. When the severed palm struck, it produced a sound like metal colliding. Clank. The severed palm was jolted away, flying back directly into Graham's hand. Looking down, he saw that the nails of the severed palm's 5 fingers had cracked, and even gold-colored blood had seeped out from the fingertips. Damn it. This scene made Graham uncontrollably furious. Not only was this severed palm a powerful weapon, but also his life instrument. Even though it was just damaged a little, it pained him deeply. You're going to die today. The devil mask worn by Graham cracked open, revealing an incredibly hideous face. The most horrifying part was that the face had only a mouth, surrounded by layers of sharp fangs. What a monstrous face. More terrifying than any demon from hell. Yet, Assad remained unmoved, proving his intentions through action. With a loud bang, Graham's blazing sun wheel was directly crushed. Crack. Shards flew everywhere. No. Graham screamed in horror, and Assad's gigantic hand was already pinching down at him. Realizing that if he didn't retreat now, he might lose even this incarnation, Graham felt an indescribable anger rising in his heart. If my true self were here, would it be your turn to act so arrogantly? His figure flickered, retreating rapidly. Don't go. Weren't you going to kill me? I'm right here. Why are you running? Assad sneered, his face full of disdain. Graham knew this was Assad's provocation, so he did not fall for it, crashing into the temple wall and instantly disappearing from Assad's sight. Where are you going? Assad moved, instantly arriving at the wall. However, as soon as he entered, the temple gate behind. If you help me, you'll gain everything you desire. Heske. Hearing this, Davis couldn't help but laugh derisively. Your words are too bold, sir. But I don't think so. You might as well listen to my offer. Graham appeared confident that Davis would agree. Oh. Davis raised an eyebrow. Haywardsoning further, Graham said, firstly, I'll help you reclaim everything the Luther family once had. Secondly, I'll catch those who contributed to the downfall of the Luther family and hand them over to you for justice. Thirdly, I'll bring your old lover and son back to you. Upon hearing this, Davis's expression changed dramatically. The goal of reviving the family had long been etched into his bones. He might consider this request just for this reason, not to mention revenge and bringing Daisy and Assad back. Barak's face, however, turned pale. He had vaguely heard that everything the Han family currently possessed rightfully belonged to the Luther family. This made him uneasy. But just as he was about to speak, he caught Graham's gaze sweeping over, like cold water poured over his head. He dared not utter a word. Meanwhile, Davis took several deep breaths, finally calming down. What do you want me to do? I need you to offer your bloodline essence, Graham said casually. Though he could forcibly extract it, that might affect its efficacy. If possible, he preferred Davis to willingly give it to him. Palm. The reason he could break through so quickly to his current realm had everything to do with that golden severed palm. Of course, he wouldn't tell Davis any of this. Thinking this, Graham smirked and said, I am a mighty spirit deity. Your true bloodline form has only some reference value to me. If your family's elder who was in the divine realm were still alive, it might have mattered. But he's dead now. Do you think you have a chance to reach the divine realm in your lifetime? Davis couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, if it were the Isabellister realm, perhaps he still had a hope. But the divine realm was almost the pinnacle of human achievement, and he didn't believe he would have the chance to reach it in his life. Though Davis knew the mysterious spirit deity definitely concealed something from him, after pondering for a moment, he found he had no grounds to oppose. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the other party would keep his promise. As Davis thought, Erwin couldn't hold back any longer. He thought to himself, it's just a true bloodline form. He could offer it too. My lord, I am willing to offer you my true bloodline form. He wore a fawning smile. You? Graham couldn't help but laugh, his gaze flashing with an eerie look. Did this Erwin really think he had the Luther family's bloodline? He, who practiced the Bloodline Treasure Codex, long saw that there was no blood relation between the two. Erwin was actually not Davis's son at all. Am I, lord? Erwin, under Graham's gaze, felt uneasy and involuntarily squirmed. Yours is of no use, Graham said coolly, then looked back at Davis as it's time to settle our accounts, right? His right hand extended, fingers together like a sword, revealing a sharp sword chi. Just looking at it caused a painful sensation in the eyes. Swish. Assad took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Graham, lifting his right hand before slashing down powerfully. That streak of sword chi slashed straight toward Graham's head. Hayward, a surging wave. Bang. Graham instinctively raised his hands to block the attack, but he had overlooked the gap between their powers. That streak of sword light cut through like a shooting star. Swish. A streak of blood flashed in the air. Graham's head was cleanly severed by that single slash. Thud. The head rolled onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. This scene almost made Davis and Erwin suffocate with fear. However, Graham's body did not fall. It remained standing firm, while the flesh at the stump of his neck quickly wriggled and twisted. In a short moment, those fleshy tendrils formed into a new head. The new head had no hair. Its face consisted only of a huge mouth lined with circles of sharp, gleaming fangs, which sent chills down one's spine just by looking at it. And lunged forward again. In midair, his body was undergoing drastic changes. A layer of bluish-black scales grew from within his body, dense and fine. In just a few breaths, it covered his entire body. He had transformed into a humanoid giant lizard. Yet, unlike ordinary giant lizards, he was covered with tumors numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands, an utterly shocking sight. Upon closer inspection, these were not ordinary tumors but fist-sized heads. Each face bore eerie expressions, some crying, others laughing, some frowning, others smiling, some enraged, others anxious, each unique. The only similarity was that from these tumor-like heads, waves of intensely concentrated mental pollution were emitted. Boom. Alfred extended his scaly arms, like an ancient totemic beast, spreading the evil polluting aura which seemed to want to drag people back to the primitive era. It surged out in all directions. He launched continuous attacks, far surpassing his previous strength, capable of contending with Assad head-on. Bang bang bang. Inside the room, the two clashed fiercely. All the furniture and appliances turned to rubble. Davis's face changed, hurriedly shrinking into a corner, terrified of being crushed by the shockwaves. Yet even so, his situation was dire. Even though Assad and Alfred controlled their powers, the slightest bit that escaped was enough to be fatal. After all, They were too strong. At this critical moment, Assad waved his hand, sending a wave of longevity true chi onto Davis, instantly easing his pressure. Phew. Davis looked at Assad, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Of course, he knew Assad despised him deep down. But in this moment, the other party ignored past grievances and helped him. Otherwise, Davis doubted he could have held on much longer. Heh, pitiful human emotions. Alfred laughed coldly, his vertical pupils filled with indifference and disdain. At least I'm better than your kind. Assad replied coolly. Beast. Alfred was stunned, then burst into fury. As a noble spirit deity, when had anyone dared describe him as such? It was downright blasphemy. Assad, you're dead today. I'll devour your flesh, refine your bones into a throne, and make your soul wail for 1,000 years in my oil lamp. Alfred raged. Looking as ugly as you do and dreaming so sweetly? With your monstrous appearance, thinking you can kill me? What a joke. Assad shot back mercilessly with sharp words. Aya. This time, Alfred was completely enraged, his eyes bloodshot red, and those tumor-like heads started to scream and cry. Frenzied mumbling and disturbing shouts echoed around, driving one mad. Pfft. Despite Assad's protective true chi, Davis, cowering in the corner, couldn't help but vomit blood and fall unconscious. Moreover, everything around them began to decay. It was almost as if Cecilongs had appeared. There was no more time to waste. Assad narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Subdue!" Centering on him, the large private room was instantly sealed by an overpowering aura. This was the array Assad had prearranged. Inversion of the 3 realms and 5 elements. Within the array, chaos suddenly evolved. He intended to seal this place entirely and then slay Alfred inside. Roar. Alfred let out a non-human roar, stirring up violent energy around him, wildly attacking Assad and colliding with the sword chi surrounding him. Bang bang bang. Sword chi shattered. The scales on Alfred's body also shattered, blood gushing out, spraying everywhere, immediately corroding whatever it touched. Sword wheel. Assad formed his fingers into a blade, freely wielding sword chi, countless strands of it slicing away at Alfred, countless tumors being severed. These tumors, upon landing, immediately dissipated into black smoke. Assad could distinctly feel the trace of a soul dissipating. It was clear that Alfred had blood sacrificed countless lives and confined their souls, thus generating those densely packed, tumor-like heads. No wonder he emitted a corrupting power akin to an outer god. This was clearly the grudge of innumerable souls. Such intense resentment was even more lethal than the deadliest poison in the world. In its presence, life would likely be poisoned easily. Only it was unknown how Alfred managed to avoid this calamity. Seeing himself retreating step by step and his scales shattered in many places, Alfred finally regained his sanity. I can't go on like this, otherwise I will surely perish here. He did not forget his purpose for this journey. Helping Brecken was merely a side task. His true goal was the countless living beings in the land of Long Country, which would be the foundation for his next breakthrough. He did not want to sacrifice himself for others. Alfred thought of retreating. He suddenly pounced towards Assad and immediately teleported beside Davis the moment Assad responded. He grabbed Davis's collar and was about to take him away. After all, as long as he held Davis hostage, he could forcefully extract the lineage essence within him. When that time came, he would have a way to handle Assad. Where do you think you're going? However, Assad was prepared. He instantly activated the array power and jumped right before Alfred. Swish. A swift sword strike aimed at his head. Alfred knew it was dangerous and did not dare to meet it head-on. Twisting his body, he lifted his arm and used the unconscious Davis as a shield in front of him. An ordinary martial artist, far below the master level, naturally could not withstand such an attack. However, Alfred believed Davis would be the best shield for him. If you want to kill, then kill us both. He grinned viciously. Unbeknownst to him, he underestimated Assad's ruthlessness. Facing Davis as a human shield, Assad did not withdraw his sword but intensified the sword chi. Kill. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The killing intent was as firm as iron. It seemed he did not care about Davis being a hostage and was willing to slay him along with Alfred in one stroke. You madman. Alfred was startled. Of course, Davis's life was less valuable than his own, so he would not join Davis in death. With a wave of his hand, he threw Davis towards Assad. Then he turned and fled. Before leaving, he grabbed Barak and crashed through Assad's array, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, the sword chi that was about to strike Davis instantly dissipated. The fiercest blow turned into a gentle breeze. If a highly skilled cultivator were to witness this, they would certainly widen their eyes. Such transformation from hard to soft was evidently a mastery at an extreme level. Chapter 396, The Power of the Realm. Pretty fast on your feet. But do you really think you can escape? A glint of coldness flashed in Assad's eyes. Glancing at the unconscious Davis on the ground, he flickered and landed with a thud. Bang! The moment he landed on the ground, he stomped his foot hard, instantly unleashing an overwhelming aura from him like a tidal wave sweeping in all directions. The invisible tide seemed to want to engulf everything, yet bizarrely, everything around remained completely unaffected. However, an impenetrable barrier suddenly formed at the boundary of the club. This was the realm of a golden core cultivator. This secret technique Assad had occasionally comprehended during intense practice recently allowed him to use himself as a fulcrum to leverage the power of heaven and earth, forming an independent realm. Bang! Just as Hayward Darewin was about to flee with Barak, he felt like he had run headfirst into a mountain. An invisible barrier blocked his way. How can this be? His expression changed abruptly as he lunged forward. His scaly hand, like steel claws, slashed forward fiercely, emitting a bone-chilling light that could tear through metal and stone. Unfortunately, the barrier stopping him was made of Assad's realm power, intangible yet incredibly resilient. Nine Hayward Eryuin's attack did not leave a single scratch on the barrier. His face turned pale. Just as he was about to launch another attack, a slightly mocking voice sounded from behind. If you want to leave, you must ask my sword first. Swish. Before the words even finished, the sword was already behind Nine Hayward Eryuin. Despite his swift twist, the blade still grazed him. Tear. A bloody mark appeared on his previously impervious scales, blood trickling down. Indeed troublesome. This time, I'll likely suffer a loss. Nine Hayward Eryuin felt intense anger. He thought it was just helping Brecken out, but never expected this avatar might be utterly lost, greatly infuriating him. But if you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. A fierce glint flashed across Nine Hayward Eryuin's eyes. At this moment, chaos reigned within the entire club. The guests who came here for fun suddenly found their women transforming before their eyes. Scales burst out of these people's faces and bodies, turning them all into monstrous forms. These guests were immediately terrified, running in all directions while crying out for help, only to find they couldn't get out at the doors. Over time, they also discovered something abnormal. Apologize. Kill. The sword wheel, infused with Assad's killing intent, instantly enveloped Nine Hayward Eryuin, forcing him to retaliate with no choice. But the sword wheel was too powerful. The sword chi sealed within a few meters, endlessly slashing without any gaps, turning Nine Hayward Eryuin into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. However, Nine Hayward Eryuin refused to die. As a divine ghost, even just a fabricated avatar, it retained an incredibly strong vitality. Even a drop of its blood carried part of its spirit. So, even though he had turned into a cloud of blood mist, he still hadn't died but roared and lunged at Assad. Whoosh. Since you won't let me leave, then I'll take over this body of yours. Nine Hayward Eryuin became ruthless. However, he underestimated the strength of this avatar. The sword wheels and sword lotuses around Assad were fully unleashed, actually grinding every drop of his blood into powder. Boom. With the final slash, Nine Hayward Eryuin's avatar was completely annihilated. No. Nine Hayward Eryuin screamed, his voice echoing in the air for a long time before gradually fading away. Tap tap. Assad landed on the ground, the sword chi on his hand dissipating, as he surveyed the surroundings. It looked like it had been ravaged by a storm, with debris everywhere. Those who had been bewitched began to revert. The scales on their bodies and faces gradually disappeared. Unfortunately, one of them had been sliced in two by Assad. Assad approached the person and found that he wasn't entirely dead, with a sliver of life force still lingering within him. It seemed that transforming into a monster had greatly enhanced his vitality. Although the monster form had vanished, a thread of life remained inside, preventing him from dying completely. You have a big fortune. He placed a hand on the severed corpse, and the jade of life and death within him spun fiercely, reversing the flow of life and death. The severed corpse abruptly restored itself. The person who was originally dead came back to life. Seeing the others' breathing stabilize, Assad stood up and walked around the club, erasing all traces of Nine Hayward Eryuin's presence before nodding satisfactorily, leaving without a trace, hiding his name and identity. Assad lifted Davis and disappeared from the club. Not long after he left, the people here slowly woke up. Seeing the mess around them, they were all shocked and immediately called the police. At this moment, Barak also opened his eyes, two sinister glows flashing in his gaze. He followed the crowd and directly left the club. Assad, this matter will not be so easily resolved. Chapter 397. The aftermath is not yet settled. A hint of gold flickered in Barak's eyes. Pity, without a body to rely on, this thread of consciousness won't last long, but it's enough to pass some messages. Assad, you killed my avatar. Next time, I will exterminate your entire family. Barak issued a cruel snarl and vanished into the crowd without looking back. At that moment, Assad, who had already gone far, suddenly turned his head. For some reason, he felt like he had overlooked something, yet he couldn't recall what it was immediately. However, since Jensen was dead, even if some minor characters escaped, it didn't matter. Bang. Leaving the clubhouse, Assad threw Davis directly onto the Adele's car roof before vanishing instantly. The anxious Adele sitting in the car heard the sound and quickly got out. At a glance, he saw Davis lying on the car roof. His expression changed. Eric. He pulled Davis down, examined his body, found only light injuries, nothing serious, and heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Davis slowly woke up. Ah! Davis instinctively screamed as he sat up abruptly from the bed. He looked around and, finding himself safe and sound, could not help but sigh with relief. Eric, you've finally woken up? The Adele rushed forward anxiously and asked, what exactly happened? Seeing the worried look on the Adele's face, use such methods again. Isn't Assad afraid of flipping out? He remembered clearly that when Jensen used him as a shield, Assad did not hesitate to strike decisively. What does this mean? It means Assad has his own will. No one can impose their will on him. Only he can decide, and no one can force him to do anything. Why not? Can the blood connection be severed? Eric, can you really give up so easily? The Adele was unwilling to let go. He had witnessed the Luther family's brilliance for over 100 years, even seeing Luther Xiandong's power firsthand, the true overlord of Nanyang. Even those major forces and factions in Nanyang would bow before Luther Xiandong. But now, Luther Xiandong fell mysteriously, and the once mighty Luther family was divided. The small Han family swallowed them like a snake eating an elephant, taking everything that belonged to the Luther family. In these 20 years, the Adele's hatred never subsided, and he was always immersed in past glory, dreaming of revitalizing the Luther family. But this time, when there was an opportunity, Davis didn't fight back. How could it not make him furious and unwilling to accept it? Davis looked at the Adele and sighed. Do you want me to coerce a divine realm powerhouse? He may be a divine realm, but he is also your son. The Adele remained obstinate. Son? What virtue or ability do I have to deserve such a son? Davis laughed bitterly. If he hadn't abandoned Daisy and her son back then, things might have been different. But now, what qualifications does he have to be a father to a divine realm powerhouse? Hearing this, the Adele was speechless. Back then, Davis's decision to abandon his family also had a part contributed by him, as he was the one who came up with the plan of enduring humiliation and hardship. He convinced Davis to marry Kathy and become a doi shir, a man who marries into his wife's family, at the Han family. Now, a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he hadn't persuaded Davis to give up Daisy and her son back then, perhaps he could now rely on Assad's strength to revitalize the Luther family? It's all this old servant's fault. The Adele couldn't help but break down in tears. An unprecedented regret filled his heart, making him lose control. The old, turbid tears streamed down his face, and he almost became a weeping figure. The hope of revitalizing the Luther family was just cast away by him. Alas! A faint sigh echoed. Davis's gaze turned towards the window, and at that moment, the power within his body became rounder, finally breaking through an invisible barrier. Bang! 2 rays of divine light flashed across. Chapter 398. The Hayward family takes action. Just as Assad was preparing to head for the southwest region, an order had already arrived at Hayward High City. Hayward High War Zone. The decree is as follows. Farron disregarded laws and regulations, acted on his own accord, and disrespected his superiors. He is now stripped of his position as general of the Hayward High War Zone. Meanwhile, Ephraim, his adjutant, is relieved of his duties as deputy general. Eddie calmly announced it, and then handed the decree to a burly man standing next to him. Receive the decree. Farron and his adjutant's faces turned pale with anger, their bodies trembling. They looked at the Maxwell in front of them, dressed in luxurious clothes, accompanied by several sturdy soldiers. General Dong, you're still unwilling to accept the decree? A sneer of contempt appeared on Eddie's lips. He waved his hand, and one of the big men behind him handed the decree back to Farron. I accept. Farron forced out these 2 words. After speaking, he ripped off the shoulder badge from his shoulder and threw it into the big man's hand. The adjutant beside him did the same. They were clearly dismissed from office. Not only were they stripped of their positions, but also their titles. Watching them complete this act, the smile on Eddie's face deepened. He stepped forward, shaking his head with regret and said, This is your end for offending the Hayward family. Men, take them away. Interrogate them. Yes. The 4 big men behind him took a step forward together. Eddie, you interfere in internal wars on affairs Sanzir. This won't end well for you. Even the Hayward family can't protect you forever. You will reap what you sow eventually. Farron clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at the Maxwell in front of him, trying to speak but being silenced by one of the big men who shoved a cloth into his mouth and dragged him away. A proud general first being dismissed and then imprisoned. What a tragedy. Reap what I sow? I am the retribution you deserve. With you being just a mere general, do you think you have the right to threaten me? Humph, you really don't know your place. Once in prison, we'll deal with you accordingly. After dealing with this matter, Eddie smirked disdainfully. If you knew this would happen, why didn't you think twice before offending us? Even if you're a general, so what after offending our Hayward family? Men, come with me to escort them to prison. Before long, Eddie arrived at the jail. He ordered Farron and others to be imprisoned immediately and released all the people from the Han family, including Hamilton, who were declared not guilty. Eddie, you finally came. Hamilton sighed in relief upon seeing Eddie. It's great to see you unharmed. The usually arrogant Eddie adopted a respectful demeanor before Hamilton, surprising everyone with how imitating ancient nailing arrow spells, which could easily claim lives. Even divine realms couldn't escape it. Prepare the altar. Eddie ordered his subordinates, and preparations began immediately. They requisitioned the deepest level of the jail. The jail was already filled with deathly energy, making it perfect. With materials prepared in advance, the altar was quickly set up, and a small figurine was crafted by Eddie's hands. The resemblance was unmistakably Assad. How unfortunate for you to offend our Hayward family. Eddie scoffed. The reason he became Ronnie's trusted confidant was largely because he mastered this blood curse technique. Even once, he had used this method to curse a divine realm powerhouse from abroad to death. Thus, Eddie held an exceedingly high status within the Hayward family. Unfortunately, the backlash of this blood curse technique was enormous, and even Eddie was unwilling to use it frequently. Therefore, over these many years, he had only used it twice. One time to kill a divine realm powerhouse, and another to kill an international top-tier figure. This time, you'll be my 3rd achievement. Eddie gave a smug smile. At this moment, someone quietly slipped out of Hayward High War Zone, heading straight for Assad's home. This person was named Fateh, one of Farron's confidants. Before Farron was captured, he had instructed him that if any unusual activity was detected, he should immediately seek help from Assad. Soon, Fateh arrived at Assad's home. Thump thump thump. He approached the upstairs door with trepidation, just about to knock when the door opened on its own, revealing Assad's calm voice from inside. Come in. Fateh's heart trembled. Not daring to delay, he hurried inside and saw Assad sitting in the room. He fell to his knees with a thud, saying, This lowly one, Fateh, pays respects to your excellency. I remember you as someone beside General Dong? Assad looked at Fateh, revealing a hint of confusion. Reporting to your excellency, this lowly one is General Dong's confidant Fateh. This time I have come with important matters to report. Oh, General Dong has been imprisoned. Fateh hurriedly recounted the entire event, including how arrogantly the people from the Hayward family acted, how they stripped Farron of his position, and the whole process of arresting him and sending him to prison. What? Assad's expression changed, especially upon hearing that Fateh mentioned the Hayward family releasing Hamilton and her group. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. What a Eddie, what a Hayward family. Assad's voice was chillingly stern. A wave of icy chill instantly spread throughout the room. This nearly froze Fateh in place, deepening his reverence. He knelt deeply before Assad and said, Your Excellency, it's not just that. I've also heard, watched Assad's thoughtful expression. Though anxious, he did not dare urge, only waiting silently. Soon enough, Assad spoke. You may return now. I will handle the matter of Finn. Yes, sir. Relieved by Assad's promise, Fateh withdrew, confident that with the involvement of such a divine realm expert, everything would turn out well for Farron. Meanwhile, Assad dialed Aaron. Aaron, surprised by the incoming call, answered immediately. He heard Assad speaking frankly, Dominicami ancestor, I have a favor to ask. Oh. Aaron paused momentarily. Assad briefly explained the situation regarding Farron, causing an immediate change in Aaron's expression. Assad, rest assured, I will take care of this. Thank you, Dominicami ancestor. No trouble at all. Assad smiled. Though using force was inappropriate for him, this task was effortless for Aaron. After all, the Wang family wielded top-tier influence in the Southern District, with Hector being its war marshal. Upon hanging up, Aaron's expression darkened. Bring Bai to me. Yes. Seeing Aaron's grim face, his subordinate quickly left. Shortly, Hector arrived. Interrupted mid-meeting, he cautiously entered and asked, Patriarch, you summoned me? Yes. Aaron nodded, though his calm exterior belied the storm brewing within. Patriarch, did someone upset you? Speak, and I will punish them right away. Hector responded respectfully. Lately, Aaron had successfully stabilized his divine realm cultivation, a fact unknown widely but not to Hector. The thought thrilled him. A step forward meant endless prosperity for the Wang family. How could he not be elated? But now, someone dared to anger Aaron. An intolerable act for Hector. Aaron replied calmly, a couple of days ago, I mentioned the Aura Consortium. Do you recall? I do. Hector's face showed confusion. Aaron had indeed spoken of it before, and he had already instructed subordinates accordingly. Farron had been assigned to Aliena High City. Could there be any complications? Hector's heart sank slightly. Indeed, Aaron continued, I just received a call from Shao Luther. He told me Farron was dismissed and imprisoned, while the Han family members were released. Are you aware of this? What? Hector's complexion changed drastically. There was only one person Aaron referred to as Shao Luther, the divine realm expert Assad. Not only had he failed to accomplish the entrusted task, but a major complication had arisen. This amounted to insulting Aaron directly. Patriarch, I was indeed unaware of this matter, but I will thoroughly investigate and give Mr. Luther a satisfactory response. Hector showed a stern look. Aaron nodded. After so many years, he understood the capabilities of his junior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to rise to the position of war marshal. Even with Aaron's support, if one lacked strength, it wouldn't be possible to attain such a high position. After all, one needs to be strong enough to forge iron. If one isn't capable, even if Aaron were extremely powerful, he couldn't force someone into the position of war marshal. They might be pulled down soon after sitting in it. Well, handle this matter then. Aaron waved his hand, dismissing Hector. Hector had a gloomy face, and quickly investigated the news from Hayward High City. When he found out that it was the doing of the Hayward family, his expression darkened even more. What an audacious Hayward family. Is the position of district chief not enough for you? You still wish to interfere in war zone affairs? Bring someone here. His face became even darker. After all, the Hayward family was a major clan with widespread influence across the country. Even in the Southern District, they were a first-class family, with intricate connections everywhere. Their core member, Ronnie, stood out, holding a high position at a young age and almost securing the position of chief of the Southern District. Once the current chief steps down, he would likely take over directly. But, you should never have interfered in war zone matters. This Hayward Shoyuin, it seems, is determined to throw his lot in with the Hayward family. Does he truly believe that bearing the surname Hayward means he can join the Hayward family? How ridiculous. Seeing his subordinate enter, Hector immediately ordered, thoroughly investigate Hayward Shoyuin and others. Under the pretext of overstepping their authority and unauthorized handling of district generals, detain them first, and send orders to the Hayward High War Zone to restore Farron's and others' positions. As for the Han family members, arrest them all and conduct strict investigations. Yes. The subordinate was taken aback and immediately left. Meanwhile, Assad didn't idle in Hayward High City. He was genuinely curious about how the Hayward family planned to deal with him. So, with a flicker of movement, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 400, The Wind Rises at Hayward High. The Hayward High War Zone. Just outside the city of Hayward High, as a newly developed economic hub that has been receiving significant attention, the city has always been closely watched. As an important protective force, the war zone has naturally received great enhancement. Even Farron was exceptionally promoted to a 2-star battle general, tasked with ensuring the development of the new city. But no one expected him to be imprisoned so swiftly and cleanly. Need I say more? He offended the Aura Consortium. Who could protect him? That's a world-class consortium, and Farron is merely a battle general. I heard it was the Hayward family who acted. Is there any connection between the Aura Consortium and the Hayward family? How would I know? But if such a major consortium and a powerful family like the Hayward family had no ties, that would be strange. Only small fry like us wouldn't know. Assad walked on the road, hearing many people discussing this matter. Clearly, news of Farron's downfall had spread. Countless spectators were already eagerly gossiping about the latest developments. By the way, I also heard that the Han family people have been released. Although that branch company hasn't reopened yet, it's just a matter of time. Really? Of course. Would I lie to you? My brother-in-law's company is nearby, and he saw the Aura Consortium people return with his own eyes. Hearing this, Assad's eyes grew deeper and darker. This Hayward family truly has far-reaching influence. To complete matters so quickly, they really don't consider me, a golden core cultivator, in their calculations. Assad gave a self-deprecating smile. He had already acted and suppressed Booker, yet someone still dared to openly defy his will. It seemed the Hayward family intended to deal with him. While he was slowly heading to the Hayward High war zone without hiding his identity or movements, the news soon spread. What? Assad is going to the Hayward High war zone? When this news broke out, many influential families were shocked. In fact, they had also uncovered the reasons during this period, including the relationship between Kathy's husband, Davis, and Assad, thus knowing why Assad wanted the Aura Consortium out of Hayward High City. Now that the Aura Consortium appeared publicly and Farron was jailed, they immediately understood that something had gone wrong. Involving a deity realm expert, an international conglomerate, and a top domestic family, how could this not make the various clans in Hayward High City tremble? They didn't dare take a stance or get involved. After all, they couldn't afford to provoke any party involved. Once entangled, regardless of which side won, their clan might not survive much longer. What? He actually dared to show up. Kathy also received the news, her face contorting into a vicious expression. Especially thinking of Assad being Davis's bastard son, causing her humiliation multiple times, fury instantly surged within her heart. My lady, please remain calm. The enemy is powerful, and we should avoid direct confrontation for now. Since we are civilians, perhaps we should leave this matter to the Hayward family, her subordinate advised. Bang! Kathy slammed her palm on the table, producing a dull sound. Her subordinate hastily fell silent, startled. Taking several deep breaths, Kathy finally calmed down and asked, why haven't Eldon and Davis shown up? Where did they go? All members of the Aura Consortium were jailed, but not Erwin and Davis. While Davis was somewhat explainable, the whereabouts of her son, Erwin, made Kathy uneasy. After all, she only had this one son. And this was her child with him. Thinking of him, a rare trace of gentleness flashed across Kathy's eyes. Qingyang, rest assured, Eldon will be fine, and I still want him to acknowledge his roots at the Hayward family, Kathy thought inwardly. The reason she had chosen Davis as a son-in-law back then was partly because she was already pregnant, and the father was none other than Ronnie. Over the years, her position in the family steadily improved, and her performance in the consortium was outstanding, both due to Ronnie's support. As for Davis, thinking of him, a hint of a cold smile played on Kathy's lips. Do you think you're worthy of my bed? Each time, she would use specially prepared wine to intoxicate Davis, arranging for young maidservants to attend to him, and they never actually spent intimate time together. Poor Davis thought Erwin was his son. He even previously worried about potential conflict between Erwin and Assad, making his life difficult as a father stuck between them. By the way, has the consortium headquarters sent any news? Kathy tried to put aside thoughts of Assad and inquired about the higher-ups at the consortium. After all, the Aura Consortium had suffered a significant loss this time. Not only did they encounter trouble in Hayward High City, but their business across the entire southern region was also greatly affected. Despite Farron being imprisoned, it was difficult to change the current situation in the entire southern region. Her subordinate hesitated as he thought about the latest message received. Speak up, Kathy impatiently said. The subordinate quickly replied, the consortium's upper echelons have discussed and Ernest, the head of the Su family, plans to personally come to Donghua to oversee all matters here. What? Impossible. What about my father? Did he not oppose it? Kathy stood up abruptly, her face filled with disbelief. She had spent so many years working hard on Donghua's business. Even multiple times she had begged Ronnie for help, which brought the current scale of the Aura Consortium in Donghua. Because of this, she became the new executive president in charge of the Donghua region. But now, just because of one minor issue, the consortium's higher-ups were planning to replace her, even if it was by Ernest, the patriarch of the Su family. She felt reluctant. Although the family head tried his best to contest it, he couldn't change the outcome. However, he has arranged a team of secret guards to come here and retain some of your rights here, instructing you to find out Ernest's true intent enough to significantly boost her standing within the family. Mom, I'm back. At that moment, a shout came from outside. Barack walked in directly. He looked bewildered, with all memories of the clubhouse erased from his mind. He didn't know how he returned, only remembering entering the prison. Son. Seeing Barack, Kathy finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing the worn-out appearance of her son, her heart bled for him, knowing he must have endured much suffering these days. Where have you been these past few days? Kathy asked. Barack answered vaguely, I don't know. I remember being in the prison, somehow got out, and when I woke up, I was at the villa entrance. Kathy frowned. Did you see Davis? No. Humph, that good for nothing. If I ever see him again, I'll tear him apart. Kathy spat angrily. Chapter 401. A visit to the war zone. Maybe he ran off to his old lover. Barack curled his lip and said. Kathy's face immediately darkened. Although she had taken Davis as her husband, she only regarded him as a shield. However, in her eyes, Davis was her servant, and now her servant had betrayed her. This was something she could not accept. Just wait until my secret guards arrive. Then I'll deal with you one by one. Kathy's face was full of menace. On the other side, Assad had already arrived at the Hayward High war zone. Everything here looked the same as it had when he had been here before. But with Farron and others being dismissed, no one had yet taken over this. As soon as the Hayward family arrived, he quickly attached himself to them. He even spoke ill of Farron behind closed doors. Commander Norma walked up to them, took off his leather gloves, and slapped the young war soldier across the face. There was a crisp sound. A red mark appeared on the young war soldier's face. Just you with all the chatter. What are you, daring to defame the Hayward family? You look like you're planning a rebellion. Come on, write down his name, throw him out of the war zone, never to be hired again. Commander Norma sneered. You. The young war soldier, struck by a slap, was stunned. He never thought that Commander Norma would dare hit someone in broad daylight and expel him from the war zone just because of a few words. This is the price of defaming the Hayward family. Commander Norma glared at the young war soldier, then turned his eyes to the other war soldiers behind him, who all lowered their heads. Humph. Commander Norma snorted, considering them sensible. Take him away. As he spoke, two war soldiers stepped forward, ignoring the young war soldier's resistance, and dragged him away directly, leaving the others too afraid to protest. Everyone, use your heads, stay clear-eyed. Offending the Hayward family won't end well for you. Commander Norma glanced at these people, and then swaggered off. And this scene was witnessed by Assad, passing by. Seeing the young war soldier being dragged away, his eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, once a new emperor ascends, the ministers change. As soon as Farron went down, everything changed here in the war zone. Assad didn't reveal his presence, but instead headed toward the prison area. As a golden core cultivator, his aura was concealed, greatly reducing his presence. Walking among people like this, none of them noticed Assad. Approaching the prison gate, he sensed the heavy and deathly aura emanating from within the sealed prison. This place housed important prisoners, including severe criminals or dangerous offenders under tight security. Due to its prolonged isolation and the fact that much of it was underground, the environment naturally became dim and damp. Assad slowly stepped inside, going deeper and deeper down. Soon, he reached Farron's cell door. Farron, however, didn't look well, clearly having suffered torture with numerous wounds. But his injuries seemed to have been treated. As a martial artist, special alloy shackles restrained his hands and feet. Sitting on a small chair, a book lay on the table in front of him. He gazed blankly at the wall, lost in thought. Cough. Assad coughed lightly, breaking his trance. Mr. Luther? Farron turned his head and saw Assad step into the cell, his footsteps unhindered by the tightly closed steel door. General Dong has suffered. Assad glanced at Farron's injuries, waved his hand, and the everlasting true chi fell upon him. His wounds healed rapidly before one's eyes. Farron's expression turned from shock to joy. It's not Mr. Luther's fault. The Hayward family is too arrogant, overstepping their authority to meddle in internal war zone affairs sans zero. They will not end well. Farron said coldly. The administrative department and the war zone were strictly separate systems. Despite Ronnie being a frontrunner for the next regional leader, he could not interfere with the war zone. Imprisoning Farron indicated that the Hayward family had already extended its reach into the war zone system. As an old-timer in the war zone, Farron understood that as long as he remained alive and did not fall victim to some suicide from fear of punishment, he would eventually be exonerated. This matter, I will give General Dong an explanation. Assad said pensively. Farron's face changed slightly. Mr. Luther, you are too kind. You work for me. I will give you an account. Assad gave Farron a deep look, then his figure vanished as if he had never been there. Though Farron wasn't seeing Assad's power for the first time, each time he witnessed it, he felt genuine reverence. This was the strength of a divine realm expert. Soon, Assad arrived at the very bottom of the prison. As soon as he entered, a wave of hot, muddled air hit him, carrying a faint scent of blood and harboring profound curse energy. Planning to use curses against me? A hint of surprise flashed in Assad's eyes. He cultivated the Greenwood longevity body, which evolved into the Green Emperor longevity body after reaching the Golden Core stage. Essentially, it became a Yale body. What was a Yale body? Favored by the Great Yale, it possessed innate excellence in a particular path. Such a physique was untainted by worldly grime, naturally close to the Yale, transcending the world, flawless. They actually thought they could threaten him with curses? Ridiculous. Chapter 402, Blood Curse Absolute Array. Of course, Assad was not being careless. The power of curses is the filth of heaven and earth, the imperfection of the heart, and the resentment of all beings. As a longevity body of the Green Emperor, naturally close to the Great Yale, one does not need to worry about being tainted by the filth of heaven and earth. However, Assad needed to guard against the other two types of curses. For the imperfection of the heart and the resentment of all beings attack not the body but the mind. Even Assad could not guarantee that his mind had no flaws whatsoever. Yet striking the strong with the weak, what could mere curses do? A flash of confidence crossed Assad's eyes. The deeper he went, the more intense the scent of blood became. In the corridor, a young warrior lay on the ground. A large wound on his neck almost severing his head, blood pooling around him. In his chest was a wound that penetrated front to back. His heart was gone. That wound was incredibly twisted, as if torn out by hand. Assad's face darkened. Though he had killed many, they were enemies, deserving their fate. But for an ordinary warrior to have his heart taken like this, it filled Assad with anger. With each step, he didn't walk far when he found another dead warrior. This warrior's death was equally tragic, strangled until his head nearly detached, blood splattered on the walls, adding a sinister atmosphere. Such vicious means. Assad's murderous intent grew stronger. Everything here must be related to the Hayward family's cursed methods. If I don't kill Brecken, Brecken will die because of me. Since that's the case, don't blame Assad for being merciless. In the end, the Hayward family shall not leave a single trace, to honor the souls of the innocent. After a moment, Assad regained his composure and continued forward. At the deepest level of the dimly lit dungeon, despite the faint light above, it remained suffocatingly oppressive, deeply somber, as if dead. Assad moved silently through the corridor, finding no less than dozens of bodies along the way, all young warriors from the combat zone. Killing intent surged within him. Soon, he encountered a live person. This man was tall and muscular, clearly a martial artist, holding a cigarette between his lips, smoke curling lazily around him, eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. At his feet lay several bodies, drag marks and bloodstains covering the floor. Against the wall opposite him stood another burly man. These fools, thinking of coming here to probe. Do they really think our Hayward family has no one? How laughable. Though, Farron does seem capable, managing this coastal area well. Even after so many deaths, people still dare to come. At this moment, the two were chatting casually. Who wouldn't agree? It's just that they provide offerings for the altar. Otherwise, we'd have to go out and capture people ourselves. Their words confirmed Assad's suspicions. Those young warriors were killed by these two men. A wave of killing intent involuntarily erupted. Shoo! The two burly men, who had been smoking and chatting, shuddered suddenly, sensing an inexplicable chill rise in their hearts. Why did it get so cold all of a sudden? Not good, it's killing intent. They exchanged glances, suddenly realizing something. They looked together toward the entrance of the passage. But at that moment, Assad struck. His figure appeared before them like a god or demon, hands darting out like lightning. His hands slammed heavily onto the tops of the two men's heads. Crack. With muffled thuds, the two men didn't even have time to make a sound before their skulls exploded, their headless bodies falling to the ground, blood streaming out. You truly got off easy. Assad stared coldly at the corpses, slightly shaking his hands, causing the bloodstains on them to vanish instantly. If the timing were different, he would have utterly annihilated them. What noise is that? From deep in the corridor came rapid footsteps. Assad no longer concealed his presence, walking over to see a thin man approaching. Upon seeing Assad, the man's face changed. Who are you? To dare enter the restricted area? He shouted fiercely. The one who will kill you. Assad said calmly. As he spoke, he was already in front of the thin man. Unexpectedly, the thin man sneered menacingly. Arrogant. No matter how you entered, since you're here, prepare to die. With that, he thrust 5 fingers like knives towards Assad's chest. A fierce aura exploded outward. Gang strength. This thin man was actually a master-level expert. Bang. His hand struck heavily at Assad's chest. Then his face suddenly changed as if struck by lightning. Intense pain shooting up from his fingers. All 5 fingers were completely broken, shattered. This. The thin man's eyes widened in terror as he looked up at Assad. Who are you? Go ask Herman in hell. Assad said indifferently. Hearing this, the thin man felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, making his whole body tremble and his hairs stand on end. He wished he could flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Assad casually swung his hand like a steel whip, smashing heavily onto the thin man's head. Bang! Head explosion. The thin man's corpse fell to the ground. Not far away, some people who heard the commotion rushed out from the depths of the prison. When they saw the bodies on the ground, their faces changed dramatically. Who was this person? Too terrifying. He killed a master-level expert with just a casual strike, as if swatting a bug. It was beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, Assad's gaze turned toward them. Not good. They felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, bone-chilling coldness seeping into their bones. They wanted to struggle but found themselves frozen in place, unable to move. Don't come closer. Their hearts screamed in despair. However, their pleas did nothing to change Assad's intent. He walked over, hands behind his back, passing through the crowd, and soon these people all collapsed, breathless. Deep within the dungeon, on the ground was a huge circular pattern. The Damien's face changed, and he immediately pulled out a communicator. Unfortunately, it was busy, with no one answering the call on the other end. My lord, we should retreat. The Damien hurriedly said. Eddie's expression darkened as he glanced at the sealed prison, located deep underground. Retreat? From where? The Damien was momentarily speechless. This was the deepest level of the prison, almost entirely underground and heavily fortified, with only one exit right in front of them. Now, powerful individuals were breaking in through this very exit. If they went out now, they would likely encounter the intruders head-on. Eddie took a deep breath and spoke in a sinister tone. You go check if anyone is still alive ahead. If so, have them retreat. I will wait here. I want to see who dares to ruin my plans. Yes. The Damien responded and promptly moved toward the door, cautiously peering outside. Bang. In the next instant, the steel-reinforced door was blasted inward with force. Clang. The door crashed to the ground with an ear-splitting sound. Several guards were unable to dodge in time and were crushed into paste. The Damien's face paled, his whole body trembling. He had just been behind the door, lucky to have dodged in time, or he would have shared their fate. After all, although he was a master, he was still made of flesh and blood. The steel-reinforced door crashing in with a weight of 10,000 caddies, moving at lightning speed would crush even iron. Tap tap tap. Footsteps approached slowly. Eddie's expression grew increasingly grim as he stared intently at the doorway, holding a small clay figure in his hand. High Master? Or Peak Master? As a master himself, Eddie could deduce some details from the force that had just shattered the iron door. Form a battle formation. Protect Lord Hayward's safety. Whether man or ghost, if we can delay for some time, it will be enough for him to curse them to death, the Damien said resolutely. He looked grimly at his men, all of whom were only inner strength level, while he alone was a master. Even forming a battle formation, how long could they hold out? They could only place their hopes on Eddie, relying on his curse power to eliminate the invaders. Assad slowly appeared at the entrance, his towering figure casting a commanding presence, exuding an imposing aura that overpowered everyone present. Everyone felt slightly breathless. It's you. Eddie immediately recognized Assad. After all, he had thoroughly studied his profile and even made a clay figurine of him. How could he fail to recognize the real person standing before him? This was bad. His heart sank heavily. Using blood curses to curse kill targets was supposed to be secretive. Being discovered like this meant imminent disaster. After all, this was a deity realm expert. Without the power of blood curses, they wouldn't stand a chance against such might. It seems you know me. Assad had already scanned the scene upon entering, noticing the strange array patterns on the altar and the clay figure in the center, obviously modeled after him. He knew immediately that he had come to the right place. We naturally know about the deity realm experts from our southern region. May I ask what brings you here, my lord? Eddie chuckled nervously, moving his body to block the clay figure on the altar. At the same time, his hand, hidden behind his back, began rapidly performing incantations. A subtle force emanated from him, seeping into the altar below. Do you really think we don't know why you're here? Assad couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Clearly, they were trying to play dumb, and from the look on Eddie's face, he was secretly activating the formations on the altar. However, Assad did not take immediate action. He was also quite curious about the art of curses and wanted to gain some insight into it. After all, the ways of the world are intricate and complex. He might encounter someone who uses curses in the future. So why not take this opportunity to observe and prepare himself? Eddie gave a glance to the daimyon, who immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir, is there perhaps some misunderstanding?" Misunderstanding? Assad couldn't help but laugh. His gaze still rested on Eddie as he said calmly, "The curse is almost activated, isn't it?" Ah. Eddie's body trembled. He hadn't expected his actions to be discovered by Assad. But then Assad said casually, "No need to rush. I actually want to see the power of your so-called curse. I hope you don't disappoint me." Hearing this, Eddie's heart swelled with joy. His blood curse technique had once killed a deity realm expert. This Assad is truly arrogant. To not interfere and allow him to cast a curse. How incredibly foolish. Hemph, if you want to seek death, then don't blame me. Eddie thought secretly. Thus, he boldly began to activate the array, becoming even more delighted when Assad did not intervene. Finally, the blood curse formation on the altar fully lit up. "Ha ha ha, Assad, you're too arrogant to let me activate the blood curse. Even if you are a deity realm expert, you can't withstand the power of the blood curse." Eddie couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, mockery appeared in his gaze as he looked at Assad. "Now, your end has come." A hazy, bright red light emitted, gradually enveloping the clay figure on the altar. At the same moment, a streak of red light indeed appeared around Assad. This red light shrouded Assad, who instantly felt an extremely sinister force trying to seep into his body, like needles piercing through steel. Quite interesting. Assad raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. Even his verdant Emperor Longevity body could feel such pressure, indicating that this blood curse was indeed extraordinary, possessing mysterious and unpredictable power. Chapter 404. The Scarlet Demon. The Scarlet Blood Curse loomed over Assad like a demonic shadow. Everyone around, seeing this, wore fearful expressions and quietly retreated. That eerie demonic shadow was grotesquely terrifying, causing people to tremble from within. "Death awaits you." Eddie smiled easily at the scene. With the demonic shadow of this blood curse formation appearing and descending, there was absolutely no way for the subject to escape its bonds. They were destined to turn into a pool of blood within the shadow. Sizzle. The demonic shadow lowered its head, looking at Assad, who also raised his head just in time. Their gazes met midair. Cackle. The demonic shadow laughed strangely, opening its large mouth to bite down on Assad. Splash. In an instant, Assad felt an evil, vicious force drill into his body, recklessly weaving and destroying inside him. An overwhelmingly sharp, poisonous force went wild, possessing a natural destructiveness toward flesh, seemingly able to cause it to rot. It could even damage the foundation of flesh. It should be known that although the divine realm is powerful, and the divine body even more incomprehensibly strong, fundamentally, it still belongs to the realm of flesh and blood. Once the foundation of flesh is damaged, even those in the divine realm face the danger of destruction. However, Assad didn't mobilize any power, only sensing the might of this demonic shadow, slightly raising his eyebrows. Is that all? He seemed somewhat disappointed. If it were an ordinary divine realm individual, they might indeed have their divine body destroyed by the demonic shadow, their foundation ruined. But Assad's green emperor immortal body was self-renewing and self-circulating. A mere blood curse shadow couldn't accomplish any damage. Raising his hand, he moved the power within his body, and that demonic shadow was forcefully squeezed out, gathering into the palm of his hand. What? Eddie's eyes nearly bulged out at the sight. How could this be? That was a blood curse shadow. How could it be so harmless before Assad? As if it were a small, harmless mouse. He felt as if he were dreaming. Bang! Assad clenched his fingers together, power surged, and with a dull sound, the demonic shadow screamed pitifully before turning into dust. Any other tricks? If not, prepare your own final words. Assad scanned the crowd indifferently, seeing their faces full of terror. Escape. Must escape. This person must be some kind of monster. A blood curse shadow capable of killing a divine realm individual had no effect on him. This couldn't possibly be done by a human. Those guards were utterly terrified. They were hired by the Hayward family. While they were good for fighting easy battles, encountering an unbeatable strongman like Assad, their first thought was escape. But Eddie couldn't believe what he was seeing. No. Impossible. How could you resist my blood curse? Biting his lip fiercely, he broke his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. With my heart's blood, I summon hell's power. Open the gate of eternal night. Spatter. Blood splashed onto the altar, emitting a bizarre red light which became increasingly intense. Centered around Eddie, another, much larger, and more terrifying scarlet demonic shadow appeared. It crawled out bit by bit from the ground, seemingly coming from hell itself. A pungent sulfuric smell instantly permeated the entire underground area. Spatter. Spatter. The guards surrounding them, after just one look, had blood streaming from their eyes, then howled in agony as they turned into pools of blood. The terrifying demonic shadow spread its arms, the blood on the ground, the dead air in the dungeon rushing toward it instantly, making its form appear even more horrifying. Standing roughly 4 meters tall, it had 2 bat-like wings behind its back and 6 arms growing from its ribs, with pitch-black skin, crimson face and fangs, exuding a malevolent aura. Its very breath shook the entire dungeon. Looking at the massive demonic shadow before him, Eddie smiled in a deranged manner. Forbidden technique. Scarlet Demon. This was triggered by his tongue blood, activating the deepest power of the altar, communicating with the third layer of hell, summoning this terrifying entity. Kill him for me. He screamed, his face flushed with excitement. Unfortunately, he underestimated the ferocity of the demonic shadow. The shadow turned its head, grinning cruelly, reaching out one hand, piercing through Eddie's chest. Using its arm, it lifted his body, and amidst Eddie's disbelief, the shadow bit off his head. Foolish human. The shadow muttered. A mere lackey actually dared to command its actions. How laughable. Having said that, the shadow turned its head, examining this world, feeling the vastly different atmosphere from hell, which filled it with both shock and excitement. Finally, I get a chance to come to this world. From now on, this will be my domain. Scarlet Demon. Cackle. It couldn't help but throw back its head and howl. Hey, it's too noisy. Suddenly, a voice reached its ears. The Scarlet Demon showed a look of surprise. Someone was still alive? It looked at the small figure before it, and said while looking down, "There's still a little mouse here." It stretched out its hand toward Assad. However, as it got close, a sword light flashed on Assad's hand. Absolutely powerful and strong. The sword light instantly cut off one of the Scarlet Demon's arms. The Scarlet Demon showed an expression of disbelief. Roar. A huge sound wave shook the entire dungeon, making people feel as if the earth was trembling violently, just like an earthquake. Soon after, the sound abruptly stopped. Assad walked up from underground with ease, his body spotless. At this moment, inside the dungeon, what happened? An earthquake? No, the source of the fluctuation seems to be from the very bottom layer of the dungeon. Farron inside the cell showed a different expression. Could something have gone wrong? A trace of uneasiness appeared on his face. Rustle. The door lock outside suddenly made a sound, and two soldiers quickly came in. "Sir, things aren't looking good. Please come out with us." They looked panic-stricken, seemingly worried about protecting Farron from any harm caused by the earthquake. However, Farron frowned. You two, why do you seem unfamiliar? We've just joined the war zone and have been stationed here in the dungeon all along. It's normal for you to find us unfamiliar. The two soldiers hurriedly explained, but Farron's face darkened. These two were definitely not his subordinates. To be responsible for guarding the dungeon, one had to be among the elite and must have served for at least 3 years. How could newly recruited soldiers be assigned to guard here? Imagine if Farron followed them out now and was discovered. Wouldn't it be just like escaping from prison? By then, being killed would be the norm. What a vicious scheme. Farron's gaze turned sinister. It seemed that some people couldn't wait to get rid of him. Was it the Hayward family, or those few unruly commanders under him? As Farron was at a loss, a voice came into his ear. Follow them out. It was Assad's voice. He had returned. Farron immediately felt reassured and looked at the two soldiers, saying, "Lead the way." Yes. The two soldiers exchanged glances, showing excitement. They directly opened Farron's shackles, leading him out of the cell and walking towards the exit. Chapter 405, Treacherous Entrapment. Farron walked in the middle, with two combat soldiers standing to his left and right. They appeared to be protecting Farron, yet their eyes unmistakably revealed hidden coldness and murderous intent. The corridor was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of anyone. The earthquake-like scene just moments ago seemed to have not affected this place at all. At this moment, Farron strode forward with composure, while the two combat soldiers opened door after door for him, heading directly toward the outside. Farron's gaze became increasingly profound. The expressions on the faces of the two combat soldiers grew even more sinister. It seemed as though something was about to erupt. Bang! The prison gate swung open heavily. One of the combat soldiers stepped out first, followed by Farron. Upon exiting, he saw a group of people appear before him. Leading them was none other than Commander Norma, whom Assad had met before. "Giacomo, goodness gracious, isn't this our General Dong? How did you escape? I remember you were captured by the special envoy from the district. Did you break out of jail?" Giacomo wore an expression of pretended shock, but that contrived appearance was easily seen through by anyone. The two combat soldiers who had been accompanying Farron also changed their demeanor, shouting loudly, "Report to Commander Norma. The prisoner deceived us into opening the gate and killed many combat soldiers. Please do us justice." To actually kill and escape. What audacity. Farron, I never thought you would fall to such depths. Bring him down. Giacomo's face darkened upon hearing these words, revealing a stern and killing expression. Yes. A squadron of combat soldiers behind shouted in unison, charging out in full armor, like wolves descending upon Farron. Moreover, they used deadly moves, clearly intending to kill Farron here and create the illusion that he died after breaking out of jail. Farron's face turned extremely ugly. He naturally knew he was being set up. Though he had anticipated it, the reality still infuriated him. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, he immediately prepared for battle. Although he was a martial artist, it was difficult for him to contend with a squad of elite combat soldiers. If they got too close, his life would be in immediate danger. Bang! However, at that moment, a figure appeared before him. Assad waved his hand, and the squadron of combat soldiers rushing forward were thrown back as if struck by lightning, falling to the ground. Who is this? Giacomo was taken aback. It's actually Assad. Being from the Hayward High Combat Zone, he naturally knew this great god. He hadn't expected him to show up at such a time, especially when he intended to secretly murder Farron. Yes, he wanted to kill Farron. Although the Hayward family hadn't made any promises, he didn't mind making it a reality. Once done, even the Hayward family would have to bear the brunt of covering up for him. At that time, as long as he pledged loyalty to the Hayward family, the position of new general would surely fall into his hands. After all, adults look at benefits. What passion remains? Mr. Luther graces the Hayward High Combat Zone, truly an honor. Giacomo chuckled dryly. I will arrange a grand banquet immediately. Please do us the honor, Mr. Luther. Ha! Assad's gaze swept over Giacomo's face. The calm look made Giacomo's heart tremble. He continued, you really don't have that face. Whoosh. With those words, Giacomo's face immediately turned ashen. He felt like his face had been trampled underfoot by Assad. The strange looks from behind made his face burn. Damn Assad. Absolutely no consideration for his dignity. However, Giacomo did not intend to give up the opportunity to kill Farron. Stiffening his resolve, he said, since that's the case, I won't disturb Mr. Luther. I also hope Mr. Luther does not interfere with our capture of the fugitive. Capture the fugitive? Assad raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Giacomo said formally. Farron, although he is our combat zone's general, unfortunately, committed crimes privately and was sent to jail by the special envoy. Unthinkingly, he not only refused to repent but killed and escaped, truly deserving punishment. What a deserving punishment. Upon hearing these words, Farron's face turned pale. He had long known that this subordinate Giacomo was vicious, but never thought it would be used against himself one day. He couldn't help but shake with anger. Assad placed his hand on his shoulder. General Dong need not be angry. This mere ant playing tricks before me is far beneath my notice. What does Mr. Luther mean? Giacomo's face fell, his voice becoming chilling. Is Mr. Luther planning to interfere with internal affairs of our combat zone and rescue this criminal who killed and escaped? His tone was now accusatory. At this point, Giacomo, in his bid for the position of war general, was willing to go all out. After all, he was the commander of the combat zone, and he didn't believe Assad would dare kill him in front of so many people. Though the other party was a divine realm expert, what could one divine realm expert do in the face of the state machinery? As long as he insisted on apprehending an escaped prisoner and stood on moral high ground, Assad wouldn't dare touch him unless he wanted to be an enemy of the state. Whether it's murder and escape or a trap set by someone, I can still tell the difference. Assad said indifferently. What do you mean by that, Mr. Luther? Are you accusing me of setting a trap and framing Farron? Do you have any evidence? I am the commander of the combat zone, and even though Mr. Luther is in the divine realm, he cannot defame me. Giacomo asked, trying to appear fierce but inwardly timid. Haha, evidence? With my own eyes, why would I need evidence? But if you want to see it, I can certainly show you. Assad waved his hand, and water vapor condensed into a giant screen in midair, displaying images and sound. It showed how Giacomo arranged for people to go to the prison, using the pretext of earthquake danger to take Farron out of the prison. Giacomo never thought his actions would be revealed. His face turned pitch black instantly. Fake, it's fake. Giacomo shouted. In that case, I will ask Lord Eddie to uphold justice for me. At this moment, all he could think of was relying on the Hayward family. There's no need to find Eddie. He's already dead. What? Giacomo was startled, looking at Assad in disbelief. You killed him? It must be you. No, it was you and Farron together. You're in cahoots. His mind raced, trying to think of ways to throw mud at Assad. However, this only earned him a contemptuous smile from Assad. Boom. Just as Assad was about to speak, a war vehicle came thundering up close, and a person jumped off the vehicle, shouting loudly, I am Zach, a 3-star war general from the South District, here to announce the war marshal's decree. Revoke Eddie's status as a special envoy and restore Farron's full authority and rank as a war general. Chapter 406, Examining the Corpses. Whoosh. As these words were spoken, a wave of uproar swept through the crowd behind Giacomo. Giacomo's complexion was even more remarkable, almost instantly turning deathly pale. When Farron heard this, he strode out, strictly following the order. He had met Zach before, who reached out to pat his shoulder and said, Commander Dong suffered. I wonder what happened. His gaze swept around, revealing a hint of surprise. Wasn't Farron supposed to be in custody? Why was he standing outside so calmly? Moreover, it seemed like the two groups were facing off against each other. Farron's eyes fell on Giacomo as he said, It was just some scoundrels attempting to orchestrate an escape and execution for me. Lawson arrived too late. Otherwise, you would have seen the show. If it weren't for Mr. Luther, I might have lost my life here. What? What audacity? Attempting to harm a sector commander. How outrageous. Zach's face turned angry. Being an old-timer in the sector system, he naturally knew how perilous such devious means could be. He understood just how dangerous the situation had been. This matter will be handled personally by Commander Dong. The headquarters will not let such malicious individuals off. Zach said with a stern expression. Someone, seize Giacomo for me. Farron decided immediately. No, you can't arrest me. I am innocent. Giacomo tried to flee but was immediately blocked. Farron waved his hand, and elite soldiers quickly came forward to drag Giacomo away, ignoring his shouts. Victor stands tall, loser falls. Now, he was the latter. Meanwhile, Zach recalled the Mr. Luther mentioned by Farron earlier and asked, Right, Commander Dong, where's Mr. Luther? I wish to pay him a personal visit. This is Mr. Luther. Farron introduced, gesturing to Assad beside him. Zach looked at Assad with a respectful gaze and hurriedly greeted, Pleased to meet you, Mr. Luther. Before I arrived, Elder Chance instructed me to deliver an invitation to you. As he spoke, he took out a gold-embossed invitation. Assad accepted it, and saw that it was indeed an invitation to Aaron's Divine Realm ceremony. Please convey my message to Elder Chance that I will attend on time. Yes, I will certainly report your words back to Elder Chance, said Zach. Soon, Farron's adjutant was also released. At this moment, Zach said, By the way, where is Eddie? I need to escort him back to the headquarters for trial. He's already dead, Assad said casually. What? Zach was also surprised. Eddie was no ordinary man. He was not only a grandmaster, but also possessed a terrifying cursing power, rumored to have even schemed against Divine Realm experts. Though the veracity of these rumors was uncertain, many people remained wary of him. This was also why Aaron sent Zach, a peak grandmaster and 3-star sector commander newly promoted, but yet to receive his rank increase. He used a curse to frame me, but was instead killed by the demon shadows summoned by the curse. His body is at the lowest level of the prison. Assad gave a faint smile. May I see it myself? Zach asked. Not that he didn't trust Assad, but he needed to confirm Eddie's death. After all, Eddie was backed by the Hayward family, and his death here would be troublesome. If it was confirmed that he died due to the backlash of his own curse, then the responsibility wouldn't fall on the headquarters. Sure. Assad was indifferent. The group proceeded to the lowest level of the dungeon. When Farron saw the bodies of the soldiers in the corridor, his face darkened, his killing intent flaring. These were all his men. Now they had been killed here. Looking at the young faces, all in their 20s, how could he face their parents? Farron clenched his fists tightly. Who did this? Assad sighed and explained, these soldiers were killed by the Hayward family. I've avenged them and brought the murderers to justice. Farron nodded Manchang. However, his expression remained heavy. Even though revenge had been exacted, the dead could not be revived. He could only honor their spirits this way. Walking deeper into the prison, the number of bodies increased, and both the soldiers and prisoners on this level had been killed by the Hayward family members. Of course, they did not end well either, all having been killed by Assad. The smell of blood spread throughout. An intense aura of death permeated the air. A sigh. Zack sighed. He recognized the family emblems worn by those from the Hayward family. This group was quite famous in the sector. They were all powerful individuals recruited by the Hayward family. Each of them possessed at least the strength of hidden power. Even if placed within the sector, they would be top-notch elite fighters. Now, however, they lay dead here. He couldn't help but glance at Assad beside him, truly a divine realm expert, in front of whom these people were killed without showing any sign of struggle. It was simply too terrifying. Although he himself, as a peak grandmaster, had the confidence to achieve this, it wasn't easy to do so effortlessly like Assad did. At the end of the corridor, the wall showed dozens of cracks, and the large door was nowhere to be seen. Assad, Zack, and Farron stepped inside. Upon entering, both Zack and Farron couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Before their eyes was a scene filled with blood, and on the ground, a sacrificial altar pattern stained by blood was visible, surrounded by a tattered corpse. Most striking of all was a massive, horrifying skeleton lying on the ground. Hayward, a mighty demon. Mr. Luther, what is this? Farron asked, barely suppressing his fear. This massive skeleton was terrifyingly grotesque, evoking endless terror just by looking at it, making one imagine how fearsome it must have been when alive. This is an embodiment of a blood curse. According to my speculation, it was summoned through an array using sacrifices to communicate with the cursed hell, calling forth this fearsome creature. Assad said indifferently. Despite Assad's nonchalant explanation, Farron and Zack could still feel the horror of the situation. After all, this was not a native creature, but one from another world. Especially from a place like hell, how could such a monster be weak? Even so, this monstrous entity still met its demise here, and for a moment, both of them became even more deferential toward Assad. They felt profound awe. After all, in this world, power commands respect. Assad's reputation was never blown out of proportion. It was built upon numerous victories and countless lives lost, earning him a formidable name. Chapter 407, Sowing Discord. Zack forcibly shifted his gaze from the giant corpse to the remaining body on the ground. After inspecting it, he confirmed it was Eddie. Who would have thought that a powerful man reputed to be able to curse might become the next district chief of the government department? Even if he were the chief. So what? Assad remained unperturbed. If he were weaker, he would likely be dead already and unable to fight back. But now, standing here, he was determined to get justice for himself. What about the government department or the chief? If someone does wrong, they must be punished. If no one dares to punish them, he would do it himself. Zack sighed inwardly, knowing Assad was set on confronting the Hayward family. Although he had no ties with the Hayward family, he couldn't help but consider the consequences of the event. After all, the Hayward family wielded significant influence in the Southern District. Once a conflict arose between Assad and the Hayward family, the entire Southern District could be thrown into turmoil. Unlike when Assad suppressed the Haywardu family, which was essentially a merchant family with limited impact, the Hayward family's roots were deep within the government department. With these thoughts in mind, Zack hastily bid farewell and returned to the Southern District with the giant corpse and Eddie's body. He needed to report the situation directly to Aaron and let him make the decision. Assad also bade farewell to Farron and left the Hayward High War Zone. As he walked, every step covered 100 meters, moving like a bolt of lightning. What's going on? A passerby noticed something unusual. However, they were too afraid to confirm it and hurried away, suspecting some supernatural presence. Mr. Luther, please wait. Just as Assad was about to enter the suburbs, he heard a voice, clear and ringing like pearls falling on a jade plate. I'm here. An ordinary-looking Maxwell who had been smoking on the roadside looked up. Assad raised an eyebrow. This Maxwell appeared quite common, yet he could recognize and track Assad's movements? That was strange. A golden light flashed in Assad's eyes, and he saw a shadow attached to the Maxwell's body. The voice came from that shadow. Clearly, the person's true self wasn't there. Instead, a fragment of divine consciousness had possessed the Maxwell, using him to converse with Assad. Who are you? Assad asked coolly. The Maxwell smiled. This old man is Ernest. Ernest? Assad frowned. I don't think we've met. This old man hasn't been to Long Country in many years. It's normal for Mr. Luther not to recognize me. I've disturbed you today because there's something important to tell you. Then, he waved his hand and tossed over a stack of documents, stating that they detailed the current state of the Luther family's assets in Nanyang. What a vast estate. Assad flipped through a couple of pages, seeing records of real estate, industries, rubber plantations, shipping companies, and more. The breadth of their reach was astounding. However, these assets were now in the hands of the Han family. Pity, but those are the Luther family's properties, not mine. Assad sneered, tossing the documents casually back to Ernest. Ernest caught them effortlessly, as if he had expected Assad's reaction, and said, Mr. Luther, you may not care about these assets, but what if there's a divine treasure hidden among them, belonging to your Luther family's ancestor, Callan? Ernest's expression was solemn. As the head of the Su family, he had experienced the era of Callan. As the paramount divine realm powerhouse in Nanyang, he led the rise of the Luther family and turned them into the absolute dominant force in all of Nanyang. Unfortunately, how many years have passed since then? It has all become a thing of the past. How many people remember that colossal force now? It was truly sigh-inducing. It has nothing to do with me. However, Assad's reaction took Ernest by surprise. Seeing Assad about to leave, Ernest hurriedly called out, Mr. Luther, It is a divine treasure trove. Inside are the accumulated riches of a lifetime of a divine realm powerhouse, and it belongs to your Luther family ancestor. Are you really going to let it fall into the hands of the Han family without doing anything? Assad paused in his steps, turned back to look at Ernest, and said, "You seem more eager than I am?" Ernest was momentarily speechless. Of course he was anxious. This was an excellent opportunity to strike hard against the Han family. After all, no one would have expected that among the descendants of the Luther family, there would actually appear a divine realm powerhouse, who even had records of slaying a divine realm expert. This made him stand out even among the divine realm. If he could get Assad to confront the Han family, the Su family could easily reap the benefits. Assad looked at Ernest, knowing he had guessed right. There is no such thing as unprovoked love or unprovoked hate. The other party came running over to tell him about the Luther family's past, even revealing the existence of the divine treasure trove. His purpose clearly wasn't simple. It was merely a case of using one person to kill another. You don't have the qualification to make me be your weapon. Assad waved his sleeve, and the shadow on the Maxwell instantly exploded into countless fragments. How did I end up here? The Maxwell immediately woke up, feeling his mind blank, glancing at the documents in his hand, completely puzzled. He casually threw them aside and left. Assad gave him a glance and also departed. Far away, hiding in a small building, Ernest's face darkened sharply. A piercing pain flashed through him, knowing his thread of divine consciousness had been destroyed by Assad. Humph! Ernest was inwardly furious. He thought the other party was young and would naturally act according to his wishes with just a few provocative words. In this state, was like a time bomb. He did not wish to provoke her anger and bring trouble upon himself. Watching her subordinate leave, Kathy could no longer suppress her rage. She smashed the vase on the table to pieces. With extreme resentment, she roared, "Damned bastard, daring to ruin my plans time and time again. And you killed members of the Hayward family. May you truly rot in hell." Soon after, preparations were made for a temporary withdrawal. But Kathy didn't see Barack's figure and hurriedly called him, only to find out that within this short period, Barack had run off to drink with others, claiming it was to rid his recent bad luck. Seeing no choice, Kathy decided to retreat temporarily and informed Barack to meet them later. Not long after they left, Assad appeared in the villa, looking at its ransacked state. "Escaped pretty fast." Assad sneered. He originally wanted to give them a profound lesson, but since they fled, he didn't bother chasing after them. Returning home, only his grandmother was there. Daisy had gone to her clothing store, and Mackenzie continued her schooling. Conversely, Assad found himself rather bored. In a few days, it would be Daisy's birthday. He planned to celebrate it with her before attending Aaron's Divine Realm ceremony held in the southwestern region. If he was lucky, he might encounter other powerhouses at the same level. Exchanging ideas with him could potentially benefit his cultivation path, considering his martial arts skills were still below the Isabellister level. It needed gradual improvement until reaching the Divine Realm. At that point, he would advance to a new realm through the immortal martial path, beyond the Divine Realm. As for matters in the southwestern region, he could only address them after Aaron's Divine Realm ceremony. With Atli's Divine Realm level strength, things should be fine. Days passed and finally, it was Daisy's birthday. Mackenzie took a day off and stayed at home. Assad drove the entire family to a famous five-star hotel in Haywardian City, booking a private room for the birthday feast. Although Daisy complained about their extravagance, her smile couldn't hide her joy. After so many years of hardship, she finally had something to look forward to. "Mom, this is my gift to you." Assad gave Daisy the gift picked by Jean, which Daisy immediately recognized as very valuable and tried to refuse. "Mom, please take it. It's too expensive. I'll keep it for you now. When you have a girlfriend in the future, I'll give it to her as a meeting gift," Daisy said affectionately. Assad shook his head helplessly. Mackenzie also presented a dress design she created for Daisy, who became even happier. Seeing her children doing well, she felt content. Just as they enjoyed a joyful family moment, loud noises came from outside. A man's dissatisfied voice could be heard. "What are you eating? Why did you book Heavenly Room number 1? It belongs exclusively to Eric Dong. Quickly get rid of them." Yes, we saw Eric Dong hadn't been using the room recently, so we booked it. We'll remove them immediately." The voices grew louder. Naturally, Assad and his family heard the commotion outside. Both Isabella and Daisy were startled, anxiety showing on their faces. They had just seen the number of the private room they were in. It was Heavenly Room number 1. Could it be that the other party was here to kick them out? "Mom, Isabella, please continue eating with peace of mind. I'll go check outside." Assad put down his chopsticks, smiled reassuringly at them, gave Mackenzie a look to take care of things here, and then left. After closing the door, he saw a group of people walking towards him, looking menacing. Since this was Heavenly Room number 1, considered the best spot in the hotel, the environment was quiet and elegant, like an independent small courtyard. Several intimidating security guards and a lobby manager-like figure burst in, instantly ruining the atmosphere. Seeing Assad come out of the private room, the lobby manager didn't hesitate to start driving them away, saying, "You came out just in time. Quickly take the people inside and leave here. You're not welcome here." "Not welcome? So what if we are? We don't need your welcome." Assad smiled faintly, blocking the crowd, and said, "This room is booked by me. If you want us to leave, wait until we finish eating." Striking a person would cause excruciating pain. The security guards were immediately beaten by Assad until they cried out for help, each covering their heads like rats fleeing, with broken bones from the strikes, immediately falling all over the ground. Seeing this scene, the hall manager was instantly stunned. He didn't expect Assad to be so fierce, actually taking down 4 of his security guards alone. Hearing the Tanjal sung of his subordinates, his face became extremely ugly. "Stop right there. You are hitting people here. Do you have no sense of propriety at all?" The hall manager shouted furiously at Assad. "Do you think fighting others is righteous while my retaliation is unreasonable? What logic do you claim to monopolize? What qualifications do you have?" Assad, having taken down 4 security guards, looked at the hall manager with a dangerous expression. Feeling a chill in his heart, the hall manager still held his ground and said, "Just because this is our place, we have the right to decide whether or not to accept your reservation. And you dare to hit people here so arrogantly. No one can save you then. Do you believe me if I say a single call can let you eat cornbread for half a year?" The hall manager threatened. Since his subordinates weren't competent, he had to resort to threats. As a five-star hotel, their boss was a big figure in the Chamber of Commerce. Who would dare act wildly in such a place and not be dealt with immediately? Is that so? I really want to see. Assad sneered. If this happened to an ordinary person, they would likely have been thrown out already, not only beaten but also face legal trouble. Therefore, he decided to teach these contemptuous people a lesson. You, the hall manager, seeing Assad's indifferent look, became even angrier. At this moment, footsteps sounded from outside. 4 or 5 wealthy young men walked in, with one of them barging in first and yelling at the hall manager. "Manager, what's going on? My private room isn't ready yet? How long do you plan to make us wait in the lobby?" This person was Eric Dong. Abel. In Hayward High City, the Dong family was also a prominent clan. They had a considerable reputation in the business world and were related distantly to Farron from the Hayward High military zone. Therefore, they were quite domineering in Hayward High. And Abel, being the youngest son of the Dong family head Dong Lutherga, was always unruly and arrogant. This 5-star hotel was under the Dong family's business. So, the top-rated private room was always reserved for him unless he wasn't using it. Initially, he hadn't planned to come today, but coincidentally, a few friends visited, so he decided to bring them here for a meal, to ward off some recent bad luck. After all, Farron's downfall earlier caused them great worry. Fortunately, Farron returned unscathed in uproar. My ears didn't deceive me, did they? This person is actually threatening Eric Dong? I think this guy has gone mad. How dare he say such things? It looks like he won't be walking out of here today. Who doesn't know that behind the Dong family is General Dong from Hayward High Military Zone? The security guards, supporting each other, retreated to one side. Hearing these words, each of them showed a look of gloating. Just now they had been injured, but now they felt as if their grievances were avenged. Keep raging. You're being utterly unreasonable. Just because you know some martial arts, you think you can confront the Dong family? How arrogant. They exchanged glances, all showing expressions of anticipation for the impending drama. When Abel heard Assad's words, he couldn't help but laugh with anger. Want my Dong family to cease to exist? Boy, don't let the wind blow your tongue off. I originally planned to just give you a lesson and be done with it. Now I've changed my mind. If you kneel down now and kowtow 3 times, I'll let you off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and making you spend the rest of your life in jail. Abel said coldly. Haha. Assad smiled faintly and said, it seems that Farron really has no discipline at home. If so, I'll let him come and clean up his own house. How? Chapter 410. Blood Runs Cold. At the Dong Family Grand Hotel, Abel glanced at Assad, who had just finished his phone call, and sneered coldly. I wonder how long you plan to keep up this pretense. 10 minutes? For Finn to come here? Ridiculous. As members of the Dong family, they knew Farron all too well. He was a truly formidable figure. A man accustomed to making decisions on his own. How could anyone summon him like some errand boy? Chuckles. Assad laughed lightly. If it were anyone else, he would have taken action long ago. But since it was the Dong family, remembering that Farron had just suffered for his sake, Assad decided to give Abel one last chance. Having Farron come personally. That was Assad's greatest leniency. I hope you can still laugh after a while. Seeing Assad smile, Abel felt an inexplicable sense of unease grow in his heart, suddenly feeling restless and uneasy. Meanwhile, the few rich young men who came with Abel to dine were getting impatient, standing outside the hallway, their expressions showing clear impatience. What's going on with Abel? He's always talking about having this prestigious VIP room here. I thought we'd get to see it, but nothing so far. He might be deliberately stalling us. They exchanged glances, their tone becoming increasingly unfriendly. They were all well-known figures in Hayward High City, used to being pampered everywhere they went. Now, waiting in the hallway in the cold. Destin, should we go somewhere else? One of them suddenly spoke up, looking at Barack, who stood nearby. Let's go. Barack was already impatient. Waiting for so long was exhausting his patience. Who was he? The young master of the South Sea Han family. To come to such a minor city as Hayward High, and even have to wait for a meal. What kind of absurdity was this? What sort of nonsense is this Dong family, thinking they can socialize with me? Laughable. Barack flung his sleeves and prepared to leave. But at that moment, Farron suddenly rushed in with his aide, both wearing military uniforms, looking extremely serious. Hiss. Seeing these two, the rich young men froze on the spot. Almost all of them recognized Farron. Even Barack, who had endured a stint in prison, showed a wary expression toward Farron, knowing that this man was not someone to be trifled with. After all, the Han family's business could be shut down on his order. Could he be a commoner? Greetings, General Dong. The rich young men smiled cautiously. Farron didn't even glance at them, striding into the VIP room, with his aide following closely behind, holding a long box. General Dong seems a bit off today. Yeah. Does he look like he's delivering gifts? Huh. Would General Dong stoop to giving gifts? In this entire Hayward High City, who is worthy enough for him to deliver gifts personally? The rich young men chatted among themselves. Noticing that Farron had entered the VIP room, their minds began racing. After all, Abel had invited them to the VIP room. Let's go over there. These rich young men naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to meet General Dong, exchanging glances and quietly following, even including Barack, who couldn't refuse. Barack thought to himself that he might as well seize this opportunity to get closer to Farron and see what kind of person he was. In the small hall outside the VIP room, Assad sat on the sofa by the door, his expression as calm as ever. And Abel was getting impatient too, stamping his foot heavily, ready to berate Assad and force them out. Suddenly, Footsteps were heard from outside, and two people burst in directly. Seeing this, Abel couldn't help but yell, "Who allowed you in here? Get out!" However, the next second, his heart pounded wildly upon recognizing the arrivals, Farron and his aide. "Abel, you have a lot of nerve to shout at me." Dangerous light flickered in Farron's eyes. No, uncle, why did you come?" Terrified, Abel hurriedly apologized. Farron gave him a cold glare, then immediately saw Assad sitting on the sofa in the hall, breaking into a full smile as he walked forward. "Mr. Luther, traffic delayed me slightly. Please bear with me." Bowing slightly with respect. Seeing this scene, Abel's mouth dropped open. Disaster. Farron had really been summoned by him. Seeing how respectfully Farron was acting, it was obvious that the person before him was no ordinary individual. His legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to kneel on the ground. As for the hall manager and a few security guards nearby, they had already lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Heaven! Who was standing before them? Farron, the warrior of Hayward High Garrison. He was the top figure in Hayward High City. Now, in front of that young man, he seemed like a grandson. While they had just planned to drive the other party out, and even picked up weapons, they felt their blood run cold. Assad said with a smile, "It's fine. It has only been 7 minutes. General Dong is very punctual. Since Mr. Luther called me, I naturally didn't dare to delay. By the way, I heard that your mother is celebrating her birthday today. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. Here's a piece of calligraphy by a famous Tang Dynasty artist. Please accept it, Mr. Luther." Speaking, Farron quickly had his adjutant take out the scroll from the box. When unrolled, it clearly displayed an ink painting of orchids, with 8 large characters written beside the painting. Fragrant wind reaching far, longevity and well-being. The handwriting was powerful and graceful, showing profound skills. Next to the words were many red seals, all from previous collectors over the generations. Good calligraphy. Assad nodded. Though he was a layman in calligraphy, he could tell at a glance that this was definitely an authentic work by a famous Tang Dynasty artist, of considerable value. To have prepared it so quickly, it seemed that Farron had put in some effort. "I will represent my mother to thank you, General Dong." Not at all. Farron breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Assad accept it. At this moment, he also noticed the peculiar environment around. He scanned the cowering security guards nearby, the shattered chairs on the ground, and the batons in their hands. Farron's expression changed. "Mr. Luther, what happened here?" He had a faint bad premonition. Assad casually pointed at Abel and said, "Let him tell you about it." "You wretch, what have you done again?" Farron instantly became uncontrollably angry. Looking at Abel, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 411. Delivering Roses. Thud. Abel's legs finally could no longer support him, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Uncle Yusef, listen to me. This must be a misunderstanding." He was so frightened that his speech became stammered. Farron's cold gaze shifted from Abel's face to the hall manager's. The hall manager dared not waste any words and recounted everything that happened in detail, including their storming in with others, and their plan to drive Assad away. "Very good. You are truly capable." Farron glared hatefully at Abel, walked up to him, kicked him down to the ground, and coldly said, "I always told you not to act on my behalf and cause trouble. This time, you actually dared to offend Mr. Luther. It is absolutely unforgivable. I must give you a good lesson this time. Cleaning the family. Uncle Yusef, I really didn't know Mr. Luther's identity. Ignorance is bliss. Please forgive me this once." Abel panicked. He knew very well about Farron's methods. If he stubbornly held on, he might lose half his life this time. "General Dong, it might be better to let it go this time. Young people can be hot-headed sometimes," Assad said calmly. Although Abel and others had offended him, he did not want Farron to hold a grudge against him over this. Farron naturally understood Assad's meaning, nodded, and knew this was not the right place to teach Abel a lesson. He gave Abel a stern glare. "We will see how I deal with you later." Finished. Abel knelt on the ground, knowing that Farron had made up his mind, and begging for mercy would be futile. He felt incredibly regretful for coming here at all. Knowing this now, he would rather have starved. "Come forward and apologize to Mr. Luther." Farron grabbed him by the back of the neck and threw him before Assad. Abel dared not say anything and apologized like a grandson. Assad waved his hand, too lazy to argue. Just a spoiled brat. It would only lower his status if he took it seriously. Seeing Assad wasn't pursuing it further, Abel secretly sighed in relief. At that moment, several young masters outside walked in. Who would have thought they would come in just to see Abel kneeling before Assad, saying overly apologetic words? "It's him." While everyone was surprised by Assad's identity, Barak quickly recognized Assad's appearance, his face suddenly changing. He knew very well why the Han family had been detained. It was all because of Assad. This bastard. Barak was furious. Not only had this person beaten him, but he had also caused significant losses to the Han family. Now, Mia had even withdrawn from Hayward High City. How could Barak not be angry? Of course, he vaguely remembered that Assad was not ordinary. However, upon reflection, he couldn't recall why exactly, only remembering that he must not provoke this person who possessed extraordinary strength. Actually, this was influenced by the residual consciousness of Julia Yuan-Tu. When Julia Yuan-Tu lost the battle, a thread of divine awareness attached itself to him. After escaping, the thread left behind fear and caution towards Assad. "But your days are numbered. Our Han family's dark guards have arrived. Soon, you and your entire family." It was true that the Han family had taken over everything the Luther family originally owned. Although Assad hadn't obtained anything from the noble Luther family, this did not affect his disgust and aversion towards the Han family. Farron, standing nearby, glanced at Barak with a slight frown. He didn't recognize Barak. However, after the adjutant whispered a few words to him, Farron learned who Barak was. To his surprise, this person turned out to be the son of Mia and Davis. As for Davis, Farron knew about him. He was Assad's biological father. Of course, one couldn't offend such a person. There are rumors saying that this person is not actually Davis's son, but rather the child of Mia and someone from the Hayward family. The adjutant whispered quietly. Upon hearing these words, Farron's expression changed instantly. He quickly shot several stern looks at the adjutant. Was this the right place to say such things? Did he want Assad not to hear? The adjutant was also startled, realizing he had spoken too hastily and caused trouble. His legs turned weak, almost making him fall to his knees. Assad only cast a faint glance at him before shifting his eyes to Barak. So, he isn't the bastard son of Davis? That's truly bizarre. Not only did he become a son-in-law, but even his son isn't his own. What a pitiful situation. Assad couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly furrowed his brows and looked towards the entrance. A familiar aura was approaching, the none other than Davis. It seemed that enemies indeed meet again. Why is he here? Seeing the bouquet in his hand, Assad thought of his mother in the private room, his face darkening abruptly. The temperature inside the hall dropped drastically, and everyone felt a chilling cold, as if their bones were freezing solid. Naturally, another person whose face turned black was Barak. Looking at the rose bouquet in Davis's hand, he ground out through his teeth. Old bastard, what are you doing here? And what does this flower mean? His heart was boiling with rage. Meeting Assad was bad enough. Now he even ran into this worthless father-in-law. Worst of all, his worthless father-in-law was holding a bouquet of roses. Knowing that Mia wasn't here, who could Davis possibly give these roses to? Thinking about this, Barak's heart began to thump wildly. Chapter 412. Family matters are hard to resolve. Mr. Luther, you're planning to do something that would betray my mother? Barak turned his head around, glaring at Davis with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to leap up and bite him. Davis's face was full of embarrassment. He hadn't expected to run into this situation either. Seeing Barak and Assad both looking at him, he immediately felt guilty. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire small hall seemed to freeze into ice. Daisy. Farron glanced at the roses in Davis's arms and instantly understood something, inwardly drawing in a breath as she wished she could shrink into a crack in the ground and become invisible. On the contrary, Abel didn't understand what was going on, still looking curiously around. After all, having just lost face in front of Assad, it seemed like now he could watch Assad's predicament, giving him an inexplicable sense of vengeance. You little bastard, you really made me mad. Seeing the situation, Farron cursed inwardly, wishing she could slap him dead. How dare you gawk at the family affairs of a divine realm powerhouse? At this thought, sweat began to trickle down her forehead. Her adjutant, seeing the urgency, whispered, General, there are still some urgent matters in the war zone that need your attention? Oh, indeed. Farron wiped away a furtive bead of sweat and hurriedly bid farewell to Assad. With so many pressing matters in the war zone, I won't disturb Mr. Luther further. Go ahead. Assad waved his hand dismissively, and Farron sighed in relief as she dragged Abel out in a flash. Outside, she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. Uncle, why did you run so fast? Abel, who had forgotten his past mistakes, complained unhappily. Smack. Farron slapped him resentful. However, he didn't dare confront Assad, only casting hateful glares at Davis while thinking about how to report this to Kathy. Seeing Assad's eyes growing colder, Barak finally couldn't bear it and walked out first. But Davis gritted his teeth and stayed put. Assad, I want to see your mother. Bang. Assad abruptly stood up, shattering the sofa behind him. He looked down at Davis, his presence heavy like a mountain. Davis, don't seek trouble for yourself. His voice was as cold as ice. Since the day Davis abandoned them, Assad had no intention of recognizing him as his father, because he had personally witnessed how Daisy had struggled to raise them, suffering from others' indifference and scorn. In her hardest times, she even worked 3 jobs, resting only 2 or 3 hours a day. At 40 years old, she looked like she was 50. All this was because of Davis. Davis's face showed bitter regret. Though he knew this was destined to be difficult, he never expected Assad to be so unyielding. His heart grew even more remorseful. Perhaps he had made the wrong choice back then. Just as Assad couldn't suppress his anger, there was a sound at the door. Daisy came out of the room. She had been worried about Assad, but unexpectedly saw Davis holding roses when she stepped out. Her breathing hitched slightly. Hate and resentment, mixed emotions flashed across her eyes. Shisha. Davis involuntarily took a step forward, but stopped immediately upon meeting Assad's cold, murderous gaze, not daring to come any closer. Daisy sighed inwardly and turned to Assad, saying, Assad, go inside first. Let me talk to him for a moment. Mom. Assad frowned. However, seeing the determined look on Daisy's face, he could only yield. Before leaving, he cast a cold glance at Davis, clearly warning him not to have any ulterior motives. In the VIP room, after Assad returned and sat down, his expression was somewhat sour. Mackenzie glanced at the door and said in surprise, Where's Mom? Why didn't she come back with you? Assad said, Davis came. Things had come to this point, so some facts could no longer be hidden. Davis. Hearing this name, even Isabella was taken aback, her expression turning unpleasant. Her daughter's suffering all these years was entirely due to Davis's abandonment. How could she not be angry that he dared to show up here today? This bastard, what does he want? So many years have passed. Why is he coming back now? Hasn't he hurt Shisha enough? Isabella was trembling with anger. Assad and Mackenzie quickly went over to comfort her, afraid that Isabella might get too upset. No way, I need to check it out. I can't let Shisha be deceived by this bastard again. Isabella struggled to stand up and walk toward the door. Mackenzie supported her. Just as they were about to open the door, Daisy came in from outside, her eyes slightly red, clearly having been crying. This bastard. Seeing this scene, Assad was furious and wanted to go after Davis. But Daisy stopped him, saying, Assad, wait. He's already gone. He knows his place. Assad's expression remained cold. Daisy sighed and hesitated before saying, "After all, he is your father. I don't have such a father." Assad directly cut off Daisy's words. Daisy opened her mouth but said nothing more, knowing that whatever she said, Assad wouldn't listen at this moment. After all, his hatred for Davis ran too deep. This is all fate. Daisy felt a bit sad in her heart. Thinking of what Davis had just told her, she couldn't help sighing again. Chapter 413. A difficult choice. The originally pleasant birthday banquet ended somewhat unhappily after being interrupted. The group returned home. Mackenzie pulled Assad aside and whispered, "Mom seems a bit restless. Did that Davis say something? You go comfort her. Don't worry about the rest." After saying this, Assad left. With his perception, he naturally overheard the conversation between Davis and Daisy at the time. Though Davis was detestable, Assad had to admit that this stepfather of his indeed had been relentless in his quest for revenge, enduring humiliation for over 2 decades. The Luther family. Assad squinted his eyes. His intuition told him that the Nanyang clan, once a great family, was far from ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have produced a deity realm powerhouse like Callan. He couldn't help but think of Ernest, who had blocked their path that day. Trouble is brewing. Assad had a premonition in his heart. However, he felt no fear at all. As a deity realm expert and one of the peak combatants globally, he was confident he could handle any crisis. Leaving the house, he directly found Davis. Davis was currently in a temporarily rented hotel room, worrying about how to persuade Assad to help revitalize the Nanyang Luther family and restore its glory. Recently, news of the Su family's arrival had spread widely. After all, as the patriarch Ernest had come to an inland town, it was bound to shock people. Kathy's decision to temporarily avoid them also made Davis feel pressured. The Han family won't let this go easily. Davis was clear about this. All these years, he had endured Waichik to gain the trust of the Han family, but now that Assad had appeared, everything he had worked for seemed to be flushed down the drain. They were wary of the Luther family's resurgence. Thus, they would surely eliminate any threat, and Assad would be the first target. Even as a deity realm expert, he was not immune to danger. Nanyang was too vast, with too many interests involved. Even the deity realm ancestor Callan of the Luther family had perished back then. Could Assad escape such a fate? Davis could not guarantee it. Just then, Assad appeared before him. Davis jumped, showing a look of astonishment. "You? How did you know I'm here?" "I want to make a deal with you," Assad said indifferently. "A deal?" Davis's heart skipped a beat. Assad continued calmly, "I'll take care of the Nanyang Luther family's issues for you, but from now on, stay away from my mother. If you bother us again, I will destroy the Luther family completely." His tone revealed no attempt to hide his disdain for Davis and his cold resolve. Davis bitterly smiled in his heart. I. Davis struggled internally. On one side was his lifelong pursuit, and on the other side were Daisy and her son. Though logically he should choose the former, when it came to making the decision, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, he had already missed out once. Think it over carefully. Assad looked deeply into Davis's eyes before disappearing from sight. AI. Davis heavily leaned against the sofa, looking utterly defeated. At that moment, the Lorenzo walked in. Seeing Davis's state, he asked anxiously, "Young master, what happened to you?" The Lorenzo had been happy when Davis reached the Isabellister realm, believing there was hope for the revival of the Luther family. But seeing Davis's expression now, had nodded. Meanwhile, Assad, who had proposed the deal to Davis, was now back near the residential complex. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly felt he was being watched. His gaze swept around. At the entrance of the residential complex, several stalls had appeared at some point. Among them, a Maxwell was squatting on the ground vending, occasionally exchanging glances with a distant janitor. Those two had just been spying on Assad. Assad narrowed his eyes. Was it intentional or unintentional? Assad did not alarm them but walked into the residential complex, returning home directly. He noticed many unfamiliar gazes watching him. Though they seemed casual, Assad knew for sure that someone was onto him. Interesting. They actually dared to tail him. Have I killed too few people lately? Killing intent flashed in Assad's eyes, especially when he discovered that the residents downstairs had changed. His heart turned even colder. What did they want? Assad flickered, instantly disappearing into the shape, entering the household downstairs. Sure enough, he saw someone using a computer to send messages, chatting with others. He's back. He has returned upstairs. Understood. We will keep tracking his whereabouts. Everything is under control. Continuous messages were sent to an unknown person, making Assad's killing intent grow increasingly cold. If not for his vigilance, he might have overlooked these people. Once he went out, these people might endanger Daisy and others. Although he had left protective charms for Daisy and her companions, the charms were not foolproof, and methods to counteract them might exist. Bang! Assad suddenly appeared before the man, who froze in shock. Before he could react, Assad slapped his face, instantly knocking him unconscious. Mind control spell. Being just an ordinary person, he was easily controlled by Assad. Tell me, who sent you here? Assad's voice was icy. Reporting to Sir, I was dispatched by the Su family. My superior is Su Huchuan. What is your purpose here? To secretly monitor Assad's movements and ensure immediate knowledge of his family's whereabouts at critical moments. Upon hearing this, Assad's killing intent could no longer be contained. Boom. The killing intent erupted suddenly. Everything inside the room turned to powder. If not for the usefulness of this person, he would have been reduced to mush by Assad's killing intent. What a fine move by the Su family. Assad's tone was chillingly cold. Chapter 414. Assassins dispatched. Assad released the man in front of him. The next second, this man regained consciousness. Upon seeing Assad standing right before him, he was startled and took a step back, intending to escape. Unfortunately, as an ordinary person, how could he possibly escape from Assad's grasp? Humph. Assad gave a cold snort. The man seemed struck by lightning, freezing on the spot, too frightened to move. Call your superior, Assad said indifferently. The man, with an uneasy look, replied, I don't know what you're talking about. How did you get into my house? I'm a law-abiding citizen. If you keep babbling, watch out for your life. Whenever it involved his family, Assad never hesitated to kill. The man's face turned pale, his eyes darting rapidly. Knowing he couldn't escape, he gritted his teeth and bit down hard. In an instant, black blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. An assassin. Assad was taken aback and quickly grabbed the man. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The poison worked instantly, taking the man's life within seconds. Hayward saving Jade. Activate. Assad tried to neutralize the dying aura within the man's body, but this poison was extremely potent, having already corroded his organs. All hope was lost. Even Assad could do nothing to save him. Beep. At that moment, the man's computer suddenly emitted an alert sound, followed by the screen going dark. Realizing something was amiss, Assad flashed downstairs. The people responsible for surveillance had all chosen suicide. A dozen or so individuals lay dead on the spot. Bang. This scene immediately drew attention. Someone promptly called the police and the hospital emergency services. From a distance, a chill flashed across Assad's eyes. These were all assassins. If it were just one, it might be manageable, but these were clearly trained in bulk by a major family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen death so easily. After all, survival is instinct. And choosing death so resolutely wasn't something anyone could easily do. Is it Ernest, or someone setting up a false trail? Assad didn't lose his composure due to anger. After all, if he acted against the Su family, the Han family would undoubtedly benefit the most. He was aware of the rivalry between the Su and Han families. Would the Su family really risk provoking him by sending people to monitor and attempt to capture his relatives? Probably not. Originally, Assad didn't plan to involve himself in Nanyang affairs, but this matter inevitably affected him. After all, he carried the Luther family bloodline. The Luther family, once the ruling clan of Nanyang. Some things couldn't be avoided just because Assad wished to stay out of them. To some extent, his very existence was a threat. Thinking this over, Assad headed to the Alienigai military zone. When wipe out everyone involved in their presence in Alienigai city, Farron declared decisively. By the way, where did the Han family go? Since Hamilton and others retreated, Assad hadn't bothered to investigate. However, after the incident with the assassins, he suspected this group. After all, if he targeted the Su family, the Han family would be the biggest beneficiary. They left Alienigai and went to the greater region, Farron replied. After Farron finished speaking, he also realized this and repeatedly assured Assad that he would mobilize the maximum resources to investigate the matter and uncover the mastermind. By the way, Mr. Luther, the Hayward family has made some new moves recently. Farron hesitated for a moment before relaying the latest information to Assad. Although Assad had been idle these past few days, things were not peaceful outside. Especially with the death of Eddie and Hector's purge of the Hayward family's influence in the region, it had stirred discontent within the Hayward family. Of course, in their view, the one who killed Eddie was not Assad but the Wong family. Perhaps even Aaron personally took action to eliminate this Eddie who excelled in killing with curse power. Essentially, to weaken the Hayward family's strength, especially their high-level deterrent force. Ronnie even publicly stated that the Wong family's influence in the southern district was too large, suggesting they might be abusing their power. The recent internal perp suddenly rushed in anxiously from outside. Sir, something has happened. His voice carried panic and unease. What happened? Farron stood up hastily. Just as the adjutant was about to speak, he saw Assad sitting on the sofa and his expression changed, falling silent, as if there was something hard to say. Farron had a premonition that things were not good, urging quickly, what happened? Speak up. The adjutant reluctantly said, Shinya fashion store was vandalized. All clothes were burned, and several saleswomen were severely injured by the fire. They've been sent to the first central hospital. Boom. Assad abruptly stood up. Bold move. This attack must have been orchestrated by those previous mercenaries. Seeing Assad angered, Farron hurriedly said, Mr. Luther, please calm down. I will immediately dispatch people to investigate and give you an explanation. Explanation? Assad had a murderous look. Not necessary. I'll handle it myself. With that, he vanished right before Farron and the adjutant's eyes. Trouble. Farron felt uneasy. Regardless of who did this, how could they provoke a divine realm expert like this without fearing death? After leaving, Assad immediately returned to his neighborhood. He was concerned that these people might take advantage of the opportunity to attack his family, threatening their safety. Only when he found everything was fine did he heave a sigh of relief. Around this time, Ina also learned about the store being vandalized. She planned to go to the hospital immediately. The injured saleswomen worked for her shop, so she couldn't stand by idly. Especially now that they were severely injured and urgently needed money. Assad stopped Ina, saying, Mom, leave this to me. It's not safe outside now. Stay home for now. He wanted to thoroughly eliminate all potential threats. Whether it was the Su family, or the Han family, or whoever was behind the scenes stirring trouble, he would crush them completely and let them know the consequences of provoking him. Akai, you must properly compensate them. After all, they were seriously injured because of our store. Ina held Assad's hand and said, Don't worry, Mom. As long as I'm here, they will recover. Nodding, Assad left home again. As he walked to the entrance of the community, he saw the undercover agents arranged by Jean. Due to his return, these agents had been withdrawn recently. Now they were back on alert. It would be extremely difficult for ordinary mercenaries to approach here again. Assad nodded at them and hurried to the Shinya fashion store, which was now sealed off, with broken glass scattered everywhere from the smashed windows and doors. Walking inside, the clothes and furniture were all burned, covered in ashes. Several shattered wine bottles. Their faces showed a mixture of sorrow and fear, but they no longer dared to cry. Humph. The Jolie glared at them and strode into the operating room. Seeing this, Assad's expression turned grim immediately. He quickly went up to comfort the group of elderly people, his words carrying a calming influence that gradually pacified the seniors. Rest assured, they will be fine. Excuse me, young man, who are you? One of the elders couldn't help but ask about Assad's identity. Assad replied, the store that was burned down belongs to my family. What? Your family's store? Several elders' faces changed. Did they hate the arsonist? Of course they did. However, saying they had no resentment towards the store would be impossible. After all, their daughters worked there but met with such misfortune, severe burns, and even disfigurement. Now, their lives were in danger. It would be strange if they weren't angry with Assad. Assad sighed inwardly as he saw the anger on the elders' faces. He didn't blame them. It was only natural for them to feel this way. Even if he were in their shoes, he would react similarly. He solemnly said, rest assured. I will take full responsibility for this matter. I guarantee your daughters will recover. Why should we believe you? The elders' voices were hoarse from crying, clearly distrustful of Assad's words. At that moment, the operating room door swung open, and the Jolie and a herald emerged, looking relieved. Doctor, how is my daughter? The elders hurried over. The herald waved his hand dismissively and said, the surgery wasn't successful, but her life has been temporarily saved. Prepare more for the operation fees, 1 million each for a second surgery. What? The elders were horrified. They had thought the doctor's relaxed expressions meant the surgery was successful, but instead, they heard it failed, and another surgery was needed. Moreover, they demanded 1 million yuan per family. How could these retired elders come up with that much money? What? If you hadn't been making noise outside, the surgery might have succeeded. You affected the surgeon's focus. The Jolie showed no concern at the elders' shock, instead blaming them directly for the surgical failure. Yes, if you hadn't disturbed me, the surgery would have been successful. The herald nodded in agreement. Quacks. Assad could no longer contain his rage, spitting out 2 icy words. Chapter 416. Treating the injured. What? You dare call me an incompetent doctor? The herald was taken aback and turned his head toward the direction of the voice. He saw a young man whose words caused a flush of anger to rise on his face. Why not? You repeatedly claimed that being interrupted affected your state, leading to the surgical failure. From what I see, it's not your state that's the issue but your medical skills. Assad said coldly. Standing in front of them, Assad said, don't worry. No one can touch you while I'm here. You arrogant brat. You'd better take care of yourself first. You're in no position to stand up for others. The security guards advanced towards Assad, surrounding him. A bunch of lackeys helping the wicked. Assad snorted inwardly and lashed out with several slaps. Instantly, the security guards were knocked to the ground, their faces swollen and teeth knocked out, screaming pitifully on the floor. Seeing this scene, both the herald and the Jolie were shocked. They hadn't expected Assad to be so fierce. At this moment, hospital director Luther hurried over and, seeing the scene, his expression changed instantly. Director, you finally came. Someone is causing trouble here. The Jolie and the herald reported right away. Director Luther smiled grimly instead of getting angry. Nonsense. That's Mr. Luther. Would he cause trouble here? You two rascals will have to answer to me shortly. After saying this, Director Luther quickly walked to Assad and said, Mr. Luther, you arrived so quickly. Just now, he received a call from the military zone. Major Farron's adjutant had informed him of the basics. The injured came from Assad's mother's store, and Assad planned to visit, instructing careful reception. Despite hurrying, he was still late. With lives on the line, of course one must hurry, but your incompetent doctors don't think so. Here, they boldly claimed that patient noise outside disturbed their concentration, leading to surgical failure, and even demanded each family pay 50,000 for a second operation. Director Luther, this is how your doctors act. Assad's tone was icy, making listeners feel a chill rising from their toes to their heads. The Jolie and the herald felt an even deeper chill. Assad actually knew Director Luther. An ominous feeling welled up inside them. What? You two good-for-nothings, get out of my sight. You're fired. Sure enough, upon hearing Assad's words, Director Luther understood the whole situation, his face turning black as he roared at the Jolie and the herald. These two were recent external hires, assumed to be skilled, but Director Luther had noticed consecutive surgical failures. Now offending Assad, he decided to remove them. No, Director. Plea for another chance. We won't dare again. The Jolie and the herald began begging for mercy. They didn't want to leave. Here they enjoyed good benefits and high salaries. Being dismissed would mean losing everything. Humph, get rid of them. Director Luther showed no mercy. The security guards promptly moved, expelling the Jolie and the herald from the hospital. Seeing the two being escorted out, President Luther heaved a sigh of relief and said in a flattering tone, Mr. Luther, I will immediately arrange for other doctors to treat the patients. As for the medical fees, the hospital will cover all of them. How does that sound? No need. I'll treat them myself. Assad directly declined. Even if he were to entrust the hospital to treat them, it would likely be very difficult to cure them. After all, extensive burns and disfigurement can only be treated through multiple surgeries. Encountering a less skilled doctor might result in even more procedures. Having Mr. Luther take charge is simply wonderful. With your abilities, treating such injuries should be effortless. President Luther hurriedly said. However, the elderly people seemed somewhat doubtful. Their gazes shifted between Assad and President Luther like frightened kittens, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. After all, Assad was too young. They didn't believe he truly had such capabilities. Assad sighed, understanding their concerns. He said, rest assured, I'll prove it to you. With that, he walked straight into the ward beside the operating room. Mr. Luther, feel free to proceed. Leave everything here to me. President Luther changed his thoughts and started chatting with the elderly people, calming them down, gradually increasing their confidence in Assad. After all, even the respectable hospital president vouched for him. Assad couldn't be that bad, right? Inside the ward, Assad finally saw the patients. The 3 saleswomen were all there, charred black and covered in wounds. Especially their faces, which were barely recognizable, looked horrifying. At that moment, one of them had regained consciousness, lying on the bed, her heart heavy as death. She was only in her early 20s. She never imagined she would be disfigured like this. She felt it would have been better to die in the fire. Seeing a man in the ward, she immediately covered her face, feeling immense pain, not wanting anyone to see her disfigured face. Assad sighed inwardly, walking up slowly and saying, "I'm a doctor. I'm here to treat you. It can't be cured. My face is completely ruined." The girl cried out, tears uncontrollably streaming from her eyes. Assad held her hand, channeling true energy through her body. Her injuries began to heal rapidly like spring bringing life to dead wood. The blackened skin started peeling off, revealing fair skin beneath. It was as if a miracle had occurred. In just a few seconds, her appearance was fully restored, and her injuries were significantly improved. Am I dreaming? The girl felt an itch all over her body, instinctively scratching, finding her hands healed with some black skin still clinging, leaving her stunned. She was actually healed. Was this man before her an angel sent by God to save her? Chapter 417. A third party. As Assad intervened, all three girls recovered. The elderly people were moved to tears of gratitude. They had thought it was the end, but now they saw hope within an instant. They held Assad's hands and thanked him incessantly. Assad had to use quite a bit of effort to pacify them. This is something I should do. After all, they got involved because of my family's affairs. But rest assured, I will make it up to you afterwards. After giving them this promise, Assad left the ward. Christopher followed along, his face full of flattery as he said, "Mr. Luther has miraculous medical skills. You are truly worthy of being called a medical master. They are incredibly fortunate this time. These girls have been frightened. Arrange for some psychologists to help them recover. The medical expenses will be covered by me," Assad said. "How could we let Mr. Luther pay? This small amount can be paid by our hospital." Christopher quickly refused. This was a good opportunity to get closer to Assad, and he wouldn't miss it. After all, their hospital's financial situation was good, and they often received donations from enterprises and public institutions, allowing them to reduce costs for special patients. Knowing this, Assad did not say anything more. Having dealt with the injured, Assad left the hospital. As soon as he walked out of the hospital gate, he received a call from Jean. The arsonists were found here. They hurriedly protested their innocence. Assad reached out and collected the aura from these people, also finding the lingering aura at the scene. A glint of insight flashed through his eyes. These people had indeed been here, but perhaps it wasn't of their own volition, because Assad discovered a trace of abnormal aura, as dark as ink, as intense as incense. It was like the aura of a ghost or deity. Didn't he kill Jensen himself? Why would a similar aura still appear? Assad frowned. This matter was even more complicated than he had thought. Besides the Su and Han families, there was probably another party involved. He had become the target standing in the open. "Do you think you can handle taking me as your target?" A hint of killing intent flashed across Assad. Hayward boiling magma and flames. People around subconsciously took a few steps back, staring at Assad with panic. "Mr. Luther?" Jean's expression changed slightly. "I'm fine." Assad suppressed the killing intent in his heart, his expression returning to calmness. "Mr. Luther, then what about these people?" Jean nodded, pointing at these continuously protesting innocents, looking helplessly at Assad. Assad waved his hand and made a decision directly, saying, "This incident has nothing to do with them. Let them go." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." These people hurriedly thanked upon hearing this, and were subsequently led away. "So, Mr. Luther, what should we do now?" Jean shrugged helplessly. All clues they painstakingly traced down had vanished, making it as difficult as climbing to heaven to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Assad smiled and said, "Lack of clues is sometimes the best clue. At least I know so many people are plotting against me from the shadows." Although a smile was on his face, the coldness in his words made Jean realize just how fierce Assad's intent to kill was. Once it erupted, there would likely be severed heads and rivers of blood. "I need you to send people to keep an eye on the Su family and Han family." "Yes." Jean's heart shuddered. At this moment, all traces of Assad's sunny young man charm had vanished, replaced by the stern and domineering presence of a divine realm powerhouse. As Jean backed away, a hint of infatuation flashed across her eyes. Such a Assad gave her a sense of security. After arranging for Jean to investigate the Su and Han families, he returned once more to the club where he had battled Jensen. The place had already undergone extensive repairs. Just as Assad arrived at the entrance, a woman in a cheapao threw him a seductive glance. Her long, beautiful legs were exposed beneath the dress. Her face was charming and alluring, stirring one's heartstrings as if a voice was whispering in Assad's ear. "Hey big brother, come inside and play." Assad confirmed that she wasn't pretending. It was indeed her speaking. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned to leave. This place truly didn't have any lingering aura of Jensen. Really a poor wretch. Without money, you dare to loiter in front of our door. You've wasted my emotions and ruined my business. Can you afford to make up for it? Unexpectedly, the cheapao-clad woman grew indignant, looking at Assad with scorn, her words cutting like knives. Assad turned back and gave her a cold look. Buzz. The cheapao woman felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over her head. She shivered, and Assad had already disappeared from her sight. A ghost. In broad daylight, the cheapao woman felt cold sweat trickling down her back, scaring her into running back into the club as fast as she could, stumbling several times along the way. Haha. Assad, who had already left, couldn't help but laugh at the scene, lifting his previously gloomy mood. Just right to go find Davis and see if he has made his final decision. After all, he had given Davis enough time. A trace of mocking smile curled at the corner of Assad's lips. With a flicker, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 418. Su family's conditions. Hotel. Davis was currently in a state of disarray. This was because a group of people he had secretly trained had completely lost contact with him. He had specially brought this group into the country, but unexpectedly, something like this had happened so soon. He felt an ominous sense creeping up. The Lorenzo, feeling uneasy, asked, Eric, are we being watched? Otherwise, these people could not have suddenly gone missing. Was it the Han family or the Su family? His heart began to race. Whichever it was no good news for them. Davis frowned and said, could it be the Han family? I haven't been looking for Moxie recently. She must have some complaints against me. Anita was always aggressive and oppressive towards Davis. If she knew about his secret group, she would likely have taken action to destroy it. The Han family also had the capability to do so. The Lorenzo pondered and said, if it really were the Hans, they probably wouldn't hide it. Acting secretly like this makes me worry that someone else might be behind it. That's right. Davis thought it made sense too. If it were Anita, she would likely call immediately after eliminating those people, never covering up her actions. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Davis and the Lorenzo exchanged glances. The Lorenzo got up and walked to the door. He crouched down and looked through the peephole, only to see a tall man in a trench coat outside. He wore sunglasses, with a face as stern as if carved by knives and axes, showing just how ruthless and domineering he must be. All these years as a son-in-law of the Han family haven't dulled your sharp edge. That reassures me. Davis raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what the other meant. I came at the order of our family patriarch. He plans to help you rebuild the Luther family. Jamal explained. What? Rebuild the Luther family? When these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Even the Lorenzo standing beside them found his breathing heavy and rapid. However, Davis didn't lose his composure but asked instead, I doubt the patriarch of the Su family would do anything unprofitable. This immediately jolted the Lorenzo awake. That's true. Who is Manuel, the patriarch of the Su family? How could he help out for nothing? After all, the Su family had contributed to the downfall of the Luther family back then. Seeing the growing influence of the Han family now, supporting the rebuilding of the Luther family surely has hidden motives. Jamal did not deny it and said, we are all businessmen and naturally won't do unprofitable deals, right? These are the conditions of the Su family. Saying so, he pulled out a contract from his chest pocket and placed it on the coffee table between them. Davis squinted his eyes, picked up the contract, and started reading it. Bang! His face darkened as he threw the contract onto the coffee table. You Su family aren't trying to support my Luther family's rebuilding but seeking a puppet. You dare bring out such a contract? Jamal, are you insulting my intelligence? Haha, Davis, there's no need to be so upset. I told you this was a deal. Here are the conditions of the Su family. You can choose to accept or reject it. Jamal's lips curled into a cold smile. However, I advise you to think carefully. After all, with your strength, you probably won't have the chance to rebuild the Luther family in this lifetime. These words were like a slap hard on Davis's face. His expression grew increasingly grim. Over these 20 years, he had endured humiliation and secretly operated. But how could his lone strength ever compare to the Han family, which had usurped all of the Luther family's industries? To this day, despite enduring countless humiliations, the road to rebuilding the Luther family remained indefinitely distant. Seeing the situation, the Lorenzo hurriedly stepped forward to grab the contract. Upon seeing some of the conditions inside, his old face also turned extremely ugly. What a disgraceful Su family. The contract stipulated that once the Luther family was rebuilt, the Su family would receive over 90% of the profits, and even key industries would all belong to the Su family. If this was signed, then even if the Luther family were rebuilt, it would have to be completely dependent on the Su family. Furniture in the room to almost crack under pressure, while the floor emitted creaking sounds. The Adele's expression changed, and he hastily said, Eric, please calm your anger for now. Indeed, this old servant acted improperly just now, violating the rules. Accepting this punishment is only fitting. He actually admitted his mistake voluntarily. After all, he did not want Davis to conflict with Jamal. Davis had only recently ascended to the Grandmaster level, whereas Jamal had reached this realm several years ago. If a conflict were to arise, Davis would undoubtedly suffer greatly. This is more like it. Seeing this, Jamal wore a satisfied look on his face. Davis inwardly seethed, knowing that the Adele was loyal at heart. He could do nothing but withdraw his aura and sit back down, though his expression remained grim. What a humiliating situation. On the balcony outside the window, Assad stood silently. He had arrived before Jamal but did not show himself, instead observing from the outside. He could sense the humiliation and rage brewing within Davis, and an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. However, in this world, one ultimately relies on strength. Without enough power, you often have to endure. Otherwise, you might be killed or brutally beaten and forced to continue enduring. At this moment, Assad felt a bit of sympathy for Davis. So many years of enduring humiliation and carrying heavy burdens, yet still accomplishing nothing. Even after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, he still had to endure, until most of his sharpness was lost. Pitiful, yet tragic. Jamal, however, paid no heed to Davis's frustration. He pushed the contract on the coffee table forward and said, sign it. With my Su family's backing, the Han family is bound to fall. Don't you wish to see the Luther family rebuilt? His tone was condescending, as if offering charity. Davis clenched his teeth. I will rebuild the Luther family on my own. I don't need your Su family's hypocritical support. You dream if you think my Luther family will be your subordinate. Stubborn fool. Jamal's expression turned exceptionally ugly. He took a deep breath and said coldly, Davis, it seems you prefer punishment over courtesy. If you know what's good for you, sign the contract. Otherwise, this day will mark the extinction of your Luther family remnants. You, Davis and the Adele abruptly changed their expressions. Mr. Su, if it weren't for the Luther family's assistance back then, where would your Su family be today? You ungrateful bastards. The Adele fumed. His eyes turned bloodshot red. His aura suddenly surged dramatically, even though he was severely injured and hadn't fully recovered. Still, once he exerted his full strength, it carried a terrifying presence. A decrepit old dog. Haven't you forgotten your earlier lesson? Jamal sneered coldly and made a sudden move. One hand shot out like a fierce tiger leaping from its cage, instantly grabbing the Adele's shoulder and pressing down forcefully, dispersing the latter's internal strength and forcing him to kneel on the ground. Simultaneously, he looked at the Adele with a cruel, indifferent gaze. With that little strength, you dare defy me? How laughable. Jamal, what are you doing? Release the Adele immediately. Davis's face changed. While one hand continued to press down on the Adele, Jamal raised his head and looked at Davis coldly. Sign the contract, and I'll spare you and this old dog. Otherwise, today will be your end. For the Su family, using the Luther family remnants as a banner indeed spared them some trouble. After all, in Nanyang, although the Luther family had been destroyed, many still held on to nostalgic feelings for it, believing the Luther family to be the legitimate authority in Nanyang. Otherwise, the Han family wouldn't have tolerated Davis being their son-in-law for so many years. It was partly to humiliate Davis, but also to leverage his reputation to bolster the Han family's acceptance of assets across regions. Now that the Han family's position was secure, Davis's status declined, making him the perfect figurehead for the Su family to use against the Han family. Of course, Jamal privately dismissed these thoughts. He completely forgot the instructions given by Ernest, who had reminded him to negotiate properly and even lower the Su family's demands, considering the initial 90% as a negotiating tactic. But in Jamal's mind, giving 10% to the Luther family was already generous. A mere group of remnants. Without the Su family's help, they dared to dream of rebuilding the Luther family? And, at that moment, a faint mocking voice floated in from outside the window. Davis's life belongs to me. You can't touch him. Can't touch? Hearing this, Jamal suddenly looked towards the window. He saw a young man walking in from outside and couldn't help but sneer. I want to see what qualifications you have to say such things to me. After saying that, Jamal released his grip on the Adele's hand and pounced like a tiger, delivering a punch straight at Assad's chest. Bang! As if a bolt of lightning had flashed past, Jamal's fist struck directly on Assad's heart. However, the next moment, Jamal's expression drastically changed. Severe pain. His fist was as if striking an iron meteorite, his 5 fingers nearly broken, blood seeping from his knuckles, his whole body shaking. Thud thud thud. He staggered back several steps, disbelief plastered all over his face as he stared at Assad, exclaiming, Who are you exactly? Who am I? Assad smiled faintly, saying, I'm the remnant of the Luther family you mentioned just now. You said you wanted to kill all the Luther family members, right? Here I am. Try to kill me. Boom. These words hit Jamal like thunder. Assad. A name popped into his mind, making him blurt out, You are Assad. It seems you know me. A cold light flashed in Assad's eyes. Jamal trembled all over, fear etched on his face. This was a divine realm powerhouse. He never thought he would run into the other party under such circumstances. Please calm down, sir. I was only joking with Davis. I came here representing the Su family to assist the Luther family in rebuilding. Jamal hurriedly explained. He was afraid Assad might slap him dead. Although he was a high-level grandmaster, in front of Assad, he counted for nothing. After all, the gap in strength was too large. Now, he bitterly regretted it. The intelligence didn't say that this Assad harbored hostility towards Davis and didn't care about their lives. Why did he interfere all of a sudden? Was the intelligence wrong? Help the Luther family? In this manner? Assad raised his hand, grabbing the contract on the coffee table. After briefly flipping through it, he revealed an unmasked, scornful look. 90%. How could the Su family even bring themselves to say it? Chapter 420 Warning the Su family. Even as a bystander, Assad felt that these terms were extremely harsh. You Su family are truly shameless. Assad sneered and slapped Jamal's face with the document. This? Cold sweat was breaking out on Jamal's forehead. He regretted his decision deeply now. If he had known, it would have been better to follow the patriarch's intentions. Facing Assad, whose expression was cold as water, his heart trembled. He feared he might not be able to leave this place alive today. Speak up. Why don't you dare speak anymore? Assad threw the contract right into his face. Bang. The thin paper, combined with Assad's force, slapped against his face like a brick. Blood oozed out of Jamal's nose, 2 streams of blood flowing down his cheeks and staining his chest area red. But he didn't even dare to wipe it off, let alone resist. Have Ernest come and explain this issue to me personally. Now you can get lost. With a wave of his hand, Assad sent Jamal flying, landing heavily on the ground in an untidy heap. Jamal got up from the ground without a word and hurriedly left. Being able to keep his life was more than enough reason for him to feel relieved. Inside the room, Assad sat on the sofa gracefully, his eyes scanning Davis and the Adele before asking calmly, So, how did you consider my offer earlier? Davis, with Assad taking action, the Su family and the Han family won't stand a chance. After a long time, Assad got up and instructed. Yes. The Adele nodded. With Assad's promise, the Luther family could finally be rebuilt. Meanwhile, Jamal also returned to the temporary villa bought by the Su family. Entering the hall, he found Ernest talking to someone there. Hayward and Fing, you're back. Ernest's gaze landed on Jamal. Noticing the blood on his body, his expression changed slightly. What happened? Jamal's mouth twitched violently as he lowered his head and recounted what had just happened. Bastard. Ernest slammed his hand on the table. Bang. The table shattered instantly. He strode up to Jamal, grabbed him, and said icily, Who told you to act on your own? His anger was palpable. Good things turned bad because of this fool. Feeling Ernest's rage, Jamal's scalp tingled, stammering, Patriarch, I thought the Luther family only had a few members left who we could easily manipulate. Manipulate? Ernest snorted coldly, pushing Jamal away. With Assad around, even if the Luther family has only one person left, they are still a top-notch clan. Thinking about it further, Ernest lifted his hand and slapped Jamal. Smack. A loud, crisp sound. A bright red palm print appeared on Jamal's face. The burning pain reached deep into his heart, especially in front of outsiders, making his face turn red with embarrassment. The person sitting on the sofa was a retainer of the Su family named Jordy. He noticed the flash of hostility in Jamal's eyes, feeling his heart thud, knowing he was being hated, and hurriedly intervened. "Sir, please calm down." Ernest turned his head to look at him. Jordy said, "Eric Hayward acted out of consideration for the Su family's interests. Let's forgive him this time. What we need to do now is to take advantage of Assad's hand to strike the Han family." "Wonha, you speak sense," Ernest nodded, glaring fiercely at Jamal and said, "If it weren't for Wonha speaking up for you, I would have broken your legs today." Jamal remained silent. Ernest glanced at him with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had been quite optimistic about Jamal initially, but over the years, Jamal took an increasingly aggressive path, which caused him much concern. Was such a Jamal really fit to inherit the vast Su family? Wonha, what should we do now? Ernest looked at Jordy. Now that the Luther family's primary enemy is definitely the Han family, they will not turn against us for the moment. However, Eric Hayward has angered Assad. We must offer an apology. The pile of documents Ernest took out initially, listing so many properties, an astonishing number, relying solely on Davis, who has just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Would he be able to safeguard them? Absolutely impossible. However, seeking cooperation with such powerful entities, does Davis really believe he won't become a puppet of the Su family? I hope your intelligence won't lead you astray. Assad sneered and vanished from sight. He made some arrangements in Hayward City, then rushed directly to the southern region. He wanted to investigate the Han family's background thoroughly and ideally eliminate them entirely. Nanjiang City. The last time he came here was not long ago. Yet Assad felt a sense of disorientation as if years had passed since he was last here. First, he went to the headquarters of the war zone. Arriving outside the headquarters, Assad's aura flickered briefly. Deep within, Aaron abruptly turned towards where Assad stood, displaying a look of surprise. Venerable Crane. The next second, Assad appeared before him. Aaron laughed loudly and greeted, "I thought I was mistaken. I didn't expect that young friend would actually come to Nanjiang City. This visit will trouble you again, Venerable Crane." Assad smiled. Aaron showed a displeased expression. "Young friend, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your help, I might never have reached the divine realm. Gratitude isn't enough to express how much I owe you. Why mention being troubled?" "Haha." Assad chuckled. Aaron pulled Assad to sit down and asked, "How are things going in Hayward K?" Mentioning this, a cold expression flashed across Assad's face as he said, "Coming to Nanjiang this time. I need Venerable Crane to help me with a few matters." "Really?" Aaron looked serious. Assad stated, "I plan to rebuild the South Seas Luther family." South Seas Luther family. Hearing these 4 words, Aaron's expression changed slightly. A trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes, scenes from the past floating through his mind. Back then, the South Seas Luther family was a dominant force. Unfortunately, the dominance faded. A massive Luther family was divided among several insignificant figures. Aaron pondered and asked, "Does young friend know about Callan?" "I've only heard that he is the old patriarch of the Luther family, possessing divine realm strength." Indeed, the South Seas Luther family rose to its former status solely because of Callan. And the decline of the Luther family can be attributed to just one reason: the death of Callan. Aaron said solemnly. Assad asked curiously, "How did he die?" Aaron shook his head. "No one knows exactly how he died. All we know is that he first mysteriously disappeared, followed by news of his demise. More surprisingly, his body also vanished without a trace." Assad frowned. The cause of Callan's death remained unknown. One must understand, killing a divine realm expert is no easy feat. Although Assad had subdued divine realm experts before, if one were to run away wholeheartedly, they wouldn't be so easy to kill. And the mysterious disappearance of Callan's body was probably not a good sign either. After all, many strange techniques could use a corpse. Assad had a vague premonition that he might encounter Callan's remains. Seeing him lost in thought, Aaron spoke seriously, "Young friend, if you truly intend to rebuild the Luther family, I suggest focusing within the country for now." "Why?" Assad frowned. His goal in rebuilding the Luther family was to have Davis return to the South Seas. If it were established domestically, what would be the point? Aaron sighed and explained, "Not many people want to see the Luther family rebuilt. After all, legally, the Luther family still holds everything they controlled back then." Seeing Assad's confusion, Aaron elaborated further. The South Seas is at the intersection of multiple seas, a strategic location, traditionally a battleground among various countries. The Luther family managed to establish itself there due to both Callan's power and compromises among multiple nations. Now, if you plan to rebuild the Luther family, you'll face more difficulties than you imagine. I even suspect that Callan's death might be linked to these people. After all, the strategic importance of the South Seas was too significant. No one wants a powerful family controlling such a critical area. They need easily manageable forces to rule there. Is Assad the type of person who can be easily controlled by others when rebuilding the Luther family? Absolutely not. Therefore, there is an irreconcilable contradiction between the two. Hearing Aaron's words, a defiant spirit surged in Assad's heart. Do I need to consider their thoughts when I do things? A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. No one could sway his mind. Since those people didn't want him to rebuild the Luther family, he would do it even more resolutely. The Luther family must be rebuilt. Aaron smiled bitterly. Then young friend must be extra careful. In fact, he didn't think highly of Assad's chances. After all, this involved multi-country dynamics. A mere God realm expert was unlikely to make much difference in the middle of it. Moreover, with the power of a country, there were many entities that could match a God realm strength and should not be underestimated. Assad's rash involvement in South Seas affairs might prove difficult to succeed. If he became too forceful, it might provoke a backlash. After all, even Callan, who was suspected to have reached the peak of the God realm, met an inexplicable end. This shows how dangerous it is. Rest assured, Isabellister Crane, they are not qualified to take my life. Assad was very calm. Knowing Assad was determined, Aaron didn't continue to persuade. He just said, since young friend is set on this, then I suggest you collaborate with the Su family first to eliminate the Han family. Let the Su family take the lead, and perhaps the risks for the Luther family will be less. Assad replied, I have the same idea. After all, no matter how powerful a dragon is, it cannot suppress a local snake. Although I plan to rebuild the Luther family, I won't act rashly. It's good that you have this thought. Aaron nodded. At this moment, Assad asked curiously, given the strategic location of the South Seas, our country must have its own arrangements there, right? Aaron hesitated, but still admitted frankly, young friend is correct. That place is too critical, and our country naturally wouldn't ignore it. However, although our country has a high status internationally, it is still restrained by many countries. Therefore, the forces we support aren't significant. Chapter 422, Martial Arts Progress. After hearing Aaron's words, Assad nodded in understanding. Given the strategic importance of Nanyang's geographic location, donghua had every reason to station its own personnel there. The scale of the force was secondary. As long as they were present, donghua would have the opportunity to intervene at any time. With this understanding, Assad developed a general idea about Nanyang, recognizing it as a place where various forces engage in power struggles. As long as he could get involved, he would have an opportunity. At worst, he could resort to physical force. He was a golden core cultivator and truly wasn't afraid of so-called divine realm experts. If he made further progress and broke through to the nascent soul stage, perhaps the entire world wouldn't be his match anymore. Pausing for a moment, Assad asked, Vincent Honorable, what realm is above the divine realm? He was curious and couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind. A divine arrival, as if a god had descended. And what realm would be beyond the divine realm? Aaron became serious when the subject of cultivation came up and smiled as he said, in the past, I might not have been able to explain this to you, but now I can tell you about it. Really? Assad became interested. Aaron said, martial arts seek the self. At the divine arrival stage, one exhibits their divine nature. Beyond this, one taps into the divine treasures within the body. The focus at this stage is opening divine palaces, named the divine general realm. According to Aaron, the martial arts divine arrival stage already displayed a godly realm. Moving beyond, one must open the divine treasures within oneself, cultivate divine palaces, and according to ancient texts, one could potentially open up to 9 divine palaces. 1 palace, 1 heaven. A 9th palace divine general could even split into 9 divine beings, with heavenly might. Startled, Assad asked, are there currently any divine general level existences? Aaron nodded seriously, saying, indeed there are. These mighty ones are the true backbone of great nations, ultimate forces, surpassing all earthly powers. The surprise was evident on Assad's face, but he furrowed his brows and said, then why haven't such powerful figures intervened in the border conflicts? Aaron couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Young friend, how can such power be used frivolously? They only act when the nation's survival is at stake. Once they move, it's a matter of life and death. As for the border unrest, it's trivial compared to the training grounds for soldiers. Otherwise, prolonged peace might breed problems. I see. Assad nodded in agreement. In his mind, he was comparing the strength of the nascent soul stage and the supposed divine general stage. Of course, he was far from reaching the nascent soul stage and couldn't fully comprehend it yet. However, he was confident he wouldn't be in. These scriptures were indeed of high quality. Some even included insights and experiences. For Assad, these were incredibly helpful references. As he cultivated, he felt his body continuously adapting to the martial arts power, gradually integrating with his own cultivation system. Boom boom boom. Thunder-like sounds came from within his body. His tendons and bones resonated like metal, akin to a tiger leaping or an ape kicking. Faintly, one could see a large dragon-like spine behind Assad stretching out, as if about to soar into the sky. At this moment, Assad suddenly sensed an opportunity. He was about to break through in martial arts. Opening his eyes, he fully focused on evolving his martial arts, blending various boxing techniques, kicking techniques, and body movements. He felt external and internal power merging into one. Bang! The blood chi in his body surged upward. Faintly, it actually illuminated the entire small courtyard, as if a heavenly fire had descended. Martial arts Isabellister, achieved. Previously, he always acted with immortal Yale power. Now, martial arts had finally made an achievement as well. At this point, even founding a school or being the progenitor in the martial arts world would be enough. Rustling. Blood chi flowed vigorously. It was the internal martial power cleansing his flesh and bones. However, his green emperor longevity body was already of extremely high cultivation, so there were only slight changes. But this was remarkable. After all, this was a Yale body. To make some fine adjustments or even progress on a Yale body was enough to demonstrate the excellence of this immortal martial path. Moreover, Assad's progress was not very fast. He transformed from external power to internal power, gradually ascending to the realm of martial arts Isabellister, making his green emperor longevity body slowly carry the aura of a mortal martial body. He closed his eyes, able to sense myriad stars within his body. This was breaking through the void, uncorrupted by gods. Just entering the realm of martial arts Isabellister, he had already reached its highest level, divine power. However, martial arts and immortal Yale had not truly merged. Assad understood that perhaps when his martial arts path reached the divine arrival realm, then the two paths would truly merge, leading to real transformation. Perhaps that would be the opportunity for him to take one step into a higher realm. It's somewhat strange. Martial arts seems to have become easier to cultivate. Assad stopped cultivating, the surging blood chi gradually subsiding and settling down. He sat upright on his seat with the dignity of a heavy mountain. He couldn't help but think about the conversation about the impending great calamity. Perhaps this countless lives. Ronnie. No one could have guessed that these two would be meeting privately in this villa. Moxie, please don't be angry. A hint of helplessness flashed across Ronnie's face as he said, I assure you that boy won't live long, even if he is in the divine realm. Kathy turned away, saying discontentedly, you're just trying to pacify me with sweet words. Last time you said the same thing, yet my son and I were still driven out of Hayward High City. Ronnie replied, last time was an accident. Didn't you see I sent Eddie there? Who knew he'd be assassinated? Mentioning Eddie, pain stabbed through Ronnie's heart. That was his staunchest supporter within his clan. He never thought such a loyal confidant would die in a small place like Hayward High, which broke his heart. Although Lawson of the 3-star warrior had returned with Eddie's body, proving he indeed died from backlash, Ronnie refused to believe it. Why now of all times? A sinister expression flickered across his eyes. No matter what, this incident was undoubtedly related to Assad. How dare this unknown punk, who stumbled upon enlightenment and reached the divine realm by chance, challenge the prestige of the Hayward family? Was he tired of living? If he could force out that secret of enlightenment, it would greatly benefit the Hayward family. This was the real reason he was willing to invest energy in helping the Han family. At his level, women were no longer a scarcity. Even though Kathy bore him a son, so what? If not for the Han family's strength, would he indulge her so? Meanwhile, Kathy cleverly stopped sulking and snuggled into Ronnie's arms. The two fell onto the bed, losing themselves in the moment. Amidst their intimacy, Assad arrived at the villa. The security outside was tight. Assad sensed multiple intense blood chi auras. Several Isabellister-level experts were present. Is this the Han family? Assad was surprised. A mere South Seas family had at least 5 Isabellisters here, including a peak Isabellister. Indeed, they were formidable. But, until entering the divine realm, nothing much mattered. How could ants defeat an elephant? And Assad himself was that elephant. He strolled into the villa without any hindrance and quickly reached inside. Soon, he heard male and female voices. Among them was the familiar voice of Kathy. Davis, oh Davis, you really are pitiful. He couldn't help but frown. Not only did he marry into the family, but he was also cuckolded. What goes around comes around. Assad's gaze seemed to pierce through walls, observing the couple. The woman was naturally Kathy, and he immediately recognized the man. It really is Ronnie. He knew this person well enough. From news reports of the southern region, he had seen Ronnie's face. Meeting him in person now left him. According to what I know, a detachment of the Sioux family's close guards is here too. Even if we ambush, it would be nearly impossible to kill Manuel. At that time, there's no guarantee we won't lose men. The subordinate gave a sheepish laugh and dared not speak anymore. When making money steadily is possible, why risk it? They were not part of the Han family but hired muscle for money, so they wouldn't risk their lives. Getting paid to do the job was all they cared about. After pulling off this job, we must go back and enjoy life fully. This country of Long, it's really no fun. Our actions are extremely restrained here. The subordinate couldn't resist complaining. In Nanyang, they could do as they pleased. They could just snatch anything that caught their fancy. Coming to Long country made them extremely envious. But each time they wanted to act, they were stopped by the bearded man. Just bear with it. This isn't Nanyang. If you dare to misbehave, when you end up losing your life, don't blame me for not warning you, the bearded man warned. The subordinate said, boss, just rest assured. I'm not the type to stir trouble. Enough nonsense. During this critical period, keep a close watch on the mission in Hayward High. If anything goes wrong, I won't show any mercy, said the bearded man. At this moment, a shadow suddenly fell behind the bearded man, the darkness from the lamp enveloping him entirely, like the shadow of a devil. And with the Adele by his side, it wouldn't be easy to capture him. What Assad cared about was the Han family's intent to incite conflict between the Sioux and Luther families. Did you burn down the Luther family shop? Assad asked coolly. My lord, I really didn't know anything about that. Dylan was taken aback. His heart suddenly raced. He truly had no knowledge of this incident, as the men he dispatched were far away in Haywardian City, and he hadn't interfered with how they carried out their mission. Could it be that those damn subordinates really did something like that? Looking at the calm-faced Assad before him, Dylan suddenly realized who he was facing. Assad. Absolutely him. The legendary God Realm powerhouse who had suddenly emerged. At that moment, Assad suddenly heard sobbing coming from inside the adjacent room in the annex hall, which sounded like a woman weeping. The voice was very low, as if something was stuffed in her mouth. Dylan's two subordinates' expressions abruptly changed, while Dylan shivered and seemed to realize something, turning to look at the two men who immediately lowered their heads. Assad stared at the door, feeling a growing chill. He turned and walked to the door, which opened automatically, revealing the scene inside. Two teenage girls, about 17 or 18 years old, were tied up with their hands and mouths gagged. Their faces were filled with terror as they struggled hard, and upon seeing the door open, they thought that takes some guts. Assad cast a cold glance at Dylan and they have been punished for their misdeeds, and you cannot be an exception. Be a good person in your next life. Assad's words hit Dylan like thunder, making him feel as if he were struck by 5 lightning bolts, paralyzed by fear. No, I can't die. Dylan was first overwhelmed by fear, but extreme fear transformed into rage. He couldn't accept dying here like this. Want to kill me? Even if you're in God Realm, it won't be easy. Dylan activated his full bodily energy, becoming like a boiling furnace of hot blood. He suddenly pulled out a syringe from his pocket and jabbed it into himself. The needle pierced into his body, injecting a blue liquid into him. Bang bang bang. Under Assad's watchful eye, Dylan's strength began to surge wildly within him. His blood boiled, muscles swelled and deformed, clusters of muscles bulging from various parts of his body. The veins in his flesh became visible due to the swelling. The big bearded man's already dark skin turned even darker, as if a demon had awakened within him. Biological Enhancement Serum number 3. This was all the wealth that the big bearded man had accumulated over the years, specifically to buy from the black market of the Haywardthaus country, allowing him to step into the legendary God Realm. He had never used it before, hoping to reach the God Realm purely by his own strength since using the Biological Enhancement Serum. A foul wind rushed towards him. Pity, you're too weak. Without your reason, reaching the god realm, what can you do? Assad sighed lightly. Chapter 425. Terrifying speculation. He wore a calm expression, coldly watching the monster that lunged at him. With a raised hand, his fingers formed a sword-like shape. Swish. A streak of light flashed in the dark like a pale glow, cold and deep as the crescent moon in the sky, flickering away into the most perfect arc. The more beautiful it was, the more dangerous it seemed. In the next second, the monster stiffened in front of Assad, just a foot away from him, abruptly stopping in its tracks. Bang, bang. Several seconds later, it split down the middle with a loud thud, its massive corpse shaking the ground as it fell. Blood pooled on the floor. Assad easily dealt with this creature, maintaining a composed look. He summoned the needle that had slipped from the bearded man's hands, which flew right to his grasp. It bore a row of English letters, which translated to biomodification fluid number 3. This made Assad inwardly wary. For a peak grandmaster to leap over the limits of strength with this so-called biomodification fluid, it was no trivial matter. Moreover, since there was a number 3, would there also be preceding or succeeding numbers? Number 1, number 2, or perhaps number 4, number 5? What effects would those fluids have? Stronger transformations or varied changes in individuals? Whichever it was certain immediately as he quickly dispatched personnel to provide support. Soon, multiple combat vehicles surrounded the villa. What's happening? The rumble of the combat vehicles startled Ronnie and Kathy awake. Ronnie rose abruptly from bed, swiftly walking to the window where he saw rows of vehicles lit up outside, causing his expression to change. Xingyang, what's going on? Kathy, dressed in her nightgown, rushed over as well. Ronnie's face turned grim. I don't know, but it doesn't seem good. Those are military people. They've surrounded the villa. What? Kathy was equally shocked. Something wasn't right. Such a huge commotion, yet her subordinates hadn't reacted at all. This alarmed her instantly. Xingyang, what do we do? Has something happened? Calm down. Ronnie spoke softly, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. He began reflecting on his actions recently. Had he overlooked something? Why would the military mobilize combat vehicles to surround him? Didn't they fear provoking jealousy among other factions? After all, his status as a potential successor couldn't be ignored. Even with tensions between him and the military, for them to directly target him, risking personal involvement, would anger everyone. Because it violated established norms. While Ronnie was pondering, the combat vehicles suddenly withdrew, as if they had just passed by. Something's off, let's go check downstairs. Taking a deep breath, Ronnie walked out in his glanced at the two and vanished from the spot. Of course, apart from the Su family and the Han family, there was an unidentified third party. This was also one of the reasons why Assad temporarily left the Han family alone. After all, the reaction of the bearded man confirmed that he indeed did not know about the arson at Xingyao fashion store. Perhaps there were other dark hands behind this. After all, divine power wasn't exclusive to Jensen. It didn't solely come from the east either. In the land of Nanyang, tribal groups flourished, and divine power was not uncommon. Assad suspected that the last party, apart from the Su and Han families, might be the most troublesome one. Returning to the war zone headquarters, Aaron was examining the corpse of the creature. Although it had transformed from the bearded man, a peak master, the corpse bore no resemblance to a human. It had completely turned into a monster. From inside out, all flesh tissues had changed, and its complex interior even included 4 lungs and 2 hearts. This is likely from the biomodification program of the Hayward Thaus country. They used mysterious research, leveraging global research institutions to excavate ancient ruins, extracting ancient genes to facilitate such transformations. Aaron's expression was grim. He hadn't expected their biomodification to reach this stage, capable of transforming masters into godlike beings, which represented a significant shift. Perhaps, there might be an army of godlike monsters? Just thinking about it made his heart sink. Not only that, but this transformation fluid came from the Han family. How powerful would the Hayward Thaus country's own fluids be? Could there be higher-grade transformation fluids? If they could turn a god realm being into a divine general? A terrifying speculation emerged in Aaron's mind. Chapter 426. Each with their own thoughts. No, it's impossible. Aaron quickly dismissed this guess. If there really existed a bioenhancement fluid at the divine general level, then the Hayward Thaus country would never be as silent as it is now. It would undoubtedly spark a global wave of annexation and expansion. Therefore, even if such a thing existed, it must have significant flaws. According to Dominicami Venerable, does this Han family happen to be one of the local forces propped up by the Hayward Thaus country? Assad asked. Aaron shook his head and said, this is hard to say. Judging from the bioenhancement fluid they use, there are still significant defects. I'm afraid they are just test subjects. Assad nodded. Then this matter will likely require Dominicami Venerable's careful attention. Regarding the bioenhancement fluid, Assad wasn't particularly concerned. After all, the flaws of this liquid were too significant. Leaving the human form and transforming into a monstrous shape, even losing most of one's sanity. No matter how much power one gains, what is the meaning of such a transformation? The greatest gain from this trip to Nanan was the elimination and thought of something, and asked darkly. The cold, lethal gaze made the confidant's heart shudder, quickly replying, Miss said she indeed saw combat vehicles from the combat zone, but the specific situation, she's not quite clear about it. Not clear? Alban didn't want to say anything else. This foolish woman, handing over a good unit of covert guards, and they just disappeared. If not for needing her to contact the Hayward family, he would have slapped Kathy to death. No word from the Hayward family side? At the time, Ronnie of the Hayward family was present, and a few of his personal guards have gone missing, probably captured or killed. Humph. This time, Alban had nothing to say, waving his hand, you may leave. Yes. The confidant immediately left. The Luther family. Since they have already been destroyed, why don't you remnants accept reality? Must I root you out completely? Alban, speaking to the empty study, his voice cold like an ice blade. Meanwhile, back in Hayward High City, Ernest soon got the news. When he heard that a covert guard team of the Han family, including 5 master-level experts, had been completely wiped out, he was delighted. This old fox must be devastated upon hearing this news. Ernest laughed heartily. Geordi also smiled, though his expression carried more wariness as he said, "It seems Assad has taken action, eliminating 5 master-level experts in one strike. Divine realm experts are truly terrifying. Indeed, a divine realm expert is like a deity descending into the mortal world. Their strength is unimaginably fearsome. They can be equated to gods walking among men." Ernest's smile faded as he began to consider the situation from the Su family's perspective. He realized that Assad's decisiveness and ruthlessness far exceeded his expectations, especially given this kind of decisive action. The 2 families were bound to clash in the future. "Family head, I think we need to reach out to the Hayward Faust country sooner." Sitting on the sofa, Geordi's words caused the entire living room to fall silent. Even Jamal, who had just stepped outside, paused. The Hayward Faust country? Their Su family actually had connections with the Hayward Faust country? Sure enough, Ernest said, "It is indeed time. After all, the Hayward Faust country has supported us for so many years, and we have provided them with immense benefits in return. If Assad is now rebuilding the Luther family, we need a force of equivalent power to maintain our current status. However, we must be cautious about inviting wolves into our home. If they decide to stay in Nanyang indefinitely, it will also pose a significant problem for us." Geordi reminded. Ernest replied, "Rest assured, I have my own plans. According to my knowledge, the so-called God creation plan of the Hayward Faust country has made remarkable progress. It's rumored that there exists a bioenhancement fluid capable of enabling one to reach the divine realm. I plan to ask them to provide us with a batch of this fluid, so that someone in our Su family can become a divine realm expert." Does such a thing really exist? As Ernest's confidant, Geordi had never heard of this secret, immediately showing shock and inwardly rejoicing. If the Su family could truly produce a divine realm powerhouse, why would they worry about regaining the status the Luther family once held in Nanyang? At that time, the Su family could even enjoy glory for millennia. That would be the true foundation of the family. Ernest smiled and nodded, saying, "This item does indeed exist. Not only do I know about it, but Old Man Han knows as well, and I even know he secretly tried to buy some." "What?" Geordi's expression changed. "Don't worry, what he bought was just an experimental product. Once consumed, it causes one to mutate into a monster, possibly losing all sanity. What use would that be? I intend to get the Hayward Faust country to provide us with their latest stable version. That's the true key to the divine realm." As he spoke, a trace of longing appeared in Ernest's eyes. Although he was a master-level powerhouse with 200 years of lifespan, how could that compare to the millennium-long effort to leave it with the district authorities? Lost in thought, he found himself at Jasmine's residence nearby, just as she was returning from the research institute. She wore a long black dress, sunglasses on her face, and stilettos underfoot, tall and slender, standing gracefully. Especially her slim waist and graceful figure drew countless admiring gazes from those who saw her, making everyone feel envious. Assad was also impressed. "Assad, you're back?" Seeing Assad, Jasmine immediately showed surprise. Assad stepped forward and smiled. "Just got back." At the same time, his eyes involuntarily scanned Jasmine twice, noting that she seemed more full-figured and mature than before. "What are you looking at?" Jasmine blushed at Assad's intense gaze. Assad quickly regained his composure, mentally scolding himself for not controlling his impulses. He put on a playful smile and changed the subject. "Senior, how did your experiment go?" "It's going very well." Mentioning her experiment, Jasmine immediately transformed, enthusiastically introducing various parameters that made Assad's head spin. Of course, he didn't show it on his face, instead nodding in agreement from time to time, making Jasmine more satisfied. "Right, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go eat together." Jasmine took the initiative to pull Assad to a nearby restaurant. Being held by such a beautiful during a trip to Nanyang, she had heard an old scholar mention this family. Assad said calmly, "From the moment he abandoned us, he ceased to be my father. We've merely struck a deal. When it's done, he can go his way and I'll go mine." Jasmine looked at Assad with a complex expression, sighing inwardly. Blood ties aren't so easily severed. She hoped Assad wouldn't be hurt later. She shifted the topic, talking about some amusing incidents in Nanjiang. Assad joined in conversation effortlessly. After the meal, Assad bid farewell. Jasmine watched Assad leave with a trace of disappointment, her heart filled with unspoken words that didn't have time to be said. She couldn't help but sigh as a young woman would. What a fool, couldn't he stay a bit longer to keep me company? At this moment, Assad was already planning to rush back to Hayward High. After dealing with the Han family's forces, the Su family wouldn't miss this opportunity to strike against the Han family. He intended to return to Hayward High City to meet Ernest personally and see what his plans were. After all, rebuilding the Luther family in Nanyang wasn't an easy task, and he might even need to go to Nanyang himself. Though he had obtained a lot of information about Nanyang from Aaron, those were just paper documents. To really understand the details, he needed to get information from people like Davis and Ernest. Assad came in haste and left in haste. Soon, he returned to Hayward High City, only to receive some bad news immediately upon his arrival. Davis and Ernest were assassinated during their meeting? Assad looked at the Lorenzo, his brows furrowed. The Lorenzo, looking anxious, said, "Yes, Mr. Luther, please come and take a look. With your abilities, you must have a way to save them. You lead the way." Assad replied. The Lorenzo immediately led the way. Soon, they arrived at the Su family villa. At this moment, 2 private doctors were leading a large medical team to treat Davis and Ernest. 2 grandmasters were severely injured, still unconscious. "Greetings, Mr. Luther." Geordi, who was currently in charge, immediately ushered Assad into the inner hall upon seeing him. Sure enough, Davis and Ernest were lying on 2 beds. Assad glanced at them. Their vital signs were exceptionally weak, like 2 small flames in the wind, ready to flicker out at any moment. What vicious means? Even Assad had to admit how perilous their condition was. He suspected that if he had arrived any later, they might not have made it. Chapter 428. Troubles arise within. The fierce poison entered their bodies, invading the 5 vital organs. An ordinary person would hardly last an hour in such a condition. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were marshaled, looked at the two and asked, where were they attacked, and were the assassins caught? Geordie's expression turned grim as he replied, my lord, this assassination happened right in this villa. The assassins came and left swiftly. By the time we arrived, they were already lying unconscious. Pausing, he pondered and then asked, could this be retaliation from the Han family? The Han family had a secret guard unit including 5 grandmasters wiped out in Nanjiang City, followed by the assassination of Manuel and Davis. To say there wasn't a connection, no one would believe it. Assad looked at Geordie and asked, you think it's the Han family? Under Assad's gaze, Geordie felt as if he was staring into a deep abyss, his heart shuddering. Swallowing hard, he said, it's just a guess. Assad sneered. A guess? Even if it wasn't the Han family, Geordie would probably still blame the Han family. After all, now that the Su and Luther families had allied, the Han family was their biggest enemy. Even if they weren't responsible for this, they would likely pin it on the Han family. What do you think, Lorenzo? Assad turned to the Lorenzo. After a moment of contemplation, the Lorenzo finally spoke. Very few people knew about this secret meeting, and it was held in this villa. If the assassins weren't from the Han family, things could be much worse. Assad gave the Lorenzo a deep look before saying, I've cleared the poison from their bodies. They should wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest. I'll arrange for someone to escort young master away right away. During this period, they had already begun to gather people. Now there was a batch of usable personnel, all of whom were household-born servants from the early years of the Luther family. As soon as the order was given, someone immediately arranged to bring out Davis. Davis was still unconscious and was directly transferred to a van. The Lorenzo led a group of people away, and Assad followed in their midst. Why are they leaving in such a hurry? Geordie watched them leave, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. He subconsciously walked into the inner hall, where he saw the medical team still present. He asked, did the Luther family do anything before taking Davis away? The doctors were also taken aback. One of the specialists replied, no, they just took Davis away. Geordie nodded, but couldn't help feeling a shadow of doubt rise in his heart. In the vehicle, the Lorenzo, seeing that the car had traveled far enough, couldn't help but ask, Mr. Luther, why are we leaving? There's a dedicated medical team over there who can provide better care. Why are we leaving? I'm afraid if Davis doesn't leave, his life might be left there. Assad said indifferently. What? Hearing this, the Lorenzo's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Assad with disbelief. What do you think this assassination was about? Assad didn't answer but instead asked. The Lorenzo recked, it was the aura of the murderer. As for why Assad didn't expose Tanner directly, the reason was naturally that he wanted to find the murderer. He had a premonition that the murderer was likely involved with the deployment of death squads within Assad's neighborhood and the burning of Xinyao fashion store. Finally, I've caught your tail. A fierce look flashed in Assad's eyes. Seeing Assad's determined look, the Adele couldn't help but have more thoughts. If Tanner really was an accomplice, wouldn't that mean there was a possibility of civil strife within the Su family? Even though the Su and Luther families were now cooperating, once the Han family was destroyed, it would be a struggle between the Su and Luther families next. In that case, Tanner's existence would certainly prove useful at critical moments. At this moment, he put aside Davis's assassination since, after all, if there was no danger to life, it was natural to consider the bigger picture. If they could leverage Tanner to gain maximum benefits, the incident of the stabbing might just be let go. This was how large families acted. In their eyes, interest came first. Even if they planned to take someone's life one second, they could sit at the negotiating table the next. Everything was prioritized based on interest, all for the sake of interest. For a moment, everyone in the car harbored different thoughts. Soon, the car arrived at the temporary villa rented by the Luther family. It wasn't far from the Su family compound, less than half an hour drive away. This location was chosen by Davis as the new base for the Luther family. Of course, these people had started infighting in just 2 days, even planning to split the family immediately. It was as if they thought Ernest was definitely dead. How could Brady not be angry? As Ernest's confidant, over the years he had regarded Ernest as his own father, hence his devoted service to the Su family. But he never expected the Su family members to act so disgracefully at such a time. Just then, a trusted subordinate hurried in. Sir, the head has woken up. He spoke in a hushed voice, speaking rapidly. Woke up? Wonderful. Brady immediately got up and headed to the inner hall. When he saw Ernest sitting up in bed, his heart was finally set at ease. Head, you are finally awake. Brady nearly shed tears as he spoke. When Ernest was stabbed, he truly feared that Ernest might die. Seeing him safe now, his emotions were indescribable. Ernest also learned the details from the doctor. Looking at Brady, whose eyes were bloodshot, he said, Donghua, thank you for all your hard work during this time. I am not tired at all doing things for the head. Brady shook his head. This made Ernest increasingly satisfied. Thinking this way, he asked, have any events occurred while I was unconscious? Should those matters really be told to Ernest? Brady's expression changed slightly, and he hesitated. Donghua. Seeing Ernest's serious expression, Brady knew something had definitely happened. His face darkened as he said, whatever it is, just speak out. With me here, how could the sky fall? Brady clenched his teeth and reported the instability within the Su family, along with the power struggles. At the same time, he handed over the confidential letter. Ernest flipped through it a few times and slapped the table in anger, shouting, how outrageous! He hadn't died yet. These beasts. What misdeeds did he commit in a past life to have given birth to such offspring? His face turned black like a pot bottom. After a long pause, he coldly asked, where is Hayward Feng? Brady was taken aback and replied, he was here just now. You're looking for him? I'll arrange for someone to call him over immediately. No need. Ernest waved his hand, glanced at the loyal guards at the door, and ordered them all to leave before saying, Donghua, how long have you been with me? Brady was stunned but answered, 23 years and 7 months. Yes, time flies. Over these years, I've always treated you like my own son. Family head. Brady was deeply moved. Clasping his hands tightly, his eyes showed emotion and an impulse to die for a true friend. With Ernest's words, he felt all these years of dedication were worth it. Ernest patted his shoulder and said, "All right, don't act like a child. You've worked hard all these years. Soon, the clan's secret medicine will be ready, and I've reserved a portion for you. Use it well." Family head, this secret medicine is? Brady's face changed. "Don't worry. If I say it's for you, then it's yours. Strive to become a master. Don't let me down, understand? One huh?" Ernest said solemnly. "Yes." Seeing Ernest so serious, Brady nodded emphatically. Ernest smiled and said, "That's the one huh I recognize." Damn. At that moment, hidden in the shadows and having left a listening device in the inner hall, Jamal's face twisted even more when he heard this. Chapter 430, Quentin. In the room, Jamal punched the table in front of him as if to vent his anger. Rip. The solid wood tabletop turned into a pile of powder. Shiloh. This time you were just lucky, but I don't believe your luck will last forever. Sooner or later, I will take your place and become the head of the Sioux family. Jamal's face was grotesquely distorted. He clenched his fist tightly as if making a vow to himself. At this moment, a person walked in from behind him. This man was in his 30s, with an ordinary face that looked so common that he would not be given a second glance if thrown into a crowd. He appeared abruptly in Jamal's room. "Mr. Sioux." He greeted with a smile, showing humility and politeness. Jamal glared at him coldly and said, "I remember I've already said, you can't just show up here without my permission." Casimir shrugged and replied, "If we didn't come, you'd probably have trouble." Jamal frowned, looking at the other party who was acting mysteriously, somewhat dissatisfied. Casimir said, "Ernest might be suspicious of you." "That's impossible," Jamal declared firmly. Casimir looked at Jamal earnestly and said, "Nothing is impossible. Otherwise, why did he not call you when he woke up? If my guess is correct, Ernest might continue to pretend to be unconscious and observe everyone around him. Do you think you can fool that old man?" Jamal's face changed. His long-standing fear of Ernest re-emerged. The image of that stern and cold face seemed to appear before his eyes, and he shivered involuntarily. "What are you planning to do?" Looking at Casimir, who seemed confident, Jamal knew he was waiting for him to ask, so he asked. Casimir smiled and said, "Have you heard a saying? A person's presence needs others to present it." "What do you mean?" Hearing the other party talking in riddles, dissatisfaction welled up in Jamal's eyes again. Casimir laughed and said, "Since he plans to pretend to be unconscious and observe those around him, then let's fulfill his wish and make him completely unconscious in front of you. You couldn't see him if he didn't want you to." He followed Casimir all the way to the top floor of the entertainment venue. Clearly, the defenses here were very strict. Assad saw more than a dozen men and women dressed in Japanese attire. They spoke in the local Japanese language. Fortunately, Assad's divine sense could directly interpret what these people were saying. "Mr. Sinkin, you're finally back." A beautiful woman in a kimono walked over to Casimir. Casimir hurriedly bowed and smiled, saying, "Greet to the divine lady. I wonder if the Yale master is inside." "The Yale master is waiting for you." "Thank you." Casimir stepped into the inner room. The woman in the kimono glanced deeply at the room and left on her wooden sandals. In the deepest chamber, a tall man in a kimono knelt on the ground, with a huge, Yale, character on the wall behind him. He looked to be in his 40s, with a calm demeanor, and beside him lay a large Tachi sword. His name was Senkin Masanami. He was the head of the Senkin Seishin Ryu and a divine martial artist. "Greetings, head of the Yale." Ade walked in and immediately bowed. Senkin Masanami stretched out his finger and pointed to the straw mat in front of him. Ade immediately knelt and sat there. Senkin Masanami looked at his attentive junior with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. "How is everything going?" Senkin Masanami asked. Ade said, "Jamal has believed in our sincerity and is ready to continue cooperating. After all, he can't turn back now." "That's good." Senkin Masanami smiled. Ade, however, seemed somewhat puzzled and said, "Head of the Yale, we had the chance earlier. Why didn't we eliminate Ernest and directly elevate Jamal?" Senkin Masanami replied, "Can't you figure out the reason?" Ade fell silent. Despite having some guesses, they were too vague for him to articulate clearly. Senkin Masanami laughed and said, "The Han family has been rooted in Nanyang for many years. If we can control them, it will be greatly beneficial for our country's future plans. However, controlling a family is no easy task. We can indeed kill Ernest, but what would that achieve? It would only turn the Sioux family into scattered sand." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "So, we need to guide Jamal, help him grow, let him gradually consolidate the power within the Sioux family, and eliminate Ernest. This way, he will never be able to escape us and can only serve us." "I see, truly brilliant, head of the Yale." Ade showed an admiring expression. Senkin Masanami waved his hand and said, "This is nothing. By the way, how is the investigation on Lord Hillary, which I asked you to look into?" Speaking of Hillary, Ade's expression turned serious as he said, "I have confirmed through multiple sources that the person who killed Lord Hillary's avatar is indeed Assad. Hillary, as the deity revered by the Senkin Seishin Ryu, had one of his avatars slain. This was considered a profound hatred for them. After all, they had paid a huge price initially to create an avatar for Hillary, and now it was destroyed by Assad. It's him then." A trace of murderous intent flashed in Senkin Masanami's eyes. "This is a perfect opportunity to eliminate this Assad through the affairs involving the Sioux, Han, and Luther families. Our country can also profit from the situation and gain control over Nanyang territory." Chapter 431. Awakening of the Strong. Such a well-laid plan. Assad, hiding in the dark, lifted the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. "These Japanese people are really like persistent ghosts. Just as he was about to act, a sentence from Francisco made him pause temporarily. He heard Zhangnan say in an enthusiastic tone, "The world is awakening, and a new era is beginning. Naoki, you must seize this opportunity. Perhaps you can reach the divine realm directly. Don't worry, Yalezhu, I won't disappoint you." Benedict said solemnly. "The world is awakening, and a new era is beginning?" Assad silently repeated these 8 words, vaguely feeling that these Japanese might know something. Perhaps it had something to do with the great calamity of the world. After all, even he had sensed something. It was becoming easier to break through, and various masters were emerging one after another. Couldn't help tightening his back, his whole body taut like a drawn bow, ready to unleash its most powerful blow at any moment. Although he was the Yalezhu of the Thousand Heart style, his strength had always been inferior to this old man in front of him. After all, this old man was a true martial madman. Back then, enraged by a beauty, he stormed into Japan and was besieged by dozens of ghost gods. Yet, he managed to kill over 20 ghost god-level experts. He left with a mangled body, and everyone thought he had died. Who would have expected that he was not only alive, but had also awoken? Francisco was filled with extreme fear, never imagining he would be cornered by such an old monster here. For a moment, he regretted so much that his intestines turned green. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke. "I came here only because of my clan's deity being killed. What does that have to do with me?" Hakim raised his eyelids, wrinkles covering his weathered face. His dry gray hair moved without wind, as if the entire room was isolated from the outside by an invisible force. Bang! He moved abruptly, instantly throwing a punch at Francisco's head. The punch wrapped with wind seemed like lightning, astonishingly fast. However, Francisco was already prepared. He flipped backward abruptly, grabbed the nearby katana, drew it out, and slashed a glaring arc in front of him. Crescent moon slash. This slash aimed to block Hakim's attack. Hakim sneered, changing his fist to a palm, and struck downward heavily on the katana blade. There was a loud clang, and the katana blade trembled violently as if unable to withstand the force. A fine crack appeared on the blade, and then broke apart. Jade breaking hand. Francisco's face changed as he immediately recognized Hakim's signature move. This was Hakim's famous combat skill back then. With only his bare hands, he could achieve the incredible power to cut through metal and jade, reaching a profound and unfathomable realm where even heavy weapons would shatter with one strike. Before Francisco could mourn his katana, Hakim had already rushed forward, forcing him to retreat to avoid the full brunt. But there was no time. Hakim's hand reached out like a dragon emerging from the sea, accompanied by thunderous energy, surging with relentless killing intent. Bang! Incredibly, his hand punched through Francisco's chest, emerging from the back. Blood spurted from the penetrating wound. Seemingly stimulated by the blood, Hakim's towering body trembled. With a strong pull of both hands, he almost tore Francisco into two. No! Aryun's face changed drastically. Blood spattered everywhere, and the corpse fell to the ground. The Yalezhu of Qinyuan Zhengzhenryu was killed by Hakim just like that. Hakim coughed twice and said, "This doesn't seem to be the real one? Strange. However, with this lesson, they might at least behave a little better." With a wave of his sleeve, the large patch of bloodstains and the corpse on the ground were directly shattered into powder. He took a step and disappeared from the room. Assad frowned. Watching this person leave, he did not show himself but narrowed his eyes, falling into thought. There were actually such powerful experts hidden in the southern region? From his brazen attack just now, his strength could be considered outstanding even among the divine realm. Moreover, what they had mentioned about awakening. Assad had been puzzled for quite some time. He had encountered many East Asian ghost gods but hardly saw any top experts within Donghua, let alone in the vast southern region, where there was only Aaron as a divine realm expert. It was almost unbelievable. It seemed that those true masters had all been sleeping, now seemingly sensing something and starting to gradually awaken. This made Assad instinctively feel a sense of urgency. If even divine realm cultivators started to appear one after another, would the divine general level be far behind? What about divine king experts above the divine general level? The world is truly filled with formidable individuals. Assad felt pressured, but also more driven. This was the era he wanted. Initially, he intended to slowly play the long game, but now that Aryun was already dead, Assad no longer needed to keep these people around. He needed to rebuild the Luther family as soon as possible and sever this karmic connection, so he could focus entirely on enhancing his own cultivation. Whoosh! Assad flashed into the room. He pushed the door open and walked out, originally intending to clear away these remaining East Asian remnants, only to find that everyone had vanished, leaving only a faint trace of bloody air. Was it done by that person? Assad paused, inevitably thinking of Hakim who had just left. What a strong killing intent. But he liked it. Those who are not of our race have different hearts. Since they dared to come here, this was their fate. Chapter 432. Wrath of the Divine Beings. After the people of Qinyuan Zhengzhenryu were wiped out, Assad left the place. Not long after leaving, he felt someone quietly following him. He stopped and turned around, looking at the empty alley behind him, saying, "Come out." His voice was calm yet exuded an imposing and authoritative aura. It was as if a celestial decree had been issued. However, the alley remained silent. No one responded to his words. Unwilling to come out? Assad's gaze grew even deeper. An incomparably vast force emanated from him, enveloping everything around. The intangible power pressed tightly together. Thud. The field Assad had set up actually developed a crack. Crack, crack, crack. The crack rapidly expanded. Assad looked at the woman in the kimono in surprise. He hadn't expected such formidable power fluctuations to erupt from her body. It was undoubtedly a force of the divine level. Keep in mind, just moments ago, she had only possessed hidden power level strength. It was indeed incredible. It appeared that she had used some forbidden technique. But did she really think that with this kind of power, she could defeat him? She underestimated him too much. Assad burst with strength in his legs, appearing before Bridget in less than a breath. His palm descended towards her head. Bang! As he struck out, it landed heavily. Hayward, the sky collapsing. With a loud explosion, the air seemed to explode. The surrounding light instantly distorted as if space itself had been compressed into a black hole by this strike. Bridget's expression of expecting revenge froze abruptly. Her heart pounded wildly, and everything went dark before her eyes. This palm seemed to have blocked all her chances of survival. No! She let out a heart-wrenching scream. She still had great vengeance unfulfilled. How could she die like this? This damned man. Did he have no mercy at all for a woman? Smack. Her body fell heavily to the ground. Though she struggled to avoid having her head struck, the blow mercilessly landed on her shoulder. Flame has shown unusual movements. Could something be amiss? For a moment, the believers in the temple became uneasy. After all, something similar had just happened not long ago, which then caused the wrath of the gods. The believers witnessed the deities manifesting in the world, and the sky was filled with countless thunderbolts hanging in suspense. It seemed that in the next moment, the gods' anger would completely destroy everything. Indeed, the statue being worshipped suddenly started to vibrate, and Alfred's figure emerged from the void, his face full of ferocity and horror. Damn it, damn bastard. His voice shook the four directions like thunder. He could feel that his divine maiden had died. Bear in mind, the divine maiden could be considered his wife in a certain sense. She was a pure woman specially selected from among the believers. He hadn't even properly cherished her when she was killed by someone. Seeing the deity's fury, all the believers knelt down, constantly praying to let their deity dispel the thunderous anger. While they were anxious, a figure quickly arrived, riding through the air. Someone sharp-eyed immediately recognized the person's identity. Aryan. This was his true self, and he hadn't died. However, even so, bloodshot eyes and obvious signs of weakness could still be seen, indicating that he had suffered some severe injuries. It appeared that this made Jensen feel it was entirely feasible. Divine Lord, have we paid too much just for Jing Shanshan's promise? Aryan voiced some dissatisfaction when he heard this. After all, their original goal was only to plot in the South China Sea region. There was no need to deal with Assad. But now, for Jing Shanshan's promised divine token, they had lost 2 God Realm avatars, and even the divine maiden is dead, a heavy toll. And now Jensen wanted him to personally go to donghua, without considering the danger. Is this really worth it? What do you understand? Jensen frowned unhappily. Others might not know, but did he not know what that so-called divine token was? It's a pass to an overseas divine treasure trove. If he could get his hands on it, he might be able to advance further, stepping into a new realm. Then his divine kingdom wouldn't be limited to this area. Instead, it would expand into a much broader world. He might even unify Japan's 3,000 ghostly paths, becoming the master of Japanese deities. Of course, he had kept this insider information secret, intending to monopolize the benefits, which is why Aryan always thought Jensen harbored hatred towards Assad due to the death of his avatars. In the temple, Jensen, like a demon or deity, looked down at Aryan standing below and said, "No more words. Do as I say." All right. Aryan clenched his teeth in frustration, turned, and left the temple, a deep anger flashing in his eyes. These ghosts and gods are getting stronger with the revival of heaven and earth. His plans must be implemented faster. Otherwise, they would surely be devoured by these ghosts and gods. Humph. Jensen naturally saw Aryan's dissatisfaction, but cared not at all. He was a god. High above all. What does human dissatisfaction matter to him? Moreover, the Qinyuan family was built up entirely by him. If they didn't listen, he could easily replace them. There were plenty who would willingly become his followers. By the coastal city, Assad returned to the Su family villa calmly. Since the black hand behind Jamal has been identified, there was no longer any reason to keep Jamal around. "Mr. Luther, how did you come here?" The guard at the door recognized Assad and quickly led him inside. Walking straight into the villa, Geordie received the news and came out swiftly. Assad looked at Geordie and asked, "Where's Ernest?" "The patriarch hasn't woken up yet." Geordie instinctively tried to hide the fact that Ernest had awakened but was interrupted by Assad, who said, "I know he woke up. Call him to see me," signaling him to find Jamal. It didn't take long for Jamal to arrive, his heart slightly uneasy, unsure why Assad wanted to see him. "What benefits did the Qinyuan family promise you?" Assad scanned him and asked directly. Boom. This question reverberated in Jamal's mind like a thunderclap. Exposed. His heart instantly knew it was bad. Instinctively, he tried to escape but found himself frozen on the spot, his shoulders weighed down as if by a mountain, unable to move an inch. "Thinking of running from me? Don't you overestimate yourself?" A cold, undisguised smirk appeared on Assad's face. "Qinyuan family? What do you mean, Mr. Luther?" Manuel's heart pounded as he hurriedly asked. "Your dear son colluded with the Qinyuan family from East Japan, burned down my mother's store, and even arranged several assassins in my residential complex. How should I repay such a grand gift?" Assad's voice was calm, yet anyone could sense the chilling murderous intent in it. It was icy, making one's heart tremble. Is there some misunderstanding? Damn it, what are you standing there for? Explain to Mr. Luther now." Manuel glared at Jamal. Despite Assad's certainty, he still clung to a thread of hope. His son wouldn't do such things. Sure enough, Jamal calmed down, knowing that if he continued like this, he would only end up being crushed by Assad. So, gritting his teeth, he loudly said, "Father, you have to believe me. I really didn't collude with any East Japanese. I don't even know the Qinyuan family. As for burning the store and arranging assassins, I know nothing about it." Seeing this, Manuel finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Luther, this?" Hayward told did he know. Before he could finish his sentence, Assad calmly interrupted. "Do you think I need to listen to these defenses?" Chapter 434, Probing Ernest. Assad's gaze was substantial, like a mountain bearing down on everyone present, making it hard for them to breathe. Indeed, a divine realm expert. Why would he need to listen to their explanations? But Ernest wasn't just anyone. If he let Assad kill his own son in front of him, the dignity of the Sioux family head would be utterly ruined. So, with great effort, he said, Mr. Luther, as a divine realm expert, you truly don't need explanations. But if you're punishing him, shouldn't there be evidence to convince everyone? Biting his teeth at the end, he added, if this wicked son did indeed do it, I am willing to take personal action and cut off his head as an apology to Mr. Luther. Assad didn't refuse after hearing this. After all, they still needed to cooperate with the Sioux family for some time, especially regarding rebuilding the Luther family in Nanyang, so he agreed to Ernest's request. Information he provided. Among other things, he confessed to hiring the Chinuan family to attempt assassinations on Davis and Ernest. Boom. Hearing this, Ernest's face turned abnormally grim. He could tolerate his son scheming against others for profit, but he could not tolerate disloyalty or assassination attempts against himself. You ungrateful son. Ernest gritted his teeth, those 4 words squeezing out between them. Beside him, Jordy kept his head low, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. He hadn't expected to hear such explosive news, that it was actually Jamal who hired someone to try and assassinate Ernest. Assad snapped his fingers again, and Jamal regained consciousness immediately. First, he looked at Assad in panic, then noticed Ernest glaring angrily at him, sensing something ominous instinctively. Father, why are you looking at me like this? Jamal's heart raced with tension. Slap. Ernest slapped him across the face, angrily saying, you traitor! You dared to collude with outsiders to assassinate me. Father, I didn't. Jamal tried to argue, but Ernest ignored him, slapping him repeatedly, which infuriated Jamal. He began to fight back without any hesitation. Immediately, the two were embroiled in a brawl. Shiloh, try hitting me again. Do you not know why I wanted to assassinate you? Jamal said viciously. For years, Ernest had treated his children like insects raised together for competition, enduring harsh training from a young age, and competing fiercely as adults. Losers had only one path, death. Clearly, in order to produce a truly capable successor, Ernest spared no expense, akin to how ancient emperors dealt with their princes. Whoever won would be the next head of the Sioux family. Unfortunately, no truly outstanding individual emerged. Jamal, at best, was only half capable. At that moment, his face was swollen high, one eye bruised black, faint blood visible. Yet, his demeanor remained fiercely aggressive. Meanwhile, Ernest also appeared ragged. Age did take its toll, and even as grandmasters, combat ability declined. Few could maintain peak condition indefinitely. You actually dared to fight back? Manuel's nose was practically askew with rage. Jamal had nothing to lose now and roared angrily, why would I not dare? Since I'm doomed to die today anyway, I might as well take you down with me. Bang, bang, bang. A series of powerful punches rained down on Manuel, each one forceful and full of desperation. Perhaps truly abandoning all hope, Jamal's punches pushed Manuel back step by step, leaving him barely able to defend himself. Not good. Manuel began to panic. Was he really going to be killed by his own ungrateful son today? At this thought, his movements grew even more frantic, giving Jamal the perfect opportunity to punch him in the chest. With a crack, his ribs shattered. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Meanwhile, Assad watched coldly from the sidelines, finding the scene of father and son fighting each other grotesquely ironic. This was the father-son bond in a grand family. Seeing Manuel's dire situation worsening, Jordy also panicked. Mr. Luther, please intervene, or else our family head will be ruined. Jordy hurriedly knelt down, pleading. Assad glanced at Manuel, squinting his eyes. Was he really so weak? In fact, wasn't this another test for Manuel? Last time, Manuel demonstrated an extraordinary ability to use a part of his mind to control an ordinary person's body, which was far beyond what a normal person could do. If it weren't for Jamal's collusion with the Japanese revealing that the suicide squad was arranged by them, Assad might have started to suspect Manuel. After all, with the supernatural abilities he displayed before, Manuel was fully capable of doing this. Watching for a bit longer, and seeing that Manuel was truly struggling to hold on, Assad finally intervened, effortlessly subduing Jamal and instantly rendering him powerless. You beast. Seemingly furious beyond words, Manuel walked forward and punched Jamal in the head. Without any protection from inner strength, Jamal's skull shattered on impact, blood splattering everywhere, covering Manuel's body. Humph! He let out a heavy snort, then turned to look at Assad, a bitter smile on his face, saying, our family's misfortune has made a mockery of you, Mr. Luther. I only hope this does not affect our cooperation. Of course not. Assad gave him a deep look, then turned and left. Chapter 435. The grand ceremony approaches. In the vast villa, Ernest looked at the corpse on the ground, his expression somber. Head of the family. Jordy opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Drag the body out and feed it to the dogs. Yes. Jordy looked into Ernest's indifferent eyes, his heart trembling. Yet, he still obeyed the order. Soon, two subordinates came in and dragged the body away. Their faces remained calm, seemingly already accustomed to this, even if the dead person was Jamal, their master's own son. They did not feel the slightest ripple. After a long while, Ernest coldly stood up, turned around, and walked into his study. When he came out, he had changed into an elegant outfit, all signs of illness completely gone from his face. Follow me. Ernest stepped out. Head of the family, where are we going? Jordy hurried to catch up and asked as they walked. To visit Davis, and also to start clearing out the Han family's influence. Since the cooperation between the Sioux and Luther families has begun, we must show some sincerity, said Ernest. Of course, head of the family. Jordy trailed behind Ernest by a step, closely following him. Meanwhile, Davis had woken up. Thanks to Assad's treatment, being a master-level expert, he recovered consciousness quickly from his coma, his vitality far exceeding that of ordinary people. Phew. He massaged his temples, took a deep breath, and said, what a nightmare. Eric, you're finally awake. the Adele said with relief. Davis's awakening finally put his mind at ease. Yes, I almost didn't wake up, Davis said with a bitter smile. By the way, was the culprit caught? And who treated my injuries? Eric, this is what happened. The Adele hurriedly recounted everything that happened after Davis fell unconscious. As for the murderer, he wasn't sure, but he told Davis about Assad's suspicions. What, Jamal? Davis was taken aback. After all, the assassin aimed to kill both him and Ernest. If Jamal was indeed the accomplice, that would mean he attempted patricide. While rare, such events weren't unheard of in powerful families. For a moment, the Adele was silent, because something similar had happened in the Luther family back then. Even now, a branch of the Luther family had allied with the Han family, willing to act as lackeys, continuously dispatching people to hunt down the main line of the Luther family, determined to wipe them out entirely. At this moment, Assad also walked in. Davis, sitting on the bed, looked at Assad with complex emotions, unsure of what to say. It's good that you've woken up. The matter is resolved, but be cautious of the Su family from now on, Assad said. Though Jamal died at Ernest's hands, it was no different than if Assad had done it himself. Based on Assad's judgment, Ernest wouldn't let this rest easily. The cooperation between the Su and Luther families would inevitably encounter obstacles. Not long after Assad arrived, one of his subordinates reported that Ernest had personally come to visit, bringing many expensive gifts. How swift! A flash of brightness crossed Assad's eyes. Considering that Ernest had just killed Jamal, it was astonishing how quickly he had come to visit Davis, showcasing his strong willpower. Indeed, he was a difficult man to deal with, fitting for someone who led the Su family to its current status. However, Assad didn't plan to play any strategic games with this old fox. He stood up directly and said, "You handle the cooperation with the Su family." Before Davis or the Adele could object, he disappeared before them. If Davis couldn't take up the mantle of the Luther family despite this help, there was nothing more Assad could do. Only the last resort remained, directly storming Nanyang and rebuilding the Luther family through force. Whether it could endure afterward depended on Davis's fate. After leaving, Assad wandered around the house. Seeing Daisy busy with rebuilding the store, he felt relieved. She had protection from people arranged by Jean and the talisman left by Assad, giving him peace of mind. Over 2 days, Assad thoroughly cleansed Haywardnhay City of all unrest, including mistakenly killing some unidentified individuals. Ultimately, they were all bad elements. Haywardnhay City's atmosphere changed dramatically, becoming so peaceful that valuables were not picked up off the streets, and doors were left unlocked at night. He then temporarily left for Nanjiang City. Aaron's Immortal Realm Grand Ceremony was approaching. Immortal Realm, being the pinnacle of global active power, stepping into this realm and holding an immortal ceremony signified joining the elite few at the very top. Assad was very interested in the power at this level. It was unknown how many people would attend the grand ceremony. Currently, Assad's martial arts power had reached the Isabellister realm. One more step and he would enter the divine presence realm of martial arts. His immortal Yale cultivation had also reached the late golden core stage. He had made his calculations long. The Hayward family indeed had experts like that, but they were the Hayward family's ancient patriarchs. He couldn't command them. Besides, the Hayward family's ancient patriarch wouldn't rashly come to the southern region. After all, the southern theater was not without its own profound roots. The old veterans from back then were still alive, though most were severely injured or near death. As long as they were there, no one could shake the southern region. They might not interfere with overt moves, but rash military interference would be courting death. Truly infuriating. Ronnie, who usually kept his emotions in check, finally swore loudly. The big plan he had been planning for some time had ended in nothing. How could he not be furious? Qingyang, don't be angry. Kathy spoke softly, comforting him as she placed her hands on his shoulders. Isn't it just entering the divine realm? It doesn't mean no one can stop him. Chapter 436, Debate Theory. Oh. Ronnie raised an eyebrow and looked at Kathy. Could she really have a way? His heart stirred. The Aoya Corporation rose in Nanyang, with industries spread all over the world. The Han family, as one of the shareholders, was also a super top-tier force throughout Nanyang. After all, even Callan fell back then. Perhaps they really had some trump cards. Kathy gave a mysterious smile and said, Qingyang, just wait and see. Aaron, including Assad, anyone who dares to obstruct our path won't end well. Ronnie scrutinized Kathy for a moment before nodding his head. Yet, he had an idea in his mind. If the Han family really had such methods, then this woman still had some value and could be kept around for a while longer. He had already made up his mind to give up on Kathy earlier, even though she bore him a son. At this time, Assad also arrived in Nanjiang City again. Last time he came hastily, but this time his mood was much more relaxed. After all, rebuilding the Luther family was a long-term process. With Davis now cooperating with the Su family, he only needed to handle the military deterrent for now. Once Davis amassed enough power, it would be their true entry into Nanyang. And then, it would be the moment for him to truly display his might. However, by then, he might have already entered the next realm. Assad had that confidence. Nanjiang City under the night sky seemed unusually bustling, perhaps because news of Aaron's upcoming divine realm ceremony had gotten out, causing excitement throughout the city. Assad's arrival was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, causing no ripples at all. This was intentional on his part, concealing his presence. He planned to personally observe which experts would show up. As he was thinking, he suddenly looked in a certain direction. On the side of the street, there was an elderly man dressed in plain robes telling fortunes. In front of him was a table and 2 square stools, with a banner beside him reading, predicting past causes, not seeking future results. Assad closely examined the old man. He appeared very aged, with white hair and beard, and long eyebrows hanging down by his cheeks, giving off a sense of otherworldly grace. But beyond the deceptive appearance, Assad could feel the depth within this person. This was no ordinary individual. Young man, we have an affinity. How about a fortune-telling? The old man suddenly spoke as Assad approached, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Assad looked at him, Can heavenly secrets be revealed? Certainly. A faint smile appeared on the old man's face. Assad nodded and sat opposite the old man. The latter had caught his attention from the start, sensing a mysterious and unfathomable power emanating from him. Perhaps this could be called heavenly destiny? Mysterious and unpredictable. Just seeing him felt like witnessing countless destinies evolve, without a beginning or end. May I ask your honorable name? Assad asked earnestly. Maybe due to Aaron's divine realm ceremony, some of these old figures were emerging from seclusion. Could this man be one of the guests? Assad began to speculate in his mind, unsure of the old man's true identity. You may call me the heavenly secrets elder. The old man met Assad's gaze, radiating wisdom forged through many years, and said, for so many years, you are the first person I can't fully fathom. Oh. Assad raised bait? How could he, Assad, possibly be bait? Suddenly, he inexplicably thought of the inheritance he had obtained, that which was contained within the Hayward and Death Jade, the so-called immortal's inheritance. It had even helped him pass through several brushes with death. Could it possibly be bait? This thought threw his mind into turmoil, and he immediately realized something was wrong. This old villain was disrupting my mental clarity. Kill. This sliver of murderous intent finally couldn't be contained and leaked out. But at this moment, the heavenly secrets elder averted his gaze, as if unaware, stood up to gather his things, and said, young man, the blood on your hands will eventually turn into boundless karma. I believe you should proceed with more caution. The old man takes his leave. With that, he picked up his sign and left. Assad sat on the stool, watching him go. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance, seeming quite carefree. He truly seemed like an immortal deity. However, a subtle yet hidden murderous intent gathered within Assad. As he stood up, the table and stool turned to powder and dispersed in the wind. Elder heavenly secrets? Is there truly heavenly destiny, or is he just trying to confuse me? Assad fell into deep thought. Although he had long harbored doubts about the Hayward and Death Jade inside his body and even speculated multiple times about its true origin, he hadn't discovered anything, which led him to become increasingly at ease with it. But who would have thought that Elder Heavenly Secrets' words would again raise his suspicions? This made him reassess the source of his fortune once more. Was it truly predestined by heaven, or was there a possibility of human intervention? If it were the former, it would still be acceptable, but what if it were the latter? Just thinking that his transformation might have been arranged in advance by someone, even though he had already broken through to the gold core stage and was about to ascend to the nascent soul realm, sent a chill down his spine, and it lingered, filling his heart. Chapter 437. Help me cultivate. The night was fading, and it was already the early hours of the morning. As the bustling night gradually calmed down, Assad stood on the street, gazing at the scattered debris of tables and chairs on the ground, lost in thought. He had to admit that Hyatt's words had a tremendous impact on him. The Hayward Death Jade, this precious treasure that accompanied his rise to power. Could it really be someone's bait? If so, then what was the purpose? Was he just another fish they were after? After pondering for a long time, Assad finally laughed. What if it was indeed bait? What if he were the fish? Could success or failure be predetermined by fate? But who was this Hyatt, anyway? Assad, after calming his mind, began to suspect this person's background. He reached out into the void, intending to grasp a trace of Hyatt's remaining aura. However, unexpectedly, there was not a hint of aura left behind. Truly an old fox. Assad's gaze flickered as he thought inwardly. If there were even a trace of aura, Assad could have pursued and probed deeply into Hyatt's origins. But he didn't expect the other party to leave no trace at all. However, this also made Assad realize that the Divine Realm Grand Ceremony was far from ordinary. At that moment, he suddenly looked up at the dark night sky, where a floating fortress appeared high above in the clouds, thousands of meters in the air, elaborately carved with ancient elegance. It was enveloped in divine light, revealing the dangerous power within. It hovered for a moment before slowly descending, its trajectory indicating it would land in the outskirts of Nanjiang City. Another Divine Realm expert? Assad concealed himself and soared into the air, floating in the sky in an instant. His cross-heaven eyes activated abruptly. He wanted to see how many experts had arrived this time. GG. In the streets, ghostly figures suddenly appeared. A group of white-robed people carrying a sedan chair, moving directly through Nanjiang City. A 16-man sedan, with all carriers being peak Isabellisters. From this, one could easily infer the identity of the occupant inside the sedan. Yet, they were all shrouded in a chilling aura, as if they weren't living beings at all. Instead, they seemed like ghosts emerging from the underworld. On a mountain outside the city, Assad noticed a rugged man bearing his chest, roasting a massive tiger over a fire. With every bite, blood dripped profusely. Next to him lay a large war axe as wide as a door. His aura was intense, clearly marking him as a Divine Realm powerhouse. In this way, Assad observed no fewer than 10 Divine Realm level experts, each more formidable than the last. Some were deities, others martial powerhouses. About half were from donghua, while most were foreign visitors. However, they all shared one common trait. They were temporarily concealing themselves, unseen until Assad activated his cross-heaven eyes. Otherwise, they would have been hard to detect. Among them, Assad also spotted Hakim, whom he encountered in Hayward High City. His aura fluctuated, suggesting he had suffered some serious injury. Though he looked imposing, it was unclear just how much strength he retained. It seems the Divine Realm Grand Ceremony is stirring up quite a storm. Assad settled his thoughts and decided to visit the main district headquarters first. He might have to intervene when the time came. After all, based on his observations, these people were clearly not benign forces. Even those from donghua were not easy opponents. With a swoosh, Assad sped towards the headquarters like a comet falling from the heavens. However, halfway through his journey, he was suddenly blocked. GG. Laughter echoed from all directions. A group of white-robed people carrying a massive sedan chair appeared in front of Assad. Only then did he notice that the top of the sedan-like object was abnormally tall, large at the top and small at the bottom, It was unmistakably a vertical coffin, crimson red. It exuded a sinister aura. Smelling that sweet and savory aura from afar, I never expected such a handsome young man. This long night, why don't we play a little game? A soft and melodious voice emerged from the coffin sedan, clear and pleasant, like a lark singing on a branch or pearls dropping onto a jade plate, sounding oddly incongruous with the ghostly ambience outside. Hey Arya, Assad suddenly recalled a certain existence. A strange creature formed after death, a bride who died on her wedding night, longing to be a bride again. She would continuously seek young men. This ghost would continue to grow stronger, and naturally cause more harm. He never expected to actually encounter a divine realm level Arya today. To have grown to this level, it was evident how many people had died at her hands. At this moment, he also noticed those white-robed sedan bearers. They all looked like young men with extraordinary appearances, each one resembling the stars of modern boy bands. However, they were now ghostly beings. They could only serve around the Arya day and night. Hayward told Lord? The Arya asked in a soft voice. The huge coffin sedan shook, giving an ominous feeling of inviting him into the trap. Even the front door of the sedan opened halfway, revealing the figure of an 18-year-old girl. She wore a red wedding dress, crowned with a phoenix headdress, but her face was covered by a red veil, making her features unclear. Some games, I'm afraid you can't afford to play, Assad said indifferently. I know too many games, rest assured little lord, I will not disappoint you. Unexpectedly, Assad's attitude did not upset her, but instead made her more passionate. Even the red veil on the Arya's head trembled, as if about to be lifted at any moment. Indeed, in the next second, the veil fell off. It revealed a woman with unmatched beauty without any makeup. It was a kind of beauty that defied description, rarely seen in the world. Just a glance was enough to make one breathless. Her skin was fair and lustrous, her eyes exuding gentle expressions, her delicate features, enchanting red lips. When she spoke, her lips parted lightly, fragrant as orchids and musk. She was simply too beautiful. Am I beautiful? As she spoke, there was silence around. Beautiful indeed, but it's a false beauty. But, what do you think of this sword glow, beautiful? Assad laughed, lifting his hand, revealing a sharp, cold light on his palm. It was clearly a 3-foot 3-inch long sword condensed from immortal Hayward's true chi. At the tip of the sword, a thread of sword chi flickered, extremely sharp. Hayward told Lord, what are you doing? The Arya's voice became slightly colder. Weren't you thinking of playing a game? I could see at first glance that you're not human, wanting to play a game with me? How about helping me cultivate? Assad grinned widely, almost joyfully, saying, I've been planning to practice my swordsmanship lately and have been worrying about not having an opponent. How about letting me stab a few times? The Arya fell silent. You are a divine realm-level powerhouse. How could I endure your attacks? Initially, seeing Assad's youth, she assumed he was naive. As long as she showed her beauty, how could he not submit? But she didn't expect him to actually want to use her for sword practice. Chapter 438 Waiting for rabbits by hiding behind a tree. What an unsentimental fellow. The Arya was filled with resentment. However, it only fueled her inner desire. Such a fresh and delectable young divine realm cultivator must taste wonderful. Her gaze fixed on Assad's face. Ripples spread across her lake-like eyes, faintly reflecting Assad's image. If you put down your sword, this lady would be more than willing to let you stab a few more times. The Arya covered her red lips with a red handkerchief, as if the moisture in her eyes was about to fall. Assad's face darkened. He had actually been teased by a female ghost? Come on. The Arya's voice was incomparably gentle, like a soft hand caressing one's heart, making it itch and stirring the heart. Well then, I'm coming. Seeing Assad slightly dazed, there was even more joy in the Arya's eyes. Unexpectedly, as Assad got closer, he thrust his sword straight away. The sword light pressed down, breaking half the sky. Thunder rolled through the air, tearing apart everything before it, and in the blink of an eye reached the Arya's neck, leaving a bloody cut with its flashing light. Drip. A drop of vivid crimson blood fell. Damn! How dare you injure me? The Arya's expression changed abruptly. The coffin-like palanquin instantly retreated hundreds of meters, while the 16 white-clad bearers also reacted, charging at Assad like ghostly shadows. Unfortunately, they were too weak. Before a divine realm expert, peak grandmasters were merely bigger ants. Plop plop plop. In midair, this took a drop of water into the sea. Bang. The sword light slashed the ground, creating a deep crevice. But Assad knew this strike missed. You run fast. Assad retracted the sword light, realizing he couldn't chase the Arya underground. After all, he couldn't move freely underground. Trying to chase with brute force was impossible, so he decided to stop for now, letting her go, but he believed they would meet again. Humph. Assad cast a deep glance at the ground, then continued towards the district headquarters. Their brief confrontation drew no attention. Much later, outside Nantang City, in a desolate graveyard, a vermilion coffin suddenly emerged. It was the Arya's shimming heavenly coffin. She looked at the crack on the coffin, her heart bleeding. Repairing such damage would cost immensely. The damn brat, I won't let you off. One day, I'll eat you alive and make you my groom. The Arya spat venomously. Hee hee, I doubt you'll get that chance in this lifetime. At that moment, a voice came from behind her, causing her face to change, turning sharply to look deep into the cemetery. Who are you? The Arya yelled, her face full of vigilance. She remained inside the vermilion shimming heavenly coffin, the lid immediately closing, preparing for the strongest defense against the hidden figure. Tap tap tap. An old man with white hair and beard emerged from deep within the cemetery. He looked calm and natural, as if he were strolling leisurely. However, taking a stroll at midnight in such a place was abnormal by any stretch of imagination. Who are you? The Arya didn't dare to relax. She sensed an unfathomable aura from him that left her not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Shiloh Bryson Z, known as Hyatt. Hyatt sized up the vermilion coffin a few times, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing on where Assad had pierced the crack earlier. Hyatt. The Arya's face changed. Wary, she said, impossible. You can't be him. He died over 100 years ago. Who are you really? Nobody can make me die if I don't want to. Hyatt lifted his head, pride showing on his face. Over 100 years ago, he was indeed betrayed by all, forced into hiding through fake death. But now, he was no longer the same as he used to be. He had returned. The Arya's eyes flickered. She sneered from within the coffin. Big talk anyone can spout, but it's a pity that you still don't dare show yourself under broad daylight. You can only hide like a rat. If Hyatt had truly reappeared in the world, news would have spread far and wide long ago. Since she hadn't heard a peep about it, it meant there was no hand that is now gripping her neck get inside. It must have come through the spot Assad pierced just now. Suddenly, the Arya felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only she had known, she would never have provoked Assad. Now she had barely escaped one peril, only to fall into Aaron's hands. Just thinking about Aaron's methods from over 100 years ago made her shudder. No, she absolutely cannot fall into his hands. Escape, she must escape. Bang, 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 bang. The coffin boards kept jumping as if there was an elephant inside, frantically colliding with them. But then, the whole cemetery suddenly lit up. The profound heavenly coffin, which was about to break free from Aaron's restraint, suddenly shook, and a pressure like a mountain fell upon it. It was immobilized. Thinking of running? A bit too late, isn't it? From the moment you appeared in Nanjiang today, your fate was sealed. This soul-locking 8 trigrams array is specifically designed for you, Aaron said indifferently. At the same time, his hand began to withdraw slowly. The Arya was forcibly pulled out of the coffin. In despair, her eyes swept across the cemetery, indeed seeing a huge enormous 8 trigram array surrounding her, distorting the laws of nature, almost perfectly restraining her powers. No. The Arya let out a tragic scream. As she approached Aaron, she felt an increasingly terrifying aura, an aura that made her spirit. Esteemed Wu, this is Assad, our southern region's genius. He stepped into the divine realm at a young age. Without him, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to reach the divine realm either. His words were full of praise for Assad. I meet you, esteemed senior. Assad cupped his hands in greeting. Through Aaron's introduction, Assad finally understood who Hakim was. He was the true pillar of strength in the southern region. He had even reached the divine general realm back then, but due to severe injuries, he hadn't recovered for many years. His appearance now suggested he had little time left. Assad could clearly feel the dead energy in Hakim's body, as if he was struggling to suppress it. If nothing changed, he probably had no more than a month left. New talent arises in each generation. Excellent, truly excellent. Hakim looked very pleased to see Assad. In conversation, he encouraged Assad to seize the opportunity and advance further, even sharing some experiences about entering the divine general realm. Such invaluable experience. Assad hadn't expected Hakim to impart all this during their first formal meeting. Assad couldn't help asking, Senior Wu, aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? Hakim was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily. My eyes have never failed me in judging people. You are definitely a fine man. In the future, Donghua will depend more on young talents like you. Assad felt deeply moved. By the way, this time Aaron is holding a grand ceremony for reaching the divine realm. There will be no shortage of attendees. Assad, you should observe these people carefully. Among them are both our friends and enemies. We might interact with them in the future. It's best to familiarize yourself with them as much as possible during this opportunity. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Hakim said with a meaningful tone. Assad nodded and replied, actually, I have already met quite a few people. Oh. Not just Hakim, but even Aaron looked at him with curiosity. It's like this. Assad recounted some of the people he had met, including his chance encounter with Ted. Of course, his main intention was to probe into this Ted's background, thinking that with Aaron and Hakim's knowledge, they would be familiar with this person. Ted? Aaron and Hakim suddenly exchanged glances, shock clearly visible on their faces. He's still alive? Now it was Assad's turn to be surprised. Could it be that Ted was supposed to be dead? Aaron explained. Ted was betrayed by everyone over 100 years ago, and his body was torn apart by 5 horses. It's rumored that his soul was completely obliterated. Assad frowned. But according to my experience, that man probably wasn't lying. He should indeed be Ted. Could someone have revived through necromancy? Aaron looked at Hakim, pausing the sky upside down. Hakim laughed heartily. Perhaps he had experienced too much. Even the feared Ted was no big deal to him. No matter how intricate the plotting, it all came down to who could throw the first punch. Otherwise, all that strategizing would just be empty talk. Assad nodded and said, still, Senior Wu is clear-eyed. If he truly plots against me, I will surely sever his head with my own hands. His voice was resolute and decisive. Spoken well. This is the way of our generation. Looking at Assad became increasingly pleasing for Hakim. The three of them chatted more happily, and the conversation gradually shifted to martial arts. Aaron smiled and said, Senior Wu, as a grandmaster in martial arts, why not guide the juniors? Assad's eyes lit up as he said, please, Senior, enlighten us. Haha, very well. Hakim nodded and suddenly stood up. As he rose, his aura changed instantly. An invisible momentum enveloped the surroundings, making Assad feel a slight heaviness on his shoulders. So powerful. Experts show their mettle in one move. Hakim merely stood there, yet his aura felt like it dominated the space around him, undeniably formidable. Looking at Hakim, Assad's entire body trembled, one hand falling vertically with fingers aligned like a sword. The vitality true chi transformed into a greenish-red long leaf. He lost balance under this attack. Facing the advancing Hakim, Assad twisted his waist and swung his sword in a large arc. The circular sword light swept in an arc, slashing towards Hakim's midsection. Hakim lightly tapped his toe on the ground and retreated by a foot, narrowly avoiding the sword. As Assad exerted all his strength, Hakim closed in again. Bang bang bang. Continuous attacks, his hands like blades, unbelievably swift. Assad had no choice but to use the sword wheel, enveloping himself in dense sword lights, turning into a hedgehog-like figure. Defense? Yet, the best defense is offense. Hakim didn't dodge or evade this time. With a fierce swing, the blade light cut directly through the sword lights in front of Assad. Crack crack crack. The sword lights shattered, and the blade light broke through the sword wheel. How is this possible? Retreating 3 zhong, Assad looked at Hakim with disbelief. He could sense that Hakim hadn't used any force exceeding his own. So why did it shatter his sword wheel so easily? After all, he had relied on the sword wheel multiple times to defeat foes and always considered it his strongest defensive technique. Being broken like this made him hardly believe. Hakim stopped and said, "Swords walk the path of domination. Dominance means fearlessly challenging all. With a long sword in hand, one can oppose the whole world, naturally breaking through all obstacles. And what is your way in swordsmanship?" Hakim looked at the sword in Assad's hand and asked, "My sword?" Assad was taken aback. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Hakim's saber had a soul of its own, whereas his sword was different. It seemed more like just a tool in his hand. "Watch this slash of mine." Hakim strode out of the courtyard like a meteor. Assad hurriedly followed him out, while Aaron also quickly walked outside. Under their watchful eyes, Hakim spread his arms wide, and an invisible aura radiated outwards from him. In an instant, it felt as though they were in a world isolated from everything else. Then, Hakim suddenly drew his blade. An intangible blade of light slashed upward into the sky. Rumble. The heavens parted, and the universe seemed to be recreated. It appeared as if the sky before them had been cleanly sliced in two by an overwhelmingly powerful blade of light. Its sheer might was shocking beyond description. "Is this my cleaving mountain rivers?" Assad froze. He instantly recognized the true essence of the move Hakim had just performed. It was the same sword technique he had just used, cleaving mountain rivers. However, in Hakim's hands, this move's power was clearly several times stronger than what Assad could muster. This realization left Assad with a growing understanding. "Think deeply about it." Hakim softly coughed twice, standing with his hands behind his back. His overwhelming aura dissipated, returning him to the appearance of an ordinary old man. Seeing Hakim's pale face, Aaron knew something was amiss and hurriedly supported him back inside. The two of them watched as Assad stood in the courtyard, head tilted back, gazing at the sky. They knew he must have gained new insights, so they kept silent, leaving the courtyard gradually quiet. Outside, however, things grew lively. As the grand ceremony for Divine Realm approached, Divine Realm powerhouses began arriving one after another. Their spiritual senses were keen, and they naturally noticed the astonishing saber slash. Even though Hakim tried to restrain it, some residual effects still escaped, catching their attention. What just happened? Who made that slash? It was terrifying. On a hill in the outskirts, a burly giant abruptly stood up, his expression grave. He had only just arrived and never expected to witness such a saber slash, which seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth and creating a whole new world. Who? Could there really be such a powerful figure in the southern district? It was unimaginable. Even he admitted he wouldn't have been able to withstand that attack. Chapter 441. Treating Hakim. Investigate. We must find out the identity of this person who wielded the knife. Such an enemy is too threatening to us. We must find this person. He's in the southern district. The changing circumstances outside had no effect on the 3 people within the courtyard. Assad was still absorbed in analyzing Hakim's previous knife-wielding movement. He could vividly recall how that strike appeared, how it moved, and how it changed. Every detail replayed clearly in his mind. Again and again, it was as if etched into his heart. At a certain moment, he suddenly moved, a long sword appearing in his hand. The sword emerged, its light flashing instantly, cutting through the air before him and tearing open a huge rift in space. This is interesting. Hakim sat inside the house, watching Assad in the courtyard. His eyebrows twitched slightly. To be able to grasp the essence of that slash so quickly and execute it skillfully with a sword, even just 1/3 of the move, truly indicated exceptionally high comprehension ability. Unfortunately, it was still full of craftsmanship. Weapons have souls. They can understand the voice of their martial artists. To make them unleash their greatest power, one must invest their whole being into it, feel its existence, merge body and weapon, and unleash the strongest blow. However, the next moment left Hakim stunned, because Assad continued to swing his sword at lightning speed, each strike faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, he had stabbed no less than 30 times, and this speed kept increasing, finally reaching an astounding 108 stabs. This terrifying speed combined with immense power was enough to make even a divine general unable to withstand it head-on without suffering a devastating injury. Hakim's expression changed. Even though there was still no sword spirit in Assad's swordsmanship, just the sheer force alone was not inferior to what he had just unleashed. The young are indeed formidable. He couldn't help but sigh. If one day Assad finds his sword spirit and achieves body and weapon unity, then this power would surely reach new heights. Beside him, Aaron also sighed. Indeed, he is the most talented young man I've seen. The future really belongs to them. Wheezing, Hakim laughed, but then coughed twice again, hurriedly covering his mouth. Blood seeped between his fingers. Wu Senior. Aaron was startled and rushed forward. Hakim waved his hand dismissively, saying casually, just an old ailment. Back then, although he broke into Japan and slaughtered many demonic powerhouses, he ultimately suffered heavy injuries. Those demons didn't chase after him because they judged he wouldn't live long. For someone about to die, they didn't want unnecessary conflict. After all, a cornered beast still fights. If pushed too far, they fear. Aaron tried to persuade him. Hakim glanced at Aaron in surprise. Aaron wouldn't be unaware of his condition. Could Assad really have some miraculous medical technique? As he thought this, Assad already placed 2 fingers on Hakim's wrist, feeling his internal condition immediately. Death energy pervasive. No sign of vitality. Only a faint glimmer of life force remained in his heart. If not for his extraordinary strength, anyone else would have died many times over. How is it? Aaron asked Assad nervously. Although he knew that Assad was very capable and had even cured his long-standing hidden injuries, Hakim was different. Not only was the other party at a transcendent realm, but the injuries were far more severe. Rest assured, leave it to me. Assad nodded, looking at Hakim seriously. Senior Wu, please use your full strength to protect your heart pulse. The rest will be handled by me. With that, he activated the Hayward and Death Jade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Hakim felt the death energy within him suddenly erupt. Not good. He immediately sensed the danger and followed Assad's method, using all his strength to protect his heart as the spark of life within him flickered like a candle in the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The death energy surged, creating a whirlwind inside Hakim's body, sweeping through everywhere and threatening to extinguish all traces of vitality. If not for Hakim's full effort in protecting his heart pulse, it was impossible to save Hakim. In the end, not only would Hakim be unsaved, but Assad himself would also suffer a catastrophe. Chapter 442. Immortal Martial Battle Body. Boom. Hakim abruptly stood up, surging vitality coursing through his entire body. The body that had been plagued by deathly aura for 100 years was now rejuvenated, thoroughly refreshed. With just a clench of his fist, Hakim could feel the boiling blood within him and the immense power. Everything seemed to be truly back. He was certain that given more time, he would completely recover, once again reaching his former peak, the divine general realm. Thank you, Assad. Hakim looked at Assad, profoundly grateful. With his great vengeance yet unrepaid, he had genuinely feared dying as soon as he revived. Unexpectedly, Assad had completely restored him. This boosted his confidence in his future plans even further. It's no big deal, Elder Wu. Assad waved his hand dismissively, making no claims for himself. No matter what, you saved my life. In the future, if there is ever anything you need, this old man will not refuse. Hakim said firmly. Aaron watched Hakim's recovery and also felt extremely happy, saying, now everything is fine. With Elder Wu here, this grand ceremony of Divinity Realm is sure to go smoothly. Haha. Hakim was also very pleased. After removing all ailments, he casually said a few words, then hurried into a quiet room. With deathly aura gone and vitality restored, he needed to enter seclusion quickly to stabilize and return to his best state. After Hakim left, only Aaron and Assad remained. It was late, and after chatting for a while, Assad got up to bid farewell, returning to his own courtyard for rest. Treating Hakim had drained a lot of energy, leaving him feeling somewhat tired. Back in his room, just as he was about to rest, a massive surge of pure vitality suddenly emanated from the Hayward Fandeth Jade, flooding back into him. Buzzing. As the vitality poured into his body, Assad's expression changed. He could feel that under this wave of vitality, his stabilized cultivation began to advance once more, with his golden core rapidly spinning. His previously achieved later stage golden core realm began to loosen up again, gradually approaching its peak. Not good. However, Assad did not want to break through so soon. He still awaited his martial arts entering the divinity realm. He wanted both aspects to progress equally before forging his own path of immortal martial arts. If he broke through now, it would undermine all his previous efforts. I must suppress it. He urged the longevity true chi within him, ruthlessly suppressing the incoming vitality. However, the vastness of this vitality exceeded his expectations. Despite his utmost effort to suppress it, the vitality continued to permeate his entire body, causing his strength to continuously rise. This won't do. If I keep going like this, I will definitely break through again. I must find a way to divert this vitality. What should I do? Wait. Assad's eyes lit up. He suddenly had an idea. With so much vitality, why not use it to fully transform his physique? His Qingdi longevity body had absorbed martial experience and transformed into a battle body form but had yet to stabilize. With this influx of vitality, perhaps he could evolve his physique into a relatively stable state. Deciding to act immediately, Assad began channeling the vitality toward his body. Under the rapid infusion of vitality, he forcefully shattered parts of his bones, tendons, skin, and flesh. Crackling sounds filled the air. Assad's face paled. He endured the intense pain, starting to gradually remodel his body, making it better suited for the exertion of immortal and martial powers. The process of remodeling his body was excruciating. Even someone as resilient as Assad broke out in cold sweat. The body is the foundation. What he was doing now was tearing apart his immortal foundations and integrating martial arts completely within. This was his true path. During this process, he sensed his martial skills also rapidly advancing. After all, having experienced a complete overhaul, Assad felt he had gained profound understanding of the human body. In a short time, his martial prowess soared to the peak of Isabellister, transcending the void to see the divine. This meant that Isabellister martial artists, using their spiritual sense to introspect internally, could clearly perceive bodily changes and promptly repair them, thereby maintaining constant vitality. Only then could they live for 2 centuries. And the process of seeing the divine itself was a process of enhancement. Assad relied on external forces to recreate this process and thus directly leaped into this stage, being only a step away from the martial divinity realm. But this was just an incidental benefit. The true benefit was that his body was finally completely remodeled. By combining the Qingdi longevity body and the martial warrior body, he finally laid a solid foundation for his immortal martial path. However, it was no longer appropriate to continue calling it the Qingdi longevity body. He hesitated slightly but soon had an idea. Let's call it the immortal martial battle body. In that instant, Assad's body shuddered as if the name he chose unknowingly resonated with some hidden destiny, immediately stabilizing everything. The immortal martial battle body was fully formed. Bang! Assad stretched out his hand, revealing slender, pale palms that appeared somewhat delicate, yet harbored immense power. Power sufficient to crush mountains and subdue peaks solely through his physical form. Standing before the mirror, his newly formed immortal martial battle body seemed increasingly extraordinary. Yingyong, Ba Qi. Assad looked like an emperor's son descended to earth. In the void, it seemed wuxing de Lei Seng Jia Ka. A vast pressure enveloped all around. The guards patrolling the perimeter of the courtyard suddenly felt an intense heart-stirring sensation. In their terrified eyes, it seemed as if a prehistoric beast had emerged within this courtyard. What is this? How can such a terrifying aura emanate from here? So frightening. Could there be divine beings appearing? No. I remember this is Mr. Luther's courtyard. Someone suddenly recalled and hurriedly spoke. Mr. Luther. Their eyes lit up. They had all heard of Assad's strength. Is this what a divine realm expert feels like? Indeed, truly fearsome. Even that brief burst of aura made them, these elite combat soldiers, feel fear, as if they would die at any moment. Inside the room, Assad took a deep breath. All the aura returned within him, like containing a universe within. Externally, he showed not a trace of the terrifying aura, resembling a handsome and refined young noble, free of the earlier intimidating presence. However, if anyone could sense his internal condition, they would likely widen their eyes in astonishment. For his flesh, bones, tendons, and skin seemed thoroughly refined, appearing crystalline and flawless. Faint lines of rune-like symbols, celestial inscriptions, were engraved deep within his muscles, embodying the true essence of the immortal martial path. Immortal martial battle body. Indeed fitting its name, able to manifest true Tao even upon its creation. It seems the immortal martial path is indeed feasible. Assad laughed aloud. Chapter 443. Elder of the Hayward family. The immortal warrior body has been achieved. Once his martial realm advances to the divine level, comparable to the late golden core stage of immortal cultivation, he would officially embark on the path of the immortal warrior. Martial deity. I might just need a breakthrough opportunity. Assad stood tall with arched brows and bright eyes, his gaze as clear as stars. Just by standing there, he exuded an aura of proud resilience, truly unparalleled. He hadn't expected that aiding Hakim would bring him such immense benefits. Even Assad had to marvel. Indeed, every sip and peck is predestined by heaven. If he hadn't intervened, he might not have made progress today. However, to truly reach the divine martial realm, he still needed some luck since he rarely relied purely on martial strength alone. As he pondered, the small courtyard gradually grew quiet, with everything silent. His spiritual senses subtly expanded outward, spreading farther into the distance. Suddenly, a faint sound appeared outside the yard, so light it seemed like a tiny speck of dust landing on the ground. Someone? Assad was abruptly startled awake, his gaze scanning outward. Appearing in his yard late at night didn't seem friendly in any way. But this voice merely brushed past without stopping within the yard, seemingly just passing by. Assad hesitated for a moment, then flashed out into the yard. His gaze swept across the dark sky, catching a fleeting figure heading deeper into the main area. Follow. Instinctively, Assad chased after the figure. Before long, the figure entered deep into the main area, effortlessly bypassing dense guards spread out like a web. That figure easily intruded undetected. Of course, this was true for Assad as well. Following the figure, they arrived at an enclosed venue, precisely where Aaron planned to hold the divine ceremony. It was under lockdown for construction improvements. The figure landed in the middle of the venue, surveying the surroundings before taking everything in. A pair of uncovered eyes revealed unmasked mockery. At the divine ceremony, I'll reduce you to your original form and see how you lose face. A derisive voice carried malice. He extended his hands, covered in golden palms, and abruptly pressed both palms into the ground, infusing the platform of the ceremony with a golden force. Though the exterior showed no changes, the internal structure was thoroughly eroded and destroyed. An inexplicably mysterious array formed. Despite its luminous golden appearance, it exuded an unusually dark aura, strangely peculiar. After doing this, the figure left the venue via the same route, quickly escaping from the main area. Judging by his familiarity with the terrain, he had likely visited many times before. Assad refrained from acting and continued following, intending to uncover this person's identity. Soon, he arrived at a luxurious villa. The villa's elegant decor radiated solemn grandeur, akin to an ancient emperor's palace. A life of luxury here was beyond question. Ancestor, you've returned? The figure landed, and a Maxwell waited there, bowing deeply with utmost respect. This man was clearly Ronnie, and the ancestor he addressed was likely none other than the legendary divine realm ancestor, Daryl, unexpectedly appearing here at this time. Moreover, just tampered with the divine ceremony venue of Aaron's. Daryl nodded, pulling off the black veil covering his face, revealing a young face, sharply chiseled with intense vigor. Assad hid in the shadows, catching sight of the young face. A chill ran down his spine. Who would believe the Hayward family's ancestor looked so youthful? The two walked into the house, Daryl sitting while Ronnie maintained his respectful demeanor, inwardly sighing, never expecting Aaron to alarm the ancestor. The next district head position must be secured, understand? Daryl's expression remained indifferent. Ancestor, this? Ronnie's face changed. Recently, news of Aaron's successful breakthrough spread, causing forces previously coveting the Wong family to back off. The Wong family promptly launched a counterattack. Among them, the Hayward family suffered heavy losses, with many of their operatives within the district being uprooted. Ronnie, once a popular candidate, now faced the possibility of losing his chance for the district head position. Daryl seemed to perceive his difficulties, saying, "Rest assured, the Wong family does not pose a threat. Please enlighten me, ancestor." Ronnie bowed his head, asking. Daryl looked at the most outstanding member of the Hayward family's current generation and said indifferently, "The Wong family has been in this position for too long. My coming here doesn't just represent my own intention. So that's how it is. Ronnie suddenly understood. No wonder the old ancestor, who had not left Central District for years, would personally come to the south. Even if Aaron had entered the Divine Realm, it probably wasn't worth such a move. Now it seemed there might be other calculations, all for the power of Southern District. After discussing other matters, Assad, having no interest, quietly left. Since he confirmed Daryl's identity, the purpose of his trip was achieved. Assad soon returned to the district headquarters. Without hesitation, he headed straight for Aaron's courtyard. Seeing him come, Aaron, who was already asleep, showed a surprised expression. Young friend, is there something important? Please follow me, venerable he. Having said that, Assad led the way. Knowing Assad wouldn't harm him, Aaron quickly followed. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the venue for the divine ceremony. The venue hadn't been fully renovated yet, making it look quite messy. Young friend? Aaron looked at Assad in confusion. Assad said, the elder of the Hayward family was here earlier. Aaron's eyes narrowed sharply. To be specifically mentioned by Assad, this Hayward family elder was likely none other than Daryl. But why did he come here late at night? Assad recounted everything that happened. You say he tampered with the platform? Yes. Assad walked to the platform, lightly shook his hand, revealing a faint golden force. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a golden chain. Seeming to sense Assad's presence, the golden chain actively flew towards him. Swoosh. In an instant, it was right before Assad. Hayward, a celestial binding rope, it aimed to bind Assad. Watching the golden chain, Assad's lips curled up. Taking 2 steps left and right, the golden chain missed its target. Just as it was about to fly towards Assad again, Assad grabbed it firmly. Bang. His fingers clenched. Chapter 444. The struggle between Wong and Hayward. What is this? Aaron, standing nearby, stared in shock at the golden chain in Assad's hand. It was slender yet resilient, with mysterious runes faintly surfacing on its surface. Holding the chain, Assad could sense the mysterious power seeping out of it. This mysterious power seemed to want to lock down his strength. Moreover, this mysterious force appeared to have a property that could diminish everything it encountered. After seeping out of Assad's body, it aimed to reduce his realm. Fortunately, this power was too weak, and Assad's foundation was truly solid. The golden chain couldn't affect him at all. Daryl, how despicable you are. Aaron never thought that Daryl's move was to put him in such an irreversible predicament. Oh, I also overheard Daryl talking to Ronnie. Daryl demanded that Ronnie must secure the position of regional head of the southern region. Assad suddenly recalled something. He's dreaming. Aaron sneered. Although the Hayward family was strong, as long as he was around, they could still aspire to seize the position of regional head in the southern region. What nonsense. The Wong family had developed in the southern region for many years, building relationships and networks that were deeply entrenched in every aspect of society. In short, as long as Aaron was still around, the Hayward family could not gain control over the regional head position. Aaron suspected this was also why Daryl was planning to reduce his realm. If Aaron were incapacitated, how could he support such a vast power group? The Wong family might fall into internal strife even if that was the case. Fortunately, you discovered it in time, Assad. Otherwise, during the ceremony, it would have been troublesome. Aaron looked at Assad with gratitude. Assad smiled and said, I just couldn't sleep and happened to discover it. Aaron nodded, looking at the trap on the ground, lost in thought. This trap was set using a strange array. Once triggered externally, it would immediately generate corresponding golden energy to reduce one's realm. How to dismantle it? Assad suddenly asked. Since this array is hard to remove, why not use it? Himself. After finishing this, Aaron hurriedly left. He needed to arrange for skilled craftsmen to come and conceal any signs of tampering here. Assad also took his leave. In the following days, he discovered traces of Daryl entering the headquarters several times. After tracking him multiple times, he found that Daryl had met with many influential people in secret within the district. Each one was a powerful star general holding real power. These people could be considered the highest echelon of power in the entire southern district. The purpose of Daryl meeting them was clear. He was preparing to bring down the Wong family. At the crucial moment, the Hayward family would take over. However, Daryl was evidently very cautious. According to Aaron, those people he sought out were all from neutral factions, making infiltration extremely difficult. It would not be easy for Daryl to sway them. As the time for the Great God Realm ceremony approached, the entire southern district became increasingly quiet, yet the invisible undercurrents grew more intense. The hidden struggles between the Hayward family and the Wong family involved participation from various levels. Especially with Daryl's formal appearance, the momentum of the Hayward family swelled even more. After all, Daryl had become a God Realm powerhouse a long time ago. He had always been stationed in the central district. This time, his return immediately attracted countless admirers. And what about Aaron? Though regarded as the guardian deity of the district by the masses, that perception was more common. Look, there's even a foreigner. Numerous onlookers gathered outside, watching the festively decorated headquarters and whispering about the attendees. Aaron, their guardian deity, had finally become a divine realm expert. At this moment, they felt honored. Soon, a thunderous sound was heard not far away. A divine realm figure descended from the sky. He wore rough hemp clothing, towering close to 2 meters tall, and carried a massive horse-chopping saber on his back. His appearance immediately drew attention. It's the Selin. I can't believe the Selin actually came in person. Exclamations of surprise continued. This divine realm powerhouse hailed from the northwest, usually suppressing the inland regions and rarely showing himself. No one expected him to personally attend Aaron's grand ceremony. Bang! Dazzling light burst forth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A Jessa floated on a lotus flower, gracefully soaring over the crowd and entering the venue. She was another divine realm powerhouse, and she was female. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, reaching even those far away. It was invigorating. It's Goddess Hayward Ran. Yes, I recognize her too. The crowd erupted in cheers. After all, Goddess Hayward Ran was revered as a true deity in the southeast region, with numerous temples along the coast. Ancestors' words will be remembered by Qingyang. Ronnie struggled to contain his excitement. He knew that the family's elder had long let go of power and position, valuing only strength. While the elder didn't care, he did. That was the power of being the head of the southern zone, possibly extending to control over the entire battle zone, which might fall into the Hayward family's hands. And who else but him could lead the current generation? On the high platform at the headquarters, Assad and Hakim stood there, gazing at the entrance of the venue with indifferent expressions. Power and influence held no allure for them. After all, with great power within themselves, why should they care about authority? However, seeing Daryl, Assad chuckled, I hope he can still smile after today. Hakim had already heard about Daryl's schemes and was deeply dissatisfied with the scheming Hayward family. He said, the Hayward family needs a thorough cleansing. In the past 2 days, Hakim had stabilized his realm and returned to the divine general level. As a martial god general, he naturally had the right to speak. Just then, a soldier approached with utmost respect and said, My lords, the ceremony is about to start. Patriarchy invites both of you to come over. All right. Assad nodded. Then, the two proceeded to the venue. This was a spacious auditorium on a parade ground. The number of guests was not large, but each one was either wealthy or influential, with the most noticeable being those divine realm powerhouses. They sat in VIP seats, towering chairs showcasing their distinction from others. As for the wealthy celebrities, they could only sit in the general area, together with representatives of ordinary citizens. Assad and Hakim were guided to the first and second positions in the VIP section. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of the divine realm experts. They sized up Assad and Hakim, with a hint of solemnity. Neither Assad nor Hakim exuded any remarkable aura. They looked like ordinary people. However, to be seated in the VIP section naturally meant they were not ordinary. It only showed that both had extraordinary strength, so much so that even these experts couldn't discern their true power. So it's him. Still, some recognized Hakim's identity. Among them was Daryl. Didn't expect this old man to crawl out of his coffin, quite unusual. But given his heavy injuries back then, he can't stir up much trouble. Daryl narrowed his eyes. As an old-timer in the divine realm, he naturally knew Hakim. He had been a witness to the events back then. Though surprised by this elder powerhouse's appearance, he wasn't concerned. Why should he care about a dying man? As for Assad beside Hakim, Daryl had heard about him from Ronnie. He took more notice of this young talent, who once showcased divine prowess at the southwestern border, especially after learning how much Assad supported Eren. Assad and Hakim ignored the gazes upon them, uneasy. Facing a superhuman-level powerhouse, their wealth and lives were at the mercy of the other party. How could they possibly feel comfortable? Must send the young ones in my family to learn martial arts. Such martial powerhouses are truly terrifying. This thought strengthened in their hearts. At the VIP seats, Daryl's expression slightly changed. The trap formation he set up did not activate. How was this possible? His gaze locked onto the platform beneath Eren's feet. Could it be that the vicious formation failed? Great ancestor this? Ronnie, who had been standing behind Daryl, subconsciously picked up a cup from the table to mask his surprise, lowering his voice to ask. After all, Daryl had previously told him to embarrass Eren in front of everyone, yet it seemed the method arranged by the great ancestor hadn't worked. Don't worry, there might have been some issues. Daryl remained unperturbed. Although the formation didn't activate on its own, he knew how to trigger it manually, discreetly forming seals under the table. He was going to forcibly activate the formation, to expose you under the watchful eyes of everyone. Daryl watched Eren, a sneer briefly flashing across his lips, just as he finished the last seal. He then softly chanted, Edict. This sound immediately drew the attention of the surrounding VIPs, barely concealed. Daryl, what are you doing? Faced with the gaze of several God Realm powerhouses, Daryl didn't explain, only looking at Eren, seemingly waiting for the drama to unfold. He naturally did something he shouldn't have done. Assad suddenly laughed coldly from beside. You. Daryl didn't expect Assad to interject, just as he was about to say something mocking. However, the situation changed in the next second. Suddenly, beams of intense golden light erupted from beneath the platform. Those beams resembled golden chains, each as thick as an adult's arm, piercing through the ground and twisting like massive golden snakes. Buzz. They instantly enveloped Daryl, the terrifying golden chains binding him tightly. What is this? Daryl's face drastically changed. He didn't expect this, and couldn't break free in time. Boom. The sharp spines on the golden chains pierced into Daryl's body, instantly stripping away a layer of his God Realm power. Then, layer after layer down. No. Daryl screamed in horror. He felt his power being stripped away, including his realm. Trapped by countless chains, despite his struggles, everything was futile as his power waned. What's happening? Why is the formation under my seat? Suddenly recalling Assad's words, he realized immediately, angrily glaring at Eren, shouting, You! It must be you who tampered with it. Eren, encased in the radiance of the God Realm, looked down at him with a cold smile. Didn't you set up this malicious formation yourself? It just came back to bite you. You don't need to thank me. Blah. Daryl almost spat out blood from anger. Thank? He wished he could thank Eren's ancestors 8 generations back, but with his realm stripped, even the hundreds of years of lifespan Daryl originally had couldn't hold up. Losing power meant losing lifespan too. Thus, he visibly aged before everyone's eyes. Wrinkles crept onto his cheeks. His formerly towering figure began to stoop. Once a handsome youth, he was now an elderly man, the drastic change shocking nearly everyone at the VIP seats. Such a malicious formation was truly terrifying. They warily observed the golden chains on Daryl, instinctively stepping back further, unwilling to be tainted in any way. After all, even the power of a god realm could be stripped away, posing an immense threat to them. Eren walked forward and announced loudly, Daryl attempted to harm me in secret. Now, He has been stripped of his power as punishment. This serves as a warning. Order. Thoroughly investigate the Hayward family. If there is any resistance, exterminate the entire clan.
Yes.
The order was immediately carried out by several battle generals leading their men. The Hayward family was finished. Ronnie felt his legs go weak. Seeing that even Patriarch Daryl had lost his power, he knew it was hopeless. He slumped onto the ground. He was then dragged away by the battle generals. As for Daryl, he wasn't so fortunate. Aaron destroyed him on the spot. At this time, Assad also eliminated the remaining formation under the platform, considering other god realms were still seated among the VIPs. It wouldn't be good if they got hurt during the ceremony. Thus, the grand ceremony continued in an eerie atmosphere. The songs were beautiful. The dances were splendid. The dishes were delicious. However, the god realm powerhouses found everything tasteless, as the scene of Daryl's power being stripped and his immediate demise lingered in their minds. This Aaron cannot be provoked. They all had the same thought. He gave them a huge surprise right after the ceremony began, making those god realms with ill intentions instantly rethink their actions. After all, seeing what happened to Daryl, none of them wanted to suffer the same fate. It would be too costly to die here. Killing 1 to 100. Daryl became that pitiful chicken. However, the ordinary guests didn't dwell on this. Facing Aaron, who cleanly dealt with Daryl, they supported him even more. After all, Aaron's reputation had always been strong over the years. Guardian of the Southern region. He led the Southern region through its toughest times. Even now, many elders still vividly remember those days, while the young have grown up hearing his stories. As for Daryl, they hadn't even heard of him. Chapter 447. Assassination in Nanyang. With Daryl's death and Ronnie's capture, the Hayward family was named by Aaron to be thoroughly investigated, causing their reputation to plummet instantly. If it weren't for the remnants of the Hayward family's influence in the Central District, they might have been wiped out entirely. After all, relying on Daryl's power, the Hayward family had committed countless evils over the years. Perhaps back then, the Hayward family members were indeed brave warriors who fought dragons, devoting themselves heart and soul to their country. But after so many years, those heroes had long turned into villains. Following the grand ceremony, a cleanup began. Almost all of the Hayward family's forces in the entire Southern District were swept away, and the Wong family, led by Aaron, remained the first family of the Southern District. No, this can't be. Kathy was almost driven mad. If not for Barack holding her back, she would have rushed forward to fight the people sealing the villa. How could this happen? Kathy knelt on the ground, looking utterly hopeless. Ronnie had already promised to marry her. Now that the Hayward family had fallen, all vows and promises became mere illusions. Thinking about all her efforts over the years, how could Kathy not feel utterly despair? In contrast, Barack felt nothing much. He had never known that his biological father was Ronnie Davis to quietly develop strength. Whoever opposes him will be eliminated. After all, people die when they are killed. He also wished to take advantage of Nanyang's chaotic situation and the interwoven powers there to hone his martial arts skills. When his martial arts reached the next level, officially stepping into the realm of immortal martial arts, everything wouldn't be an issue anymore. Therefore, Davis and the Adele had no choice but to follow Assad to Nanyang. Upon hearing the news, Ernest was stunned. He hadn't expected Assad to move into Nanyang so quickly. Isn't he afraid of breaking his own teeth? Jordy remarked. Ernest's face was grim. Regardless, since Assad has ventured into Nanyang, he might have some plan. We'll also return to Nanyang and see what he intends to do. With a divine realm expert planning to act personally, the Han family was doomed. It would be time to divide the spoils. Their Su family must get their share. Going now, or later really made a difference. Thus, Ernest also hastily returned to Nanyang with his men. Nanyang, located at the intersection of major oceans, its strategic position shaped by extensive maritime transportation made it a hotly contested area. Sometimes controlling a port could determine the rise and fall of an entire region. Due to the entrenched presence of the Aura Financial Group, it reigned as an absolute facade from different directions. They were snipers. The people around were shocked and discolored. They hurriedly found places to hide, covering their heads, afraid of being hit by stray bullets. And the young woman also didn't expect they would be attacked right after arrival. For a moment, she panicked, her face turning deathly pale, not knowing what to do. But as the target, Assad remained calm. Bang! He lightly stomped his foot on the ground, and around him, within a 3-meter radius, a faint green light suddenly brightened, forming an invisible wall. The bullet struck it, creating slight dents, and then bounced back at even greater speed. Ah! Cries of pain echoed. All the ambushing snipers were killed or injured by those bullets, which were specially designed to kill deity realm experts, but turned out to be useless against Assad. However, the attack was far from over. As Assad took out the wave of snipers, suddenly, over 100 people stormed in from both the entrance and inside the hotel, all armed with submachine guns. Highly trained mercenaries with live ammunition. Underneath their helmets were eyes filled with murderous intent. Kill. Without hesitation, they opened fire at Assad, through grenades, all with specialized weapons, some even containing neurotoxins and other special munitions, just to kill Assad. But they underestimated the power of a deity realm expert, let alone Assad, who was an unparalleled figure even among deity realm experts. After all, he was a golden core cultivator. The immortal power might have been extinguished in the Great Calamity, but that didn't mean it wasn't strong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Assad's fingers moved like a sword, mercilessly reaping the lives of these mercenaries. Since they dared to come assassinate him, they should be prepared for total annihilation. If they weren't hesitant, why should he care? In no time, bodies littered the surroundings, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, severed arms flew about. They couldn't harm Assad one bit, not even with specialized weapons, as they were simply too weak. While he was slaughtering them all around, the young woman, whom he had been protecting behind him, suddenly pulled out a dagger and silently stabbed toward Assad's back. Chapter 448. Ruthless Suppression. Ryup. The speed of the dagger started slow but rapidly increased, finally bursting into a thunderous rush. Yet, Assad did not move an inch. Bang! The dagger stabbed into Assad's back as if it had struck a steel wall, producing an unbearable groaning sound under the strain. Crack! It shattered into several pieces. PFFF. The young woman was injured by the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward over 10 meters. Assad turned his gaze coldly to look at the young woman, stepping forward with one foot. His whole body pursued her as her complexion turned pale with fear. She struggled to twist her body around. The area was cleared outright. On a high-rise building nearby, two figures watched through binoculars, their faces darkening after seeing how Assad so cleanly dispatched both groups. I didn't expect his strength to be so astonishing. Both batches of assassins were above the level of masters, including nearly a dozen grandmasters, equipped with special firearms, and yet they were all wiped out. Their tone was filled with shock and unease. The burly man in black beside him said in the local Nanyang dialect, "It's no big deal. It was merely a probing action. Besides, they weren't our men. Why should we care? Although I don't mourn these mercenaries from the Beacon country, remember Sheldon, we paid the fees, not just us but several other families as well. Failing to kill Assad means disaster for all of us." Humph. The burly man named Sheldon looked at Assad, standing tall in the hotel, his face flashing with shadows. Indeed, he is a realm of divinity expert. Not so easy to kill. Let's go back. This isn't just our concern. We got the meat, but the others drank the broth too. Sheldon turned and went downstairs. The other large man shrugged and followed suit. After they left, Assad lifted his head, sensing someone watching him earlier. But the distance was too far, making him uncertain. With such an attack, those who secretly called the police fled when they saw the killers all dead. The injured and the dead lay in misery. Soon, local forces arrived at the scene in Nanyang, even quicker than the official authorities. A lean, dark-skinned man stood before Assad, scrutinizing him with a doubtful yet aggressive gaze. "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out," Assad said indifferently. The lean man grinned, revealing white teeth, saying, "From Donghua? I've seen plenty of your kind, boasting about martial prowess. Unfortunately, this is Nanyang, not your playground." Haha. Assad laughed, hearing a hint of contempt in the man's tone. How arrogant. He had long known that the natives of Nanyang were unfriendly to people from Donghua, but he hadn't expected that even after displaying such formidable combat power, someone would still speak to him like this. "You think it's funny, committing such a serious crime on Nanyang territory, and you dare laugh? Just a master-level expert. Do you really think you're something special? I've seen too many like you. Come over here." The lean man lunged forward, grabbing at Assad's shoulder. He moved quickly, and Assad recognized traces of Shingi Quan in his movements. Though aimed at his shoulder, the 5 fingers resembled sharp knives. A stabbing motion. Looking at his sharp, knife-like nails, it seemed that if an ordinary person were caught, there would instantly be 5 bloody holes. Even a regular grandmaster would have half their shoulder torn off. Assad was somewhat surprised, not expecting this man to be a hidden expert. Even he hadn't noticed that this man was a high-level grandmaster martial artist. Moreover, the first move was a killing blow. The lethal intent was not disguised in the slightest. However, this did not prevent Assad from teaching him a lesson. He grabbed forward with his right hand, seizing the other's hand, then twisted hard, instantly breaking his arm. He then kicked him away. PFFF. A trail of blood streaked through the air as the lean man's chest was shattered, the sharp bones piercing through his organs. Fortunately for him, his robust strength and vitality kept him from being killed on the spot. "Why, you are a divine realm expert?" The lean man finally reacted, realizing immediately that he had bitten off more than he could chew. Upon hearing that a Donghua national had caused trouble here, he immediately became greedy, wanting to extort a large sum. After all, Donghua nationals who came to Nanyang weren't poor. As for the dead bodies, even though he saw them, he didn't care. Instead, he felt elated thinking this was his chance to get rich. Given that the opponent was at least a grandmaster expert, the potential for extortion was enormous. After all, divine realm experts were rare. He never thought Assad might be one, assuming that his own high-level grandmaster status would give him an advantage. Hayward did he know he had just brought about a huge disaster. At this moment, he regretted it bitterly, almost to the point of turning green with regret. "Spare me, sir." He gritted his teeth against the pain, flipping over to kneel on the ground. "Spare you?" Assad looked down on the lean man and his group of followers from a superior position, noticing the viciousness behind the fear in their eyes. Many of them actually looked like they were from Donghua. I didn't expect such a minor place like Nanyang to have quite a few experts, but alas, they're all traitors. Assad sighed. Turning around, he left. Behind him, the group exploded into countless fragments. Chapter 449, Divine Level Transformation. Ferocious, vicious. These 2 words perfectly describe the current scene. Assad felt quite disappointed. He had sensed something different as soon as he came out of the airport. The looks from the locals in Nanyang reminded him more of gazes sizing up a fat sheep, not only towards him, but toward all the Donghua nationals. The malice in those eyes was barely concealed. Assad left the hotel directly and walked out onto the main street. Several people who were secretly following him lost his trail immediately. Just as they planned to report back to their superiors, several bolts of lightning appeared and struck them dead on the spot. Assad crushed these few trackers without any care and found Davis and the Adele along with their group. They carried weapons, so they had taken an alternative route. Now, they had also arrived in Nanyang territory. "I'm back again." David to join. "The revival of the Luther family and regaining its dominant position depends on all of you." Davis bowed deeply. "Please rest assured, Eric. We will succeed this time." "That's right, success or death, we will achieve it. After so many years of retreat, from today onward, we must make the whole of Nanyang hear the voice of the Luther family again. We are the true rulers of Nanyang." In a moment, morale soared high. Of course, much of it was because the Adele had already revealed information about Assad. With a divine realm powerhouse personally building the Luther family, how could it not succeed? Wasn't Callan successful back in the day too? Though they did not know how Callan died, they believed it was an accident, and this time, they wouldn't lose. Assad observed all of this and then appeared. A trace of complexity flashed across Davis's face, but he still went forward with the Adele. He muttered, "We have to rely on you again this time. I just experienced an assassination attempt." Assad recounted everything that had happened. Davis's expression turned grim. To be given a cold shoulder right after arriving, it sent a clear message. Those people didn't want to see the Luther family return. Coldly, Davis said, "These damn things. One day, I'll get rid of every single one of them. No need to wait that long. Name them, and we'll go and destroy them directly." Assad was even more straightforward. "Ah." Davis and the Adele exchanged glances, slightly dazed. Assad said, "I am strong. They are weak. Why play games? A direct assault is enough. We can take them one by one, and once all are eliminated, the Luther family's banner will officially stand." Such simple and brutal methods were probably only usable by a divine realm powerhouse. Davis and the Adele exchanged a bitter smile, but they agreed. All these years, hatred burned fiercely within their hearts. Didn't they wish to charge into their enemies' homes and destroy them? It was impossible before. They were too weak. Facing the monstrous Okya consortium, composed of countless powerful families, even if the Luther family was still around, they might find it hard to retaliate. Only someone like Assad, a divine realm powerhouse, dared to do such a thing. Then let's go to the Han family. It's time to settle old scores. Davis clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking. "Lead the way," Assad ordered, and the group boldly headed toward the Han family. The Han family had taken over the estate of the Luther family from years ago, and they naturally recognized each other. Moreover, their departure without concealing their tracks had alarmed many people. "What? You mean the Luthers are charging at us?" Albin's expression turned incredibly grim. He never expected that the enemy would move so fast. With a divine realm powerhouse on their side, they dare to look down upon us like this? What arrogance! Albin's face, twisted with hatred, was filled with menace. "Family head, what should we do now?" Sheldon asked. "What did Oya Consortium say? In our family alliance?" Albin inquired. Sheldon lowered his head and replied, "They said that since the Luther family is ultimately a Nanyang force, they welcome them. They've chosen to remain neutral." A bunch of fools. Albin was infuriated. After all, the families that had seized the Luther family's assets back then were not limited to just them. Did they really think if the Han family fell, the others would fare any better? What a joke. It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Albin's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Sheldon. "All dark guards will take the transformation fluid from Haywardthaus country. So what if it's a divine realm powerhouse? I have 100,000 Han family members. I don't believe he can kill them all." "Yes." Sheldon felt a chill but still went to prepare. After all, they had long foreseen this day. So they spent a huge amount of money to buy the biological transformation fluids from Haywardthaus country, preparing for this desperate strike. Watching Sheldon leave, Albin turned into the study's hidden room. In the quiet chamber, he retrieved a golden vial from a highly secure safe and injected it. Chapter 450, Executing the Traitors. The Han family manor. Formerly the base of the Luther family, it was extremely vast, considered the foundation of a dominant power. Adjacent to this massive base was a port, capable of mobilizing naval forces. Assad's group arrived here. Davis's expression was somewhat complicated. This was where he grew up, and he was extremely familiar with every plant and tree here. In contrast, after becoming an upper-class son-in-law, he barely had the right to set foot here. "Master, someone is coming." At this moment, the Adele suddenly whispered a warning. Sure enough, a group of people quickly approached. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this Davis? How dare you step into this place today? Aren't you afraid of being crippled by Kathy? Ha ha ha. Upon arriving, they immediately noticed Davis and the Adele, bursting into laughter. A bunch of traitors. Davis looked at them coldly. These were clearly several branch families of the Luther family, distant relatives of the main family. When Patriarch Callan was still alive, they could share in the glory of the Luther family. They were even granted resources and power in certain regions. No one expected that once revered, they would become guides for outsiders right after Patriarch Callan's demise, aiding others in dividing the Luther family. And as guides, they received leniency from families like the Hans, retaining much of their power and even earning the right to serve as dogs. This made Davis and the Adele eternally wish to eliminate these people. Unexpectedly, these people appeared just as they arrived here. Davis and the Adele exchanged glances. These people must be killed. However, there was no need to use Assad's strength. Attack! With a wave of the Adele's hand, a group of warriors behind him rushed towards the branch members of the Luther family. Dare to rebel? Kill them! The branch members were not to be outdone, rushing towards them. For a moment, the sounds of battle filled the air. They did not use firearms, but resorted to martial arts techniques. However, the efficiency of killing with cold weapons was clearly higher. Just upon contact, over 10 of the opposing side fell down. Damn it! An elder in the crowd glared angrily. He was the head of the Luther family branch, Luther Yale. They had heard that Davis betrayed, and they specially came to claim credit, but none expected to lose so many people in their first move, which panicked him immediately. Bang! He moved immediately but was blocked by the Adele. "You old fool! How dare you stop me?" Luther Yale said angrily. "Kill you!" The Adele spat out 2 words without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Despite the Adele still being injured, his anger and hatred allowed him to unleash more power than Luther. Ignoring the Luther family's firearms, they rushed over. One of the fastest monsters maintained a roughly humanoid form but had its arms dragging on the ground. As it opened its hands, the skin on its arms tore open, revealing rows of fangs. Ah! The Luther family members were completely terrified. Just as this monster was about to strike, Assad let out a light sigh. Bang! With one hand, he crushed the monster into fragments. However, the vitality of these creatures was extremely strong, and even as pieces on the ground, the muscles still twitched. but after a few twitches, they finally stilled. Assad transformed into a black shadow and rushed into the crowd of monsters. These monsters had already been consumed by the desire to kill, leaving no trace of reason. So, seeing Assad approach, they immediately pounced on him. In an instant, the monsters swarmed around Assad like a tidal wave. Assad stood still as a mountain. His fingers formed a sword, and a torrent of sword chi rose into the sky instantly. Slash. Assad coldly uttered one word. The icy sword light was like ancient, undying blizzards, sweeping outwards in all directions from Assad's center. The originally green sword light instantly turned blood red. Monsters fell in droves, blood covering the ground. What terrifying power! Hidden in the dark, Albin and others watched this scene at the manor gate through surveillance equipment and couldn't help stationed in the manor's harbor as a means of coastal defense. Recently, they even hired specialists from Haywardthaus country to adjust and modify these heavy artillery pieces, ensuring that they could be lethal against deity realm powerhouses. This is indeed a good suggestion. Albin nodded and waved his hand. Instantly, one of his subordinates withdrew to mobilize the coastal artillery and prepare an attack on Assad. Before long, the subordinate returned and reported, "Patriarch, the coastal artillery is ready for a blanket attack." A sinister smile spread across his face. In their eyes, no matter how strong a deity realm might be, they were still human after all. How could anyone withstand such heavy weaponry capable of destroying large ships and overpowering naval vessels? Then fire. With Albin's command, the subordinate immediately retrieved the controller and pressed it. At the manor gate, everyone from the Luther family stood in awe as they watched the monsters being exterminated one by one. Divine power. As this spectacle unfolded before them, their respect grew into profound admiration, followed by overwhelming joy. Originally, they had come prepared to fight to the death against the Han family. But now, the power Assad unleashed gave them hope. The Luther family could truly be rebuilt. Thinking of the revival of the Luther family and the benefits they would reap, how could they not be excited? Kill, kill, kill. They couldn't help but shout frenziedly. Just then, the coastal artillery suddenly roared. Boom, boom, boom. The distance was too close. They heard the thunderous explosions resound, followed by blinding flashes streaking toward them, carrying an intimidating force. No, what is that? That's the sound of heavy artillery. They dare use coastal weapons. Help me. Luther family members felt their scalps tingle with fear. Many even felt their legs give way, collapsing onto the ground. Faced with such destructive weapons, mere flesh and blood, how could they not be terrified? Even Davis and the Lorenzo changed color. Puny tricks. A cold glint flashed across Assad's eyes as he tossed his long sword. Instantly, the sword light split into dozens of sword shadows, flying toward the incoming shells. Bang, bang, bang. To everyone's disbelief, the sword shadows shattered the shells mid-air, exploding them before they could reach their target. Rumble. The intense explosions lit up the sky like a blazing sun. The dark night tore apart as the sun seemed to descend upon them, unleashing a devastating force. Though still some distance away from Assad, the weaker Luther family members couldn't bear even the shockwaves. At the moment of despair, a green barrier enveloped them. The destructive blast waves struck but were halted by the barrier. The Luther family members inside were unharmed, and some who opened their eyes realized they were safe, smiling with relief. This is the strength of Master Luther. Davis and the Lorenzo also sighed in relief. They had feared that a single blow might annihilate them all, but Assad's intervention turned the tide. In the surveillance room, watching the smoke engulf the Luther family, many Han family members stood up, cheering in excitement. Ha ha ha, no matter your realm, you will die under the bombardment. The remnants of the Luther family are finished. Daring to intrude on our Han family base, dying like this almost seems too lenient for them. The crowd, who moments ago were trembling in fear, finally regained their spirit, celebrating as if a great weight had been lifted. Albin's face also broke into a smile. To think he could kill Assad so easily with this method. He really is young, far inferior to Callan of the past. Didn't expect him to be killed right after entering. Such a disappointment. Have someone clean up the bodies. Albin got up, wearing a look of disappointment, intending to leave. However, just as he turned to the door, he heard a chorus of shocked exclamations from the surveillance room. It's impossible. What's happening? How can they not be dead? The chaotic voices made Albin tense. Perish. Might as well use your hand to clean up these fools. Albin wore a cruel smile. Sure enough, more and more monsters surged from all sides like a tidal wave, far exceeding what the Luther family could handle. Even masters like Davis and the Lorenzo found themselves useless. But before Assad, these monsters were utterly insignificant. As he continued to slaughter these monsters, Assad realized that his sword skills were rapidly improving. Indeed, killing was the best way to enhance combat techniques. Assad felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Kill, kill, kill. His sword seemed to have developed its own soul, growing stronger with each swing. Even ordinary slashes unleashed unimaginable power. After all, he hadn't used any of his ultimate sword techniques like Duan Shanha yet. Just ordinary sword moves. Pierce. As he stabbed a monster's head with one sword thrust, his martial power finally began to transform, continuously rising, and he felt a formidable force being born within him. Martial arts, divine arrival. After this round of intense killing, Assad finally entered the martial arts divine realm. I owe you all a big thank you. He had thought it would take some time, but he never expected the Han family to provide so many monsters for him to kill, each with at least the strength of a master-level fighter, and there seemed to be an endless supply of them, allowing him to fully unleash his power. Thus, his martial prowess steadily improved. The bottleneck to the divine realm was so easily broken. To thank you, receive my sword. Facing the flood of monsters surging from all sides, Assad raised his hand again. The sword light in his hand shone like the sun falling to earth. Slash. The sword swung. Everything turned to ash. Chapter 452, Overwhelmingly Invincible. Whoosh. The surrounding monsters instantly froze in place, turning to ashes and falling to the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Davis and the Adele stared dumbfounded at this scene, feeling chills down to their bones. If they had faced that sword strike, they would probably have met the same fate of turning to ashes. Too strong. Long live Mr. Luther. With Mr. Luther here, the Han family is doomed this time. The crowd of Luther family members behind him felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The stronger Assad was, the more advantageous it was for them. Meanwhile, inside the Han family estate, Albin, standing before the surveillance screens, wore a gloomy expression. His grim demeanor seemed about to drip with water. So many subordinates, just like that? It was important to note that to transform them into such formidable monsters, he had spent substantial funds on biotransformation fluids, even giving up a shipping route. But now, was that all? They hadn't even blocked Assad's single strike, let alone depleting his strength. A bunch of trash. Albin stood up. His originally frail body, transformed into the divine realm, was now full of power, a sensation he found incredibly addictive. Fortunately, I was prepared. Albin clapped his hands. About 10 people walked in from outside. Their auras were suppressed, yet each one had reached the divine realm standard. The greedy vampires from Beacon Country didn't lie to me. Consuming biotransformation fluid indeed offers a chance to reach the complete divine realm. And, most importantly, they are under my control. Albin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over them. He stepped forward first. Follow me. Let's go meet our guests. Thump thump thump. These dozen or so individuals followed in silence. Soon, they appeared outside. Albin stood in the center, surrounded by others like stars around the moon. Assad stopped, looking at these people, raising an eyebrow slightly. Albin. The Luther family members behind Assad did not hide their hatred, especially Davis and the Adele, who recognized Albin at once. The culprit behind the fall of the Luther family years ago. Albin barely glanced at them. His eyes focused solely on Assad. The Luther family truly has extraordinary advantages. I didn't expect that after Callan's death, another divine realm expert would emerge within such a short period. How enviable. Albin sighed wistfully. He vaguely remembered the prosperity of the Luther family when Callan was alive. Unfortunately, the great edifice was destined to decay. The Han family was the ultimate victor. He led the Han family like a pack of wolves, tearing apart the fattest meat of the Luther family, building today's Han family upon the ruins of the Luther family. Albin, no matter how much you rant, it won't change the fact that today is your doom. Davis shouted angrily. Just you? Albin glanced at him disdainfully. Then he spoke to Assad. Assad, since we're both in the divine realm, fighting might cause some damage. Why don't we join forces and jointly rule the South Seas? Jointly? Just you? Assad scoffed. He echoed the words without any courtesy. Albin's face turned cold. I thought you were smart, Assad. Didn't you see the situation clearly? Are those so-called divine realm experts behind you your support? Sadly, they are nothing but rabble to me, Assad said. He naturally noticed the group beside Albin, whose massive auras were evident, clearly all reaching the divine realm level. Upon hearing this, Davis and the Adele were stunned. What? All of them were divine realm? They looked at Albin in disbelief. Albin's face grew even gloomier. He didn't expect Assad to still dare speak to him like this. If so, then don't blame me for being impolite. Attack. Albin gave the order, and immediately, one person jumped out from behind him. This man was in his 40s, ordinary looking with a square face and big eyes, wearing short hair. At that moment, his entire body burst with power as he charged towards Assad without hesitation. Boom boom boom. Hayward, a wild elephant. The earth seemed to tremble as he ran. With each step, his physique grew larger, becoming a small giant by the time he reached Assad, resembling a massive bear. Bang. He struck down with both fists at Assad, as swift as thunder. His aggressive attack caused Davis et al. To change expressions drastically. After all, a full-scale burst of divine realm strength far exceeded their tolerance limits. For them, the other party could easily crush them with a single finger. Now, as he unleashed his power, even with Assad right in front of them, they still felt an immediate sense of panic. They were terrified of being caught in the crossfire. However, Assad merely raised his hand slightly, two fingers held together like a sword, stretching forward and casually slashing downward. Snap. The sword light slashed out, directly splitting that person into two. A divine realm expert couldn't withstand Assad's casual slash. This is impossible. Albin was finally shocked. Even when Assad crushed so many monsters earlier, he remained unperturbed because those creatures were still below the divine realm, a completely different category from divine realm experts. But he never thought Assad would be so overwhelmingly powerful against a divine realm expert. He finally began to feel uneasy. However, he glanced back at the dozen subordinates behind him and regained some confidence. After all, one can hardly match four hands. So what if one divine realm expert had been defeated? He still had over a dozen divine realm subordinates here. Attack together. With the lesson from before, Albin became cautious. At his command, the group immediately rushed toward Assad for a coordinated attack. Rumble. The scene instantly turned into a battlefield. Facing the onslaught of over 10 divine realm experts, Assad did not retreat but advanced instead, with sword chi surging forth. The aura of slaughter soared to the heavens as he charged forward. Boom. He plunged straight into the crowd. His sword technique was broad and sweeping. Hayward, a tiger among sheep, no one could stand in his way. Even when facing a group of divine realm level experts, it was the same. In a short moment, these dozen or so, he tore off an exquisitely crafted human skin mask from the other person's face. Beneath the mask lay a completely different face. Who exactly are you? Davis and the Adele also came forward, staring at this person in astonishment. This man gave a bitter laugh and said, My name is Han Siantu. I am a born servant of the Han family and have served as Lord Stand-in all these years. Stand-in. Davis and the Adele exchanged glances, their faces turning grim. Where is Albin? Where is he? Davis barked. Han Sianta no longer retained any arrogance of a divine realm expert, smiling ingratiatingly and saying, "The Lord hasn't appeared for a long time. I really don't know where he has gone." Not appeared for a long time? Davis froze. Yes, ever since the fall of the Luther family, the patriarch started having me serve as his stand-in. For all these years, it has actually been me running the Han family. This statement shocked everyone. That's impossible. Davis couldn't believe it. However, Assad could tell that Han Sianta was not lying. This only puzzled him more. What I say is true. With Assad right there, Han Sianta dared not lie. Seeing the skeptical look in Davis's eyes, he hurriedly added, "Do you remember when you first joined the Han family? I once privately warned you to behave yourself?" He naturally believed he had the right to do so. Besides, he was still surnamed Han. What was the big deal? How should we handle him? Assad looked at Davis. Without hesitation, Davis replied, "Kill him?" "No." Han Sianta tried to struggle but could not resist Assad. He was slapped to death instantly, like slaughtering a chicken. The vast Han family estate was filled with deathly stillness. Assad automatically absorbed this death chi, converting it into vitality, allowing his recently advanced martial arts cultivation to continuously improve. "I will remain here for 2 days. Leave the rest to you for now." Assad glanced at Davis, found a pavilion within the estate, and began a brief seclusion. Meanwhile, Davis and the Adele exchanged looks and began organizing the aftermath. At the same time, deep underground in Nanyang, no one would have thought there was a huge underground palace here, apparently as large as a small city, with bright lights inside. On closer inspection, those weren't ordinary lights but pearls. Inside the grand hall, deep within, a figure sat cross-legged on a high platform, his head lowered, wearing a long black robe with graying hair that hid his face. Suddenly, he moved. Hayward, a dormant dragon, suddenly awakening. Exhale. Inhale. The massive breaths echoed through the entire underground palace like a storm. How many years? Finally emerging from seclusion, he lifted his head, revealing his true face. If Davis and the Adele were here, they would have gasped in shock because this person was Alban. No one expected him to be here. Callan, oh Callan, did all of this not end up in my hands? If you blame anyone, blame your own greed. This place of great fortune, you actually dared to monopolize it for yourself. Remember, we discovered this place together. You took the best part, and didn't even leave me a scrap? Alban shook his head, filled with regret. He stood up, his presence towering like a mountain. His power so vast it could shake heaven and earth. The realm of divine martial general is truly wonderful. You could never imagine that the realm you failed to reach, I have now achieved. Alban laughed heartily, his laughter full of triumph. Many years ago, he meticulously planned to destroy the Luther family. As for Callan's death, it was naturally due to his treachery. Back then, he was already a deity realm powerhouse. Now, more than 2 decades had passed swiftly, and after completely absorbing Callan's fortune, he finally broke through to a new realm. I wonder how much my Han family has grown and developed. Alban still cared deeply about his family. After all, the greater the power his family held, the more advantageous it was for him. Having reached the divine general stage, his next breakthrough would require even more resources. If his family could fully control Nanyang, it might provide some of the necessary resources for him. It's time to leave. Alban rose, moving as fast as lightning to a huge water pool deep in the underground palace, which was the passage connecting to the outside world. Alban dove directly into it. After being in seclusion for over 2 decades, he couldn't wait to return. Chapter 454, The Final Kick. South Seas. The Han family has fallen. This news swept across the entire South Seas like a storm, stunning countless people. At the harbor, more than a dozen sailors were chatting. This can't be possible. That's the Han family. How could they just fall? What a joke. I don't believe it. Yeah, use your brain. This must be a rumor. Right? All you do is talk nonsense every day. You say the Han family fell, why not say the Luther family rose again? They argued heatedly but didn't believe the news. The young sailor who said the Han family had fallen blushed and shouted loudly, "Really? I'm not lying to you. My friend sent me photos. There's bloodshed everywhere at the Han family. It's rumored that it was done by the Luther family. They really have risen again and are trying to rebuild their overlord-level power. The Luther family." Imp said, "Now, we need to consider how to respond." Suppressing his anger, Manuel ordered, "Notify everyone to move quickly. We must rapidly seize the territories previously held by the Han family and not let others profit from it." "Yes, I'll act immediately." Jordy knew urgency was paramount and swiftly conveyed Manuel's orders. Immediately, the entire Su family transformed into a colossal war machine and swung into action. Meanwhile, news of the Han family's fall continued to spread furiously. However, many were still in a watching stage, doubting its authenticity like those ordinary sailors. After all, it was the Han family. Over the past 20 years, the influence of the Han family had expanded extremely fast, spreading throughout the South Seas. Ask anyone, how could such a vast power fall overnight? Isn't this a joke? Of course, if this message proved true, then all these observers would turn into fierce wolves, tearing apart the remains of this giant. Just like when the Luther family fell. At this moment, Luther Chi and the Adele were also acting swiftly, knowing the news of the Han family's fall had spread and time was running out. To snatch the biggest piece of meat from a pack of wolves required rapid action. Old Butler immediately mobilized the veterans. "No matter what, we must secure key shipping routes. Otherwise, our overlord-level power will, if not then die." Davis made up his mind. Inside the pavilion, Assad sat cross-legged, breathing in and out the aura of death. Endless dead chi flowed into his body from outside, transformed by the Hayward Death Jade, achieving the reversal of life and death, turning the dead chi into boundless vitality. Assad could sense all these changes. He could even hear the blood racing rapidly in his body, as heavy as lead, thick and powerful like surging rivers. His immortal martial body was also rapidly perfecting and balancing. With his martial cultivation entering the divine realm, his control over his body became more adept, making small adjustments to his immortal martial body. This brought his immortal martial body closer to the path of immortal martial. Boom boom boom. His heart pounded fiercely, splashing out vast waves of vitality with each beat. Flesh, bones, skin, muscles, all were undergoing rapid metamorphosis. A mighty and overwhelming power surged within him. Rumble. It was as if the Milky Way was being opened up, chaos reenacted. Assad's immortal martial body seemed to transform into a universe, nurturing a formidable and domineering force, like a sleeping dragon, ready to be born at any moment. At this moment, his martial and immortal powers reached complete balance. One more step, and he would enter a new realm. Immortal Yale Embryo. Martial Divine General. After some contemplation, Assad decided to name this new realm the Dawn Yale Realm, so called, the beginning of the immortal martial Yale. Swish. He opened his eyes, lightning flashed through the air, and the entire room brightened. This time sweeping away the Han family not only accumulated a large amount of resources for him, but also propelled his cultivation onto a new path. From now on, the horizon was wide open. Pity. Not yet truly breaking through to the Dawn Yale realm. Assad felt a bit regretful. However, he was confident that with his current cultivation, even ordinary divine generals were no longer in his sight. Chapter 455, Threat Approaching. And at this moment, on the Azure Sea, a figure soared upward from the surface of Jinming, sea like a blue dragon emerging from its depths. Standing midair, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were beneath his feet. An overwhelmingly domineering aura enveloped the entire sea. The sea giants that usually roamed here had all vanished, cowering in fear at the bottom of the ocean. Finally, I see the light of day again. What a relief. Albin laughed heartily. His voice thundered through the air, reverberating loudly. In the distance, on the sea surface, a cargo ship was sailing toward this direction. The lookout held a pair of binoculars, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, he froze. That looks like a person? Through the binoculars, he clearly saw someone standing in midair, black robes fluttering in the wind, white hair trailing behind him, steady as a mountain. Wyatt, what's wrong? Someone below asked. There's a person. The lookout Wyatt trembled, pointing toward the distance. Those below couldn't help but look, only to find nothing. But the next second, Albin appeared before their eyes. Ah, are you human or ghost? His sudden appearance was too shocking, instantly startling everyone around. Many sailors even pulled out their weapons, watching Albin cautiously, fearing he might be a pirate come to seize their cargo. The captain remained more composed, recognizing that he had encountered an exceptionally powerful individual. He respectfully said, "Greetings, senior. We inadvertently offended you just now. Please forgive us. May I ask for your name? Is there anything you require?" "My name is Albin," Albin said indifferently. Upon hearing this name, everyone present froze. "Albin? Isn't he the patriarch of the Han family? From your reactions, it seems you've heard of me. Does anyone know how the Han family is doing now?" Albin looked at their expressions, somewhat satisfied. It seemed that his stand-in, Han Siantu, had not betrayed his trust, and the Han family had indeed grown stronger under his management, becoming renowned across the seas. Sweat trickled down the captain's forehead. With the cargo ship reaching the open sea, they had received confirmed news. The Han family had indeed fallen, and it was at the hands of the Luther family from back then. Everyone from the Han family estate had been wiped out. The Han surname was almost extinct. Only some distant branches and those outside survived. To sum up, the Han family had completely declined after this battle. Especially after the Sue and Luther families took action, other forces also started to seize the territories and resources the Han family once possessed. Most of the surviving Han family members were eliminated, leaving only a few true survivors. But how could he dare say this? Albin, seasoned and wise, naturally sensed something amiss, his face darkening as he asked, "Answer my question. If you dare lie to me, watch out for your dog lives." He casually waved his hand, sending a streak of crimson light into the sea beside the cargo ship. Boom. Hayward, a missile hitting the water. It instantly created massive waves. The entire ship shook violently. The sailors and captain, sensing the terrifying power, turned pale with fright. A few even knelt on the deck, legs trembling. "Lord, calm down, please," the captain hurriedly pleaded. Then, he bit his lip, steeled himself, and relayed the information he had obtained. "What? You mean the Han family fell?" Albin's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the captain by the collar, lifting him up, staring at him with terrifying intensity. "Lord, I only heard this from others. I wouldn't dare hide anything from you." The captain stammered, terrified, afraid of incurring Albin's wrath. "Impossible. Callan is dead. How could anyone else from the Luther family still cause such trouble? What nonsense, Assad, just a mere junior." "I don't believe it." Albin's face darkened, and he roared. One roar caused the sea to tremble, splitting the cargo ship in two. "No!" The sailors and captain screamed in agony, plunging into the water. Struggling desperately, they couldn't get up, slowly sinking into the sea. "Lord, save us." Unfortunately, Albin didn't even glance at them, instantly speeding off toward Nanyang, like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky. At the Luther family estate, under Davis's arrangements, the estate had regained its original name. With the help of some elder family members, a large portion of the resources once seized by the Han family was reclaimed. The rest had been divided among the Sue family and other forces. "If only we had acted faster," the Lorenzo sighed regrettably. After all, they never expected that Assad would single-handedly wipe out the Han family, leaving them unprepared to reclaim the Han family secretly, and now they had to guard against these people posing a threat to the newly revived Luther family. After all, as long as these people existed, some malicious forces could use them as an excuse to attack the Luther family, just like what happened today. Therefore, they needed to eliminate all threats at the root. If not for Assad still being around, someone would have come knocking on their door by now. Even now, there were probably many waiting for a chance to strike. Sure enough, at this moment, the sound of vehicles approaching and the rumble of engines echoed outside the manor, along with dense footsteps, indicating a large group of people had intruded. What nerve! Guard! Level 1 alert. Kill anyone who dares to trespass. A ruthless expression flashed across Davis's face. Chapter 456, The Night You Faction. Boom. In front of the manor, there appeared to be 1,000 people or more. They came in war carriages with an imposing and intimidating demeanor, clearly not bearing good intentions. At the forefront was a towering, muscular man. Standing at 2 meters and 40 centimeters, he had a shaved head, a face full of thick muscles, and an air of menace. When he looked at someone, his menacing aura would visibly emerge. Brother, are we really going to do this? Behind the burly man stood a lanky man who seemed hesitant. Most of these people were from the Night Yu Kingdom. After coming to Nanyang, they banded together and formed the Night Yu faction, growing stronger due to their willingness to fight and take risks. They could even be considered among the best of the second-rate forces in all of Nanyang. This time, with the Han family wiped out, they immediately saw an opportunity. Since they were close to the manor, they were the first to gather information on this side. The Luther family had less than 100 people. Although they didn't know what methods the Luther family used to wipe out the Han family, they judged that such methods could not be replicated, seeing it as an opportunity for them. The leader of the group was none other than the head of the Night Yu faction, Clint. As for the lanky man, his name was Hayward Ping. Clint gazed in the direction of the manor and asked indifferently, Zoltan, do you think with our strength, we can't handle just over 100 people? But it's the Luther family. Hayward Ping had come to Nanyang over 30 years ago. He had witnessed the rise of the Luther family, like a meteor streaking across the sky, becoming instantly famous throughout all of Nanyang. Back then, the Luther family in Nanyang was akin to feudal lords. All factions had to follow their lead. No one dared to challenge them. And back then, Hayward Ping was nothing more than a blade of grass in the eyes of the Luther family. However, the Luther family had been too arrogant. They firmly controlled the power and is worth 1 million. Chief Erwan said it himself, let's make big money this time. With someone leading the charge, the rest quickly followed suit. Bang bang bang. However, as soon as they approached, gunfire erupted from the manor, spitting sparks of fire. Instantly, a row of people fell dead at the entrance of the manor. Damn, they actually fired on us? Damn, how dare they? The war carriages at the back, are you standing idle? Shoot. The battle quickly intensified. The Night Yu faction directly responded with gunfire, creating a barrage of shots. Smoke filled the air almost immediately. Seeing the Night Yu faction closing in on the manor, the Adele grew restless. There were indeed few people left in the manor, making it difficult to handle such a large-scale invasion. Sir, I'll take action. He couldn't help but say. Davis nodded. Be careful. Yes. Without hesitation, the Adele rushed out of the manor, agile and swift, like a tiger or a leopard. Even under a hail of bullets, he did not hesitate, diving into the crowd, striking swiftly with fists and kicks, emitting forceful energy, like a tiger among sheep. Bang bang. In moments, over a dozen people were either dead or injured. They've hidden an expert. Watching from behind, Clint raised an eyebrow. But just a mere Grandmaster-level expert dares to show himself now, truly asking for death. Brother, let me go. Stepping forward behind Clint was a large man named Gervais. He was short and sturdy like half a pillar of iron, bare-chested, with metal rings around his arms, practicing the brutal iron wire fist technique. His martial arts were explosive, his character even more brutal. Go ahead. Clint nodded. Gervais sneered and stepped forward, charging towards the battlefield with a roar. Get out of the way. Let me handle this. His voice thundered like a munle. Those around him immediately backed off, aware of Gervais's prowess and fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Seeing Gervais's aggressive approach, the Adele did not dare to be careless. Shiloh, taste my fist. Gervais strode forward like a dragon or elephant charging, delivering a punch directly at the Adele. Iron wire fist, thunderous wrath. Boom. The Adele felt a chill inside, realizing he couldn't match him and immediately retreated. However, Gervais pursued relentlessly, delivering one lethal punch after another. Bang. Finally, the Adele was forced to take a hit and was sent flying, his arm breaking. Ha ha ha, so weak. Gervais stood there, laughing heartily. Seeing this, the surrounding people immediately lunged at the Adele. Fortunately, Davis rushed out to block them. Otherwise, it would have been extremely dangerous. Another one? Gervais's eyes gleamed fiercely. Just as he was about to attack, Clint stepped forward, sizing up Davis and said, Davis, it's you, this worthless son-in-law? Clint was somewhat surprised. He knew Davis, for the once glorious young master of the Luther family had become a son-in-law of the Han family, which was quite a significant event, especially after the Han family destroyed the Luther family. Davis's reputation was utterly ruined. Clint. Davis glared at him coldly. Hee, bring out your leader. This Han family isn't something you can claim. Clint looked down on Davis condescendingly. Dream on. Davis refused without hesitation. Clint's face darkened. You really don't know what's good for you. I think the one who doesn't know better is you. Clint, with just this rabble, you dare to come here to die? You've had enough of life. While speaking, Davis's heart sank. Given the current manpower of the Luther family, they likely could not deal with Clint's forces. But Assad was still around. Therefore, despite his worries, he steeled himself and did not back down an inch. He was gambling, betting that Assad wouldn't let them die here. Chapter 457. Clash above the Divine Realm. Davis, you're the first person to dare speak to me like this, and also the last. Clint didn't expect Davis to be so defiant. He was instantly enraged, lifting his hand which came down like a large fan. Crack. It was as if a mountain were collapsing. Davis's expression darkened as he unceremoniously blocked it with one hand. Return dragon. This punch moved like a dragon traversing the land, striking Clint's wrist in an instant, forcefully intercepting the attack before it reached its peak. The Luther family's dragon-slaying technique? Clint retracted his hand, eyeing Davis with suspicion. He had heard of the Luther family's dragon-slaying technique, hailed as the most formidable technique in Nanyang, unmatched at its rank. Even a novice Isabellister could suppress a peak Isabellister. Yes. Davis wore a proud look. As a direct descendant of the Luther family, practicing this dragon-slaying technique had already brought him into the Isabellister stage. Except for those at the divine realm, regular experts weren't truly a concern to him. This was his confidence. Clint sneered coldly. No wonder this useless man has some backing. But relying on just you won't save the Luther family. Having said that, he stepped back swiftly, with a fierce wave of his hand. Together. Teach him what it means to fight against many. Though Clint looked rugged, his thoughts were devious. Realizing he might not be able to handle Davis alone, he immediately summoned reinforcements to encircle Davis. Damn it. Davis's face changed. Biting his teeth, he charged straight toward Clint. Catch the thief first, catch the king. If he could take down Clint first, he could immediately turn the tide. But Clint was too cunning, never giving Davis the opportunity. Gervais and others surrounded him closely, quickly putting Davis at a disadvantage. Damn it, I'll die if this continues. Davis felt alarmed. At this moment, suddenly, a figure rushed over from afar, moving through the air like a deity, exuding a majestic aura as if a meteor fell from the sky. Boom. As soon as he appeared, everyone around was stunned. An overwhelming and domineering presence engulfed the surroundings, Junsura everyone's hearts. When they finally saw his face clearly, their hearts pounded in shock. Alban. It was actually him. Weren't the Han family wiped out and Alban killed? Clint and the others felt a sinking feeling. Facing a dominant figure who controlled Nanyang for over 2 decades, even Clint trembled inwardly. On the other side, Davis's face turned white. He knew about Alban's doppelganger. Wasn't it said that he had left long ago? Why did he suddenly appear again? Moreover, the ability to travel through the air indicated he was someone at the divine realm. This is bad. Davis's heart raced. Davis. Alban's icy gaze landed on Davis, recognizing him instantly. Alban. Davis felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, making him shiver all over. Back then, I gave you a chance, but you were so unreasonable. It seems my Han family was really wiped out. Alban gazed pensively towards the estate. Previously, he led men to breach this place, claiming it as his own. This symbolized the decline of the Luther family and the rise of the Han family. Who would have thought fate would twist, leading the very homeless dog to break through and rebuild the Luther family from here. But now I'm back. Time to eradicate the roots of the Luther family this time. Alban lunged at Davis, like a falling star river, a force almost unstoppable, even causing nearby people to tremble inwardly. Bang. However, a crucial moment saw a pale slender hand suddenly extend out, blocking Alban's grab. Alban looked at the newcomer. Assad slowly appeared, calmly saying, "You can't kill him. Who are you?" Alban asked coldly, "Do you dare tell this old man what to do?" Assad waved indifferently, pulling Davis and the Lorenzo into the estate himself, leaving only him to face everyone. "Let's go together." His eyes were indifferent, as if these people didn't matter to him. What an audacious fool. Alban's eyes darkened. "Regardless of who you are, daring to block me merits death." Saying that, he attacked abruptly. In an instant, a dazzling light burst from between his hands. Bang. Hayward fireworks exploding and dying down. A massive fist imprint shot towards Assad, but Assad punched back. The two fists collided. Boom. An invisible shockwave spread outwards from them. Not good. 2 surges of power beyond the divine realm erupted, far surpassing what Clint and his group could withstand. They didn't even have time to escape before being turned into dust. The surrounding 1,000 people were all killed by the shockwave. Meanwhile, Assad and Alban had already engaged in combat, their figures intertwining like 2 shadows, making it impossible for ordinary people to follow their movements. A series of thunderous shocks echoed continuously in midair. Alban grew increasingly shocked. He never expected this young man in front of him to be able to block his attacks. After all, at this moment, he had unleashed his true strength at the divine general level. That was a combat power far exceeding the divine realm. In contrast, Assad remained calm, giving off an unfathomable aura. "Who are you?" Alban's expression grew more and more serious. "The one who will kill you." Assad did not stop his movements, and a long sword appeared in his hand. In that short moment, he had tested Alban's capabilities and realized that the latter indeed hadn't wasted these years, having broken through to the divine general realm. It seemed there was a reason why the Luther family was pulled down by him back then. Arrogant. Since you're asking for it, don't blame me for using lethal force. Alban's face darkened as he finally harbored the intent to kill. Instantly, he unleashed 120% of his strength. 6 streams of blazing energy spewed out, like dragons breathing water. PFT. The surrounding space seemed to crack layer by layer. Poisonous skill. Alban still harbored such a deadly skill. One strike turning the surrounding plants and trees into instant witherings. However, facing him, Assad slashed down calmly with a single sword strike. Overwhelming sword chi surged out suddenly, seeming to split the sky and earth in half. Everything in sight turned into nothingness, only the devastating sword light connecting heaven and earth visible, like a sun falling from the sky. No. Alban was internally shaken. His heart trembled violently. He realized that there was no way he could withstand this strike. And if he couldn't, there was only one outcome: death. "Block it for me." Alban roared. His arms vibrated, and divine power surged out like mountains and seas from within him, forming a massive shield in front of him. But the sword light sliced down ruthlessly. The shield was making numerous evasive maneuvers midair. "I underestimated you." Assad looked at Alban and thought to himself, "Old fox." He was almost deceived. He hadn't expected that the opponent could create a doppelganger, fooling his senses. Alban hovered in midair, holding his battle saber, his face full of ridicule. It's you who overestimated yourself. Did you really think your level could defeat me? Ridiculous. However, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He almost died just now. That doppelganger was a life charm he obtained in the underground palace, which could save him in critical moments, usable 3 times. He had already used it once during his fight against Callan. He didn't expect to use one of the remaining 2 opportunities here. Only one chance left. Looking at Assad, thoughts raced in his mind as he began to entertain the idea of retreating. After all, if he died here, the Han family would truly be finished. But if he survived, wouldn't it be easy to rebuild another Luther family? Assad's gaze was profound. If so, let's settle this with our true strength. With that, he raised his hand, and a long sword slowly appeared in his palm. Unfortunately, it wasn't his white bone immortal sword. Otherwise, killing Albin would have been effortless. Very well, today this old man will fight you till the end. Albin laughed loudly, pointing his battle saber at Assad. His aura rapidly escalated, like a massive volcano about to erupt, energy surging intensely like a blazing sun. Assad's eyes lit up. Let's fight. Pointing the longsword, his fighting spirit rose. Facing the full power of a divine general realm expert, Assad found it quite intriguing. The previous encounter was too quick, leaving him no time to gauge his current strength. If Albin could hold on longer, it would help Assad better understand his own capabilities. Rumble. Albin's figure moved suddenly, fast as lightning. Several consecutive slashes were unleashed, each stroke overwhelmingly powerful. Dragon, dance 100 slashes. He shouted. The saber light filled the sky, seemingly leaving nothing but intense saber light in the entire sky. Unyielding and invincible. Come on then. Assad swung his sword without hesitation, charging forward. However, after delivering those few strokes, Albin turned and fled without any delay. His speed so swift that in the blink of an eye, he became a tiny black dot. Huh. Assad was stunned. He didn't expect Albin to run and immediately realized that Albin had only been putting up a false front. If you want to run, I'll drag you out. Assad, not the type to take losses quietly, flashed after him without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh. One pursued, the other fled, vanishing in an instant. Davis and the Adele finally came out of the manor, looking at the remnants of the EU faction's convoy left on the ground, speechless, unsure of what to say. Faced with the eruption of such strong beings like Assad and Albin, these people had already turned to ashes. Why bother? Davis shook his head, feeling no sympathy whatsoever. These people had come here to cause trouble for the Luther family. Getting wiped out was just what they deserved. These EU faction members always had poor reputations. If it weren't for their numbers and solidarity in critical moments, they would have been eliminated long ago. Dying here could be considered dying where they belonged. The Adele arranged for all the leftovers to be cleared away, placing some remaining bodies not yet turned to ash outside the manor. Writing a sign in blood. Trespassers die. To serve as a warning. The Luther family first wiped out the Han family, then the EU faction. After 2 consecutive battles, there should be fewer unwise individuals willing to challenge them. Meanwhile, Assad chased Albin close to a bustling metropolis in Nanyang. Albin had made up his mind not to engage Assad and simply fled into the bustling city, using countless ordinary people to mask his trail. He didn't believe Assad would dare to attack here. If 2 experts whose power surpassed the divine realm were to clash, the entire metropolis could be caught in the chaos, resulting in massive casualties and rivers of blood. In effect, Albin was using countless lives to threaten Assad not to kill him. Assad naturally saw through this tactic. However, he still had no intention of letting Albin off. A thread of energy firmly locked onto Albin's body as he relentlessly pursued him. Do you really intend to leave no stone unturned? Albin asked with a show of bravado but inwardly fearful. Assad responded calmly, your death will give me peace of mind. After all, while Albin wasn't a major threat to him, he was terrifying to the rest of the Luther family. If Albin attacked them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Since Assad had promised Davis to help rebuild the Luther family in Nanyang, he would eliminate all threats completely. And Albin was a major threat. Moreover, one of the key culprits behind the Luther family's downfall. Though Assad resisted Davis, the blood within him couldn't easily forget. Killing Albin was also a way to repay his ancestors. Very well, very well. If you insist on killing me, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. I'll take this whole city of ordinary people down with me, letting them die with me. In that case, all my karma will fall upon you. Are you sure you're ready for it? Albin's expression turned vicious and cruel. At their level, shouldering the karma of wiping out an entire city was utterly terrifying, destined to invite heavenly punishment. Albin was now willing to go all the way. He knew he couldn't withstand Assad once the latter attacked, so he resorted to desperate measures. Would he care about the lives of this city after he died? Let them die too. Really think you can threaten me? Assad sneered. Non-kin means different hearts. These are just native civilians of Nanyang. You think you can threaten me with their lives? How absurd. Chapter 459. Mutual destruction. Swish. Albin's face suddenly changed. He never expected Assad to say such words. Suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent descended from the sky. It was a streak of sword light. Icy and overwhelmingly tyrannical. You actually dare to make a move. Albin was visibly shocked. Why wouldn't I? Assad chuckled lightly, his laughter unrestrained. Did they really think he would consider these dark-skinned people from Nanyang? What a joke. Hadn't there been countless instances of plots against Donghua nationals in Nanyang over the years? Even large-scale, nationwide events had occurred, like the Great Upheaval of 1997. Countless Donghua nationals were killed, and their properties plundered. Horrifying images and records remain to this day. Assad had personally seen the aftermath of that great upheaval. Too terrible to behold. In his eyes, everyone here deserved death, and even if all were wiped out, it didn't matter. Because each and every one of them deserved to die. Boom. Instantly, waves of energy surged out from Assad's body, enveloping countless murderous auras that almost obscured the entire city's sky. Day turned into night, with thick clouds of killing intent forming in the air. Terror beyond compare. Oh no. Albin inwardly cursed, clearly seeing the unyielding malice in Assad's eyes. Thud, thud, thud. He swiftly swung his battle knife, blocking the incoming sword chi from Assad. But that sword chi was terrifying. That single strike was extraordinarily powerful, carrying an intense, frightening aura, causing his heart to tremble. Escape. He must escape. Albin went all out, disregarding the people in the city, unleashing his strength without concern for any consequences. Even so, under Assad's sword, he was still being forced backward. Meteor slashes moon. Albin swung his battle knife, releasing waves of blade chi like meteors toward Assad, while he kept retreating, trying desperately to escape. However, Assad's sword chi transformed into a massive sword wheel, covering the entire sky. Sword light filled everywhere, leaving no way for Albin to break free. As they continuously clashed, chaos erupted below. Cracks appeared on the ground. Seawater surged inland. People screamed and fled in panic, trampling each other. The Divine Realm expert Howard awakened upon sensing the turmoil. Seeing the two battling above him, his face turned pale, especially noticing they both had Donghua features, which enraged him further. Damned Donghua people, get out of here. Harnessing the vast luck of Nanyang, he attacked Assad and Albin directly. As he moved to strike, he noticed Albin's appearance, hesitating slightly as he recognized him. However, his actions did not pause. Boom. A violent attack soared toward the sky. Assad and Albin countered with ease, instantly breaking through the attack, the residual force tearing apart everything as it hit the ground. No. The Divine Realm expert finally realized something was wrong, but it was too late. He was instantly killed on the spot. Just a Divine Realm expert dared to interfere with a conflict between celestial generals. Even with the luck of an entire region, he was as weak as an ant. Pooh. His body was reduced to pulp by the aftershock. In midair, Assad and Albin's confrontation reached a critical moment. No matter how Albin tried to evade or counterattack, he could not escape. In the end, Assad decapitated him with a sword strike. But this time, Assad had anticipated it. So, what we just saw wasn't a clone but a sacrificial object. Crosses flashed in Assad's eyes. He immediately identified the truth. The moment he decapitated Albin, a jade charm on Albin's body suddenly glowed, and the current body instantly turned into a clone. Meanwhile, Albin's true body returned to peak condition. Damn! Now Albin was utterly panicked. Without his life-saving charm, he had no more chances to evade death. Facing such a formidable opponent as Assad, he was left with only one fate, death. If you want me dead, then let's die together. Albin made up his mind, a fierce expression crossing his face. He unleashed his full power, starting to self-destruct as his final attack on Assad. He wanted mutual destruction. Boom. In that instant, it was truly earth-shattering. A celestial general, already touching the true essence of this world, caused the surrounding space to be shaken once self-destructed. The earth trembled, and the surroundings shook. In an instant, he became a falling sun crashing onto the ground, exploding outward. Centered on him, everything turned into scorched earth. An overwhelmingly powerful force swept toward him, and Assad was on full alert. The sky filled with sword light condensed on his body surface as a defense. Bang! The immense force sent him flying, crashing directly into the sea. After some time, he rose from the sea surface, coughing lightly and spitting out a mouthful of blood. I didn't expect the self-destruction of a Divine Realm expert to have such power. He admitted that he had somewhat underestimated the force of Albin's final self-destruction. If his guess was correct, this attack likely surpassed the limits that a Divine Realm expert could unleash. Had he not dodged quickly and used all his strength as protection, he would have suffered severe injuries. Even so, he was still slightly injured. Of course, the worst off was not him but the city below. At this moment, it had turned into scorched earth, with the ground sunken several dozen meters, forming a funnel shape. Seawater surged in instantly. Truly terrifying. Assad shook his head, confirming Albin was indeed dead before leaving. As for the Nanyang people who died, he did not care at all. Turning around, he flew away. However, news from here spread rapidly to the outside world. Despite facing such a calamity, some survived by luck. They witnessed everything and were eager to spread the news. Of course, they did not see Assad clearly. They only saw a large sun landing and destroying the city. For some top experts, however, they knew well that it was not a big sun but a powerful figure falling. Beyond the Divine Realm, a few people understood thoroughly. Only such powerful figures could cause such a catastrophe. After all, no one dared to take the risk of facing a divine general powerhouse lightly, nor did anyone dare to suggest halting the vast plan the family had for dominating Nanyang. Geordie took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and said, "Head of the family, I think we need to deliberate further on our subsequent plans." Though he put it as needing more deliberation, the meaning was quite clear. Unable to win, it might be best to surrender. Manuel's gaze slowly swept over everyone's faces, sharp like daggers. Do you all mean the same? The group subconsciously avoided Manuel's gaze, lowered their heads, not daring to speak up. This included Manuel's own children who remained silent as well. Since that is so, then dismiss yourselves. Donghua, stay behind. Manuel waved his hand. A group rose from their seats. Some exchanged furtive glances when looking at Geordie, showing slight ill will before slowly retreating. Left were only Manuel and Geordie. Head of the family? Sitting down, Geordie felt slightly uneasy. He could feel Manuel's unvented anger. Reflecting on what happened just now, he sighed inwardly, knowing someone was about to be in trouble. Manuel said somewhat reluctantly, "Donghua, do we really stand no chance at all?" Geordie looked at Suwuji, understanding that he was already fully aware of the situation but didn't want to admit it. He bit his lip and replied, "Head of the family, please decide quickly." Manuel fell silent. "Let's return all the enterprises we seized from the Luther family back then. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. Brilliant decision, head of the family. Jordi felt relieved inside. He was truly afraid Manuel would confront Assad head-on, which would be courting death. After all, the Han family and Alban had already shown Assad's strength with their blood. Even the Oya financial group must be thinking of how to compromise now. A divine, general realm powerhouse. In this region of Nanyang, nearly invincible. Unless, if the Hayward Faust country or the Australian country intervened. Jordi didn't voice this thought, but received the order and left. Better to avoid any unnecessary complications right now. On the other side, the Luther family also received news about Assad. Especially upon hearing the news of Assad slaying Alban personally, both Davis and the Lorenzo couldn't hide their delight. Vengeance served. How could they not be elated? Master, wonderful news. Now, the Han family has been utterly destroyed, except for a few stragglers. Our Luther family can finally be rebuilt. It's a grand celebration. Should we hold a ceremony in honor of our ancestors? The Lorenzo suggested. Ancestor worship? Rebuilding the Luther family indeed required this. Davis considered for a moment and decided to postpone it, nodding and saying, that's true, but this matter shouldn't be rushed. We should wait until the Luther family stabilizes its position. The Lorenzo realized he had been too eager. Hearing Davis's words made him understand the prudent approach, so he nodded. While they conversed, Assad returned to the manor. Seeing the two of them here, he immediately bid farewell. What, you're leaving? Davis and the Lorenzo's expressions changed sharply. Currently, although the Luther family had reclaimed many enterprises and shipping routes, they were essentially an empty shell, far from being a dominant force. Their sole reliance was Assad's martial prowess. If Assad left, the Luther family would surely revert to its former state instantly. Assad, our family has just begun rebuilding. Furthermore, Davis hurriedly tried to persuade him. Assad interrupted him, saying, I promise to help rebuild your family. Now that the Luther family is rebuilt, isn't that right? This left Davis speechless. On the other side, the Lorenzo struggled internally, taking a sudden step forward and said, Eric, whatever mistakes happened. It was me who advised Master to abandon his family years ago and return to Nanyang. I know you bear resentment, but please do not blame the Master. All the faults are mine. I'm willing to atone for my sins with my life. As he spoke, a burst of power appeared in his palm. In one swift motion, he struck towards his forehead. One hit would likely end his life immediately. No. Davis grabbed the Lorenzo's hand and snapped angrily, what nonsense? What are you doing? Seeing one attempting suicide and the other trying to stop him, Assad showed a trace of impatience and said, enough. Stop putting on a show. I'll give you another month. If the Luther family still can't stabilize by then, don't blame me. With that, he waved his sleeve and returned to the pavilion where he had been in seclusion. Phew. Davis and the Lorenzo exchanged glances with bitter smiles. This was indeed a bitter stratagem. However, Assad's decision to stay did bring them some relief. As for Assad, after returning to the pavilion, he made a call to Daisy, informing her about the situation here and that he would need more time before he could return. If it weren't for your mother pleading for you, do you really think I would care about your lives? Coldness flashed in Assad's eyes. He closed his eyes. The coldness gradually dissipated. There was only a month left. He hoped they would take good care of themselves. Additionally, Assad had made a new discovery, which was one of the reasons he hadn't left immediately. When he shattered the aura of Nanyang, he noticed that the entire region seemed to develop some hostility toward him. Whenever he stood on Nanyang soil, he could clearly sense it. It was an extremely repelling force, as if trying to completely drive Assad out of this land. Moreover, as time passed, this repelling force was slowly growing stronger. This was also why Assad set a deadline of 1 month. He was worried that after a month, this repelling force might become so strong that he couldn't even endure it continuously. How strange. I've never heard that shattering the aura force would cause such backlash. Assad furrowed his brows. He sat cross-legged on the mat with his eyes closed, clearly sensing the subtle, starlight-like repelling force around his body, intertwined with human and celestial powers. Aura? What kind of force is this? To be able to merge both human and celestial powers. Assad became intrigued. Chapter 461. The power of Chi Lily. Chi Lily. This power has always been mysterious. Some people are naturally favored by Chi Lily, doing everything smoothly. They can even pick up money while walking on the road or survive a fall off a cliff and find treasures. Assad knew all this. Sometimes, he felt that he belonged to this type as well. After all, not everyone could gain a mortal cultivation from a car accident. He actually didn't feel Chi Lily deeply until this time when he was rejected by it, which made him understand it better than before. As the saying goes, timing is everything, fate is destiny. In simple terms, Chi Lily means being in the right place at the right time with the right people. His fierce actions in Nanyang this time, let alone causing so many deaths, he also struck against Chi Lily directly, completely breaking away from the harmony of timing, location, and people here. I hope this won't affect the Luther family. Assad felt a bit uneasy. Seeing how the Chi Lily force rejected him, he knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, as the rejection power increased, Assad had an idea to try to refine and master this power. Instinctively, he felt this would bring him immense benefits. Then let's give it a try. Assad decided to act immediately. Raising his hand, he grabbed toward a light point enveloping around him. SSSSHH. His action was so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see his move. However, that light point seemed to exist between reality and illusion, and he ended up grabbing empty air. Assad raised an eyebrow, but he knew this wouldn't be simple, so he didn't get discouraged and kept trying. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. After thousands of attempts, Assad finally found out why he failed. The power of Chi Lily wasn't substantial but more like a force, making it hard to grasp using normal methods. One must use mental energy. The pet started struggling frantically, as if sensing an earthquake or tsunami, their panic immediately catching the attention of the Luther family. What's going on? Davis felt anxious. Looking at the pavilion with the strongest oppressive aura, he looked grim. That was where Assad was cultivating in seclusion. Did something go wrong? The Lorenzo quickly said, Eric, don't worry. Eric Luther's abilities are extraordinary. Nothing will happen to him. He's probably practicing some extraordinary technique that caused these phenomena. Comforted by the Lorenzo, Davis nodded reluctantly, but he still felt an ominous premonition. His instincts weren't wrong. Not long after, the sky suddenly changed drastically, black clouds gathered, and thunder roared, as if heaven itself was enraged. Boom! Purple lightning bolts formed and struck down toward the pavilion where Assad was. Crack! Unceasingly. It seemed determined to destroy the place entirely. How could this be? Indeed, it was the might of heaven and earth. Davis's face changed. He wanted to approach but was held back by the Lorenzo. Eric, it's dangerous. But Assad is still inside. With his strength, those thunderbolts can't hurt him. The Lorenzo dragged Davis away from the estate, and other Luther family members did the same. The lightning was terrifying, almost forming a sea of thunderclouds surrounding the entire estate. The lightning poured down, each bolt as thick as a bucket, terrifying in power. Seeing this scene, Davis and the Lorenzo's hearts almost leaped out of their chests. It was too horrifying. Countless bolts of lightning struck the estate, especially the pavilion where Assad was situated, right at the heart of the sea of thunder. Please don't let anything happen. Davis's heart twisted with worry. At this moment, Assad couldn't help but want to curse. It was just researching the power of Chi Lily. Did it have to result in a lightning strike? Countless bolts of lightning surrounded Assad, yet a layer of greenish mist covered his body. After each bolt struck, it was instantly shattered by the mist. Not a single bit of damage was done to Assad. Get lost. Assad roared and immediately acted. He slashed with his sword. It seemed the entire sea of thunder might be split in two. Boom. The sky suddenly darkened, as if heaven itself was enraged. Thunder rolled incessantly, like the apocalypse was about to arrive. The whole sea of thunder pressed violently onto the ground. Thunder roared, and the earth split open. Crack. Distorted explosion sounds rang out. Buildings in the estate collapsed one after another, except for the pavilion where Assad stood, which remained barely intact. Everywhere else turned into ruins. Seeing this scene, Assad became furious. Rogue heavens, you've got some nerve. Today, he would definitely master this power of Chi Lily. He wanted to see what exactly this Chi Lily power was. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder continued without end while Assad persisted in studying the power of Chi Lily. He forcefully pressed threads of Chi Lily power into his mind, continuously merging them, despite its hostility towards him. With such immense power now within him, why should he fear any hostility? If he couldn't tame you, he would subdue you by force. Sure enough, those threads of Chi Lily power conceded, slowly merging into his mind. Thus, the amount of Chi Lily power in his mind gradually increased. Before long, it formed a clump the size of a pigeon egg, faintly emitting a vibe similar to this realm. As this vibe emerged, the whole sea of thunder paused. It began to show signs of dispersing. Chapter 462, The God-Slaying Squad. Assad raised an eyebrow. The thunder sea was actually dissipating. Just because of this small clump of luck force? Assad was somewhat surprised. This luck force was too powerful. Without further ado, Assad continued to integrate the luck force. He made everyone who resisted submit one by one. Before long, he had completely grasped all the luck force around him. Looking at the fist-sized luck force in his hand, Assad's thoughts churned. It seems this thing also fears the strong, but it's unclear what else it can do. At this moment, the thunder sea outside was dissipating faster and faster. In just the time it takes for a cup of tea, it seemed like the end of the world scenario had never happened as the clouds parted and the sun shone through again. The thunder sea has dissipated. The sky is clear. The Luther family members outside the estate shouted excitedly. Davis and the Adele exchanged glances, looking at the ruined estate, feeling uneasy. This was the estate built by their ancestor Callan. Now it was nothing but scorched earth and rubble, like a wasteland. Except for the pavilion where Assad was, everything else was completely destroyed. In the pavilion, Assad sat upright, enveloped in golden light, appearing like a god descended upon the mortal world, radiating divine brilliance under the influence of the luck force. My God! Some Luther family members instinctively knelt down. At this moment, Assad, with the luck force on him, ignored the surroundings and continued to carefully experience the wonders of the luck force. Seeing that Assad hadn't awakened, Davis stopped those approaching and exchanged a glance with the Adele. Buy up the surrounding villas. Since the estate here is destroyed, it's perfect for us to rebuild a new one. Out with the old, in with the new. What's past is past. Davis said softly. Yes. The Adele hesitated for a moment before nodding. After all, the estate was already destroyed, and rebuilding was the only choice. All the Luther family members withdrew. Davis arranged for some people to guard around Assad to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Others went off to execute their tasks. With the new construction of the Luther estate, many things needed to be handled. Inside the destroyed estate, Assad continued to study the luck force. Assad stood up. His body was now covered in a layer of luck force. Under the cover of night, he resembled a burning torch. Assad felt that walking on this land, he could accomplish anything effortlessly, and every action would proceed smoothly, though he was already capable of such feats. And that sense of rejection was finally gone. Phew. Assad felt that as long as he stood on this land, he could unleash his full power at 100%, even with considerable enhancement. As they say, when fortune comes, heaven and earth will work together. Anyone opposing him would be opposing the entire universe. However, as he grasped more luck force, he inferred that this luck force was extremely unfair and fearful towards strength. Indeed, there is no such thing as destiny. The greatest fortune lies in being strong or weak. Soon, the brilliance dimmed down. Assad retracted the luck force into his mind. His eyes flickered as he suddenly looked towards the distance. Warning, We've been discovered. Requesting evacuation. Agreed. A silver figure showed a green light wave in his eyes. While receiving the reply through his earpiece, he turned and left without hesitation. To everyone's surprise, a high-powered jetpack appeared behind him. An intense energy reaction occurred. Boom. His speed suddenly exceeded the speed of sound, dashing away in an instant towards the sea. What kind of thing is this? A robot? Or a human? Assad's heart moved. With a step on the ground, he pursued the figure at incredible speed. Both were moving very fast. Assad found that the other party, aided by the jetpack, reached a terrifying 5 times the speed of sound, much faster than average divine realm experts. Soon, they reached the sea. From afar, Assad saw the silver figure fall into a warship, which was part of a fleet flying the prominent flag of Hayward-Thaus country. Hayward-Thaus country? Assad hovered in mid-air. Whistle. Above the fleet, urgent alarm sounds came. Advanced radars immediately detected Assad pursuing them, and the ship cannons began turning, locking onto Assad's position. Damn, he caught up. On the flagship of this fleet, in the captain's room, a Maxwell in battle attire leaned back in his chair with his legs propped up on the table, a cigar in his mouth. When he received the alarm, the cigar dropped from his mouth, almost burning his pants. He hurriedly got up, patting out the sparks on his body. His gaze was fixed on the screen, which displayed Assad's figure. Sir, the reconnaissance mission has been completed. Please give your instructions. A silver-white figure appeared before him. Now, its entire figure was revealed. An ordinary-looking face as if it were cast from a mold, expressionless, with green circles of light constantly emerging from its eyes. Get lost. The Maxwell said irritably. What was supposed to be a routine reconnaissance mission unexpectedly brought the main person over. How could he not be angry? He had no choice but to alter his plans. Yes, sir. The silver-white figure seemed unmoved, calmly turning around. Its body turned into a mass of silver-white liquid and vanished directly from the captain's cabin. These damned freaks. A deep apprehension flashed across the Maxwell's eyes. This silver figure wasn't an isolated case, but an entire squadron of 100 people, temporarily assigned under his command specifically for this South Ocean affair. Years ago, they had secretly supported the Han family in wiping out the Luther family, subsequently controlling the South Ocean shipping lanes. Now, the Luther family had risen again, swiftly annihilating the Han family, completely surprising them. The upper echelons within the country immediately dispatched this squadron. Their name, Godslayers. The Maxwell had secretly tested these Godslayers' strength before. Each of them possessed combat capabilities beyond the peak master level. Plus, their bodies could transform between special liquid and solid forms, making it difficult even for Divine Realm experts to defeat them. If 3 or 5 Godslayers attacked a Divine Realm expert, there was a significant risk of that expert being overwhelmed. And this squad consisted of 100 Godslayers. Even an existence above the Divine Realm would have a headache dealing with them. However, the Maxwell was also relieved that they had come along. After all, the power displayed by Assad and Alban in their battle was truly intimidating. Since they followed, let's just kill them. The South Ocean must not fall into others' hands. It must remain under our Hayward-Thaus country's control. A fierce determination flashed through the Maxwell's eyes. Chapter 463, Chaos Within the Fleet. Send for the captain of the Tu Sun Shao Doi. Yes, Mr. Caesar. At the doorway, a young warrior in combat gear retreated. Before long, a man enveloped in a silver outer garment appeared. He was well built, standing at around 2 meters and 45 centimeters. Whether in physique or strength, he seemed to be in a state of perfection. He was the captain of the Tu Sun Shao Doi. Carter, see in your father's previous proposal. These words weighed heavily on him, and Captain Carter nodded, saying, if that's the case, then it looks like I must take action. For freedom. For freedom. They exchanged glances, picked up their wine glasses from the table, clinked them together, and drank them dry. Carter left. Caesar watched his back, chuckling inwardly. How foolish. Relying on this to aim for the next position. How ridiculous. However, while his mind isn't sharp, his strength is commendable and has some utility. Walking on the deck with large strides, the supercomputer in Carter's brain analyzed Caesar's every move. System alert. Based on the other party's words and expressions, and comparing past video footage of Caesar, it is concluded that his promises cannot be trusted. Do not trust easily. Hearing this alert from the computer, a mocking smile crept onto Carter's lips. Still, he raised his head and looked at Assad above him, who radiated immense power. Captain, should we make our move? Behind Carter, silver figures gathered one by one. In no time, the 100-man team was all present, standing silently on the deck without breath, heartbeat, or expression. Hayward lifeless objects. This made the surrounding crew feel an inexplicable chill. The damn Tu Sun Shao Doi were truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Assad lowered his head to examine the naval fleet below. His divine senses spread out like a tidal wave, enveloping the area centered on himself. The Hayward-Thaus nation's fleet. Never thought it would appear here in Nanyang territory, and it looked like they had just arrived. A bold idea came to Assad's mind. After all, sinking something into the ocean wasn't unusual, was it? Feeling Assad's sensory fluctuations, Carter aboard the ship felt a stirring in his heart. In an instant, centering on him, a circle of icy blue light began to rotate. Electromagnetic interference field. System alert. Magnetic field interference detected. Communication system failure. Suddenly, the entire fleet's communication system experienced intense interference. Crackling sounds filled the air. Communication was completely cut off, isolating the entire fleet from the outside world. Caesar burst out of the captain's cabin with a furious expression, shouting, Captain Carter, they're attacking us. Why haven't you moved yet? Carter, looking at the anxious Caesar, gave a strange smile. How do you know it's them attacking us? Caesar froze. Who else would interfere with our communications? Not good. Wait. Elmo's skin, nostrils, eyes, and other openings, causing him to scream in apparent agony. Before long, he finally quieted down. silent like an old computer in standby mode. After a moment, a glint of silver flashed in his eyes, then he shook his head and knelt down. Greetings, Captain. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. San, from now on, you are the captain of this fleet. Yes, Captain. Their voices were unguarded, and the surrounding crew members were terrified, witnessing these changes and realizing something significant had happened. They wanted to run, but the silver figures wouldn't let them. In a short while, they were all parasitized. Once parasitized, they were slaughtered without mercy. Apart from the members of the god-slaying squad, everyone else on the entire fleet was wiped out. Blood stained the deck red, and corpses floated around the fleet. The scene was gruesome. This is interesting. I didn't expect to witness a rebellion firsthand. These are the rumored bio-enhanced humans? Assad frowned. Chapter 464, Close Combat. The Hayward-Thouse's country excelled in the art of biological modification, especially in biochemical modified humans, leading the world in this field. Their biolabs, spread all over the globe, conducted research around the clock. The Godslayer Squad was one of their products. Every year, countless people joined willingly or unwillingly. Post-modification, these individuals had supercomputers and controllers implanted into their brains, ensuring the loyalty of this bio-enhanced team. Over the years, the number of such modified beings continued to increase. Assad watched coldly as these modified individuals carried out slaughter within the fleet. He wasn't sure if they were killing on their own accord or being controlled. Suddenly, Carter's body floated up and came before Assad. Powerful one from the east, this is not a place you should be. His expression was cold. The supercomputer in his brain rapidly scanned Assad, taking advantage of the proximity to urgently evaluate Assad's strength level and potential threat. System alert. Extremely dangerous. System alert. Extremely dangerous. System alert. Extremely dangerous. 3 consecutive red alerts flashed across Carter's vision, and an urgent warning sounded inside his head, making him slightly stiffen. Are you talking to me? Assad looked down at him from above. His voice was as sharp as a knife, filled with lethal intent. How could he dare to confront him so brazenly after secretly spying on him? However, this could be an opportunity to examine these modified beings. Carter's heart trembled. Despite the modifications meant to shield most emotions, he couldn't ignore the pressure from a true powerhouse. But with continuous system warnings, Carter instinctively sensed the danger, to a potentially fatal degree. Carter, a man who knew when to yield, chuckled awkwardly and said, Sir, we have no intention of offending you. It's just that there are some internal incidents within the fleet that we prefer to handle privately. Is that so? Assad showed no emotion. His gaze seemed to possess a magic that could see through one's soul, making Carter feel uneasy. If there are internal issues, why come and spy on me? Assad sneered. His eyes locked onto a figure standing on the deck, the same modified individual he'd noticed outside the manor. Hayward thing his hand. He transformed his true chi into a dragon, which instantly shot towards the target. Hold it. Carter's face changed as his hand turned into a silver long knife, unleashing fierce silver light like fireworks blooming in the night sky. Swish. With one stroke, he slashed towards the dragon's head. Crack. A huge crack appeared on the dragon's head, spreading rapidly along its body until it exploded into pieces. Assad raised an eyebrow. Though the dragon was a casual effort, it possessed godlike power, yet it was cut down by a single stroke. That's interesting. Assad became intrigued. Bio-modified humans were unexpectedly strong. If they could be mass-produced, they would pose a significant threat. Let's use this chance to probe them. If I can capture a few to bring back for study, it will benefit our nation's biotechnology greatly. Assad decided. He then said coolly, if you dare block me, let's settle this by force. I'm determined to take this person today. Swish. Assad stood, fingers pointing like a sword. Carter did not want to fight Assad, but he knew there was no other choice now. Focusing his mind, his eyes locked on Assad's sword light. His form began to change. Both arms turned into long knives, and his feet became sharp spikes. Thorns spread over his body, turning him into a terrifying combat machine. Boom. Without waiting, Carter struck. 5 thrusters on his back. 1 large, 4 small, ignited, propelling him straight at Assad. His long knives sliced toward him. Assad blocked with his sword. The tremendous impact transferred through the weapons, causing his body, suspended midair, to drop several dozen feet. What immense strength. Assad raised an eyebrow in surprise. On the other side, Carter's expression also changed. He felt a strong counterforce from Assad's sword light, almost lifting him off his feet and slowing his momentum. After all, the 5 extremely compressed jet engines on his back were from spaceship engines. When all 5 engines were activated, they could even carry several tons of objects out of Earth's gravity and into space. Yet, now they were blocked by Assad with sheer human power. How was this possible? Carter couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He had intended to use this sudden strike to severely injure Assad or at least cause some damage, but it turned out to be completely ineffective. Don't just stand there in front of me. Assad chuckled lightly. The long sword in his hand had solidified into a tangible form. He stepped forward and slashed, delivering a direct head-on attack. Crack. Carter could only block with his dual knives against this slash. Boom. Bang. Carter felt as if the sword aura was rushing towards him, the sharp edge almost tearing him apart. However, the most terrifying thing was the sheer force. It felt like he was struck by an iceberg, sending him flying backward for dozens of meters, nearly losing control and falling into the sea. System alert. Left arm 15% damaged. Right arm 20% damaged. System alert. Overall combat efficiency decreased by 9%. The continuous alerts made Carter's face turn grim. He decisively landed on the fleet. Fire. Intercept with full power. Do not let the enemy get close. All fleet units, immediate launch. Without hesitation, he directly chose to activate the weapons on the fleet. As a fleet capable of dominating the oceans worldwide, its arsenal was also quite formidable. After all, some countries and regions had divine realm experts stationed there. To still move unimpeded in such places, the fleet's weapons needed to be able to deter the opposition. Boom, boom, boom. After Carter gave his orders, his subordinates immediately took control of the fleet's computer system, starting to operate the weapons and bombarding Assad. One by one, missiles ascended into the sky amidst smoke. Each missile was precision-guided and equipped with miniature, specialized armor-piercing shells, guaranteed to penetrate any obstruction. Even a Divine Realm expert would not be able to ignore it. Chapter 465, The Sea Bottom Monster. Boom, boom, boom. Endless explosions targeted Assad in mid-air. Assad looked at these thermal weapons with a blank expression. The explosive force was too scattered. As long as they did not directly hit him, the threat to him was minimal. Even if he were struck, for his immortal martial battle body, it would be like facing a gentle breeze. Of course, this did not apply to his clothes. So, to prevent his clothes from being destroyed, Assad dodged the armor-piercing shells and darted down toward the fleet. Being a target in midair didn't feel good. Since that was the case, he might as well take over their fleet. Whoosh! He plummeted sharply. His speed exceeded that of the flying armor-piercing shells. Before they exploded, Assad had already passed through layers of intercepting weapons and arrived at the fleet. Not good. Carter had known that these formed into a long stick, which he used to beat the modified people until deformed. Then, with a breath of true chi, it transformed into restraining ropes, binding them up. Within moments, he gathered dozens of captives. This scene made Carter's face turn green. He was not just the captain of this god-slaying squad, but also its actual owner. Initially, raising this squad nearly bankrupted his family. Now, he had lost more than half of his men in an instant. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Carter panicked. He dived into the water without hesitation, fleeing away. He had already recorded the confidential information of the fleet into his brain computer. There was nothing left worth staying for on this fleet. It was just a pity about his subordinates. But as long as he was alive, subordinates could always be cultivated again. However, he underestimated Assad. The modified people he left behind on the fleet barely resisted for a dozen breaths before being bound together. Despite their struggles, there was no way they could break free. After a quick glance at them, Assad jumped into the water, chasing after Carter. After all, he was the big fish. Compared to the modified people on deck, Carter's modification level was undoubtedly higher. One could tell by looking at the combat power. These ordinary modified humans were merely at the peak Isabellister level, while Carter was at least at the Divine Realm faint. Quite fast. Relying on the faint sensation, Assad continued to chase. The terrain at the bottom of the sea was incredibly complex, with countless underwater mountains and shipwrecks. Assad darted through them rapidly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide in all directions. But there was nothing. He suddenly stopped. It was impossible for the other party to move so quickly as to escape his perception within such a short time. So there was only one possibility. The other party had hidden somewhere nearby, using the complex seabed terrain to conceal himself, intending to evade him. Assad's eyes gleamed, and the cross star appeared at the bottom of his eyes. Whoosh! Golden light illuminated. Assad's gaze swept over the seabed rapidly. The originally silent and dark sea seemed to be stirred by the golden light, suddenly becoming active. An ancient, dormant aura seemed about to awaken. Assad abruptly paused. What the hell is this? He couldn't quite believe what he saw. When his cross-heavenly eye scanned an underwater volcano, he felt an extremely ancient aura emanating from it. Vast primordial energy seemed ready to burst forth. However, that unknown existence was still in a dormant state. Immense vitality, huge size, unimaginable realm, indescribable sense of danger. This was what Assad felt at that moment. He suddenly understood why Carter would hide here. The other party must have known something, realizing that if he acted rashly, he might trigger unimaginable danger. This time, I'll spare your dog's life. Assad regretted it, but had to leave. The unknown existence within the underwater volcano made him feel fatally dangerous. It was certainly not an ordinary being. After all, the oceans cover more than 70% of the globe, far more mysterious and unpredictable than land, harder to explore. Who knew what ancient existences lay hidden within? Perhaps there were even legendary creatures surpassing the strength of divine kings. Chapter 466. Entire tribe falls into the net. Buzz. However, just as he rapidly ascended, the underwater volcano suddenly shook. The chaotic and complex seabed abruptly cracked open, revealing surging lava, as red as blood. The most terrifying thing was that a massive pupil could be faintly seen within. Wait, Assad suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. From his current perspective, it seemed that this seabed was not made of rock layers, but was actually the incredibly huge face of the giant sea monster. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This size must exceed tens of thousands of meters. If it were to reveal its true form, it would likely cause tremendous upheaval across the globe. Assad's heart skipped a beat, seeming to stall. He tried his best to suppress his aura, not daring to move at all, floating like a piece of seaweed on the surface of the sea. Fortunately, the monster seemed to have been living in the dark deep sea for a long time, with vision degenerated to a great extent, and it did not notice Assad's presence at all. After a long while, the monster's eye slowly closed. Phew! Assad exhaled deeply in relief and swiftly left like a flying fish. At the moment he leaped out of the water, his taut nerves finally relaxed. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, it was hard for him to imagine such a terrifying sea monster could exist under the sea. And even more so, could there be even stronger monsters? He couldn't help but think about those tales of strange creatures. There might be passageways leading to other worlds hidden within the Earth's core, and those giant creatures might originate from other worlds. After all, given Earth's current oxygen levels, it was impossible for creatures of such enormous size to appear. Just as Assad was pondering this, another figure suddenly emerged from the sea. Their eyes met. Carter showed a forced smile. Assad, why are you still here? The look of shock on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an unpleasant expression as if he had swallowed a fly. He accidentally disturbed the sea monster and expected Assad to have left quickly, but didn't expect the latter hadn't moved at all. I'm waiting for you, of course. Assad found it somewhat amusing. He thought Carter had already escaped or continued hiding, but didn't expect to run into him like this. It really was a small world. Seeing the murderous glint in Assad's eyes, Carter hurriedly shouted, Assad, what are you doing? Don't forget there's a giant monster lurking beneath the sea. Are you going to fight me here? If we disturb the monster, neither of us will survive. After a pause, seeing Assad hesitate, he continued to threaten. Not only that, if the sea monster appears, both sides of the ocean will suffer, causing mass destruction, all because of your fault. He had fought Assad before and knew he was no match for him, so he could only threaten using the sea monster. If Assad backed down, it would be best. If not, he'd rather take millions of innocent lives along with him. But unexpectedly, Assad gave a soft laugh. Feeling uneasy, Carter wriggled slightly but kept watching Assad warily. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how self-assured you are. Assad considered their distance from the deep sea and wondered who gave Carter the courage to think he could escape from right in front of him. Their previous brief encounter had already let Assad understand Carter's capabilities. Apart from some traits of a genetically modified human, there wasn't much else worth mentioning. Carter grew increasingly uneasy, sensing a storm brewing beneath Assad's calm exterior. Unable to help retreating, he exclaimed, What do you mean? Assad, I'm warning you, I'm not joking. If you push me too far, I'll crash into the underwater volcano and drag you down with me. To bolster his resolve, he ended up gnashing his teeth. Assad remained calm and said, We'll see if you can really escape from me first. Boom. From stillness to motion, it only took a split second. With one step, Assad surpassed the speed of sound. Although they were hundreds of meters apart initially, this distance shrank to face almost instantly. Before Carter could react, he felt a powerful gust coming towards him. Simultaneously, Assad reached out his hand, blocking the sky above his head. With a sudden darkness, Carter immediately knew it was bad news. Desperately, he shouted, Silent stream deep flow. His whole body trembled violently. His body, made of silver memory metal, began to transform. From a humanoid shape, it turned into a stream of water, quickly falling towards the sea surface. Hayward, a streak of silver white. He touched the water surface in an instant. This made Carter elated. Assad, you think you can catch me? Dream on. I'll make sure you pay when I get away. He vowed. But in the next second, bang, it was as if he had hit an iron plate, producing a muffled sound. His body, which had already turned into a liquid state, failed to penetrate the sea surface. Instead, it was repelled and returned to human form. What was going on? Upon close inspection, Carter found that within a 10-mile radius of the sea surface, there was a layer of green light. It was clearly Assad's immortal martial power. This power was cast over the sea surface, transforming the seawater into solid steel as hard as anything. Damn! Carter didn't have time to curse. Assad was already right in front of him. Seal. Assad's 5 fingers came down, and 5 strands of green energy twisted like 5 old dragons, directly binding Carter in the middle. As he struggled, the 5 dragons continuously coiled tighter, applying more force. Originally back in human form, Carter was forcefully strangled and once again transformed into a pool of silver liquid. The 5 green dragons tightly sealed this puddle of liquid, compressing it into a fist-sized silver sphere, completely locking any movement. Assad beckoned, and the small silver ball fell into his hand. The brilliant silver sphere had 5 green dragon shadows on its surface, with faint movements visible at all times, ensuring Carter couldn't escape. Let me go. Carter's faint roars sounded from deep within the silver ball. Assad ignored it. He thoroughly sealed the silver ball, and then quickly headed towards the maritime fleet of Beacon Country. Meanwhile on the fleet, bang! A bio-enhanced human who was bound suddenly opened his eyes. It was none other than the previous fleet commander, Barth. He had regained consciousness and saw the tied-up bio-enhanced humans around him. Hatred flashed in his eyes. Those scoundrels almost killed him. The Carter family, you actually dared to do this. I won't let you off. With great strength, he broke free from the restraints left by Assad, leaped into the seawater, and swam toward the South Ocean. Chapter 467. Unreconcilable Hatred. Assad had just returned to the fleet formation when he immediately noticed that one of the bio-enhanced humans was missing. A quick glance revealed signs that the person had fled. Did he go to Nanyang? I didn't expect it to be him. He confirmed that the missing one was indeed the former fleet commander, Wallace. First betrayed by Carter, then his body taken over by a bio-enhanced human. But this guy managed to escape somehow, quite resourceful. However, this was no longer Assad's concern. Assad contacted Aaron directly. When Aaron learned that Assad had picked up a fleet at sea, he couldn't help but look astonished. After understanding the situation, Aaron hesitated and said, Young friend, those bio-enhanced humans are indeed urgently needed by our research department. But as for this fleet, it's too conspicuous. If the target were smaller, it would be easier to bring back home without much trouble. But an entire fully equipped fleet, with over 10 vessels including the flagship, such a massive target would be intercepted even before leaving Nanyang. It would inevitably make people think that Donghua had secretly orchestrated this event. Primarily, it wasn't worth it. A fleet's technological value wasn't that high. With Donghua's current technology level, better ships could be built entirely. Others' technology can only serve as references. Assad thought so too, and replied, Alright then, but you'll need to send your own team to transport these bio-enhanced humans back. I still need to stay in Nanyang for some time. No problem. Aaron agreed. The fleet could be given up, but obtaining these bio-enhanced humans was a must. In this field of research, the Hayward country, USA, was indeed ahead globally. With thousands of labs worldwide, they weren't joking around. Moreover, Donghua generally avoided certain taboo studies, but the Hayward country did not care and secretly conducted countless projects. If they could get these bio-enhanced humans and learn from their experiences, Donghua could significantly shorten its development time in this area. They ended the call. Not long after, several speedboats raced towards them. Assad focused his gaze. On the speedboat stood several men, all dressed as donghua nationals. They approached quickly and jumped onto the fleet. "Greetings, Mr. Luther." The leader saluted. Assad nodded and asked, "You're sent by Crane, Honorable?" "Yes, we're a small team stationed in Nanyang, responsible for investigating various forces here. This time, on Crane Honorable's orders, we're specifically tasked with transporting the bio-enhanced humans back." This man explained. Assad verified their credentials, confirming their identities, then handed over the subjects. "You must keep a close watch on them. Do not let anything go wrong." Assad passed a box to the man and instructed, "Yes, Mr. Luther, we will not fail our mission." They all saluted together. Assad watched them leave, until their speedboats turned into black dots disappearing into the horizon. He then focused on the flagship beneath him. What a pity. With a deep breath, he channeled tremendous force into the ship. Hayward, a mountain pressing down. The flagship groaned under the weight. Boom. Unable to bear the pressure, the ship split with a huge crack soon after, seawater flooding in, causing the flagship to sink slowly. Assad repeated this process several times, sinking the entire fleet. Finally, he left. His figure darted through the air like lightning and vanished. Shortly after, another fleet approached from Nanyang. Leading the way on board was none other than Wallace. "Damn it, they're gone." Wallace punched the railing hard, causing a dent in the specially crafted steel hull. The sight made the local Nanyang factions flinch. That was their ship. Wallace had swum back to Nanyang and immediately contacted local forces, verifying his identity before borrowing a fleet to rush here. Unfortunately, he was too late. "My lord, we came from Nanyang and didn't encounter your fleet along the way. Could they have sailed out to the open ocean?" Ahoy cautiously suggested. Wallace nodded and ordered his men to contact the Hayward country, using satellite radar to search for the fleet. The response was negative. "This is impossible. A whole fleet cannot just vanish into thin air. Those damn guys must be deliberately making fun of me, refusing to tell me the fleet's location." Wallace paced back and forth on the ship, his face alternately flushed and pale. He began to calculate in his mind. All of the fleet under his command was lost. Although it was due to Carter's sudden rebellion, the ownership of the fleet belonged to him. Now, with the fleet gone, he would likely bear full responsibility. And if it fell into the hands of the donghua people, the charges against him would be even more severe. This is bad. Worry clouded his face. "Sir, the sonar has new findings." Suddenly, a guard rushed in and reported loudly. "What happened?" Wallace immediately looked at him. The other people in the captain's cabin also turned to the guard. Without delay, the guard reported, "The sonar system detected a large number of sunken ships, suspected to be the fleet under Mr. Wallace." "What?" Wallace's face turned white as he dashed out of the cabin, diving into the sea head first. His body moved swiftly through the water, heading rapidly toward the seafloor. Sure enough, after not long, he saw the fleet under his command. They were neatly sunk at the bottom of the sea. Each ship was broken into several pieces, heavily damaged. This sight made Wallace's eyes turn red, nearly driving him mad. If they were just missing, there would still be hope to find them. But now, the other party had destroyed this entire fleet. And they were right here, at the bottom of the sea. Wallace was so enraged that he wished he could tear that person apart. Was it Assad or Carter? He struggled to suppress his anger. After all, when he escaped, he personally saw those restrained bio-enhanced humans, among whom Carter was not present, suggesting Assad had the upper hand. So, the one who destroyed this fleet must have been that donghua person. "I will never rest until you are avenged." Wallace spat out a mouthful of blood and surfaced, darkly instructing, "Arrange for the salvage of the ships, and the rest follow me back to Nanyang." "Yes, sir." No one dared to object, only obeying. Back in Nanyang, Wallace sat at the coastal base and issued a sinister order. Eliminate every donghua person in Nanyang. Chapter 468, South Ocean Transformation. Sir, this cannot be done." Hearing these words, the people around all changed color dramatically. This was not like before. Back then, the Long Kingdom was still weak, and the forces in the South Ocean were complex. With the support of some top-tier major countries, they naturally dared to resist the Long Kingdom, even carrying out the bloody incident of 1997. However, now the strength of the Long Kingdom is extraordinarily powerful, a superpower solidly ranked among the global elite. Performing such an action now would almost certainly drive the South Ocean into self-destruction. Even the Hayward country couldn't protect them at that point. Enraged Long citizens might tear them apart personally, leaving them no place to bury their bodies. "Do you intend to refuse my orders?" Kent's fierce gaze cut across their faces like a blade, causing each of the South Ocean's power holders present to tremble in fear, shivering uncontrollably. "Sir, openly breaking ties with the Long Kingdom is simply not worth it. When that happens, not only will we be unable to escape calamity, even you may face impeachment domestically." Someone reasoned logically and appealed emotionally. But Kent wasn't listening to any of this nonsense at this moment. After all, the fleet under his command had been completely annihilated. This loss was enough to doom him irreparably. If that's the case, why not take one last gamble? Drag the Long people along for burial. This was Kent's resolution. He had no way out anyway, and he would naturally seek revenge on this person who destroyed his entire fleet. Seeking revenge on the entire Long Kingdom. Execute immediately, without error. Kent kicked over the table in front of him and strode out. The few people inside exchanged glances. Their faces were unbearably grim. If this order was truly carried out, it would literally mean certain death for them. Kent had given up, but they couldn't afford to do so. When he leaves after this, they would bear the brunt of the Long Kingdom's fury. What should we do? A few walked out together, looking helpless. What else can we do? It's hopeless. If it comes down to it, we jump ship first and find a few scapegoats to do this for us. If it succeeds, the credit is ours. If it fails, it's none of our business. That's right, we can't gamble. Remember, there's a super expert on par with a divine general currently in the South Ocean, under the Long Kingdom. If we provoke him, He didn't finish speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. At this time, eliminating Long citizens, regardless of the Long Kingdom's own, was also a coercive strategy, because he still held a trump card, which might give him a chance to turn things around. Calm days began to stir up storms. As Kint's orders spread, even if the South Ocean rulers acted insincerely, they couldn't stop Kint's men from acting directly. In a short time, the status of Long citizens in the South Ocean plummeted. Those able to come to the South Ocean generally had some financial means or special skills, and were mostly middle to upper class or even upper class, already envied by local natives. With the fengqi of expelling and plundering Long citizens taking hold, many immediately sprang into action. They, the lower class of the South Ocean, believed that Long citizens had stolen their opportunities and resources. Once they moved, they quickly stirred up chaos throughout the South Ocean. Burning, killing, looting. No evil deeds were left undone. For a time, every Long citizen was in peril. What are these bastards trying to do? Rebel? The Long Kingdom's fleet. Move out immediately. I want to see who dares to harm our Long citizens. The bigwigs of the Long Kingdom made their decision right away. Thus, the fleet set off, heading toward the South Ocean. Some experts either accompanied the fleet or moved out on their own initiative toward the South Ocean. Storm clouds were gathering. In the capital of the South Ocean, in the conference hall. How could this happen? A Maxwell slapped his hand on the family of Long citizens who migrated to the South Ocean. The Luther family received numerous letters of aid from other families facing exclusion and plunder by the South Ocean. After all, since the Luther family had eliminated the Han family, it naturally had the responsibility to protect everyone during this time. This was the responsibility of a dominant force. Master, make your decision. Those damn natives should be given a lesson. Yes, Master, non-family members must harbor ulterior motives. As long as we are here, they will oppose us. We must fight and instill fear in them. Facing the intense comments from the crowd, Davis extended his hand, silencing everyone. Once he saw everyone quiet down, he said, as the ancients say, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. This time, I swear to give them a lesson they'll never forget. Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately cheered. With Davis's word, they finally didn't have to endure and retreat anymore. Unlike the Han family in the past, which always told everyone to be cowards. Chapter 469, Thunderous Wrath. Davis had calmed everyone down, but he was speechless himself. Had these South Norma rulers lost their minds? They actually dared to exclude people from donghua. This was practically a death wish. Times were not what they used to be. Did they not fear the thunderous wrath of donghua? Subordinates went down to prepare for retaliation, while the Adele walked up to Davis and whispered, should we tell Assad? A super powerful being was right here. This was their biggest support. If they did not use him, it would be too foolish. What should I say to you? At that moment, Assad stepped over. He had just wiped out a fleet from donghua and captured a group of bio-enhanced individuals as subjects. His mood was quite pleasant. Upon hearing the Adele's murmur, he immediately looked over. The Adele's heart tightened. He did not expect Assad to hear his words, but fortunately, Davis timely intervened, narrating recent events in South Norma. Currently, every Longwanese person in South Norma, be it permanent residents or tourists, is facing an immense threat to their safety. We are preparing our countermeasures. Bam! Just as Davis said this, lifting his head, he saw Assad's face turn iron gray, clenching his fists tightly, causing the temperature around him to drop drastically, almost reaching freezing point. A layer of white frost emerged on the ground, radiating with murderous intent. These damn things. Assad already knew about the vicious nature of the indigenous people in South Norma. There had been similar actions back then, and he could not believe they dared to do such outrageous acts now. If so, then don't blame me for being rude. Assad strode towards the outside. Wait. Davis's face changed, trying to stop him, but Assad's figure flashed away, already leaving the manor. Traveling through the air. His speed was unmatched. Assad appeared like a celestial deity, overlooking all life below. In a commercial district of South Norma. Bang! A group of people holding stones and clubs directly smashed the doors and windows of a store. Judging from the signs above, it must have been a shop opened by a Longwanese. Seeing the South Norma natives barging in, the shop owner and his wife screamed and retreated to the corner, with the shop owner bravely standing in front holding a stick. What are you doing? I'm going to call the police. Call the police? A dark-skinned man led the pack, in his 30s, with a long face and sharp features, eyes filled with menace. Let you call the police. Saying this, he swung a machete down at the shop owner. Crack. The shop owner's hands trembled holding the stick, barely blocking it in front of him. The massive force made his hands hurt while the attacker kept swinging regardless. 1, 2 swings. It seemed he intended to chop them to death. The faces of the shop owner couple drained of color in sheer terror. Die. With a crack, the wooden stick was shattered, and the sharp machete knocked. It's fine now. Assad glanced at the shop owner couple, stepping out of the shop among the bodies, without any emotion on his face. Just as he was about to leave, a tall man blocked his path. This man stood around 1 meter 90 tall, bare-chested, dark-skinned, long-faced, eyes flashing coldly, speaking unfriendly. Did you kill these people? His tone was accusatory. Assad stopped and raised his eyelids, confirming that the other party was also a local from Nanyang. These people deserve death for causing unrest on the streets, arson, and looting. Do you have any objections? Bastard. What unrest? They were rebelling against oppression. All this, your Longwa people deserve it. As you Longwa people say, one must pay for taking a life. Since you killed these people, then leave your life behind. The tall man took a step forward like a tiger or leopard attacking, his fist enveloped in scorching energy, smashing towards Assad's head with fierce force. He was actually an Zong master, level martial artist. Assad had long known that Nanyang valued martial arts, especially during the turmoil in Longwa years ago. A group of martial arts experts fled abroad. Many came to Nanyang, transforming it into its current form. Throughout this process, Longwa's martial arts naturally spread out. Some locals naturally received instruction. It seemed that the man before him was one of them. Unfortunately, he was still an ungrateful traitor. Since that's the case, whenever he discovered someone burning, killing, and looting Donghua people, their fate was sealed with just one word: death. Later on, he realized this method was too slow. So, Assad directly flew into the air. Immense divine power erupting from within him like a volcanic explosion, with rays of divine light falling from the sky. Boom. Under his divine sense guidance, the entire city was enveloped. All wrongdoers were to be slain. It's terrifying. How can there be such a powerful person? People lifted their heads in disbelief. Seeing Assad, who shimmered like the great sun in midair, they couldn't conceal their palpitations, feeling extremely terrified, especially the native Nanyang people. After all, they had seen too many of their companions die, as if suffering divine retribution. Thunderbolt struck, leaving no remains. Thank goodness we are saved. It's Mr. Luther. I've heard of him. It's said that he surpasses the divine realm level strength. In contrast were the Donghua people. Many were rescued by Assad at the brink of danger. They looked at him with grateful eyes. Amidst the hostility towards Donghua people in Nanyang, Assad's actions protected them, making them feel like they had found a savior. The chaos in the city was soon cleared up, but the dead were countless. With Elmo giving orders and some local natives aiding and abetting, the incidents of burning, killing, and looting Donghua people were rampant. Many even joined willingly. But now, with Assad's ruthless slaughter, no mercy or restraint was shown. Everyone involved died. For a moment, the whole city trembled under Assad's ferocity. How dare he do this? Doesn't he fear any retribution? Those are human lives. How could someone like him fear retribution? Recently, when he fought Alban, an entire city's people were wiped out, yet he's still fine. How could those be comparable? Killing will certainly bring karmic consequences. He won't have a good end. Some felt fear, some hatred, some gnashed their teeth, and others were petrified. After witnessing Assad's brutal methods, some people quickly backed down, but others, particularly some Nanyang authorities, were enraged. Even though Assad was strong, this was their territory. This Assad dared to slaughter their citizens here. It was tantamount to digging a grave in the Tai Sui's presence. Kill him. No matter how strong he is, he must be punished. These Nanyang authorities became furious. They seemed to have completely forgotten that it was their tacit approval that led to the attacks on Donghua people. Now they acted like victims. How laughable. The perpetrators viewed themselves as victims and demanded Assad pay for protecting the victims. Go find Mr. Elmo. Let him help us seek justice. Yes, we followed his orders. It's now time for him to clean up. Otherwise, we won't give up easily. We should also pressure Donghua. Their people are killing ordinary citizens here. We need an explanation, or else we'll take it to the international court to seek justice for us. For a moment, these Nanyang authorities were riled up. A few leaders exchanged glances and withdrew, heading to the Harbor Hayward country base where Elmo was. At this moment, at the harbor base, Elmo lounged casually in his chair, a glass of red wine on the table, a cigar in his mouth, smoke swirling around his face. He enjoyed watching the sunset outside, looking quite relaxed. Sir, Assad has acted. The entire city's mob has been bloodily cleansed. The adjutant knocked on the door and immediately reported the latest situation to Elmo. Elmo waved his hand and said, "It's expected. Donghua people are always united. In such situations, he would definitely act. Moreover, with the character of martial arts experts, it would inevitably be a case of blood for blood, intimidating all of Nanyang. Cleansing an entire city is just the beginning. Sir, what should we do next?" Cool off. Elmo stubbed out the cigar, a cold smile on his face. This is Nanyang's business, not mine. I want him to kill until those fools completing for my truly infuriating. As the responsible person stationed here in Nanyang, it's my duty to hold him accountable. Rest assured, I will bring him to justice, to serve as a warning to others. Thank you, sir. Sir, your wisdom. The group of Nanyang authorities rejoiced upon hearing this, and Elmo was also pleased. He finally got the chance to intervene, and what's more, under the banner of righteousness, he could act against Assad. In that case, some taboo weapons could be used. Assad, for destroying my fleet. This time, I will make you pay in blood. Elmo vowed fiercely in his heart. Wasn't all this elaborate scheming aimed at inciting these people in Nanyang to create this opportunity? Now that the opportunity was in hand, the killing intent in Elmo's heart surged uncontrollably once again. After reassuring this group of Nanyang authorities and sending them off, he strode into the base's arsenal. That taboo weapon was here. Chapter 471. Intrusion into the base. The armory. The outer area displayed a large number of conventional weapons, an assortment that could equip tens of thousands of troops. It was enough to support a medium-scale war for the Hayward Thaus Nation's stationed soldiers here. Past the outer layer stood a sealed silver door. Only after Wallace passed both the password and iris recognition did he step inside. The interior was encased in silver, exuding a strong sense of sci-fi. In the center of the room, there was a platform which currently lay empty. Wallace approached and found a computer in front of him. Wallace took out the key and went through multiple verifications before finally unlocking it. Rumble. The sound of mechanical movement echoed. The platform split open, and from over 1,000 meters underground, 2 silver briefcases slowly ascended. The cases weren't large, only 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. Wallace stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. Inside were 2 arm-length shells with black casings that looked somewhat rough and crude, forming a stark contrast to the lavish exterior of the briefcase. However, Wallace didn't dare underestimate these shells. They were classified as Gene G level weapons within their organization, codenamed Godslayer. Wallace carefully ran his fingers over the rough shell, his eyes gleaming. Assad, prepare to die. With this thought, he placed the shells back into the box, turned around, and carried the case out of the armory. Although there were only 4, they would be enough. A cold glint flashed across Wallace's eyes. Elsewhere, Assad's ruthless actions indeed instilled fear in countless people. Those who had been committing atrocities immediately ceased their actions, fearing Assad's appearance. For a moment, Nanyang fell into a brief calm. Yet everyone knew that this tranquility harbored a massive storm beneath. Even ordinary people sensed the danger and stayed hidden at home, not daring to go out. So, you're saying all this was orchestrated by the Hayward-Thaus nation? Assad looked at Davis, his eyebrows slightly raised. Yes, this information came from one of the authorities in Nanyang. I'm certain it's true, Davis assured. I see. Assad nodded and turned to leave. Phew. Seeing him depart, the Adele behind Davis heaved a sigh of relief, wiping away imaginary cold sweat from his forehead. His heart took a while to settle. Assad's authority had grown heavier, especially that bloody aura of slaughter. Over the past few days, countless people had been eliminated by Assad, including non-humans, but they were still human lives. When Davis mentioned this before, Assad countered, their lives matter, but don't our Longwa citizens' lives also count? This left Davis and the Adele speechless. Indeed, many Longwa citizens had died or been injured in this incident. And Assad wasn't killing innocents. He was eliminating those who had spilled Longwa blood. For Assad, exterminating them all posed no psychological burden. But having killed so many, even if they were beasts, such karma will be hard to erase. Davis and the Adele exchanged a glance and sighed. The man who seemed to be from Longwa had an expression that was too calm, unnervingly so, which irritated him. Bang! Driven by this thought, the malice in his heart could no longer be restrained. He actually fired a shot. The deafening sound of gunfire rang out. The warrior, who had expected to create a bloody hole, froze. Assad had caught the bullet midair and swiftly flicked it back. The bullet flew back. Plop. It opened a hole right through the warrior's forehead. Ah! The warrior fell, dead. The other warrior was startled and quickly aimed his gun at Assad, instinctively pulling the trigger. But before he could fire, he was smashed into a pulp. Wailing. The sharp, piercing alarm blared throughout the entire harbor base instantly. The situation here was immediately reported to the higher-ups. Wallace received the news at once, his pupils constricting sharply. Assad has arrived. Too fast. Wallace hurriedly ordered his men to mount the 4 shells onto the special weapon stand. Seeing this done, he breathed a sigh of relief and regained his confidence. Inform the warriors to withdraw and not obstruct him. Wallace's lips curled with a cold smile. Daring to storm their Hayward-Thaus nation's harbor base? Let him taste the consequences. Yes. The adjutant dared not disobey the order and immediately passed it down. Soon, all the warriors retreated. Assad walked unimpeded deep into the harbor base. Just as he arrived, he saw Wallace sitting on the balcony of a pavilion. Indeed, it's you. Assad's gaze swept over his face. Wallace looked at Assad with cold eyes. You destroyed my fleet. He stated this with absolute certainty, leaving no room for doubt. Assad replied indifferently, so what? So what? The chill in Wallace's eyes almost burst forth. With an extremely harsh tone, he said, then I'll kill you to avenge my fleet. Chapter 472. Unchecked Arrogance. Kill me? A smile appeared on Assad's face. Many people have said that before, but in the end, they were all wiped out by my own hands. Those people aren't me. Ace lifted his hand with a cold look. Boom boom boom. Guns and cannons emerged from behind him on the wall, all aiming at Assad. Do you think these pieces of scrap iron can work on me? Assad couldn't help but laugh. For someone at his level, these weapons couldn't even break through his immortal martial combat body. How could this be Ace's trump card? But Ace's expression didn't change as he ordered, fire. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire roared. Flames shot up into the sky. A series of flames spewed from the guns and cannons behind Ace, completely enveloping Assad. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been reduced to meat paste long ago. Unfortunately for Ace, Assad was not an ordinary person. Did his weapon aimed at killing Assad just miss? No, how could this happen? The forbidden weapon actually missed. Ace's face was filled with despair, staggering and falling to the ground. Assad looked down at his pathetic form. You thought I underestimated you, but on the contrary, I never doubted you had any trump cards. Otherwise, how could a mere ant like you dare to scheme against me? Assad grabbed Ace by the neck, lifting him up and gazing at the unscattered smoke in the field. Even though he was unsure what those forbidden weapons were, their power was enough to pose a great threat to him, perhaps even fatal. This made him couldn't help but admire the Hayward-Thaus country. Such weapons were hidden in just a humble port base. Actually, Assad was mistaken. This base in Nanyang possessed these weapons mainly due to its critical geographical position, useful for restraining the expansion of Dragon Country. Therefore, the forbidden weapons existed. What beautiful fireworks! With a wave of his hand, Assad sent Ace flying into the smoky area, causing Ace to scream as he collided with it. The range covered by the forbidden weapon was only about 3 meters, and as soon as Ace approached, he was instantly eroded, turning into a cloud of sand. Wow! Indeed, it was horrifyingly powerful. Assad stared at the smoke with a serious expression. Just this weapon's ability to instantly turn people into sand was worthy of its forbidden name. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. Assad could clearly feel how Ace turned into sand, yet he didn't understand why. It seemed as if some bizarre force forcibly changed Ace's state, transforming flesh and blood into sand. If it only destroyed flesh and blood, it wouldn't be so alarming, but changing the essence of flesh and blood into sand was truly concerning, indicating unimaginable power. Ah, he killed Mr. Ace. Quick run. Kill him, avenge Mr. Ace. At this moment, everyone who witnessed Assad kill Ace fell into chaos. Some were shocked, some terrified, some enraged. This was the Hayward-Thaus country's port base. The fact that someone had killed Mr. Ace, the highest-ranking official of their base, right on their own territory was an outright provocation to their Hayward-Thaus country. Many Hayward-Thaus country soldiers, blinded by rage, launched attacks against Assad. For a moment, gun and cannon fire erupted, causing chaos. However, those bullets couldn't even get within 3 feet of Assad. Despite having witnessed it before, this scene still chilled their boiling blood. Under Assad's gaze, their guns fell to the ground in fright. Assad didn't make a move to wipe them out. To him, these seemingly powerful warriors were nothing but ants, not worth worrying about. I killed him. Anyone who wants revenge can come for me. But if I see anyone from Hayward Thou's country carrying out burning, killing, and looting in Nanyang again, don't blame me for attacking your country. With that, Assad turned and left the base. Phew. Seeing him leave, many people heaved sighs of relief in secret. That plague had finally gone. This is going to be a big mess now. Ace's adjutant, however, looked grim. He hurried back into the house. He needed to report the incident in detail to headquarters. Such a huge event would surely draw some serious reactions. After all, this was the highest-ranking official of a seaport base, and he was killed right under everyone's noses. This was simply unacceptable for the Hayward Thou's country. Moreover, the adjutant knew something else. Their fleet had been defeated and sunk. Though he hadn't gotten the details from Ace, he had secretly decided to pin this on Assad, thereby avenging his superior. Of course, he also harbored a wild ambition. He had served as an adjutant for so long. With Ace dead, might he have a chance to advance? Even as a temporary head would do. Right, this way. Maybe I can write my report differently. The adjutant's eyes flickered with thoughts. Chapter 473. Interest comes first. In the quiet office, the adjutant sat in the position where Arn often used to sit, a look of enjoyment on his face. He lay back in the leather chair just as Arn did, and a sense of controlling everything was born in him, so beautiful and captivating. This is power. Since it's like this, let it be. The adjutant made up his mind and started writing the report. If Assad were too strong, perhaps the country would send someone over specially to deal with him. But if he described Assad's strength a bit weaker, then wouldn't there be an opportunity for him? At that time, as long as he became the acting director first, later on he could cover up this matter from top to bottom. After all, once he secured the position, wouldn't there be plenty of chances to get permanent status? The adjutant began to calculate. Soon, an embellished message was sent out directly to the Central Intelligence Department of the Hayward Thou's country. The head of the intelligence department was immediately shocked upon seeing the message. The fleet was plundered and sunk by people from the God-slaying squad? That damned Carter. I knew he couldn't be trusted, truly damned. What, Arn is dead too? Killed by the leader of a new South Seas family? Truly detestable. The adjutant has already identified the murderer and is preparing to take revenge for Arn? This adjutant is not bad. Let me see his name, Jackson. Feeling uneasy, the chief hurriedly relayed the message up the chain. Obviously, the value of a fleet far exceeded Arnie's worth, so when the news reached the bite trying to maintain composure, panic was evident on their faces. Enough, be quiet. Can your fuss solve anything? Finally, an elder with high respect stood up, banging the table hard. The panicking crowd gradually calmed down. He was the Ferguson of the South Seas. Ferguson frowned and glared at everyone. Now, we must consider how to resolve our predicament. Arn is dead. Will you follow in his footsteps? Perhaps with leadership, everyone gradually calmed down. Maybe we should contact China, admit our mistakes, and apprehend those who participated in burning, killing, and looting. Perhaps we can earn forgiveness from China. Then, even Assad wouldn't dare come after us. Someone suggested. Isn't that admitting complete defeat to China? Some were unwilling. This man came from a large plantation owner, with a naturally arrogant personality. Over the years, he profited immensely from Chinese victims, even pushing the chaos in the South Seas. Even with such short-term involvement, his wealth doubled, showing how lucrative robbing the Chinese was. So what if we admit defeat? As the Chinese say, one must bow under someone else's roof. Now, you want to lift your head? Dare you? Wait for Assad to chop off your head? The proposer retorted fiercely. He didn't have that many interests entangled. At most, some of his subordinates died, which was nothing to him and not much of a loss. Seeing the two were about to quarrel, the forest banged on the table hard to subdue them. Enough, I've already decided. We will compromise with Long Country. Blood for blood. All those people must be dealt with. The forest chose to cut off the infected limb to save the rest of the body. When it's time to compromise, one must do so. Right now, they were only facing Assad, but Long Country's fleet was almost reaching the South Seas. Then, they would be up against the massive Long Country. Who knew how many powerful figures would come? If they continued to delay, disaster would be imminent. Forrest, we can't do this. If Hayward Thou's country objects, we'll be in trouble. Yes, Forrest, please reconsider. Several people shouted, as if they had lost their dearest ones. They were all huge beneficiaries of the chaos in the South Seas. Although others participated too, their greediness was so repulsive that it made others ashamed to be grouped with them. Now, hearing the Forest's decision to compromise, they naturally resisted vehemently, unwilling to give back what they had seized, let alone compensate more. After all, almost all their subordinates were involved. In the end, none might be spared. This would be a crippling loss to them. Enough. Are you going to drag us all down with you? It's settled. Follow orders, or don't blame us for eliminating you right now. The Forest was ruthless, driving these people to the brink with one sentence. Seeing the eager looks of the surrounding people, they immediately backed down, sitting down again with despair on their faces. Meeting adjourned. The Forest stood up and left. Others looked at these few people, exchanging glances. For the greater good, sacrifices must be made, and these few were the unlucky ones among them. Don't worry, just some subordinates dying. If they don't die, you wouldn't get away either, would you? Someone said indifferently. Their expressions turned even uglier. Rubbish talk. How could they not know this? But the losses were theirs. These bastards, reaping benefits and acting high and mighty. Chapter 474, Blood for Blood. Less than 300 nautical miles from Nanyang, a massive fleet was approaching. With their silvery gray paint and enormous gun barrels, these warships exuded an overwhelming aura of power and menace. The flag of Donghua fluttered in the wind atop these vessels. This was unmistakably the Donghua fleet. They had arrived. At this moment, a tall and robust man stood on the deck of one of the warships, his figure towering like a giant bear, his presence so imposing that it left others breathless. He was none other than the commander of this mission, Campbell. Sir, we are less than 300 nautical miles from Nanyang. Should we continue to advance? A young soldier dressed in combat gear ran over, saluted sharply, and asked respectfully. Campbell gazed ahead, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The situation is critical. Disregard maritime conventions. Proceed straight to the port of Nanyang. I want to see if they have the guts to intercept our fleet. His voice rang out firmly, brimming with unrelenting hostility. Yes, sir. The young soldier felt a chill down his spine, immediately standing at attention before saluting and retreating. The fleet sliced through the waves, heading towards Nanyang. It soon entered Nanyang's territorial waters, prompting the Nanyang authorities to quickly receive the news. Upon realizing that Longhua's fleet showed no intention of stopping, they became agitated. How dare Donghua barge into our territorial waters? What bastards, they're trampling on international order. Two officers looked furious, but the soldiers below couldn't help but secretly mutter. You were willing to slaughter innocent civilians, yet now you talk about international order? They should be grateful Donghua didn't bombard Nanyang directly. Now what do? They dared not make a decision. Blocking the fleet might lead to trouble, and if they were eliminated, who would cry for them? Inform the superiors. Glancing at each other, they quickly threw the problem upwards. Soon, the news reached the ears of the top Nanyang leaders. Upon learning of Longhua's actions, the faces of those who had been sacrificed turned pale. Everyone could see that Longhua's intentions were far from friendly. If this matter wasn't handled properly, Nanyang could face catastrophic consequences. The forest clenched his teeth and said, Contact their commander. I need to speak with him. Meanwhile, we must show our sincerity. With a glance, he signaled to the soldiers below. Realizing the danger, the scapegoats tried to flee but were blocked by soldiers. Multiple blades pierced through their bodies, blood spurting out everywhere. Send their bodies to the enemy as a gesture. Let's hope Donghua can quell its anger temporarily. The forest feigned sorrow and immediately sent people to deliver the bodies to the harbor, waiting for Longhua's fleet. It took just a short while for the Donghua fleet to cover the 300 nautical miles and arrive. As Campbell stepped off the ship, the forest of Nanyang led a group of leaders forward, showing utmost respect. Previously, with Beacon Country as their backer, they had faced Donghua with some confidence. But now, with Beacon Country's highest-ranking commander at the Nanyang base being eliminated, their confidence was gone. Especially when Beacon Country merely appointed a deputy commander without any receives others in a proper manner. This principle holds true in this world as well. If you rigidly adhere to the rules, you will sometimes be constrained by them. Yes, of course. The forest nodded repeatedly, assuring Campbell right in front of him that he would immediately investigate the perpetrators and bring all those involved to justice, giving Donghua an explanation. Then, he arranged for people to entertain Campbell and his team with utmost hospitality. It all seemed very amicable. However, Campbell's heart grew heavier and heavier. His concerns became a reality. What he truly feared was not Nanyang taking a hostile stance, but rather Nanyang pretending to address the problem while actually dragging things out indefinitely. After all, if their fleet stayed here for too long, it would inevitably provoke criticism. Their international reputation would be ruined. It seems I must find a way to resolve this quickly. While dealing with these people from Nanyang, Campbell made up his mind internally. On the other side, Assad left the base directly after killing Germain. His target was the capital of Nanyang. The streets along the way were empty, clearly indicating that Assad's earlier massacre had thoroughly intimidated the entire Nanyang, and no one dared to openly burn, kill, or plunder Donghua citizens anymore. But Assad knew that these people had merely retracted their fangs temporarily. Although he had killed many, it was just a small part. How many more had been involved in burning? They should rely on Assad's power, ensuring that even the rulers of Nanyang wouldn't dare say anything. After all, Assad wasn't an ordinary person. His act of destroying a city was fearsome indeed. Even some people in the country were shaken upon hearing about it. Of course, there were also those who harbored dissatisfaction toward Assad, believing that he shouldn't have done it, thinking that killing and destroying a city was too brutal and violent, clearly affecting the reputation of the Dragon Nation. However, if Assad knew this, he would likely scoff at such criticism. Who dared to speak these words to his face? And Campbell also worried about this point. He hesitated, saying, Assad, though powerful enough to achieve this, if we rely on his strength, it might cause controversy domestically. Luther Young was somewhat bufuchi, unconvinced, but as Campbell's deputy, he understood Campbell's concerns and said, Sir, don't let the fear of choking stop you from eating. These words woke Campbell up. Taking a deep breath, he replied, I've thought too much. Send someone to contact Mr. Luther immediately. Yes, sir. Luther Young quickly left with excitement. In fact, he had long heard of Assad's exploits, exceptionally being awarded a 5-star war hero by the Southwest District for quelling a border town alone. These stories had spread across major districts, and even Assad's trip to Japan had been dug up, one by one, deed after deed. People already regarded Assad as an idol. During this Nanyang unrest, Assad held up the sky alone, killing and destroying cities with unparalleled divine might, causing a whole country to tremble and the entire Nanyang region to shake. How could anyone not admire him? Perhaps some with ulterior motives disliked Assad, but most felt a great sense of satisfaction because Assad had acted to protect the people of the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Assad, approaching the capital of Nanyang, received a call from Davis. Really? The Dragon Nation's fleet has arrived, and the commanding officer wants to see me? Assad raised an eyebrow slightly. Davis said over the phone, Yes, I think you should meet them. After all, what you've done in Nanyang is significant, inevitably raising domestic concerns. Killing and city destruction. A bloodthirsty butcher. These reputations weren't good to hear. After all, Assad would eventually return home. With such a reputation, how could he avoid being feared and suspected? Gossip can be as lethal as a knife. Even if Assad was extraordinarily powerful, possibly surpassing the divine realm, he might not withstand such whispers. Even if he could endure, how many others could be like him? I understand. Although Davis didn't spell it out, Assad got the message. He hung up the phone after acknowledging it. Soon after, a car raced towards him, stopping nearby. It bore a clear symbol of the Dragon Nation. Dressed in standard combat attire, Luther Young jumped off the car, running swiftly over, barely containing his excitement. Bowing several meters away from Assad, he greeted, "Meeting you, Mr. Luther." Assad nodded. He had learned from Davis that Luther Young was the deputy of the fleet commander Campbell. They exchanged pleasantries briefly. "General Hayward awaits you on the ship. Please come with me." Luther Young personally opened the car door for Assad. The group boarded the vehicle and headed directly to the Dragon Nation fleet base. At the fleet base, Luther Young's car drove right in. Before long, Assad met Campbell. Seeing Assad, Campbell hurried over, somewhat nervous. After exchanging greetings, they sat down. Campbell spoke first. "We truly have our reasons for inviting you here, Mr. Luther." He then gave a brief account of the situation in Nanyang, particularly the senior elder's evasive tactics. Assad nodded. "I had anticipated this, but it did exceed my expectations that he could eliminate several key figures in Nanyang. As for punishing all the culprits, even if he wanted to do so, it would be difficult." "Why is that?" Campbell and Luther Young exchanged glances, puzzled. Assad explained, based on what he learned from Davis. Nanyang has always been a place where small states stood side by side. In modern times, various forces have gathered here, with many local powers actually supported by international factions. Though the elder represents Nanyang, it only means the faction supporting him is relatively strong. It doesn't mean other rulers lack significant backing. Moreover, the recent turmoil in Nanyang was orchestrated by Charman Edison, following orders from the Hayward-Thaus country. Most likely, all these rulers were involved, albeit to varying degrees. Thus, if they aimed to punish the perpetrators, none of these rulers would escape. "I see." Campbell felt troubled. He knew this matter was thorny, but didn't expect it to be this complicated. Should they really conclude it like this? How could he face the citizens of Long Nation who perished in this chaos? For a moment, he fell silent. Assad, however, saw things clearly. He calmly said, "General Hayward, for you, it's just about punishing the culprits, isn't it?" "Exactly. If so, leave it to me. I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Assad took full responsibility for this issue. To him, cleansing Nanyang had become imperative. When that happens, all Nanyang forces might be swept away, and he harbored a bold idea: to establish the Luther family as rulers here. Being a dominant force in one region is not as good as being the sovereign of a small country. With his current strength, Assad was fully capable of achieving this. If anyone opposes, then let's fight. He, Assad, fears no challenge. Chapter 476, Begin to Advance. Assad had left, but Campbell's mind couldn't settle down for a long time. "Sir, what's wrong? Didn't Mr. Luther just assure us that he would give us a satisfactory explanation? What are you still worried about?" Luther Young admired Assad greatly and almost unconditionally trusted his promises. Of course, this was also because of Assad's extraordinary strength. He had the qualifications to make promises to everyone. If it were another Divine Realm powerhouse, they might not have been able to command such trust. Campbell gave a bitter smile. "I don't know why, but I always have an ominous feeling. I'm worried that Mr. Luther seems to be planning something monumental." Some things, he did not speak in front of his subordinates. After all, it was just his speculation. Luther Young didn't catch the meaning behind Campbell's words and instead tried to comfort his superior as much as possible, telling him to stay calm and that everything would be fine. On the other side, Assad was considering his own plan on the road, letting the Luther family establish a country in Nanyang. This thought was quite radical and could even cause greater waves, yet Assad felt a certain anticipation. Would divine generals, or even stronger existences come to intervene? At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of the divine realm, especially the path of immortal martial arts, which combined immortal Dao and martial Dao. He was only one step away from officially breaking through. When that time came, his combat power would increase to unimaginable levels. Perhaps this opportunity could allow him to truly break through, reach the Yale origin realm. After a while, he made up his mind. Assad directly abandoned the idea of going to the capital of Nanyang and turned back toward the Luther family estate. The estate, which had been destroyed by lightning seas last time, now had a simple framework after the repair work by many craftsmen. It would take some time to fully restore it. "Assad, why are you back?" At this moment, Davis was having a meeting with his subordinates. Seeing Assad walk in, he looked surprised. Although Assad remained cold towards him over these days, their relationship had eased somewhat. After all, the blood ties between them could not be severed. "I have some matters." Assad's tone was indifferent. However, Davis did not dare to slack off. He waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to leave the meeting room. The Adele hesitated but stayed behind. Only the three of them remained in the meeting room. Davis looked at Assad and asked, "Assad, what do you want to say?" Assad bluntly revealed his thoughts. "What? Establishing a country?" Upon hearing Assad's words, both Davis and the Adele Luther family's foundation is too thin. There aren't nearly enough people to govern Nanyang. That was indeed a truthful statement. Founding a country, while it could bring the Luther family to the next level, was certainly good. However, the Luther family barely had enough people. How could they control a country once it was established? Controlling a country couldn't rely solely on force. It required people, required money. Unfortunately, these were both lacking for the current Luther family. Looking at the retreating expressions of Davis and the Adele, Assad said, "Isn't there plenty of donghua people in Nanyang? We can simply recruit them. Anyway, when the country is established, it won't be the old emperor system. The Luther family can remain above and manage through the donghua immigrants. Donghua has been rapidly developing in recent years, and many families have been forced to expand outward. Quite a few have chosen to develop in Nanyang. These people are all those whom the Luther family can recruit. Even if they harbor ambitions, as long as they have sufficient ability, they can be taken under our command. As for rebellion, with Assad here, who would dare? But it's still too risky." Davis and the Adele exchanged glances, still hesitating in their hearts. Assad shook his head inwardly. Actually, he didn't care whether the newly established country would belong to the Luther family or not. Since they were unwilling, he could only choose others. After all, there were plenty of people willing to take the risk to wield the power of a nation. Assad stood up and said, "Since you're unwilling, then forget it." Having said that, he turned and walked out. Master! Seeing this, the Adele couldn't help but become anxious. He frantically signaled to Davis, intending to let him agree first before considering other matters. After all, this opportunity was too rare. If it slipped away, the Adele felt that he would definitely regret it later, and the Luther family would lament missing this chance for the rest of their lives. Hold on, Assad. I agree. Davis gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Assad nodded indifferently and said, "Then arrange some people to follow my orders. Also, expand the Han family scale fully. Your manpower is really too little." With that, Assad left the Luther family estate directly. Since the Luther family had become a candidate, the next step was to gradually swallow up Nanyang. However, for Assad, the pace could be quicker. Soon, the state of Sandina where the Luther family estate was located was directly taken over by the Luther family. Before outsiders could react, this state withdrew from the ruling sequence of the powerful figures in Nanyang. At this moment, these rulers also realized something was amiss. They inexplicably gained a new competitor. Suddenly, the entire state of Sandina became tense and stormy. The Luther family? You're saying the Luther family? They want to establish a faction and become the dominant force in Nanyang? Everyone was shocked now. Chapter 477. Movements of all parties. Factions. They have always been the actual ruling force in Nanyang. Those in power are actually leaders of various factions, wielding vast resources and financial power. Most importantly, they have their own independent armed forces. All these are crucial guarantees for them to become rulers of Nanyang. In the past, the Luther family, although powerful and even considered a hegemon-level force, still operated among the civilians, not on the same level as the ruling factions. However, now, the rebuilt Luther family has abandoned its familial identity and begun planning to transcend social strata. With their first move, they even changed the ownership of sand in that state, which is truly frightening. Damn it, the Luther family is courting death. How dare a tiny family do such things? Truly absurd and laughable. They even want to get involved in the entire Nanyang chessboard. Truly laughable and beyond their capabilities. The rulers sneered. Even some who understood the situation in Nanyang laughed, because the Luther family's actions were too rash. Even if they were once a hegemon-level force, it wouldn't work. Of course, when they learned that Assad was behind the Luther family, those who had mocked before suddenly froze, their faces stiffening. Assad? You're sure it's Assad? The Ferguson of Nanyang stood up from behind the table, staring directly into his subordinate's eyes. The subordinate quickly said, "Ferguson, I swear by my life. This Luther family is the one that Assad belonged to before. They took over the authority in Sandan that state." Upon hearing this, the Ferguson's face kept changing. He certainly knew what this meant. Even though the newly rebuilt Luther family was weak and far from its former hegemon-level strength, with Assad, the Luther family had transformed into a colossal beast. Squeezing such a behemoth into the small pond of Nanyang would inevitably push out some people and forces completely. I want you to notify Admiral Hayward John of the Long Country Fleet immediately. I want to ask him personally if this is Long Country's stance. The Ferguson's face turned green with anger. His hands tightly gripped the table, causing it to tremble under the immense force, almost ready to collapse. Civilians will always be civilians. Once they break certain limitations and rise to another level, the ripple effects can be significant, especially with a powerful supporter like Assad. Soon, Campbell replied. Upon seeing the response, his subordinate's face turned unbearably ugly. Ferguson, he declined your invitation. What? The Ferguson was also stunned. He never thought Campbell would refuse his invitation. After all, he had issued the notification as the highest ruler of Nanyang. Such a status would receive equal treatment even in Long Country. But who would have thought that a mere fleet commander would refuse his invitation? What did they say? The Ferguson's face darkened. The subordinate, afraid to meet the Ferguson's murderous gaze, lowered his head and said, "They said Admiral Hayward John is suffering from water and soil discomfort after arriving in Nanyang and is currently unconscious. He apologizes for not being able to attend your meeting and hopes for your understanding." Understanding? Bullshit. The Ferguson smashed a vase on the ground, his face twitching. Water and soil discomfort? As a strong war admiral at the peak level, such a person should not suffer from such issues. Unconscious? What a joke. Clearly, they were deliberately avoiding meeting him. So what should we do now, Ferguson? The Luther family's intentions are unclear. If they only occupy one state, it's fine. But if they continue to expand, it's dangerous. The subordinate was visibly anxious. He was a native of Nanyang and naturally resented and resisted Long Country citizens. His home was in a state adjacent to sand in that state. And if the Luther family continued to expand, he would be in trouble. I disagree. Since the Luther family has joined, let's play by the rules. Can we not let some people stay in position despite their lack of strength? A short, stout man leaned back in his chair, his heavy body making creaking sounds. He was picking his teeth with a toothpick, showing no concern. Jonathan, what do you mean? The first speaker immediately stood up, glaring at him angrily. Jonathan sneered coldly. What? Did I hit a nerve? If you're Bufuchi, unconvinced, let's have a showdown. Oh right, you probably don't dare move now. You bastard, I will kill you. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Bang bang bang. The Ferguson pounded the table repeatedly, finally calming everyone down, and loudly said, "Enough. We are discussing the Luther family issue. If you continue fooling around, get out." "Yes, we're just discussing things. I'm merely voicing my opinion." Jonathan shot that man a disdainful glance and then calmly said, "In my view, the Luther family is nothing to fear. Even with Assad behind them, does a tiny family think they can dominate all of Nanyang? Not to mention, they simply don't have enough manpower." "That's true. They are just one family. Even if they enter the game, they can only play their part as a player. They cannot overturn the chessboard. I think it's better to watch and wait for now. Otherwise, if we truly infuriate Assad, things might get more complicated. Others also express their opinions one after another. Overall, those far from Sand in that state chose neutrality and observation, while the factions near Sand in that state demanded collective resistance against the Luther family, even seeking an opportunity to eliminate Assad. Chapter 478. Battle the Three Strong Respected Ones. Eliminate Assad? What a fool. Emerson glanced sideways at the person who made the suggestion. Sure enough, it was Birdie, the head of the faction who spoke up first. How unrealistic. That was a powerhouse who had transcended the divine realm and reached the level of a divine general. Let's not even talk about whether he could be killed or not. Just consider that if such a powerhouse wanted to escape, even several powerhouses of the same level working together couldn't kill him. If you failed to kill the enemy when you had the chance, that would be real trouble. With such an expert constantly watching to kill him, one might lose his head in his sleep anytime. What if we contact the Dragon Country and accuse the Luther family's actions? Would that work? Someone proposed a new idea. After all, since these Dragon Country people were causing trouble in Nanyang, Dragon Country should take responsibility. Otherwise, if this happened everywhere in the world, everything would fall into chaos. It's like the Haywardthaus country, supporting local forces to create chaos worldwide, ultimately harming others and itself, wasting manpower and resources, and ending up with a bad reputation. Assad is Assad, and the Luther family is the Luther family. Although Assad can be considered a Dragon Country citizen, the Luther family has long been regarded as part of Nanyang. How do we explain to Dragon Country that we can't control our own internal forces? That would invite everyone to gawk. Someone immediately voiced opposition. This kind of situation sounds easy but isn't pleasant to say, much like tattling on a child to their parents. The outcome may be uncertain, but it would surely earn resentment from the child. As it stands, even though Assad supports the Luther family behind the scenes, if we openly use Dragon Country to suppress Assad and anger him, who can stand against him? A wary powerhouse might still be manageable, but a fearless powerhouse is the most terrifying. Thus, they discussed back and forth. Suggestions were continuously made and refuted. The meeting was destined to yield no results, as everyone's interests weren't aligned. However, because of the Luther family's involvement, they reached a consensus. The elder arranged for Emerson to meet the Luther family representatives to probe their intentions. If they only sought to occupy one or two states and become players in the larger game of Nanyang, then they would allow it due to Assad's existence. But if they had grander ambitions, it would mean making enemies with everyone. Emerson did not object. Despite the distant phenomena with their gestures, their ages were unknown, emanating an aura of decay. Clad in black robes, they hid entirely within the darkness, their faces obscured. However, the emaciated hands emerging from beneath the robes revealed their poor condition, and their voices were hoarse, akin to knives scraping iron. Leave this matter to us. We three have already reached the divine general stage hundreds of years ago. Even though injuries have diminished our peak, we are not to be compared to a mere youngster. These three were indeed powerhouses at the divine general level. Thank you, honorable elders. The Ferguson of Nanyang bowed and backed away before exhaling deeply once outside. Facing these three ancient beings, even he, a long-time authority holder, felt immense pressure and dared not make eye contact. It's time for us to reappear. After so many years, the world must have changed. How many ignorant mortals remember the names of the three strong respected ones? The three figures sat cross-legged on the high platform, their voices shaking the earth. When their voices faded, the three figures also vanished from there. The next moment, they had already appeared in Nanyang Sanjo, Sand State. And at the very instant they stepped into this place, Assad, who was sitting in the Luther family manor, lifted his head. Their gazes collided sharply. Such powerful experts actually exist? Assad felt a surge of excitement. He had thought that the forces of Nanyang could only rely on international powers, never expecting that they would have such depth themselves, with three divine general-level powerhouses appearing all at once. Even though they were covered in an aura of decay and likely didn't have much time left, a divine general was still a divine general. Even if they were near death, they remained highly threatening and couldn't be underestimated. Whoosh! To avoid the Luther family manor being destroyed again, Assad's figure dissolved, directly appearing before the three strong respected ones. Are you Assad? One of the black-robed figures asked. He sized up Assad as if examining some kind of prey. After all, over the years, the three strong respected ones had also come out to hunt divine general-level powerhouses, whose strength was the crucial medicine they relied on to extend their lives. Using a divine general as medicine, this showed how fierce they were. Assad asked indifferently, "And who are you?" "Our names have been forgotten, but you may call us the three strong respected ones." The three black-robed figures stood in midair, exuding an aura as if swallowing 10,000 miles like tigers. It was clear that the three strong respected ones must have been no ordinary individuals back then. Assad, however, was not overly concerned. His opponent had come with hostility and was excellent elixir for prolonging their lives. "Let me deal with you." A figure in black suddenly attacked. His gaunt, withered hand emerged from his robe and grasped towards Assad's sword light. With a crackling sound, the sword light was actually held within his grasp. No matter how the sword light writhed, it couldn't break free from his hold. And despite the sharpness continuously cutting into his palm, it had no effect beyond leaving white streaks on his skin. Something's odd. Assad dissipated that sliver of sword chi, his gaze sweeping over the three mighty lords. The cross-shaped stars in his eyes flickered. Buzz. Everything before him faded like an ancient painting losing its colors, revealing the true scene. Leland stood suspended in midair like three ghosts, surrounded by boundless gray aura that exuded calamity and ill omen. Each one revealed a different power amidst this setting. Maritime disaster, storm, volcano. Their auras melded into a sense of impending doom. Furthermore, their bodies were not those of mortals. Their sturdiness far exceeded normal limits, so much so that even Assad's sword light couldn't penetrate. Viewed through the celestial cross-eyed vision, it became clear that their bodies were utterly decayed, transformed into calamitous forms, devoid of corporeal constraints. Being non-corporeal naturally made them difficult to harm. I see. Then let's see if you can withstand my next strike. Assad saw through their ruse, and his sword shimmered as a thread of life-death force emerged, instantly multiplying into myriad sword lights enveloping the three mighty lords. At first, they weren't concerned, but the next moment, they sensed something unusual. Bang bang. The sword light seemed to carry a force that counteracted theirs. It's life-death chi. The damned brat actually possesses such toxic power. Leland looked displeased. They nearly fell for it. This kind of power could genuinely harm them. Obtaining such power, perhaps we can complete our transformation and advance further. After fury came greed. The level of life-death chi was indeed too high. If their calamitous bodies could transform to this extent, they believed they could evolve into calamity divine king bodies. In that case, the entire world would tremble under their wrath. With this thought, the three launched a combined assault. None of these old monsters were easy opponents, their combat experience profound, temporarily pinning Assad down to the point where he found it hard to move. Bang bang bang. Sword light and fist light intertwined, fracturing the surrounding space. The four figures fought from the ground to the sky, eventually moving away from the mainland and onto the sea. With unrestrained force, their battle almost overturned the ocean. Rows of sword lights streaked across the sky, like towering mountains falling from the heavens, nearly crushing the world beneath. The fist lights were equally powerful, overshadowing the sky and covering everything. Assad raised his sword. Facing the onslaught of the three mighty lords, he felt immense pressure. But under that pressure, he also sensed himself nearing the origin realm of a mortal martial path. Perhaps transformation was imminent. This kid is strange. No matter what, we must obtain the life-death force. Right. Leland, combined attack failed to subdue Assad directly, surprising all three as Assad's combat prowess surpassed their expectations. However, they did not give up. Over the years, their physical conditions deteriorated, forcing them to rely on the blood of young warriors to sustain themselves. This time, they had finally caught someone who mastered life-death force. Obtaining it might fundamentally solve their crisis. Kill. Leland continued attacking. Ferocious fist light seemed to shatter the skies, several islands in the sea sinking immediately, the waves rising as if to crush Assad. On the vast sea, the auras of the three mighty lords grew stronger, and through the celestial cross-eyed vision, Assad clearly felt they were establishing some kind of connection with the surroundings. Maritime disaster, storm, volcano. Assad suddenly recalled their divine manifestations. It makes sense. This might be the true meaning of the divine general realm. But where does the opportunity for a mortal martial path lie? His arms wide, mighty winds howled around him but caused not the slightest harm. One must know, those were winds of pure force, able to easily tear apart a human body, even dispersing one's soul. Yet before Assad, they behaved docilely like little kittens. This scene nearly made the three mighty lords' eyes pop out. Impossible. They couldn't believe it, yet reality proved otherwise. At this moment, Assad's immortal martial power finally achieved perfect fusion. He transformed himself into a divine form of Tai Chi, with immortal Yale power on the left and martial Yale power on the right. Tai Chi circulated, immortal martial power perfectly unified. Origin realm. Achieved. This is true immortal martial power. Assad sighed softly, his face tinged with nostalgia. He extended his hand, a deep and mottled green aura enveloping it as it reached out. Hayward a dragon extending its claw, he grabbed at the three mighty lords from afar. They had no strength to resist and were directly seized by this hand. Plop plop plop. Just like stones smashing eggs, utterly crushed, Leland were directly killed mid-air, transforming into three bloody mists. Chapter 480. Legitimate Fortune. The Yale origin realm, the beginning of myriad paths, is indeed formidable. Assad raised his hand and looked at the three strong venerable being crushed to death by his palm, revealing a look of surprise. He knew he would be powerful after the transformation, but he never expected that merely stepping into the Yale origin realm would make him this strong, truly exceeding his imagination. The twilight of immortal Yale. The prime of martial Yale. Perhaps this was why the power of immortal martial was so overwhelming. Assad made up his mind. It was now time to thoroughly sweep through Nanyang. If there were any concerns before, now with the Yale origin realm as his backing, who could face his edge head-on? Since it was like this, he would push everything aside. Whoosh. Assad streaked like lightning toward Nanyang. At Luther Family Manor. The newly constructed manor was still under construction. Upon receiving Assad's notification, Davis's expression immediately changed, standing up from his chair. Master, what happened? The Adele hurriedly asked. Assad notified me to prepare for taking over the entire Nanyang. Uncertainty laced Davis's voice. So fast? The Adele was also taken aback. This was the entire Nanyang. They didn't have enough manpower right now. Assad said that as long as our people can take control of Nanyang's central authority, the rest can be left alone for now. If anyone acts during the chaos, he will personally crush them. Davis took a deep breath and immediately issued orders. Notify everyone immediately to head to Nanyang's capital. Yes. The Adele rushed off to arrange things. All the personnel from the two nearest prefectures were summoned. Some were veterans from years ago, others were new recruits recently recruited. But they all had one characteristic. They were absolute confidants of the Luther family. With these people, the Luther family could quickly establish themselves wherever they went. Even if it was taking over Nanyang, they could Manchang Rongchi Yunjan. Of course, more complex tasks couldn't be handled yet. After all, managing a clan's affairs and ruling a territory were vastly different. No one could fully grasp it immediately. Meanwhile, Assad had already arrived at Nanyang's capital. Suspended in the air above the capital, he lowered his gaze to the enormous city below. As the capital of Nanyang, This was a megacity with over 5 million inhabitants, economically developed, with convenient transportation connecting land and sea, serving as an important hub. Assad's appearance immediately drew the attention of many. Mom, come out quick, there's a deity in the sky. That person is actually standing in mid-air. What is he going to do? In the capital, the forest received the news. Upon hearing that Assad was personally coming, his expression immediately darkened. He had personally invited the three strong venerable out of seclusion to deal with Assad. Now, saying the words, must be punished, Assad's hand hung down and opened in mid-air, pressing down. Buzz. The sky trembled. An invisible giant hand appeared, crushing space itself as it heavily pressed down on the residence where the forest and others were. Irresistible, devastating. How dare you? At this moment, several black shadows burst out from the residence. Each emitted the aura of a divine realm stage practitioner, golden light columns surrounding them, clearly empowered by Nanyang's legitimate fortune. These were divine realm powerhouses. They each glared fiercely and struck the giant hand in the sky. However, their strikes against the giant hand failed to inflict any damage. The massive hand continued its descent with unyielding force. Those divine realm powerhouses were like moths drawn to a flame, exploding into bloody mists in mid-air. After eliminating a few, the giant hand continued its downward press. Boom! The ground split and mountains crumbled. Though it had not yet reached the ground, the invisible pressure was already causing buildings to crack and shatter. Cracks spider-webbed across streets and structures alike. Huge rifts appeared on the ground, bottomless and deep. Bang! No! The forest and others screamed in terror. But facing this calamitous divine might, they were like ants on the ground, powerless to struggle or resist, only capable of crying out. Fortunately, at this critical moment, a powerful, domineering aura surged from beneath Nanyang, enveloping the capital in a golden glow. As the legitimate rulers of Nanyang, fortune protected these people, and Assad was their enemy. Massive golden lightning bolts shot up from the ground, filling the sky above the capital and charging toward Assad. However, when the lightning bolts approached within a few hundred meters of Assad, they dissipated into nothingness. It seemed an invisible field blocked them, preventing any harm to Assad. He glanced down at the golden shield covering the ground, knowing it was the protection of fortune for the forest and others. After all, as the highest authorities of a country, they were not so easily slain by external enemies. Yet, Assad merely increased the strength in his hand slightly. Boom! The giant hand pressing down on the capital grew even larger, more than doubling in size. The entire golden shield groaned under the weight, and the ground instantly sank. The 5 fingers gradually materialized, the emerald green hand grasping the golden shield, exerting slight pressure, causing it to creak ominously. Crack! Finally, the golden shield shattered. The emerald green hand slammed heavily onto the residents of the forest and others. Boom! The earth shook violently. No one terminated. This was what Assad reported to him. Deputy Officer Luther Young had a complex expression on his face. I never expected that his solution would mean this. Establishing a country, especially in the South China Sea. It required not only strength but also courage. Even deity general realm powerhouses wouldn't dare do this lightly, as they would face not just local forces but global ones. After all, as a maritime transportation hub, they wouldn't allow a strong figure to establish themselves here. In fact, this was also why Callan was killed years ago. He was too powerful. Global forces didn't want a strong South China Sea, but one that could be easily controlled by them. A storm is coming. Campbell had anticipated this, so while he wasn't shocked, he immediately reported back to the homeland. Naturally, the senior officials in the homeland would handle everything. With his peak Isabellister capabilities, he couldn't get involved. Soon, instructions came from the homeland. Observe without interfering. However, there was a final command. If Assad failed, assist the Luther family's evacuation from the South China Sea. To some extent, this was a tacit approval. At least they had Dragon Nation as a fallback. Campbell knew these officials in the homeland took risks to make this decision. However, it was worth it. If the Luther family could truly establish themselves in the South China Sea, Dragon Nation would benefit, possibly easing some of the technological blockades. Now, it all depended on whether Assad could withstand pressure from various global forces. Several days passed. Under Davis's control, the Luther family started taking over power in the South China Sea gradually, swiftly but superficially. They awaited Assad's failure. Legitimacy needed to be established through a battle. Buzz. On that day, Assad opened his eyes atop the capital city of the South China Sea. The moment his eyes opened, it felt like his gaze illuminated the dark sky with 2 brilliant suns. Around him floated 8 shadowy figures, suspended mid-air. Their presence radiated divine might. They were all deity generals. 8 deity generals together. The momentum was overwhelming, enveloping the sky in golden light, like heavy clouds pressing down. Assad sat cross-legged in mid-air, unperturbed. Having 8 deity generals was within his expectations. These numbers were still insufficient. He didn't even consider them much of a threat. Assad, leave the South China Sea. Leave the South China Sea. One of the deity generals spoke, thunderously echoing around. Others joined in, heightening tensions. Below, Davis clenched his fists tightly, his expression grave. This was the real test beginning. 8 deity generals surrounding him. A show of force from global powers, a near insurmountable challenge. No matter how strong Assad was, he couldn't stand up to 8 super powerful individuals alone. Davis lacked confidence. Are you teaching me how to conduct my business? Assad replied bluntly. Arrogant. How disrespectful. Assad's words enraged them. As top-tier deity generals, being treated so dismissively by a mere junior was intolerable. Even if Assad was a deity general, it made no difference. They genuinely did not recognize Assad. Since that's the case, we'll just have to keep you here. The representative from Beacon Country who came here was a tall Caucasian man. He moved first, generating powerful waves of energy from within him. Two beams of light instantly slashed toward Assad. The others also joined in at the same time. In an instant, the entire sky exploded. 8 deity generals launched a joint attack, each unleashing formidable combat techniques. The sky seemed to be lit up by 8 suns, and the intense fluctuations of light forced countless people to cover their eyes and scream in agony. Blood seeped through their fingers. God cannot be beheld directly. Forcing oneself to watch could only invite unforeseen disasters. On the ground, only Isabellisters could Menchang lift their heads, but even they were injured by this divine might. Many were blinded. Davis, protected by the rightful chi of Nanyang, barely managed to see what was happening in midair. Assad sat cross-legged in midair, facing the combined assault of the 8 men with composure. Jia! He opened his mouth slightly, letting out a sound. Buzz! The void exploded, emitting a power 10 times deeper than the combined force of the 8 deity generals. An invisible yet dominant sound wave instantly enveloped the surroundings. The 8 deity generals felt their minds trembling violently. This kind of power. Their hearts sank abruptly. Deity King Realm. This strike had actually reached the Deity King Realm. Absolutely the Deity King Realm. It had surpassed the peak limits of the Deity General Realm in every aspect. But, how could this be possible? When Assad last appeared, although he fought to the death against Alban, they all saw that Assad was merely at the Divine Realm level. So, they sent 8 deity generals, still overestimating Assad's combat strength. But now, they realized they hadn't overestimated Assad but had severely underestimated him. To unleash a strike at the Deity King Realm, such a theoretically existing realm, they had never seen such a powerhouse before. Join forces. Someone shouted. These 8 strong individuals all realized something was wrong. They had underestimated Assad, and now they were in danger. He can't continuously unleash attacks like this. It may be just one strike. If we resist it, we'll be fine. Someone shouted. But then their faces changed. Assad spoke again. Kill. This voice, filled with murderous intent, made the entire sky turn into a blood-drenched haze, spreading for 100 miles, completely saturated with killing intent. Shadows of people transformed from this killing intent rushed toward the 8 deity generals. Oh no! The faces of the 8 deity generals turned pale. Assad had undoubtedly reached the Deity King Realm. Watching the 8 deity generals fighting back, their resistance became weaker, and some even started begging for mercy, hoping he would show leniency. Knowing this now, why didn't you think twice at the beginning? From the moment you forced my hand, your lives belong to me, not yourselves. Assad was as cold as a god. He hovered high in the air, looking down on them all. The moment he stepped into the Yale origin realm, he grasped the great trend, and to some extent, even inherited the fortune of the martial age. This was the true fate. That's why he could wield the power of heavenly constitution with a single word. With just one word, he drove the might of the Deity King Realm. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. 8 consecutive explosive sounds, and the 8 deity generals were completely annihilated. Assad ignored these deaths and closed his eyes again. He was waiting to see if anyone else would come to challenge him. News spread like lightning. The world shook. No one expected that 8 deity general strong individuals attacking Assad would result in such an outcome. Some heard the shouts of the dying deity generals, which vaguely mentioned Deity King, causing everyone to suspect that Assad had truly reached the might of the Deity King Realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill 8 deity generals so decisively. And that too, when they attacked together. Global forces fell silent. The forces who lost deity generals were especially anguished. These were deity generals, not street cabbages, and losing one could severely weaken them, or even push them out of the top-tier league. Among them were forces like the Hall of Heavenly Gods, Dragon King Temple, Hall of All Gods, and Dark God Temple. After their strongest members died, they could only retreat to the second tier globally. After a few more days, Assad saw that the righteous chi around Davis had stabilized. Realizing this matter was settled. Even if they were unwilling, they could only acknowledge the Luther family's ruling position in Nanyang. The immortal martial way that Assad mastered also began to spread. He was called the Immortal Martial Master, possessing supreme authority in Nanyang. It's time to leave. Assad made up his mind. His figure disappeared, and after leaving some words of advice with Davis to behave well, he left Nanyang and returned to Long Country. After visiting his mother and sister, he directly headed towards the Southwest District. In front of the secret door, he stepped into the deeply buried secret door in one stride. In the next second, he appeared in the Tree Sea world. After an unknown amount of time, he came out, slightly stumbling as he walked. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What a formidable opponent. I didn't expect there to actually be a true Briar-level powerhouse. Indeed, it cannot be underestimated. However, fortunately, he managed to suppress and kill it. The immortal martial way. It truly is the strongest force that aligns with the great trend. Moreover, as he continuously exerted himself, the Yale origin realm was becoming complete, about to step into the true Yale realm. At that time, his combat strength would reach even greater heights. What a lonely life. His figure dissipated in front of the secret door. Eliminating that briar, there were no other threats here for the short term. As for the passageways to other worlds inside the secret door, they were now blocked for some unknown reason, seemingly not yet ready to reopen. 3 years later, Assad officially entered the Yale realm, and at this moment, he also understood the essence of the great calamity. Unfortunately, it would still take many years before it truly erupts, so he could rest easy and continue accumulating strength. At the same time, his whereabouts completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Some people said he had gone mad. Others claimed he went to space. Some even said he had died due to certain people's schemes. But only his mother and little sister knew his whereabouts, knowing that he had not gone far but was living a happy life. In a luxurious villa, Assad, wearing an apron, was cooking. He carried a bowl of carp soup into the dining room where Barbara sat wearing loose maternity clothes. She lowered her head looking at something, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, one hand resting on her belly, smiling with a maternal smile. It's time to eat. Assad called out with a smile. Barbara lifted her head. Their eyes met, filled with an enviable sense of happiness. The end.